Regarded as urgent, the rest was to be the long-term result of the introduction of Christianity and European education. Since most of the information we have about the West African states at the beginning of the 19th century is from these critics, it is not surprising that historians often show a rather poor opinion of the states. We get the impression that West Africa was in rapid decline, that it had long fallen from the epic days of the Sudanese empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and that the Moroccan conquest of 1591 in the Sudan and the slave trade along the coast brought about the Dark Ages in West Africa. We get the impression that the slave trade was so all-pervading that in its heyday it progressively weakened West African states and in its abolition brought immediate economic ruin and eventual political collapse. With the abolition of the slave trade, we are told, Benin reverted to ritual murder, the Yoruba to internecine war, Dahomey to annual immolation of prisoners she could not sell, and the Asante Empire to internal dissension which encouraged outside interference. The Islamic states of the 19th century, for all their social and political achievements, have not been exempted in contemporary European accounts from this picture of general decline. Where these achievements are acknowledged at all, the contention has been that they were not permanent. By the end of the 19th century, everywhere in West Africa was declared corrupt and degenerate. The existing social and political institutions were regarded as inadequate for the expanding European trade. From this point of view, the overthrow of these institutions and the establishment of European rule became a necessity of further economic development. These then are the issues to be considered in this brief chapter, which will inevitably traverse ground already covered more systematically in previous chapters. But, in spite of the repetitions, it may be useful at this point to make this general survey and in particular to suggest that there was no general or uniform decline, that, rather, the history of West African states provides an interesting study in continuing adaptation to changing circumstances. Too often West African history is seen in static terms, partly because our knowledge is patchy, partly also because we often approach the history through studies of traditional institutions as they existed in the early 20th century, and we imagine these institutions to have existed for all time uninfluenced by changing politics and personalities. That is why it is important to stress here the factor of change and adaptation. Response to change. Undoubtedly the Moroccan conquest and the decline of the power of Songhai was a tremendous shock to the people of the Western Sudan. As the Timbuktu scholars proclaimed till the 17th century, it brought misery and unrest where there had been prosperity and peace. What is perhaps just as interesting a study is the way people adapted themselves and adjusted their institutions to meet the challenge of the changing situation. It is true that there is at the moment little material on this period. The Arabic sources dry up after the middle of the 17th century. Little archaeological work has been done. Oral tradition for the period is only just being collected. Even the writings of early 19th century explorers like Mungo Park, who described parts of the Western Sudan in the pre-jihad period with less than the usual amount of prejudice, have not been fully utilized. Therefore, as soon as we relate the story of the glorious era of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, we tend to regard the 17th and 18th centuries in the Sudan as a blank or a gloomy interlude before the other glorious age of Yusum and Dan Fodio. Islam undoubtedly declined. A number of non-Muslim dynasties began to rule in old centers of Islam, in Tekrar, Segu, and Masina. This was principally because the Moroccan Pasha and the Arma, the descendants of the troops, were unable to protect the main cities of the old Songhai Empire Jen, Timbuktu, Gao from the frequent attacks of the Tuaregs from the north and the Mossi from the south. More than this, there occurred what was probably a reaction of the rural areas against the cities, a reaction of farmers and adherents of traditional religions against the hegemony of the traders and Muslims. This conflict on the whole dominated the 17th century, but in the 18th century, things began to settle down again. The new non-Muslim dynasties began to achieve stability based not upon Islam and Muslim officials but on traditional age grades, caste systems and religious sanctions. In Segu, a band of warriors, taking advantage of the decline of the towns to plunder them, began to carve out a state in the middle. 252. Niger. They emerged as a military oligarchy, with an offshoot of a rival dynasty at Karta. The kingdom survived several military revolts and changes of dynasties, and by the end of the 18th century they could claim to have met the challenge of the decline of Islam by establishing a new and stable administration based on the revival of traditional institutions. Nevertheless, Islam survived as a personal religion in most places, and it was in that century there began the movement for reform and revival among the Fulani, Mandingo and Soso of the Futajalan in 1725 and of the Tukulor and Fulani of Futa Toro in 1770. In the same way, it can be claimed that a similar response to the challenge of the slave trade had taken place in the Guinea coast and the forest areas. The existing states along the coast responded well to the European trade and adapted themselves to it. Small fishing villages developed into large city-states organized socially and politically to take advantage of the trade. In the immediate hinterland, different peoples began to organize themselves to avoid being preyed upon by the coastal peoples looking for slaves. Thus in the Igbo country, the Aro, without creating a new state, established colonies of traders and agents of the Arokuku Oracle to organize the slave trade to the coast. Dahomey organized a powerful state and came south to dominate the coastal traders. All the major West African states, whether the slave trade contributed to their rise or not, organized themselves to exploit it to their own advantage. By the 17th and 18th centuries, Benin traders were able to bring down to the coast not only slaves from distant places, but also glass beads from Nupe and cloth from northern Yoruba. Similarly, Old Oyo in its day organized trade connections between the coast and the far interior. None did better than Dahomey in organizing the European trade, even supervising the European forts and sending embassies to Europe and South America. All along the coast, people were willing to trade with Europeans on certain conditions. They rejected Christianity and resisted the cultural influence of Europe. But they were willing to cultivate new crops from the New World, willing to learn European languages, and even to employ European advisors in training soldiers and building fortifications. The slave trade certainly left its debilitating effect on the West Africa of the early 19th century. The loss of population. 253. Particularly of young men and women, was more than could be borne without adverse effect. The slave trade made the capture of slaves, if not usually the cause of wars, certainly a lucrative result of wars, with consequent sharpening of conflicts and a growing desire to fight wars to the bitter end. This in turn must have affected initiative in industry, arts, and crafts, and caused a gradual coarsening of social and cultural life. Nevertheless, the point is worth making that, to a remarkable degree, the West African states on the whole had adjusted their institutions to exploit the trade and preserve themselves as much as possible from the consequences. It was the smaller, relatively unorganized, communities who bore the full brunt of the slave trade, except where in the larger states, such as the Yoruba in the 19th century, there was internal collapse and civil war. It was precisely because the states had so geared themselves to exploiting the slave trade that its abolition brought not a feeling of relief but a real challenge to the ability of the states to readapt themselves to a new type of economic relationship with Europe. To many of the states, abolition of the slave trade meant a loss not only of the European trade, but also of the trade they conducted with other peoples in the goods they received from Europeans. These included guns and ammunition, luxury goods, rum, manillas, knives, and other European manufactures. Even where alternative produce like palm oil, ivory, shea butter, indigo and others came to replace slaves, it took a long time to build up adequate trade in them. There were areas where the slave trade had been lucrative but palm oil was not available. Generally, however, the West African states avoided economic ruin partly by fighting to delay the abolition of the slave trade until they had alternative products to sell, partly also by diverting the slaves they could not sell into producing alternative crops. In this way, abolition of the slave trade meant more extensive and intensive use of domestic slaves. The overseas slave trade to some extent rested on the basis of internal domestic slavery, but the two institutions were distinct. The abolitionists who had argued that the two were the same and that the destruction of one would lead to the extinction of the other soon discovered that the more the slave trade declined and trade in agricultural produce took its place, the more established domestic slavery became. Domestic slaves were needed not only to 254 produce the crops and process them, but also to carry them to the coast. In the absence of a wage economy, there was no way of recruiting large-scale labor other than by using occasionally age-grade associations on a voluntary basis, or more usually domestic slaves. Slaves were needed for labor on the farms, for carrying goods over long distances, for working in the mines and other industries. It was usual to recruit technical skill, say of blacksmiths, weavers, or horse attendants, by recruiting slaves from areas noted for these skills. Slaves were also used in large transactions as a form of currency. As long, therefore, as the abolition of the slave trade was gradual and it was possible to evade the British anti-slavery squadron, and as long as there was no attack on the institution of domestic slavery, the West African states were able to meet the challenge of abolition and the rise of the new legitimate commerce. The forest states. To examine these issues further, we should take a few specific examples, and we could begin with Benin, about which we know very little in the 19th century. It is usually dismissed as having been declining since the end of the 17th century. It is said that under increasing European pressure in the 19th century there was so much frustration and fear in Benin that the incidence of human sacrifice became alarming. Nevertheless, there is evidence that at the beginning of the 19th century it was still a very powerful state. It still exercised power in Lagos. With a base at Akure, it consolidated its hold on southern Ekiti and it continued to control western Igbo and most parts of the Itsekiri and Urhobo countries. Abolition of the slave trade had no sudden or catastrophic result in Benin. For a long time, it was possible to evade British anti-slave trade squadrons through a number of creeks, while the trade in ivory and palm oil was being built up. Gradually, however, the effects became noticeable. Trade in palm oil favored the Itsekiri and Urhobo more than Benin. The area of the Benin Empire where the Oba could collect tribute, protect Benin traders and enforce military service, began to diminish. But the Benin Kingdom, the core of the empire, remained intact and it struggled successfully to adjust itself to the changing economic situation. It is the view of Dr. Bradbury that beset as it was with pressures. 255. On all sides the Benin Kingdom itself suffered no internal collapse. The great strength of Benin was in its monarchy. The monarch was the representative of the ancestors and he was surrounded with a great aura of mystery, fear, and respect. Benin political institutions proved durable because the monarchy continued to maintain a balance between the competing power groups in the state. The principle of primogeniture limited the choice of the Oba to those who could claim to be the eldest son of the late king. This did not of itself end succession disputes because different claimants still had to win support from the chiefs. But once elected, the Oba was in a position to use the elective offices and the distribution of fief holdings to maintain a balance between the different categories of chiefs, the Uzama, the palace chiefs and the town chiefs. The Yoruba states are thought to provide the classic example of the evil effects of the slave trade on West Africa. It is often said that the slave trade weakened the old Oyo Empire and the general monarchical principles of the Yoruba people, and that the abolition of the slave trade, instead of bringing relief and development, precipitated the Yoruba Wars which went on throughout the 19th century. It is in fact not easy to assess the effects of the slave trade on the Yoruba states without more research on the history of these states in the 18th century. It would appear that before the 19th century the Yoruba were sufficiently well organized to see to it that it was not they, but their northern neighbors who suffered most from the slave trade. This organization was based partly on the theory of a common descent of all Yoruba Obas and partly on the military strength of the old Oyo Empire which stabilized the day-to-day relations between the Obas and their states. The disintegration of the old Oyo Empire in the 19th century precipitated the Yoruba Wars and brought the full impact of the slave trade to the Yoruba people for the first time. It has been suggested that the slave trade, by introducing new economic factors which conflicted with the traditional constitutional arrangements, must take responsibility for the collapse of the old Oyo Empire. This view probably exaggerates the importance of the slave trade in the economy of the old Oyo Empire. At any rate, in explaining the collapse of the empire, we cannot neglect the internal politics within the empire itself, and between it and other Yoruba states. There were personal, constitutional, and political conflicts as well as the problems of an empire that 256 seems to have expanded beyond the limits of its administrative resources. While we focus attention on the wars and try to understand their causes and effects, it is also important to look at the way in which the different states were adapting themselves to the changing conditions of the 19th century. In their variety and their vitality, these adaptations showed that in spite of the wars, the Yoruba states and their internal structures were far from degenerate. A state like Abeokuta with acute constitutional problems welcomed missionaries and other aspects of European influence without destroying her traditional social and political institutions. Ibadan provides an even more instructive example of adaptation. In the second half of the 19th century, Ibadan went near assuming the mantle of Old Oyo by creating a really powerful state. What is most interesting is not only the size and the nature of the republican administration of Ibadan and its empire but also the basis of its economy. It depended not on the overseas slave trade but on the exploitation of domestic slaves recruited from wars. The slaves were used in farming plantations in hamlets around the city or drafted into armies which on annual exercises went to war to recruit more slaves. By creating a large empire, Ibadan brought under its control a great number of towns and villages which paid tribute in cowries or in kind, and whose resources were used to purchase arms and ammunition along the coast. Of all West African states, Dahomey was the most dependent on the slave trade and therefore the most hard-hit economically by abolition. But nevertheless, Dahomey was far from being a degenerate state in the 19th century. In the opening decade, a number of political crises showed the magnitude of the economic depression. In 1797 the king was assassinated, but his supporters succeeded in maintaining the dynasty. In 1818 his successor was deposed during the annual festival, and this time a new dynasty was established. Yet Dahomey revived under the new dynasty. The army was improved and a corps of semi-professional troops was introduced. Dahomey became independent of Oyo and was thus in a position to exploit the new opportunities created by the collapse of the old Oyo Empire. The king maintained close collaboration with Brazilian traders along the coast. While resisting the abolition of the slave trade, Dahomey went on seeking to 257 control Egbeto and other areas in order to capture legitimate trade. It also developed plantations near the capital to improve the food supplies for the increasing population of Abomey. This increase of population, as well as the long reigns of the kings and the absence of disputed successions for the rest of the century, showed the reality of the Dahomey revival. It took the French 2 years, 1892 to 94, to bring the kingdom down. Asante at the beginning of the 19th century provides the least excuse for the theory of a general decline. It is true, however, that when the British conquered the country at the end of the 19th century they destroyed its imperial system. Those who approached Asante history through its institutions as they existed at the beginning of the 20th century therefore painted a picture of an empire without an imperial system. They argued that one major reason why the British frequently had to intervene in the country's affairs and go to war against it in the 19th century was because of its internal disunity. However, recent writings based upon a historical study of the institutions as well as closer examination of the written records of visitors to Asante show that, far from declining, Asante in the early 19th century was expanding and improving its imperial administration. There were two types of administrations within the empire. First there were the so-called Amanto states, the original Asante clans who formed the union at the end of the 17th century. Among these states Kumasi the capital and its king the Asantehene were only leaders among equals. There was frequent conflict between the most powerful of the states like Mampung and Juaban and the expanding imperial ambitions of the Asantehene. This conflict often provided opportunities for interference. However, in the vast areas brought under control by the Asante, the Asantehene from the second half of the 18th century onwards began to develop a new administrative service dependent upon himself in contrast to hereditary chiefs within the Amanto states. The king developed a bureaucratic class from which people were appointed to offices on merit. These officials could be transferred or dismissed at will. It was such people who represented the king in the conquered provinces and districts as well as in diplomatic relations with Europeans and the coastal states. Similarly, the king began to establish special regiments, for example, a small cavalry. 258. Force recruited from Hausa and Malinke mercenaries and others. Probably the most remarkable aspect of this imperial administration was the efficiency of its financial arrangements. A large and efficient body of officials levied and supervised the collection of tribute, tolls and death duties. They supervised the state enterprise in trading, mining and the collection of ivory. It was essentially because of the efficiency of this administrative system that the Asante could withstand abolition of the slave trade as well as military, diplomatic, and economic pressures from Britain throughout the 19th century and, even after repeated conquests, were still able in 1900 to put up a good fight. The states of the Western Sudan. I have already emphasized that in the states of the Western Sudan there was much more continuity from the golden era of Songhai to the 19th century, and from the pre-jihad states to those created by the Islamic revolutions, than is often suggested by the Arabic sources. Bornu in the early 19th century appeared weaker than it was in the 17th century. Our rather patchy knowledge suggests that even though Bornu continued to exact tribute from some of the Hausa states, its military might had declined and the area had shrunk over which the Mai could exercise control. It has also been suggested that the monarchy itself declined, the Mais no longer led their troops to war, all 6 Mais of the 18th century died in their capital, they were devoting too much attention to their harems as well as the arts and literature, and they left administration in the hands of a new bureaucracy. It was thus relatively easy for the Fulani reformers to sack the capital and drive Mai Ahmed into exile. Yet when Bornu found a leader in Al-Kanamai, he showed that the kingdom could be reformed and adapted to changing conditions. Bornu lost some territory to the Fulani, especially Katagum and Haitjia, but Al-Kanamai had given it a new lease of life. He also showed that the charges of paganism with the implications of degeneration in religious, social, and political life, were not well founded. In spite of the relative ease with which the Fulani reformers took over control of the Hausa states from their Hev rulers, there has been no suggestion that the Hev states were decadent. The reformers of course often implied that the decline of Islam also 259 meant the decline of justice, fair taxation, and good government, true morality and the vitality of society generally. More usually, however, Fulani attacks were directed specifically at the rulers and not at society in general. There were many devout Hausa who joined the jihad. Hev society had provided opportunities and patronage to Muslim intellectuals. Katsina remained a famous center of learning, and the Fulani themselves developed a learned and an administrative class. Opportunities for learning apart, the Fulani did not underrate the military strength of the Hev states. Gobir in particular had expanded in the 18th century, though largely at the expense of other Hausa states. Fulani success was by no means quick and easy, and it was never complete. Hev centers of resistance survived throughout the 19th century at Argungu, Maradi, Abuja, and other places. In short, Fulani success is to be explained not in terms of the decadence of the Hev states, but in terms of their disunity in the face of Fulani cohesion, and the revivalist enthusiasm that the Fulani generated among large numbers of Hausa, Tuareg, and others. The continuing vitality of Hev political institutions may be seen in the extent to which these were carried over, though with modifications, into Fulani administration. The Fulani rulers discovered that many of the practices they had condemned in the Hev administration, like taking presents and showing respect to birth, were, for the age and society, normal administrative procedures which they themselves soon adopted. It is also remarkable that in terms of culture and language the Hausa were ultimately to conquer their conquerors. Whereas the Hev rulers remained at least nominally Muslim, the rulers of the Bambara states, as we have seen, were pagan. At the beginning of the 19th century, there was great rivalry between Sego and Karta, which occasioned many wars which feature prominently in the accounts of the explorers. But the same explorers were impressed by the size and the commercial activities of capital cities like Sego. These Bambara states provided continuity in the western Sudan in spite of the Moroccan conquest. Along with Mossi and other states resistant to Islam, they also demonstrated that the vitality of the states of the western Sudan was not due to Islam alone. Yet the advantages of Islam should not be underrated. In providing a written language, a literate and learned administrative. 260. Class and, above all, a bond of union that cut across ethnic considerations, Islam was a powerful factor in nation building in West Africa. The 18th century saw the revival of Islam in the theocratic states of Fouta-Djallon and Fouta-Toro. From these two revivalist centers, Islam began to penetrate into the Wolof and Sierra states of Senegambia, and the Sierra Leone hinterland. Between 1804 and 1810 the Muslim revival had great success in the Hausa states. In 1818, in Masina, another theocratic state was created out of a vassal province of Sego. From 1858 onwards Alhaj Seven Umar conquered the rest of the Sego Empire and Karta and absorbed Masina itself. Later Samora Touré's conquests were to give Islam a further push into the forest belt of West Africa. These new Muslim states involved yet another series of adaptations in West Africa. Not only did they lead to a revival of Islam, they also brought about new political and cultural unities. In fact, these adaptations were important in seeing the states of the Western Sudan through changing economic circumstances that were only slightly less acute than on the coast. European anti-slavery activities to the south and in North Africa and the gradual penetration of the Western Sudan from both directions, soon began to interfere with the traditional pattern of trade. The revival of Islam and the new impetus in the Islamic states created more commercial opportunities in the Western Sudan itself and a new drive for commercial links with the south which gradually replaced the declining trans-Saharan trade. It remains to add that the religious fervor of the Islamic revolutions did not always last very long and the ideals of justice and good administration were not always achieved. The successors of the reformers became a new ruling class grappling with the basic problems of administration, dynastic rivalries, good and bad officials and so on. But just as the Muslim reformers were biased in explaining their success over the pre-jihad rulers in terms of their moral superiority over the latter, the Europeans were equally wrong to explain their victory over the Muslim states in similar terms. The basic factor in the European conquest of West African states was not moral but technological superiority, in particular the Maxim gun to which the military ingenuity of the West Africans had no answer. Against the background of European technology, the West African states were backward. There were 261. No railways, no large boats on the rivers, no telegraphs for fast and easy communications, no portable and convenient currency and so on. On the average, too, the states were small. Especially in the forest areas, each European trader had to negotiate with a great many states before he could trade over a distance of 100 or 200 miles. But this is not to say that the states were static or declining or degenerate. As far as was compatible with the integrity of their culture and the safety of their sovereignty, they were willing all through the 19th century to adapt themselves to changing circumstances and to meet the new European challenge. However, when the argument turned from an economic and cultural challenge to a military and technological confrontation, naval blockades, military expeditions and Maxim guns, the West African states had no effective answer. 1815 The 19th century jihads. Jo Hunnick. Islam in 18th century Western Sudan. The fall of the Askia dynasty of Songhai in the 1590s before the impact of the Moroccan invasion, led to a rapid breakup of the far-flung empire that had been built up by Sunni Ali, and extended and consolidated by the first Askia, Alhaj Muhammad, ruled 1493 to 1528. At its height this empire is said to have included the eastern areas of the Mali Empire, the area adjacent to the banks of the Niger from Jen down to Kebai, the desert areas north of Timbuktu to the central Sahara and perhaps some areas of Haus Aland. Within this area were united for a period such diverse peoples as Sinink, Fulani, Tuareg, Songhay, Bozo, Arabs, and Hausa. The only unity the whole area possessed was that of a strong ruler with a well-organized system of provincial governors. Islam, though the religion of many, but by no means all, or even perhaps a majority, of the peoples, was not sufficiently strongly established to provide an effective bond in the face of an attack on the center from a major foreign power. In the event, the Moroccan pashas of Timbuktu were only able to establish their sovereignty over the riverain area between Gao and Timbuktu, and with varying degrees of success over Jen. The other areas which had been incorporated into the Songhay Empire by conquest broke off and re-established their independence. Songhay, then, was the last major empire of the medieval Western Sudan, and no other comparable empire was to be seen until the Jihad of Usuman Dan Fodio established one based on Sokoto in the early years of the 19th century. With the political disintegration of the great medieval empires of the Western Sudan, the fortunes of Islam in general fell, and the 17th and 18th centuries witnessed the proliferation of smaller states in which Islam was not generally the major force. In those areas where Islam had once been strong, there was an increasing tendency to seek accommodation with local custom even when directly opposed to the law of Islam. The days when the rulers sought the advice and counsel of their Muslim scholars. 263. And jurists had gone. Instead, the rulers, while formally declaring themselves Muslims, sought to accommodate local custom and practice and to produce some kind of synthesis between Islam and indigenous religious traditions and customs. It is against this background that we must consider the three great jihad movements of the 19th century, which all aimed at reforming the syncretist situation which had grown up, and at re-establishing Islam as the state religion and mode of government. In considering these movements, more attention will be paid to the Jihad of Usuman Dan Fodio than either that of Sekou Amadou or Al-Hajj Umar, partly because a good deal more is at present known about it, and partly because it remains until this day a living tradition of reform and the basis of the administrative system which still exists in northern Nigeria in the form of the Emirates and their native authorities. However, it is necessary to stress the tentative nature of conclusions drawn in this chapter about the jihad movements. Serious study of these movements has only just begun, and many of the written documents in Arabic have not yet been properly studied. Fortunately, a number of scholars are now engaged in studies of these movements, so that it may well be that in a few years' time our picture of the 19th century Islamic movements will have changed considerably. At the outset, it may not be out of place to review the concept of jihad in Islam before seeing how it was interpreted and put into practice in 19th century West Africa. Jihad is a religious duty prescribed by the Quran and endorsed by the Sunnah, or received tradition of the sayings of the Prophet. It is, however, a collective duty incumbent upon the Muslim community at large as opposed to an individual duty, such as the 5 daily prayers, the Ramadan fast and the pilgrimage to Mecca, required of every individual Muslim. That is to say, the duty is accomplished if some members of the community undertake it on behalf of the whole. Muslim jurists divided the world into two parts, the abode of Islam and the abode of war, that is the territory not under Muslim rule. It is the duty of every Muslim to summon the unbelievers to embrace Islam. If they accept the invitation, then they become members of the Muslim community and their territory becomes part of the abode of Islam. If they refuse, then 264. They should be fought against. If they are defeated, those captured in war become slaves and their goods become booty which goes into the Muslim state treasury. The ordinary citizens of a land so conquered are allowed to continue following their old religion but come now under the status of protected persons. Such people are required to pay a per capita tax and a tax on their lands, but are in return given military protection and not asked to join the Muslim army. The jihad, then, is to be undertaken against the unbelievers, i.e. all those who do not declare themselves Muslims. This seems perfectly straightforward, but not half a century passed in the history of Islam before disputes arose as to who was a Muslim, and certain extremist groups sought to denounce other Muslims as unbelievers because they did not accept some of their stricter tenets. This problem of who was a Muslim and who was not was the basis of the theological rationale of the 19th century jihad movements, and an understanding of this problem is fundamental to our understanding and interpretation of the jihads. The Sokoto Jihad. By the middle of the 18th century, Zamfara was the leading power of the Rima River system, having superseded Kebai in the early years of the century. However, Zamfara itself was soon to be eclipsed by the rising power of Gobir. In the second half of the 18th century, Gobir sacked Birnin Zamfara and established its own capital at Ulkalawa, some 25 miles downstream from Birnin Zamfara. By the end of the 18th century, however, Gobir itself had grown weak, and under Nafata, c. 1796–1802, there was disorder. Zamfara was in revolt, Katsina was raiding, and Kebai's allegiance had become uncertain. Within the area of northwestern House Aland were large groups of Fulani who had migrated over the centuries from the Fouta Toro area of Senegal. Many had settled in towns and villages and intermarried with the Hausa population, others were semi-nomadic. Both these groups were mainly Muslim. There were also purely nomadic pastoral Fulani who in the main were not Muslims. The two main concentrations of Fulani were one to the east of Birnin Kebai, politically dependent on Kebai, and the second grouped round Birnin Kenai. Between these two groups lay two other 265 Fulani-speaking groups who were considered cousins to the Fulani, the Turankawa, claiming some Arab blood, and the Solebawa who had some admixture of Mandingo blood. It was to the Turankawa that Yuzuman Danfodio registered belonged, tracing his descent from a certain Musa Yakalo, who had migrated from Fouta Toro in perhaps the 15th century. The ancestors of Danfodio, or the Shihua, as he is commonly called, had settled in Kenai originally. In the early 18th century they moved to Maratha, and sometime after the birth of the Shihu in 1754 had moved to Digal, to the north of the present Werno and on the other side of the river. The Turankawa were a strongly Muslim group, many of whose members were teachers and preachers. In fact they constituted something like a missionary clan. The Shihu himself was a very erudite man, as were many of the members of his family, and had undertaken a deep study of Islamic law, theology, and mysticism, all through the medium of the Arabic language, which was, and is, the common medium of scholarship amongst all Muslim peoples. The Muslims in House Aland fall into two groups, those based primarily on the towns and those based outside the main centers who were nomadic or semi-nomadic. The former, who were largely Hausa or settled part Hausa Fulani, were closely bound to the obligations of their settled society and had, through these circumstances, come to accommodate a great deal of non-Islamic practice into their expression of Islam. It was clearly in their better interests to keep the favor of the ruler. The latter, who were largely Fulani or Tuareg, lived a life independent of the towns and, particularly in the case of the Fulani, divorced from the pagan culture of their kin. They thus depended on Islam for their values, ambitions, and their sense of security. In the final analysis, it was the clash of outlook between these two groups that led to the jihad. During the course of the jihad campaigns and the establishment of Sokoto power, no doubt many other and mixed motives were present, both among the leaders and among the rank and file who joined in the jihad, but there seems no reason to doubt that the Shihu himself was absolutely sincere in his ideals of reviving Islam and setting up an Islamic system of government and social order along lines which he considered to be orthodox. In order to appreciate this, we must, therefore, first examine the career of the Shihu up to the time of his declaration of jihad, and 266 8,000 years of West African history. See how far the movement fits into a more general pattern of Islamic reform in the Western Sudan. In his early years the Shihu studied the Islamic sciences under his father and his uncles, and while still continuing his studies began to preach in Digal around 1774–5 at the early age of 20. Soon afterwards he began to go on preaching tours, one of which took him to Kebai. He also spent 5 years in Zamfara, teaching and preaching. During the 1780s he also had some contacts with the rulers and visited Bawa the Sultan of Gobir to explain to him the doctrines of Islam. This certainly increased his prestige among the people. though he did not allow himself to become tied to court circles which would have inhibited his freedom to preach and exhort as he wished. By the late 1780s the Shehu had built up a considerable following, and there were already signs of strain in his relationship with the rulers. In 1788-9 the Sultan of Gobir plotted to kill him but failed. He then tried to buy his goodwill, but instead the Shehu seized the opportunity to obtain some concessions from Bawa, chief among which were the right to preach freely and the promise that those who responded to his preaching would not be subjected to pressure. At this point it is not clear whether the Shehu had the idea of a jihad clearly in his mind. However, he continued his preaching tours and the building up of his following, who came to be known as his Jama'at, community, that is, those who were convinced by his preaching and prepared to accept his spiritual leadership. The Shehu not only gained new adherents during his preaching tours, but students also came to reside at Dagal. The Shehu also spread his teachings through widely distributed pamphlets in Arabic and poems in Hausa and Fulani. The Shehu, in addition to being a scholar and teacher, was also a mystic, belonging to the brotherhood called the Qadiriyya, named after its founder Abd al-Qadir, a 12th century saint of Baghdad. At the mystic age of 40 he claimed that he received a vision instructing him to unsheath the sword of truth. The effect of this was that by 1795 he began to preach that the preparation of arms is a sunnah, a recommended practice, sanctioned by the Prophet's usage. The new Sultan of Gobir, Nafata, who came to power in about 1796, tried to arrest the situation of potential conflict by seeking to restrict the Shehu's powers and curb the activities of his Jamde. 267. He proclaimed that nobody except Dan Fodio, among the Jamde, should be allowed to preach, that there should be no more conversions to Islam, and that those who had not been born Muslims should recant. Finally he forbade men from wearing turbans and women from wearing veils. The last privation was no doubt aimed at demoralizing the Jamde, since the wearing of turban and veils was considered a sunnah and seems to have been the distinctive dress of the Jama'ah and a unifying symbol of the group. By the turn of the 19th century, however, the Shehu's power had grown to the extent that he had groups of supporters scattered throughout Gobir, Zamfara, and Kebai who were willing to come to his support at a moment of trouble. It was this widespread allegiance to him and his ideals which was to be crucial when the final clash with authority came in 1804. In 1802 Nafata was succeeded by his son Yunfa, who proved to be even more harsh in his attitude towards the Jama'ah, and he soon decided on a trial of strength. At the turn of the year 1804 Yunfa came into conflict with Abd al-Salam, a non-Fulani supporter of the Shehu, and attacked him and his followers. Members of the Shehu's Jama'ah came to his aid, and Yunfa planned a reprisal on them but asked the Shehu and his family to move away from Dagal so as not to become involved. The Shehu refused but instead ordered his Jama'ah to emigrate from the land of Gobir to Gudu, which was outside of Gobir territory. The decision to emigrate to perform the Ijra was full of significance and could only lead to open hostility. This brings us back again to the Islamic doctrine which lay behind the jihad and the interpretation which the Shehu gave to it. The basic doctrine which the Shehu explained and elaborated upon in numerous pamphlets and books is as follows: a Muslim should not willingly dwell in a land of unbelief, but if he has the means at his disposal should emigrate from it to the abode of Islam. Those Muslims dwelling in the abode of Islam should wage the jihad against those in the abode of war, the unbelievers. This is the more urgent if the unbelievers are making a pretense of Islam which may lead others astray, or are claiming their actions to be in the name of Islam while in fact they contradict the law of Islam. Furthermore, Muslims should come to the aid of other Muslims who are being attacked or oppressed by unbelievers. These ideas are not new to Muslim thought, nor were they new in the Western. 268. Sudan, for al-Maghili, the late 15th century preacher and scholar, had reiterated them in a series of replies to questions put to him by Askia al-Hajj Muhammad of Gao round about the year 1500. The Shehu was deeply read in Islamic law and had carefully studied the replies of al-Maghili, which provided the only authority from a Sudanese context. The doctrine itself begs the much more difficult question of who is a believer, and in the situation of the early 19th century House Aland this was not a simple matter to decide. Indeed, it led to a great deal of rather inconclusive argument with Al-Kanami when the jihad later extended to Bornu. The extremist view that the commission of grave sins made a man an unbeliever had been preached in and around House Aland by a certain Jibril ibn Umar who had been one of the Shihu's teachers. The Shihu, however, was more moderate and did not accept this view of Jibril. The Shihu sought to argue that Gobir was infidel territory on three main counts. 1. The ruler, by his action, had shown himself not to be a Muslim, and a land is to be considered a land of Islam or a land of unbelief according to the religion of its ruler. 2. The unbelief of the Sultan of Gobir was shown by the way in which he followed certain un-Islamic practices such as the veneration of rocks and trees, consultation with magicians and soothsayers, the imposition of illegal taxes, the banning of the wearing of the veil for women, etc. 3. The ruler had shown himself not to be a Muslim by the fact that he had attacked and persecuted Muslims. The call to emigrate then went out to the Shihus Jama'at, and from all over the country they began to move towards him. The Cold War, which had been in existence between the Gobir rulers and the Jama'at for nearly 15 years, now led to open hostilities through the attack of Yunfa, who, by his action, had identified himself with the unbelievers. There seems little doubt that the Shihu's followers did sincerely regard their opponents as unbelievers, and that the preaching of the Shihu and his writings on this subject were effective. During the first few months after the era there was a lull, during which time the only military action was the capture of Matankari and Kanai by the Shihu's forces. Then in June 1804 came the first major engagement with Gobir forces at Tabkan Quato, some 20 miles to the southwest of Gudu. Although 269. The Gobir army was superior in numbers, with 100 heavy cavalry. The superior morale and determination of the Shihu's forces, who were fighting for their own survival as a group and for their faith, won the day, and Yunfa's army was routed. The effect of this victory on the Shihu's support was considerable. The Sola Bawa now came to the side of the Shihu, and the Kebai Fulani came into active alliance. From now on the Shihu's cause came to be more closely identified with the Fulani, and this may well have cost him the support of some of the Hausa, especially since his need to feed his army inevitably led to pressure on the peasants. The character of the jihad had already changed. At the very first the army had consisted largely of members of the Shihu's Jama'at, pious men and scholars. The pastoral Fulani who had now entered into the forces were no doubt less actively interested in the ideals for which the Shihu was fighting, and were more in the nature of mercenary troops for whom the campaigns were a source of material enrichment. It is clear that as time went on the Shihu found it increasingly difficult to keep a check on these elements, and he wrote a number of pamphlets and booklets in which he explained, for example, the correct way in which to divide the booty in accordance with Islamic law. At the beginning of the dry season of 1804-5 the Shihu's forces moved up into the dry season pasture lands near the Gobir capital Ul-Kalawa. It was here that the Gobir forces with Tuareg support put in their counter-attack at Tsunsua in December 1804, defeating the Shihu and killing at least 2,000 of his followers. The Shihu's forces were not, however, dispersed and, recovering from the defeat, moved down into Zamfara territory in early 1805 in search of food and a more friendly environment. From Sabangari, where they camped, a successful expedition was sent against Kebai led by the Shihu's brother Abdullahi and the army commander Ali Jeddo. The Shihu's son, Muhammad Bello, also headed an expedition against Gobir. The capture of Bernan Kebai and the defeat of the Kebawa in April 1805 made possible the move in September 1805 to Gwandu, which was to become a permanent base for the jihad. From there contact was established with the Muslim leaders in Katsina, Kano, Dora, and Zamfara, who met with Muhammad Bello in the dry season of 1805-6 and swore oaths of allegiance to the Shihu. From Gwandu the campaigns continued to Yuri. 270. Borgu, Dendi, and Bachi. After the harvest of 1805 in October a major expedition was launched against the Gobir capital Ul-Kalawa. An army was sent from Gwandu under Muhammad Bello and Ali Jeddo, another came up from Zamfara while a third approached from Katsina led by Umar Dalaji, who was the first emir of Katsina. Surrounded on all sides, the walled town of Ul-Kalawa fell to the Shihus' combined forces in October 1808 and the Sultan of Gobir was killed. The fall of Ul-Kalawa was the turning point in the military history of the jihad, and resistance to the Shihu was swiftly undermined as news of the defeat spread. While the initial phase of the jihad was now over in House Aland, the conflict had now spread to Bornu. Local Fulani Muslim groups had already been engaged in conflict with pagans in Gam and Bachi, and it is probable that there had been conflicts between them and the Bornu authorities. Two leaders arose, Buba Yero in Gam and Bai Abdur in Haitjia on the western borders of Bornu, and Fulani began to emigrate to these leaders. When the rulers of Katsina, Kano, and Dora had appealed to the Mai of Bornu for aid against the Shihu, the Mai had sent troops which were, however, blockaded and defeated by the Ardo Lurlama, through whose territory they had to pass. Prior to this there had been no conflict between the jihad leaders and Bornu. Now, however, the Sokoto leaders began to become increasingly involved in Bornu, though no definitive conquest ever came about. The Mai had written to ask about the reasons for the jihad, and in his reply Muhammad Bello had asked him not to aid the Hausa rulers, whom he condemned as unbelievers, against the Muslim armies of the Shihu. The Fulani Muslim leaders in Bornu also corresponded with Bello and mentioned the un-Islamic practices which were current among the Muslims of Bornu. There arose a protracted but inconclusive correspondence between Bello and Al-Kanamai, who was himself a scholar of some standing, in which Bello sought to prove that Bornu was a pagan land because of the pagan customs which were tolerated there. Al-Kanamai defended his state against this charge with skill registered, but Bello was able to fall back on the charge that Bornu had proved itself pagan by coming to the aid of the pagan rulers of some of the Hausa states. To this Al-Kanamai did not reply in detail. The paper war was as inconclusive as the armed struggle, for while the Bornu capital Bernan Engizaragama was 3 times captured, it was also 3 times 2I7L. Recaptured by Al-Kanamai's forces, and after 1810 there was no serious attempt to bring Bornu into direct military submission to Sokoto, though raids continued. In 1812 the Shihu, who had in 1809 moved to Sifawa, about 20 miles south of Sokoto, divided the administration of the nascent empire between his brother Abdullah and his son Muhammad Bello. The latter, whose territories included Zamfara, Katsina, Kano, Dora, Bachi, and Katagam, based himself at Sokoto, which he had established in 1809, while Abdullah, who was to control Nub, Dendi, Borgu, Ilorin, and Liptako, stayed at Bodinga, 2 miles from Sifawa, until the Shihu's death in 1817 when he moved to Gwandu. The Shihu himself had never taken an active part in the military campaigns. He was already 50 years old when the jihad began and was, by nature, a scholar and teacher rather than a warrior or administrator. He was given the title Amir al-Mu'minin, commander of the believers, the supreme title of the Muslim leader of a wide area, by general consent, at the outset. From then on his main role was to advise and counsel his army commanders and administrators on how to undertake the jihad according to the strict dictates of the Islamic law and how to administer their provinces in the same way. It has sometimes been asserted that the Shihu was an Islamic primitivist and that he wished to restore the kind of situation that had existed during the life of the Prophet and the first 4 caliphs. This is certainly a misconception of his thinking, for while he looked always to the sayings and deeds of the Prophet and his immediate followers as inspiring examples for emulation, he nevertheless looked more to the later law books, written centuries after the Prophet's death, to see how the scholars had interpreted the divine law and what rules they had laid down for the working of the judiciary, the collection of taxes, the administration of markets, the organization of the treasury, and so on. He thus accepted in full the later organizational development of the Islamic State as part of the essence of the religion. He also accepted the idea of the Sufi, mystic, brotherhoods with their accompanying litanies and cult of saints, through whom intercession with God might be sought. The administration of the new empire was established in a somewhat haphazard fashion. When expeditions were sent out to specific areas, the commander was given a flag of authority by the Forfi Shihu. Once these flag-bearers had successfully carried out their campaigns and established their power, they were confirmed in this and made lieutenants or emirs. In some cases local Muslim leaders came to Sokoto to receive a flag and the Shehu's authority to carry on the jihad in his name in their own areas. All these flag-bearers but one, Yak bin Bachi, were Fulani, but this is perhaps not surprising since the main military strength of the jihad came from the Kanai and Kebai Fulani leaders and the leaders of the Solebawa and Alabawa, who were able to call upon large resources of warriors. The history of the jihad after the death of the Shehu and the accession to power of his son Bello as successor in 1817, is the history of the individual emirates rather than that of Sokoto. Although Sokoto maintained an overall hegemony, most of the emirates were, in practice, semi-autonomous, tribute-paying subordinates under the shadow of the caliphal authority of the Sultan at Sokoto. The Jihad of Seku Amadu. The Masina area to the south of the lacustrine region of the Niger, which lies upstream from Timbuktu, is crossed by several branches of the Niger. Within the area, at the beginning of the 19th century, resided a number of different peoples including the Muslim Fulani and Sinink, side by side with the pagan Bambara and Bozo and some pagan pastoral Fulani. It was an area of direct confrontation between Muslims and non-Muslims and therefore a potential area of disturbance. The ruling clan of Masina was the Fulani Diallo, who were rivaled by another clan, the Sangar, to which Seku Amadu belonged. Seku Amadu, who was born in 1775, received a traditional Muslim religious education and early in his life began to travel. In 1805 he had been in House Alund, at the time when Dan Fodio was embarking upon his jihad. This no doubt provided him with the inspiration to challenge the leaders of his own area and later to proclaim his own jihad. On his return he settled in a small village near Jen but was expelled from there by the Arma. The rulers of the town descended from the Moroccans who conquered the Songhai Empire in 1591. He then settled in Sebra and taught there, gathering around him a group of ardent disciples, as Dan Fodio had done at Diggle. One day one of his students killed the son of the ruler, Ardo, of Masina, who sought to revenge this death. 273. And called upon the Bambara ruler of Segu, to which he was a tributary, to assist him against Seku Amadu. This brought the tension to a head, for the ruler of Segu was a pagan and the fact that a Muslim ruler, the Ardo of Masina, had called upon a pagan to aid him against a Muslim, Seku Amadu, would be sufficient for him to be branded as a pagan. This is closely paralleled by the views of Dan Fodio on Al-Kanami's aid to the Hausa rulers against him. Seku Amadu had already sent two of his brothers to Sokoto in 1817 and they returned the following year with flags and letters of investiture to carry on the jihad in Masina. Seku Amadu therefore proclaimed his jihad with this moral support, but having obtained it, continued his struggles completely independent of Sokoto. The people of Jen, a long-standing city of Islam, sought his protection, but when he sent representatives to rule in his name they were killed by the Arma. Seku Amadu then besieged the town and captured it. He established a new capital at Hamdallahi, 1819, and during the following years until his death in 1844 built up an empire which embraced the whole of the river region between Jen and Timbuktu and some areas to the east and west. The empire of Seku Amadu was remarkable, not for its territorial extent, which was not enormous by Sudanic standards, nor its longevity, for it was largely broken up by Al-Hajj Umar in 1862. Rather it was remarkable for its well-organized administration and the firmly Islamic stamp which it bore. This Islamic character created an atmosphere of zealousness which helped to make the later jihad of Al-Hajj Umar more acceptable. Executive, legislative and judicial power in the state registered was vested in a Grand Council which consisted of 40 learned men with a further 60 assistant arbitrators. At the head of this body was a Privy Council of 3, consisting of Seku Amadu and 2 members of the Grand Council. The age of the councillors was to be about the mystical age of 40. In cases of conflict within the Grand Council, 40 were chosen at random from the 60 arbitrators and their decision was final. No decision was ever to be taken that was not in accord with Islamic law. He also appointed an emir and a qadi to each province and organized a state treasury, taxes being raised by harvest tithes, war booty, fines and confiscations and legacies. Before his death he nominated his son Amadou as successor and he ruled until his death in 1852. Amadou himself nominated his 274 son as successor, but it was during his reign that the great conqueror Al-Hajj Umar invaded. Although Amadou III allied himself with the Bambara of Sego and the Kunta Arabs, he was defeated by Al-Hajj Umar, who entered Hamdallahi in 1862 and put Amadou III to death. The Jihad of Al-Hajj Umar. The man who largely broke up Sekou Amadou's empire, Al-Hajj Umar, had, in 1838, been his guest for a short while as he traveled westwards on his long drawn-out return from a pilgrimage to Mecca. Born in 1794 in Futa Toro, Umar ibn Said Tal set out on a pilgrimage in the 1820s. It was during his stay in Mecca that he was initiated into the newly formed Tijaniya mystic brotherhood by a certain Sidi Muhammad Ghali, who was a deputy of the founder of the order Ahmad al-Tijani, died 1815. Al-Hajj Umar became a zealous adherent of the brotherhood and was himself made a deputy, Khalifa, and attained the highest rank within the order. On his return from the pilgrimage he stopped for a time in Bornu with Al-Kanami and then passed on to Sokoto, where he spent several years with Muhammad Bello and married one of his daughters. He also assisted him in the campaigns he was still fighting and thus acquired a considerable booty of slaves. There seems little doubt that the successful jihad of Uzuman Dan Fodio encouraged Al-Hajj Umar to think in terms of raising the jihad in his own territory. The Tijani Brotherhood was of an exclusivist nature and held as a doctrine its own moral superiority over other mystic brotherhoods and the superiority of the brotherhoods in general over other Muslims who were not attached to any. Under these circumstances, Al-Hajj Umar could not tolerate living side by side with pagans or those he considered to be pagans, nor could he even treat other Muslims on terms of equality. Al-Hajj Umar's jihad shows many parallels with that of Dan Fodio and, like the latter's jihad, some conscious modeling on the pattern of the Prophet Muhammad's struggles with the unbelievers of Mecca and his emigration, Hira, to Medina. In 1839 he settled in Futa Jalan with a following of disciples and for the next 9 years prepared himself for his jihad by gathering together an army of disciples, Talaba, all instructed in the Tijani doctrines and litanies. He also began to purchase firearms from the Atlantic coast. 1. In 1848 he emigrated, or made the hijrah, from Futa. 275. Jalan to Dingwaire accompanied by his disciples who were then named Muhajirina like the Mujahirin, the emigrants who followed Muhammad on his hijrah from Mecca to Medina. Those who came to his support at Dingwaire were named Lansaru like Al-Ansar who supported the Prophet in Medina. In 1862, after spending 40 days of meditation, Al-Hajj Umar received the call to sweep the country and launched his jihad. He tried to gain control of his native land, Futa Toro, but was repulsed, though his own people, the Tukulor, became his strongest supporters. In 1854 he entered Nero, but by now the French were a force to be reckoned with in the area, and 3 years later in 1857 they relieved the town of Medina which Al-Hajj Umar had been blockading. He now turned his attention to the Bambara kingdom of Sego and captured the town in 1861. He pushed on to attack the Fulani state of Masina, accusing the Muslims there of being hypocrites or nafig, from the Arabic munfig which was applied to the Muslims of doubtful loyalty in Medina in the days of the Prophet. He tried to impose his Tijani doctrines on a largely Qadari population and this proved his undoing. It provoked a strong reaction among the Fulani Muslims who were aided by the Kunta Arabs, the most strongly Qadari group in West Africa, and in the struggle Al-Hajj Umar lost his life, 1864. His attack on Sego could scarcely be called legitimate as he was attacking another group of Muslims, and he therefore sought to justify it. His main argument was that the ruler of Masina, Amadou III, had allied himself with the pagan ruler of Sego and that thereby he should be adjudged an infidel himself. This was the same kind of argument that Dan Fodio had used against Al-Kanami, who had sought to come to the aid of the Hausa sultans who were to be considered pagans. It is interesting that his second successor, Al-Tijani was prepared to call upon the pagan Dogan to aid him in reasserting his authority over Masina in 1874. Before his death Al-Hajj Umar designated his son Ahmed as successor, but he had not the authority of his father, and the various provinces of the empire were ruled in mutual independence by their governors. The breakup of the empire was brought about by the French, who began to move into the interior of the border as from 1878, and by the rising empire of the Mand Inca conqueror Samoril. The three great jihad movements of 19th century West. 276. Africa are certainly linked together in their sources of inspiration, and it is quite possible that the earliest, that of Dan Fodio, was itself partly inspired by early 18th century jihad movements in Futa Toro and Futajalan, but as yet no direct link can be shown. That of Dan Fodio differs from the other two in that Dan Fodio was not the military leader of the movement but the scholarly guiding hand in the background. He was concerned that the jihad be organized according to the strict dictates of Islamic law, and that the empire thus set up should follow the same principles. Siku Amadu and Al-Hajj Umar, on the other hand, were themselves men of action, and their jihads show a much less weighty intellectual approach. Again, Dan Fodio had with his family and community the necessary scholars to carry on in the same fashion after his death, whereas this does not seem to have been the case with the other two. He was able to lay the foundations of an administrative system which was solid enough to last down to the end of the 19th century, and which, in a very real sense, persists until today. The coming of the British to House Holland at the turn of the 20th century did not destroy the system, which had sufficient vitality to become the basis on which to rest a policy of indirect rule. The wave of deeper Islamization which that jihad set in motion proved to be solid and lasting, and the tide of Islamic influence it sent out is still today surging through Nigeria with undiminished vigor. Note on Fulani, Fulbe, etc. A number of names have been used by various writers to describe this people and their language. The word Fulani is actually the Hausa plural form, sing. Ba Filisi, indicating the people. In their own language they call themselves Fulo in the singular and Fulbe in the plural, hence the French term poules or poules. In Arabic they are known as Falata, sing. Falati, masculine, and Falatiyat, fem. Their language is correctly Fulfulda. A note on Samora Turi. CCG. If Messiah. In the first part of this chapter, the jihads led by Yuzuman Dan Fodio, Siku Amadu, and Al-Hajj Umar in the central and western Sudan during the 19th century were considered. There were in the same area during the same period other movements which also had an element of the religious in them. But these movements were not jihads in the same sense, for they were led by men who were neither Muslim priests nor teachers, nor moral and spiritual reformers. These men were imbued primarily with the idea of welding into single states the small and mutually hostile principalities of the neighborhood in which they lived, and of fostering and propagating Islam in the process. One of these leaders was Samorat ibn Lafia Turi, a man who has recently been described as one of the most remarkable figures in modern African history. Samora would appear to have been born between 1830 and 1835. His father was of Sanink origin and lived in Sanankoro, a village southeast of Kankan. Tradition maintains that Samora was at first a modest Diola, trader, but later, while he was still in his late teens, his mother, whom he adored, was held captive by a local chief. Out of filial piety, Samora, in order to serve out his mother's release, enlisted in the chief's army and thenceforth became a professional soldier. Before long, he won renown as a warrior, and soon conceived the idea of building an empire out of the numerous warring principalities in the area around the sources and upper course of the Niger. He defeated Famodu, the chief of Kilmadugu, and made Basanjago his capital in 1866. From there he gained control over the chieftaincies of Toran, Konya, and Wasolonk. Some years afterwards, in 1873, 279, he captured Kankan, and in 1874 he took the title of Al-Imami, Arabic, Al-Imam, the political and religious leader of a Muslim community. Samora's power later extended towards the neighborhood of Bamako and was felt north of the Niger. Ultimately his empire had for its neighbors the Tukulor Empire to the northwest, the Futijalan to the west, the Kingdom of Kindugu, Sikaso, to the east and the forest fringes of Sierra Leone and Liberia to the south. Samora was soon in collision with the French, whose penetration into the West African interior from their base in Senegal he stoutly resisted. The first clash occurred in February 1882. Initially Samora even gained new territory from the encounter, but a year later, in February 1883, the French occupied Bamako and came into direct conflict with Samora's advance party at a place near Sigayari. Samora was a military commander with considerable powers of organization and leadership. Indeed, Perez, one of his French adversaries, described him as the Bonaparte of the Sudan. Samora's army was very well organized. It consisted of 10 corps, corresponding to the 10 governments, stationed on the frontiers with the task of expanding the empire further and further each year. Each corps had a permanent group of professional soldiers made up of SOFA, regulars, and Delacaro, cadets. In time of war, each governor could levy troops from the villages on the basis of 1 to every 10 able-bodied men in each locality. In time of peace the majority of the troops reverted to being reserves, and spent the 6 months of cultivation and harvest in their home villages. The Almami himself had a guard of specially trained young men, about 500 in number. The regular troops cavalry, foot soldiers and special guard wore uniforms, usually consisting of a cap, tunic, and yellow trousers close-fitting at the ankles, with variation according to function and rank. There were also military workshops, with craftsmen capable of making and repairing all the parts of a quick-firing rifle. As a general, Samora revealed an excellent grasp of strategy and tactics. Like Sekou Amadou and other West African opponents of European imperial expansion, Samora had no artillery, but only quick-firing rifles which he obtained from French or English merchants in Senegal or Sierra Leone. He therefore avoided entrenching himself in fortified positions which could not 280 withstand heavy gunfire. Instead, he organized his forces into 3 groups. 1, with quick-firing rifles, was for defense and for fighting the French. Another, with breech loaders or chassepot rifles, was responsible for guarding the civilian populations and conducting their evacuation whenever necessary. A third, armed like the second, undertook the conquest of more territories towards the east where the Almami and his men could move if the need arose. In these circumstances the people changed their territory from year to year, moving ever eastwards into newly conquered regions. On the other hand, Samora's French adversaries found practically nothing left for them in the evacuated territory. It was in this way that Samora prolonged the resistance as far as possible. The French had calculated it would be over in a few weeks, but it lasted for several years. Samora carried his struggle with the French into the realm of diplomacy. In 1879 the Sierra Leone government sent a messenger to Samora and to the rulers of Futijalan and Dingwire. Samora received and entertained the envoy and thereafter tried adroitly to play off French imperialism against British imperialism, and vice versa. In 1885, he offered his acceptance of British protection to the British governor at Freetown if he could be assured of a constant supply of firearms. In consequence the French, alarmed at the prospect of eventual British occupation of the sources of the Niger, sent envoys to Samora in 1886 and 1887 and afterwards claimed that they had obtained his signature on each occasion to a treaty accepting French protection. This is improbable since he was not a man who would lightly alienate his sovereignty. 2 major developments would appear to have saved the situation eventually for the French. First, at about this time, 1886 to 1887, Samora appeared strong enough to capture Sierra Leone, hence the news of his treaties with the French caused grave disquiet in British official circles both in Sierra Leone and in Britain. Secondly, the British government accepted the validity of these treaties and did not interfere when the French finally decided to deal with Samora. Samora's military and diplomatic talent was matched by his political and administrative ability. His capital, Bisanjago, was remarkable for its relative comfort and exquisite cleanliness. Of this town Perez concluded, in a word, seen from a distance Bisandaugo has the fresh and smiling appearance of a vast farm. 281. Colony rather than the residence of that redoubtable chief of a vast empire. Perez also described the careful organization of the empire itself. Zamora based his administration on the village community. 20 villages or so were grouped into a district, of which there were 162 in all. Each district chief had 2 sofa, regular soldiers, to support and supervise him. The districts were then grouped into 10 governments, each under a governor who was a relative or companion of the almami, and who was assisted by a war chief, a religious leader and a jurist. As a device to foster unity, Zamora arranged that each district and government included family and ethnic groups which had previously been opposed to each other. To this end also, and to facilitate administration, political, religious and judicial matters were often decided at the village and district levels, but an appeal lay to the governor and finally to the almami himself. With regard to taxation and finance, the burden imposed on the people was even lighter than that prescribed by Islamic law. Each village simply cultivated a special field for the almami, and a tithe was levied on the gold extractors of Wasulu. These earnings, together with his personal wealth, the presents he received from his subjects and the booty, including slaves, acquired in war, enabled him to obtain the equivalent in foreign exchange for the purchase of horses from the Moors for his cavalry and of firearms from the Europeans, both of which he needed to consolidate his power. Zamora's piety and sincerity in Islamization have often been called in question. Admittedly, he was not learned in Islamic law and tradition as Yuzuman Danfodio or the Tukulor leaders. But he was a devout Muslim who wished to spread Islam through the length and breadth of his dominions, hence he took the religious title of Almami. He may have been less exacting in his religious demands than the jihad leaders, but he destroyed the groves and shrines and symbols of non-Muslims in conquered territory, built mosques, and compelled these non-Muslims to observe some at least of the practices laid down by the Quran. He even pressed the majority of his subjects, particularly the chiefs, to send their sons to school. Indeed, it is said that at times he would examine the pupils himself to ascertain their knowledge. And, where necessary, heavy fines recalled to obedience those, chiefs and elders, who did not conform to his orders. At all. 282. Events, the causes for which Zamora stood were attractive enough to draw many supporters to his standard. Besides the benefits of Islam, he also appealed to Inca solidarity and preached social equality. In this latter respect he went even further than Al-Hajj Umar in attacking the worldliness of the Inca chiefs. However, like the jihad leaders, Zamora too had followers who flocked to him in the hope of loot. This last point brings us to the weaknesses of Zamora's policies and practices. Although his military strategy enabled him to hold out for so long against the French, it also inflicted a great deal of suffering on his people who had to change territory every year for 7 years. The cumulative effect of this continuing mobility helped to break their resistance. In addition, as often happens with soldiers in such situations, thousands of Africans were enslaved by Zamora's troops, and in many places the existing politico-religious structure was overthrown, if not entirely destroyed. Furthermore, in the field of diplomacy and warfare Zamora failed to cooperate with other African leaders, particularly with Sekou Amadou, against the French, perhaps because he did not realize till too late that all of them were facing a common enemy. But the fault should not be laid entirely at Zamora's door. Rather than ally with Zamora, Amadou for instance preferred to reorganize his dominions not only for eventual defense against the French but to resist the challenge to his authority apparently posed by the rise of rival African leaders like Zamora. It has even been recently stated that as early as 1891 Zamora offered his alliance and support to Amadou, who however rejected it out of pride. The French columns, with their superior armament and technique, devastated the country between Kankan and Bela far more thoroughly than Zamora's ill-equipped troops could ever have done. And after the taking of Sikasso, thousands of the conquered were sold or distributed as captives by French troops. The eventual capture of Bobo Dioulasso made further retreat to the east impossible for Samora. The mobile populations who were already exhausted now had to live in restricted territory. Samora sued for peace. But on September 29, 1898, while negotiations were in progress, he was unsuspectingly captured by a small party of French riflemen mistaken for negotiators. Subsequently Samora was condemned, a verdict he never recognized, and deported 283 to the island of Agao, off the coast of Gabon, where he died 2 years later in 1900. The most striking tributes to Samora as a man, a statesman, and a strategist were paid by his French adversaries Barratier, Gallieni and Perez. His bitterest enemies themselves, wrote Perez of Samora, are unanimous in recognizing that he has never broken the word which he has given. He was, to the end, a man of honor. Although Bornu was ruled during the later decades of the 18th century by princes who were pious and unwarlike, voluptuous and ostentatious, she was still the undisputed mistress of the eastern section of the central Sudan. In the early 19th century, as we shall see, not only Kano and Zaria but also Dora and Katsina still owed at least nominal allegiance to Bornu and looked to her for help and support in times of crisis. The weaknesses which had developed in the empire towards the close of the 18th century were increased by a very severe pestilence which visited Bornu in Mai Ahmed's reign, 1793–1810, and carried off a great number of people, a plague which was popularly believed to have been announced by an eclipse of the sun which preceded it by 2 years. In the opening years of the 19th century Bornu became involved in the jihad of Yuzuman Dan Fodio, which started in the House estates. In 1804 the Hev rulers of Katsina and Dora began to gather forces which they hoped to combine with those of Kano to suppress Fulani risings in their domains, but they were defeated by the Fulani and their supporters while on their way to Kano, and, later in the same year, 1804, Katsina town itself was captured by the troops of Shehu Yuzuman. In consequence, Sarkin Dora fled to Bornu and Sarkin Kano also appealed to the same power, his suzerain, for help. In 1805, Mai Ahmed dispatched his Galadima, Kaigama, and Waziri, vizier, with token forces to help Kano. But the combined forces of Bornu and Kano were defeated by the Fulani troops at the Battle of Dan Yahya, an encounter which led to the fall of Kano itself. Encouraged by the early successes of the Shehu's forces, the Fulani in the ill-administered western marchlands of Bornu-Shira, Oyo, and Teshena strove to establish petty kingdoms of their own. They were led by 2 pastoral Fulani, Abdur and Ardo Lurlama. The activities of Abdur, and of his sons after him, led to the founding of the little Fulani emirates of Oyo and Haitjia. The rebellion of Lurlama, who was a son-in-law of the Mais Galadima, 285, eventually brought about the death of the Galadima and the destruction of his station at Nguru. Remembering the position and power of the Galadima in the long history of the Saifawa dynasty, we should appreciate that this was a serious disaster for Bornu. As a matter of fact, Nguru was not rebuilt until 1814, the title of Galadima was permanently discredited, and its duties eventually passed on to other functionaries. The second phase of the war in Bornu was carried out by 3 other Fulani leaders, Ibrahim Zaki, Buba Yero, and Gwani Mukhtar. Ibrahim Zaki conquered northern Shira in 1807 and Teshena in 1809, eventually these districts were combined in the Emirate of Katagum, whose capital was built in 1810. Buba Yero, a personal friend and disciple of Shehu Yuzuman, had received a flag from him as early as 1785 for operations in the Gongola Basin. His conquests resulted at long last in the establishment of the Emirate of Gam in 1824. Meanwhile, the exploits of Gwani Mukhtar had brought matters to a climax. He had been given a flag in 1806, and in 1808 he carried into successful execution a master plan. While Ibrahim Zaki was taking Shira and Teshena and Buba Yero was moving into West Bornu, Gwani Mukhtar moved north and attacked and captured the Bornu capital, Ngazaragamua. Mai Ahmed fled and appealed for aid to the only source of effective military force in the country, Muhammad al-Amin al-Kanamai, popularly known as Sheikh Layman. The rule of Al-Kanami. Al-Kanami was a Muslim scholar who had a closer connection with the Muslim world than even Shehu Yuzuman. As his name implies, he was of Kanam origin. His father was Sheikh Ninga, a famous Fezani Faji of Kanam extraction, but his mother came from Zuwila, also in the Fezan. Al-Kanami had made the pilgrimage and stayed for long periods in Medina and Egypt. With a small but well-organized force of Kanembu and Shuwa Arabs, he had successfully prevented any Fulani risings on the western shores of Lake Chad where he was residing. On receiving the Mai's appeal, Al-Kanami acted promptly. He sent a force under his son and, with the remnants of the Mai's forces, Ngazarigama was recaptured 9 months after its fall, 1809. 2 years later, however, Ibrahim Zaki, now with a flag and orders from Shehu Yuzuman, returned to the attack and pillage of Ngazarigama. 286. Once again, Al-Kanami saved the situation and drove Ibrahim Zaki back to his war camp south of Teshena. Thereafter the Fulani had scarcely any significant successes in their military engagements in Bornu. Al-Kanami, an intellectual and learned man, carried his contest with the Fulani into the field of diplomacy and scholarship. Muhammad Bello, the son of Yuzuman Dan Fodio, and other Fulani leaders had accused the Kanuri, as they had the Hausa, of reversion to heathenism, of professing Islam, making the confession of faith, praying and fasting and yet offering sacrifices to stones and trees, of professing the faith but refusing obedience to the law. To these charges were added others relating to more recent developments, namely, the supposed oppression of the Fulani minority in Bora and giving encouragement and support to Katsina, Kano and Dora. Al-Kanami opened correspondence with Bello and stated the case against the jihad in words so forceful and compelling that they are worth reproducing. Tell us therefore why you are fighting us and enslaving our free men. If you say we have done that to you because of your heathenism, then I say we are innocent of heathenism and it is far from our courtyard. If the performance of prayer, the giving of alms, knowledge of the unity of God, fasting, in Ramadan and the building of mosques is heathenism, what is Islam then? These buildings in which you have said the Friday prayer, are they churches, or synagogues, or fine temples? If they were not for Muslim rites, then why did you perform the prayer in them when you captured the capital? This is nothing but sheer contradiction. Among your greatest arguments for associating believers in general with heathenism is the practice of the emirs riding to some places for the purpose of offering sacrifices. As for this practice of the emirs, it is certainly a disgraceful and blameworthy innovation which should be forbidden and its doers chided. But those who are guilty of it are not to be branded as heathens, since not one of them claims that it is efficacious or intends by his act to associate other gods with God. The extent of their claim, which is due to their ignorance, is that sacrifice in these places is better than in others. There is Damietta, a great town among the Muslim towns between Egypt and 287. Syria, a place of learning and Islam. In it there is a tree to which the common people do as did the Ajam, non-Arabs. Nevertheless, none of the ulama, learned men, rose to fight them and none attributed heathenism to them. We have indeed heard of the qualities of Sheikh Uthman ibn Fudi and seen in his writings what is contrary to your actions. If this matter has its origins under his directions, then there is no power nor strength except with God, the Most High, the Most Glorious. Indeed we thought well of him before, but now, as the saying goes, we love the sheikh and truth when they agree, but if they disagree it is the truth that comes first. Under the leadership of Al-Kanami, Bornu entered upon a period of rehabilitation and reform. He had already won high esteem for the extreme uprightness and benevolence of his life, hence he easily brought his followers to believe that he was inspired by the vision of God to undertake the liberation of Bornu, and in the kingdom he insisted that the laws of Islam should be strictly observed. Al-Kanami's regime promoted the extensive propagation of Islam in various parts of Bornu, particularly in the western marchlands, a policy which had far-reaching implications for law and justice, for government and taxation in the kingdom. As more and more power shifted into his hands, it was possible for him to check the unacceptable accretions to the practice of Islam in Bornu and to lay a stronger emphasis on its status as the state religion. In the military sphere, after the discomfiture of the Fulani in Bornu, Al-Kanami defended the kingdom against fierce attacks by the Bajirmai, whom he was eventually able to overcome in 1824 with the help of the ruler of Fezzan. He then turned westwards towards the Hausa states, which he intended to regain for Bornu. In the same year, 1824, Al-Kanami fruitlessly attacked Ajayi and moved southwards to Katagum, whose emir fled. In 1825-6, he threatened Kano, but the Kanawa succeeded in diverting him southwards to Bachi. There he was victorious at first and captured a large part of the province. But he soon met with reverses. His troops were roundly defeated by the Fulani and their adherents, and he himself barely escaped with his life. In the same way, after the initial successes in Ajayi and Katagum, these emirates were permanently lost to Bornu. Eventually, after he had called 288 a halt to their expansion in the western marchlands, Al-Kanami decided, in about 1830, to come to terms with the Fulani. He wrote to Muhammad Bello, "We profess the same religion, and it is not fitting that our subjects should make war on each other. Between our two kingdoms are the pagan Bede tribes, on whom it is permissible to levy contribution. Let us respect this limit. What lies to the east of their country shall be ours, what lies to the west shall be yours. As for Munio, Damagaram, and Dora, they will continue to be vassals of the Sultan of Bornu, who in turn will surrender to you all his claims to Gobir and Katsina." Politically, Al-Kanami refused all titles for himself. He allowed the Mai to retain the pomp and ceremony of the ancient Saifawa court and to appoint his favorites to the traditional titles. But as head of the army, Al-Kanami was the effective ruler of Bornu, and he appointed his own men to the important administrative offices. Al-Kanami's position has been variously and appositely described as that of the power behind the throne or the mayor of the palace. However he is styled, Al-Kanami, although he scarcely realized this at the time, had founded a new Bornu dynasty which was to be named after him and which, in spite of vicissitudes, still reigns in Bornu to this day. Al-Kanami at first wielded power from Ngornu, on the western shores of Lake Chad, but the constant threat of inundation from the lake and the increasing difficulty of keeping himself in the background, made him build a residence for himself at Kuka in 1814, the place which was afterwards named Kukawa and became the capital of Bornu. Judicially, Al-Kanami acted as the highest judge in the land, thus bringing political and judicial functions more closely together in the state. He retained local courts and a court of appeal but did much of the adjudication himself. The effectiveness of his administration and the enlightened reforms which he introduced immensely improved the condition of the kingdom. Major Denham, who visited him in 1823, described Al-Kanami as a most extraordinary instance in the Eastern, Sudanese, world of fearless bravery, virtue, and simplicity. Al-Kanami's wide education had given him a knowledge of other countries which he now applied for the economic and social benefit of his own. Foreigners were welcomed at his residence, trade prospered, and the roads, as Denham again put it, were as safe as any, even in happy England itself. In return for his services. 289. Al-Kanami obtained from the son and successor of Mai Ahmed, Mai Dunamalefi Mai, 1810-11, 1814-184, some land and half the revenues of the reconquered provinces. This enabled him to resettle his Kanembu followers who subsequently intermarried with the Kanuri and became a permanent factor in Bornu society, with which they had been linked by history for so long. At long last the will of Kanem Bornu history had come full circle. In the 14th century Mai Umar ibn Idris, 1384-88, had been obliged by the Bulala to move westwards from the cradle of the kingdom, Kanem, to Bornu. In the 16th century Idris Katakarmabi, 1504-26, and Idris Aluma, 1571-1603, had recaptured the old Kanem capital of Njimi, but had recognized the autonomy of the kingdom by conferring the crown on its king, Muhammad. Now in the 19th century, a son of Kanem al-Kanemi had saved Bornu from disaster, resettled a number of Kanembu on Bornu soil and integrated them into Bornu society. One long-lasting effect of the Fulani invasion and the rise of al-Kanemi has been the legacy of jealousy and hostility which was bequeathed to the Bornu and Sokoto empires. The correspondence between al-Kanemi and Muhammad Bello, which we referred to earlier, increased in acrimony with the passage of time. In spite of al-Kanemi's resignation of the old Bornu's vassal house estates to Bello and his willingness to come to terms with the Fulani, and in spite of periods of rapprochement in the course of the century, there was little love lost between the houses of Danfodio and al-Kanemi throughout most of the 19th century and beyond. Sheikh Umar al-Kanemi died in 1835 and was succeeded by his son Sheikh Umar, who reigned till 1880. Mai had also been succeeded in 1818 by his brother Mai Ibrahim, 1818–46. Umar was peace-loving and at first was on good terms with the Fulani and the Bajir Mai. Nevertheless, he wanted to regain the western marchlands lost to Bornu by 1830, so in 1835–40 he resumed a forward policy in the area. He made expeditions against Jima'ar and Misa and against the Lir districts of Katagum. Then followed a stalemate. Subsequently, Umar's relations with Bello's son, Ali Baba, 1842–59, improved and Fulani raids into the western districts ceased. By 1846 Sokoto and Kyukawa had reached an agreement over the administration of these lands. 290. Umar had great difficulty in controlling the governors of the various provinces who wanted to be independent. Not unexpectedly, the partisans of the Safavid dynasty also wanted to restore the ancient ruling house and to overthrow the Kanemi rulers. Ibrahim, whose subsidy Umar had reduced on coming to power, had opened secret negotiations with the Sultan of Wada. During the absence of the Sheikh's troops on an expedition to Zindar, Muhammad Saleh, Sultan of Wada, and the malcontents of Bornu took advantage of the situation to invade the kingdom. On hearing this, Umar put Ibrahim in irons, gathered all the troops at his disposal and marched against the Wada army. But he was defeated at a place called Kisari at the junction of the Sheri and Lagan rivers. His vizier, Tyrab, was killed and his brother, Ali, taken prisoner. Umar had Ibrahim executed and himself took refuge in the western provinces. The Wada army ravaged Bornu and burned Kyukawa, but retired on the approach of the Bornu army from Zindar and on the Sultan's receipt of a sum of 10,000, Maria Theresa, dollars from Umar. In the meantime, before leaving Bornu for Wada, the Sultan had installed Ali Dalatumi, 1846, the 17-year-old son of Ibrahim ibn Ahmed, as Mai. Left to his own resources, the young man fought gallantly but could not resist for long the forces of Sheikh Umar. After a few months, Ali was defeated and killed at a place called Minarj on the Yobe. With him disappeared the last representative of the ancient Safavid dynasty which had reigned in Bornu for over 1,000 years. Another difficulty encountered by Umar came from his own brother, Abd al-Rahman, who disputed his right to the throne and was especially jealous of the influence of Umar's vizier, Al-Hajj Bashir, over the sheikh. A revolt broke out in 1853 in which Bashir was put to death. Umar was forced to abdicate and was exiled to Dikwe. Not long afterwards, however, the sheikh's piety and popularity raised a faction in his favor and his partisans soon defeated Abd al-Rahman and had him executed in 1854. Thereafter Umar reigned and ruled undisturbed till his death in 1880. While he was an upright man, who wished to see the country well administered and devoted himself to religious studies, Umar allowed himself to be dominated by those around him. After the death of his vizier, Bashir, he fell under the influence of the eunuch. 291. Shetima Abd al-Karim, who, in the name of the sheikh, was the real ruler of Bornu. The mayor of the palace had come into his own again. After Umar there were 3 other sheikhs, all his sons, Abulbukar, 1880-4, Ibrahim, 1884-5, and Hashim, 1885-93. All three continued to use the system of government established by Umar, which had several distinguishing features. The system of government. In government, although the ruler retained the title of sheikh instead of mai, he still maintained the mystique which obtained when spiritual and temporal power was combined in the same person. The sheikh appointed men dependent on him as his subordinates. He was surrounded by a council, the Nokana, whose members consisted of the Maina, princes of royal blood, and Koknawa, the new men. The council included the heir presumptive, the sons and daughters of the sheikh, great nobles, captains commanding troops, slaves, and eunuchs. The Koknawa were divided into two grades, the Kambe, men of free birth, and the Kakila, Kasela, eunuchs of servile origin. Indeed, the Kakila had come to play a very important part in Bornu politics, as eunuchs did in many Muslim courts. Shettima Abd al-Karim, for instance, was de facto master of Bornu for nearly half a century. One unfortunate consequence of this was that the people generally took little interest in public affairs. The Koknawa also served as administrative officials. They received no salaries but were given lands and governorships out of which they made as much as possible and gave the sheikh an annual present. Prominent among the officials was the Digma, a royal secretary in charge of foreign affairs and of an administrative district, but, after the changes under Umar, his position became merely nominal. There were also the Fujoma, the executioner and governor of the town of Ngornu, the Kajulma, the governor of the Yo, charged with the special duty of containing the Tuareg, and the Galadima, who before the jihad was entrusted with the administration of the western districts, but after the struggle in that area had exposed the existing maladministration, the governorship fell to a Kakila, the first being Abdullahi. Thus the dynastic changes which took place in Bornu in the middle of the 19th century did not really introduce an entirely new order, nor the formation of an entirely new type of 292. Islamic State. Changes were made in organization, but they were a continuation of tendencies which had long been in progress. As for military affairs, Umar maintained a regular army of 1,000 foot and 1,000 horse equipped with firearms, plus 3,000 men armed with spears and bows. In wartime all the provinces, including those inhabited by Shuwa Arabs, provided levies. Bornu's influence embraced two types of territory: extended Bornu, Bilal Kukawa, ruled directly, and vassal states, ruled by their own chiefs and subject to tribute of produce and slaves. The Kanuri country was governed directly by the sheikh's representatives. But subordinate states which retained their own chiefs were usually subject to the control of Bornu officials, and sometimes were represented at court by the sheikh's appointee. With respect to religion, the reforming zeal would seem to have evaporated after Al-Kanami, although Umar was a pious man. He still laid emphasis on Islam as the state religion, and Kukawa became like Ngazaragama before it, a center of Islamic culture. All the Kanuri proper were, of course, expected to be Muslims. The chief religious dignitaries were the Gadi Mainan Kihendi and the Talib Mainan Kihendi, as well as the greater and lesser Imam. Bornu under the sheikhs had great troubles and problems which marred its peaceful existence. As time went on, the great officials and tributary princes tended to do as they pleased. The Galadima, in particular, virtually declared himself independent. The Sultan of Zinder refused to pay tribute. The people of Wada made continual incursions into Bornu territory. In 1893, Rabah, a conqueror from Sennar in the eastern Sudan, leading a small, disciplined and efficient military force, defeated Bornu soldiers at the Battle of Ngala and took over the government of the kingdom. Rabah left the local rulers in charge of their various districts but made them subordinate to his own officers. He reformed the public treasury, put up healthier and more comfortable buildings, and stored food for future campaigns. But the British, the Germans and the French soon appeared on the scene. Not long afterwards, in 1900, Rabah was defeated and killed by the French. The ancient Borno kingdom was eventually divided among the French, the British, and the Germans and is now in parts of what we know as the republics of Niger, Chad, Cameroon and Nigeria. 293. Benin. Benin, one of the most remarkable of the states of the Guinea forest, was the center of an empire the size and orderliness of which attracted the attention of the Portuguese who visited the Guinea coast towards the end of the 15th century. These visitors were impressed by the size of the metropolis itself with its great streets and rows of neat houses. They also noted the palace courtyards and galleries. The brass figures and the carvings which abounded witnessed to the artistic genius of the Benin people. The precise boundaries of the Benin Empire remain a matter of speculation, but it seems likely that at the zenith of the power of Benin, the empire stretched from the Niger to Lagos and from the Kukuraka country to the Niger Delta and beyond. The period 1500 to 1800 spans 3 centuries, during which a series of events occurred which in one way or another adversely affected the tranquility and integrity of the Benin Empire. These events included the rise of the Yoruba Empire centered at Oyo, the slave trade, and a series of civil wars precipitated by disputes about the succession among the princes of the ruling house. In the circumstances, it is not surprising that at the opening of the 19th century, the decline of Benin was already in an advanced stage. However, the Oba still remained at the center of the remarkable political system evolved by the people of Benin. In theory he held absolute power. In practice, the title holders, who formed a complicated hierarchy, wielded more or less extensive influence, depending on the personality of the Oba. There were also juju priests who alone could perform the religious ceremonies essential to the Oba's welfare. The people of Benin City came under 2 categories, the nobility and the common people. The nobility, from whom all the officers of state were appointed, were organized into 3 societies. The Iwabo Society was charged with the Oba's regalia, the Iwagwi Society took care of the Oba's private apartments and provided the personal attendance of the king, and the Ibawi Society supervised the harem. Outside the palace societies, there were also title holders who were important state functionaries, for instance, the Ayasir, the Ebahan, and the Alagbosher. All the title holders formed in practice a council which the Oba consulted on major state questions, but the Oba also held an open court in the palace to which the title holders had access and in which they could voice their opinions. The Beni belonged to the Edo-speaking peoples of Nigeria. Other Edo-speaking groups are today the Efenmei and the Ishan, to the north and east of Benin respectively. The Igbo who live west of the Niger were for a long time dominated by Benin and, during the 19th century, the ruling houses in the Igbo towns of Isiluku, Onaka-Olona, and Akbar claimed Benin ancestry. To the south of Benin live the Itsekiri and the Urhobo who were once under Benin hegemony. By the 19th century, however, the Itsekiri were virtually independent of Benin, and the Urhobo acknowledgement of Benin overlordship became more and more a matter of convenience. The area where Benin authority remained more or less firmly rooted was among the Ishan and the Efenmei. In the Ishan country, the administrative unit was under the Ajayi whose title was conferred by the king of Benin. Usually each administrative unit had a protector in the person of a member of the Benin palace nobility. This person acted as a link between the Oba and the provincial Ajayi. At the death of the Ajayi, the eldest son and heir would send a message to announce the death. The Oba would in return send a white cloth to signify his assent to the burial. The heir of the late Ajayi then sent presents, usually slaves, to the Oba to beg for the staff of office, which was the token of the Oba's recognition of the Ajayi's heir's right to succeed to his father's office. The continuance of the ceremony provides the best test of the extent to which Benin maintained her hold over the Ishan and the Efenmei during the 19th century. It was also during this period that a number of Obas attempted to hold down some Yoruba groups to the west of the empire. The fortunes of Benin arms in this area do not reveal a clear picture, and it seems likely that only peripheral towns in Owo district and in Akiti country remained for any length of time under Benin overlordship. On the whole, much depended on the personality of 207. The Oba and the exigencies of internal Benin politics. It is therefore necessary to consider briefly the careers of the Obas who reigned in Benin during the period under review. The Oba who succeeded to the throne of Benin at the opening of the 19th century was Obanosa. Because of the unusually long reign of his father, he was practically an old man when he became Oba in 1804. There is a story in Benin that this man got tired of waiting for his father's death and took to sending his grey hair periodically to the old Oba in order to suggest that it was about time he succeeded to the throne. Even then the new king had to struggle with rivals when the old king at last died. 1,000 people, according to Benin tradition, lost their lives in the struggle for the succession. The new king reigned for only 13 years, and his two sons plunged Benin into a bloody civil war. One of the contestants finally hanged himself after setting fire to the palace. The next Oba, Asemweed, reigned long and rather successfully. He was popular among the Ishan people and was fully supported in his campaigns against Akur and Akiti, who were forced to accept the Oba as emperor and to pay tribute to him. The Empire of Benin during the 19th century probably attained its widest extent under Asemweed's reign, which lasted from 1816 to 1848. The succession to the throne by Adilo in 1848 was accompanied by the now regular corrosion of civil war. The Oba's brother retired to his mother's town in the Ishan country and from there organized expeditions which did much to disturb the peace of the empire. In the meantime, the outlying portions of the empire exploited the divisions in Benin to declare their independence or passed under the control of other powers. Thus, for instance, the new power of Ibadan was able to extend its hold to Ilisha and to Akiti towns formerly under Benin. In time Adilo proved himself a good-hearted Oba. He encouraged commerce, built new towns for his many slaves and reigned for 40 years. He was succeeded after a period of turmoil by the last independent king of Benin, Avonramwen, called Overami in British records. The new Oba ascended the throne in 1888 and shortly afterwards the British established the Protectorate of the Oil Rivers. In 1892, one of the British vice-consuls, Galway, visited Benin City and met the Oba. The vice-consul reported that he had successfully persuaded the Oba of Benin to accept British protection and to open his 298 empire to trade. Galway's observation that there were many fetish restrictions on trade in Benin prepared the ground for the overthrow of that kingdom. There is no way of verifying the allegation that the Oba forbade his subjects to trade. Considerable quantities of European goods certainly percolated into Benin, and there was no specific religious taboo against external trade. The Oba was undoubtedly suspicious of the activities of white men on the coast. He was also vaguely aware that somehow the presence of white men in his kingdom would upset religious practices cherished in Benin for centuries. The white men who now condemned slaving and banished local coast rulers could not countenance the mass slaughter of slaves for religious observations and funeral rites. In the meantime, the British agents and traders who were operating in the neighborhood of the Benin River were fed with stories of dark happenings in Benin by Itsekiri middlemen traders who were anxious to exploit the economic resources of the Benin Empire. The British Protectorate officials began in 1895 to nurse plans for the overthrow of the Kingdom of Benin. The Consul General, Ralph Moore, confessed in a private letter to his predecessor that if he ever got into Benin he would, to use his own words, act like soapy sponge. Once he got in, the Oba would not find it easy to get rid of him. In the following year the acting Consul General, J.R. Phillips, decided that the time had come to deal with Benin. He asked the British government for permission to visit Benin City and depose the Oba. This permission was not given, not because the British government wished to respect the independence of Benin, but because troops were not available to accomplish, without a hitch, the acting consul general's objectives. Phillips at last decided to pay a friendly visit to Benin. Although he was advised by the Oba of Benin that the time was not the right one for receiving foreigners, the British agent insisted on going. The Itsekiri leaders who knew that the Oba of Benin was making country custom pleaded with Phillips to postpone his trip. It was no use. On January 4, 1897, the British party was ambushed on its way to Benin City. It is not easy to give a coherent account of the events in Benin City itself which culminated in the massacre of British agents. Oba Abonramwen, who was crowned in 1888, did not by any means succeed to an empire still possessed of its ancient power. 299. And glory. The Ishan were in revolt. The Fulani incursions from Nupe had almost dismembered the Afenmai part of the empire. Internally the Oba had apparently lost the firm control which the ruler traditionally had over his titled councillors. According to one witness at the trial of the Oba later in 1897, the Oba had been willing to receive the British mission but his chiefs had overruled him. On the whole, the role of the Oba in the crisis which now engulfed his kingdom was not that of a master of his own house. To the British government, the next step was clear. Benin City must be destroyed, the king and the fetish priests must be punished and removed in order to do away with the reign of terror and all its accompanying horrors. The king of Benin and his chiefs knew what was coming. Even then there is no evidence that Benin City was placed in a state of defense or that the Oba rallied the support of feudal levies from his chiefs and provincial representatives. The one positive undertaking of the Oba was to slaughter, on the advice of his priests, many slaves in order to ward off the impending British attack on Benin. It was not long before Benin City was captured. It was only natural that the British representatives could hardly resist the temptation to paint what they saw there in the most lurid colors. According to Ralph Moore, the city presented the most appalling sight, particularly around the king's quarters. Sacrificial trees in the open spaces still held the corpses of the latest victims. One large open space, 200 to 300 yards in length, was strewn with human bones and bodies in all stages of decomposition. Moore concluded that he supposed that no worse state has ever existed in any country or at any time. The Oba was soon brought to trial, was convicted, and then deported to Calabar. The Benin Empire came to an end. The coast communities. Benin City and the empire overthrown by the British in 1897 lay beyond the mangrove swamps which characterize the Nigerian coast. The latter region includes the Niger Delta and is the home of the Itsekiri, the Urhobo, the Jah, the Kalabari, the Ibeno, and the Efik peoples. The most striking feature of the coast is indeed the mangrove type of vegetation, most fully developed at the mouths of the many rivers and creeks which form an almost continuous network from the Benin River to the Cross River. The 300. Land is low-lying, for the most part only a few feet above sea level. Local traditions are agreed about the early foundations of settlements and kingdoms on the coast, and also about the infiltration of Igbos from the hinterland which substantially affected the ethnic character of the communities. The slave trade had provided a lucrative source of wealth with the result that the coast settlements underwent remarkable political and social developments. City-states had emerged. The most important were Wari, Sapil, Itsekiri and Urhobo, Brass, Akasa, Tuan, Nembe, Ija, Bugama, Abanima, Bakana, Kalabari, Bani, Ibeno, and Creek Town, Henshaw Town, and Duke Town, Efik. No description of the political life of the coast peoples is intelligible without an analysis of the social structure known as the house system. Each city-state comprised a number of houses. Now each house was more or less a trading association of freemen and slaves under a head or chief. There were usually 4 social classes in a house: the chief, the sub-chiefs, the freemen, and the slaves. The division into classes was not a rigid one, and a dynamic and successful slave could rise to become the head of a house. Technically the heads of houses formed a sort of advisory council over which presided the king of the city-state. Inter-house rivalry was a constant menace to stability, and if there was a weak king, civil war invariably threatened. Among the Efik there was evolved a remarkable society known as the Ekp Society, which enforced peace and order, safeguarded the interests and privileges of the nobility, and kept the women, slaves, and masses of the population in subjection. The abolition of the slave trade by Britain in 1808 transformed the economic life of the Delta and coast communities. Where before they had traded profitably in slaves, they had now to turn their attention to exploiting hinterland products such as palm produce, timber and ivory. It took some time before the coast chiefs became reconciled to the less dramatic and less profitable trade in legitimate goods, but the British naval vessels which operated from Fernando Po kept close vigilance on the activities of the coastal communities. In time the chiefs were induced to negotiate treaties with the British naval commanders in which the chiefs promised to throw the weight of their authority on the side of humanitarianism. One of the British commanders, Edward Nichols, declared it was his intention to make the coast area a glory. Niger Delta peoples in the IQTH century 301. An advantage to British commerce and the cause of humanity. During the early decades of the 19th century, the peoples of the coast were gradually adjusting themselves to the new state of affairs created by the abolition of the slave trade and the presence of British naval officials who began to interfere in the internal affairs of the city-states. British merchants who were developing the new trade in palm produce indulged in the belief that with the British Navy behind them they could defy the authority of the coast chiefs. Their complaints which flooded the British Foreign Office usually emphasized what they called the wickedness and the slaving propensities of the local rulers. The history of Bonny during the middle years of the century throws abundant light on the fortunes of the Delta and coast peoples during the period. As already explained, the house system, which was the characteristic structure of the social, economic, and political life of the people, served a number of useful purposes. It was also a source of weakness. The strength and influence of a house depended on the wealth derived from trade. It thus happened that the king of a city-state who owned his own house had to compete in trade with subjects who also had their own houses. A poor king could not hope to command respect in a society apparently preoccupied with trade. William Dappa Pepple ascended the throne of Bonny in 1837 as Pepple V. At this time, the royal house was being outstripped in wealth by other houses, especially those of Manila Pepple and Annie Pepple. These two houses were under the control of dynamic ex-slaves who had risen to the headship of their houses. The opposition which they led against the king stemmed directly from the maneuvers of the latter to revive the fortunes of the royal house through manipulating the trade of the hinterland markets. The growing weakness of the central authority produced far-reaching consequences. In the first place, the British merchants, supported by the British consul, formed their own courts, apparently to supersede the local courts presided over by the king. In 1854, the British consul, Beecroft, deported Pepple V of Bonny. A period of confusion thus began in Bonny affairs. After 1866, the situation further deteriorated, and the king who reigned between 1886 and 1888 hardly exercised any influence over his overmighty subjects, who drifted into a civil war. In Calabar, the same British consul who deported Pepple of 302 Bonny arrogated to himself the right to preside over the selection of a successor to the throne. There were serious weaknesses in the local affairs of Calabar which did much to undermine the independence of the Calabar republics. The Calabar rulers had, in addition to the slave members of the trading corporations or houses, plantations in the neighborhood which were occupied and cultivated by Calabar-owned slaves. In the 1850s, the plantation slaves organized themselves under their own leaders to protect their members against the arbitrary exactions of their masters. The slave society was aimed primarily at the Ect society, which was the instrument at the disposal of the Calabar rulers for keeping their slave population in complete subjection. Now, as soon as the slaves had organized their own secret society known as the Order of Blood, they not only defied the authority of the Ect society but threatened to invade Duketown. Civil war was averted only by the intervention of the British consul, merchants, and missionaries. The internal affairs of the Kalabari people were not unlike those which reduced the rulers and chiefs of Bonny to the status of being mere satellites of the British consul. Up to 1879, the citizens of New Calabar had lived together under their king, a Macri. Here as elsewhere, the divisive competitiveness inseparable from the house system was bound to produce in New Calabar the political instability already noted in Bonny. Will Braid, the head of the Barboe house, became very prosperous through the energy of his boys' trading activities. Naturally, King Amakri was apprehensive of the possibility of Braid becoming an overmighty subject. He therefore sought to destroy the Braid house by various devices, including arbitrary fines. Braid did not wish to precipitate a civil war. He quietly evacuated his house and occupied a new site on the main New Calabar route to the hinterland market. The king's dispute with Braid thus led to the splitting up of the city-state. The king and his followers settled at Bugama. Another wealthy chief, Bob Manuel, founded his own settlement at Abanima, while Braid consolidated his position at Bacana. A kind of guerrilla war persisted for some time between the various Kalabari factions, and canoes and goods as well as men and women were seized in this undeclared civil war. Niger Delta peoples in the IQTH century 303. Ajayi of Pabo. The history of the coast was dominated during the 1870s and 1880s by one man who rose to greatness from the debris of the civil war in Bani. This man was Haja of Pabo. Haja began his career as a slave who was sold in an Igbo market to a house in Bani. In time he rose to head the house in which he had begun as a slave. During the civil war which broke out in Bani in 1866, Haja's house was not having things its own way. Haja, therefore, secretly planned the evacuation of the chiefs attached to his house. A site in the territory of the Andoni people northeast of Bani was chosen. Here Haja founded the kingdom of Pabo. He not only established a port but also built plantation settlements in the immediate hinterland. Pabo's commercial expansion radiated in three directions. To the north, Haja's men began to dominate the oil market of Ahambil. The oil producers from Bend and the Oeri districts in Iboland brought their oil to the Ahambil market. Haja cemented his friendship with this important market by taking a wife from among its people. To the northeast, Haja established trading settlements on the creeks which discharge into the Pabo River. Here he was brought into contact with the Ibibio people, and it took a number of military expeditions to guarantee the security of Haja's trade in the area. Haja's eastern frontier at the Kwaibo River was both commercial and political. The turbulent Anang groups were subdued and they acknowledged Haja as their king in 1881. Haja acquired a pervasive influence throughout the coast. When Bani and New Calabar threatened to destroy Okrika, it was Haja's intervention which ultimately restored peace in the area. But it was precisely at this time that the British government had decided to establish its authority on the Nigerian coast. The British consul, Hewitt, was instructed to obtain treaties of protection from all the local chiefs who ruled the coast states from the Benin River to the Cameroons. In 1885 a British protectorate was proclaimed over the oil rivers, and the independence of the coast city-states was shortly to come to a formal end. The only serious effort to resist the new political order was made by Haja of Pabo. He subjected the British representative to searching questions and asked for a clarification of the word protectorate. Haja was told that the Queen of England did not want to take his 304 country but was anxious to extend to the King of Pabo her gracious favor and protection. Haja was apparently satisfied, and he signed the treaty accepting British protection. He believed, however, that his empire would remain intact. The other chiefs of the coast city-states had no misgivings about accepting the protection of Britain. The British consul presented glittering articles which their cupidity could hardly resist, and they willingly accepted a new relationship with Britain, the implications of which they hardly understood. The local British representative was not at all happy about the independent posture which Haja of Pabo continued to assume after the formal proclamation of the British Protectorate of the Oil Rivers. He deliberately precipitated a quarrel with Haja which culminated in the deportation of the latter to the West Indies in 1887. The details of the disgraceful sequence of events do not concern us here. The fall of Haja, however, meant the final overthrow of the independence of these states which had for many centuries played a spectacular part not only in the slave trade but in the development of the trade in palm produce. Before the end of the 19th century, British authority was firmly established on the coast. The Igbo and the Ibibio. While the Jaw and other coastal communities figured prominently in the all-important trading activities of the coast and the Niger Delta, the peoples of the hinterland supplied the main articles of trade, whether slaves or palm produce, which ensured the prosperity and existence of the coast city-states. The hinterland peoples comprise two major linguistic groups known as the Igbo and the Ibibio. It is not known for certain when these peoples first occupied their present home, but it is reasonable to assume that the Ibibio arrived first and were later pushed to the southeastern corner of Nigeria by the more numerous Igbo groups who moved in later. As pointed out already, it is probable that these immigrants had also forced Ajayi-speaking peoples to move into the inhospitable regions of the Niger Delta and its neighborhood. During the 19th century, there is not much to tell about the Igbo and the Ibibio. They were not integrated into kingdom-seeking conquests. They produced no hierarchy of rulers whose lives and careers could provide material for dramatic stories. Nonetheless, the manner in Igbo and Ibibio peoples in the IQTH century 305, which they organized their political life, and the remarkable role that one Igbo group called the Aro came to play during the century under review deserve detailed consideration. The physical environment of the Igbo country is one dominated to a large extent by thick forest. On the one hand, the thick vegetation provided excellent defense against large-scale invasion from outside. On the other hand, its very inaccessibility did not aid mobility and easy intercourse among people who were primarily agriculturists. The Igbo, probably because of the reasons indicated here, never came under a single pyramidal system. They lived in small communities, often described as village democracies. The political unit was the village group consisting of lineage segments bound together by the belief in the common descent of all the segments from one ancestor. These localized lineage groups were structurally equal units. The study of political authority among the Igbo is not concerned with formal institutions. The groups were concerned primarily with their corporate existence and therefore also with the formulation of rules and standards of social behavior. The supernatural world was a pervasive reality, and for this reason, religion, law, justice, and politics were inextricably bound up. No Igbo community was complete without a shrine of the god of the land. There was indeed a hierarchy of gods. Law and custom were believed to have been handed down from the spiritual world, from time immemorial, from ancestor to ancestor. The nearest one can get to what may be regarded as an organ of government was the Council of Elders, who were fathers of component family segments. These elders were fundamentally the representatives and mouthpieces of the community's ancestors. The Council of Elders was not a legislative body in the ordinary sense of the word. The meetings of the elders were neither formal nor frequent. When they prescribed any laws as deterrents against bad behavior, they were supposed to be reaffirming the wishes of the ancestors in order to preserve the solidarity of the village community. Judicial proceedings were also informal and were intended to restore solidarity. Misbehavior on the part of a village member was expected to evoke the displeasure of the spirit world against the culprit and his family, and because of this belief, a police force formed no part of judicial control among the Igbo. The institution of age groups, however, played an important part in the performance of services carried out in other societies by the 306 executive organs of government. The senior grade was concerned with peace and war and provided the leadership needed by the community to meet the exigencies of external danger. The junior age grade of young men was charged with social services, such as sanitation and related matters. There were lower grades for music, recreation, and for other agencies of socialization. Generally speaking, the Igbo communities were democracies in the sense that the government of the communities was the concern of all. The manner in which these democracies functioned was subtle and complex. Ibibio social and political organization shared many of the characteristics evolved by the Igbo. The Ibibio had successfully amalgamated some lineage groups to form clans. The clan, however, did not represent a political organization or a central authority. Thus, neither among the Igbo nor among the Ibibio was there any subjection to one political authority. The pervasive influence of religion among the Igbo and Ibibio provided a basis for the important role of priests who mediated between God and man. More important still were the Aro, who controlled the Aro oracle, the notorious Long Juju at Arokuku. The Long Juju shrine was the court of appeal to which serious internal and intergroup disputes were referred. Archegemony. What was the nature of the hegemony enjoyed over the Igbo and Ibibio by the Aro up to the end of the 19th century? The Aro territory and Arokuku are located on the eastern periphery of the Igbo country. The Aro were an Igbo group which incorporated Ibibio elements. They were both priests and clever traders. In both capacities, they traveled and traded extensively in Igbo and Ibibio land. Various Aro settlements were established, and through these the Aro dominated the local markets. They specialized in the buying and selling of slaves, and it was indeed through them that the coast communities received slaves and other commodities for their vital export trade. Trade routes in the hinterland which the Aro dominated radiated in all directions, but Aro domination did not amount to a comprehensive political control. As oracle agents and traders, they wielded tremendous influence. They deployed mercenaries in Igbo and Ibibio inter-village wars in order to facilitate the capture of slaves for export, but the Aro did not during Igbo and Ibibio peoples in the IQTH century 307. The 19th century, or earlier, evolve a centralist organization with which to build and sustain an empire. When the British intruded into the country towards the end of the 19th century, they believed that there was an Aro empire, and grossly exaggerated the role of the Aro in Igbo and Ibibio village affairs. The result was that at the first opportunity the local British representatives mounted a colossal military expedition which destroyed the Long Juju shrine and subsequently subdued one Igbo and Ibibio village group after another. Nigeria-Cameroon's borderland. The territory which lies east of the Cross River and stretches in a southeasterly direction to the Congo has been described as the borderland of the Bantu and semi-Bantu speaking peoples. It was also a sort of refuge for heterogeneous groups fleeing from more powerful neighbors. The rise of the Fulani Adamawa Empire at the beginning of the 19th century intensified the influx of odd semi-Bantu and Bantu intrusive elements to produce a situation in which diverse groups speaking languages which are not mutually intelligible lived side by side. Some groups originally semi-Bantu speaking had in their migrations adopted Bantu, and vice versa. Thus, because of the extreme intermingling which must have begun before the 19th century, the complexity of linguistic pattern and the diversity of origin are perhaps without parallel in any African territory. During the 19th century there is little to tell of them beyond the fact that they did their best to escape the raiding expeditions organized by the Fulani from the Benue and from the direction of southern Adamawa. Many of these hinterland groups provided the articles of trade human beings, and then ivory and palm produce which coast towns like Calabar and Douala relied upon for their prosperity. The fragmentary communities themselves lived in a state of perpetual fear. The legacy of the slave trade, of enmity and strife left its unmistakable mark. One of the groups north of Calabar informed the missionaries that inside or outside, speaking, eating, or sleeping, we must have our guns always ready for use. We know not the moment we may be attacked. The peoples considered in this chapter illustrate the variety which characterized the political organization of indigenous African society. It is useless to speculate why Benin and its neighbors, 308, including the Western Igbo, responded to Central-East control, whilst the main Igbo and the Ibibio remained fragmented in isolated and autonomous village communities. As regards the latter, the absence of formalist institutions led to the assumption entertained by outsiders that anarchy prevailed. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Even among the fugitive groups encountered in the Upper Cross region, the village communities recognized priestly chiefs through whose ministrations the solidarity and well-being of the people were believed to be safeguarded. This observation emphasizes the supreme role which religion played among most African peoples. The house system evolved by the coast communities was a fascinating political and commercial mechanism which for centuries provided a basis for group solidarity and prosperity. During the 19th century dynastic quarrels and petty civil wars were common enough. Nevertheless, the coast city-states retained trade relations with Europeans on the one hand and with the hinterland groups on the other. In one sense the contact which the city-states made with the type of European who had engaged in the slave trade produced unfortunate results. The adoption by the coast peoples of ridiculous names and attire suggested to them by the perverted humor of the European traders, drunkenness, and an abundance of firearms were some of the evils of this contact. By the end of the 19th century, a new political order symbolizing British rule had more or less overwhelmed one and all. Introduction. For most of the 19th century, the Kingdom of Dahomey covered only approximately the southern third of the present Republic of Dahomey. It had a frightening reputation, particularly in the latter half of the century, when the mere mention of the name would rouse fiendish passion in Ketu, break up a crowded market in Egbedo and send the people seeking safety, induce an Egba to reach for his cutlass to defend himself, and draw unwilling admiration from the Ibadan. The Yoruba manufactured an oriki, cognomen, from this reputation of the Dahomeans. A man described as Itheomi Okenrin was one feared by all. The Europeans, too, had a most fantastic impression of the kingdom. To some, it was the kingdom of the Amazons, where women fought much more efficiently than men. To others it was simply a barbaric outpost in jungle Africa, where the king made court garments out of the labels taken off beer bottles, whilst to yet others it was the land of darkness, of the slave trade and human sacrifice, which stood in the way of civilization which the Europeans wanted to bring to Africa. The Dahomean authorities themselves did little to give their kingdom a better image in the outside world. They mercilessly massacred their war prisoners and delighted in levelling a once crowded city. They delayed every European visitor and put him in something like honorable confinement. They paraded their army, sometimes, as Burton alleged, bringing each company out repeatedly to give a false impression of large numbers. They performed human sacrifices in the presence of Europeans and argued, often reasonably, that the slave trade should not be abolished. The behavior of the kings of Dahomey and the impression which they created outside their territories became more widely known in the 19th century through their relations with the 21. 310. Yoruba. In turn, their attitude to the Yoruba was dictated by both economic and political considerations, the roots of which were laid far back in the 18th century when their kingdom was weak economically and, politically, was tributary to the Oyo, which was then the most powerful section of the Yoruba. For much of the 18th century therefore the Dahomeans were engaged mainly in a struggle to maintain the economic viability of their kingdom and throw off the Oyo yoke. This latter they achieved in about 1822 only to discover soon afterwards that the Egba, another section of the Yoruba, had established a new kingdom not far away from Dahomey. From the 5th decade of the 19th century until practically the end of it, Dahomey repeatedly but unsuccessfully attempted a total annihilation of the nascent Egba kingdom in furtherance of its economic and political interests. In this chapter we shall examine briefly the history behind Dahomey's adoption of the policies that gave it such a bad reputation, trace them through the 19th century, and find out their consequences. The relations between Dahomey and Yoruba go far back into history. Oral traditions of the Yoruba, the Aya, and the Yu peoples witness to the fact that long before Dahomey had a political identity there had been strong cultural contact between the Aya peoples under the leadership of Tado, and the Yoruba peoples under the leadership of Ife. This cultural contact was so strong that by the early 17th century the Yoruba language was the lingua franca of both the Aya and the Yu. Nor did the contact abate after that period, for recent studies show that the majority of the religious beliefs of Dahomey derived from the Yoruba country. But although we have evidence for this cultural contact we are yet uncertain as to its nature. Was it one that both the Yoruba and the Aya shared from a common origin, or was it imposed by force or persuasion on the Aya by the Yoruba? Some people like Jacques Berthaud would claim that it was the former, whereas the existence of dual deities like Sango and Zivioso, Lisa, Orisa, and Mao, represent apparently a conflation of Yoruba and traditional Dahomey gods and would suggest an element of the latter. However, from about the last quarter of the 17th century the relationship between the Oyo, a section of the Yoruba, and the Aya started to change to that of master and vassal. Twice between 1680 and 1700 the Oyo army invaded Alada, Ardra, the capital of the Aya family of states. The first invasion occurred between 1680 and 1682, and by the time of the second invasion in 1698, Alida would seem to have become a vassal state to the Ilafan of Oyo. The conquest of Dahomey. By the time that Oyo was overrunning Alida, events within the Aya family of states, notably the introduction of the transatlantic slave trade with its effects on the pre-existing social and economic organizations, had started to weaken their traditional political organization. From about the middle of the 17th century there were constant rebellions against Alida, the hitherto accepted leader of the Aya states. These rebellions often resulted in civil wars and further fragmentation, all of which clearly demonstrated 812. That the traditional concept of organization was no longer adequate for the existing situation. But Oyo overlordship concerned itself mainly with the regular collection of tributes and not with internal administrative reforms, so that it did not stop disintegration within the Aya country. Clearly then at the beginning of the 18th century there was a power vacuum within the Aya family of states. This gave Dahomey the chance to establish its political identity. Before the beginning of the 18th century, Dahomey had been only one of the states within the Aya family and by no means one of the most important. Its king had always been crowned at Alida. But partly as a result of adversity, which arose because of constant raids from its southern neighbors, particularly Wida, Popo, and Alida, Dahomey was forced to organize itself on a strong military basis which by the beginning of the 18th century was powerful enough to resist aggression from its southern neighbors and fill the political vacuum that was being created in Aya. In 1724, on the invitation of a contestant to the Alida throne who lost, but was unwilling to abide by the traditional methods, Ajayi, the king of Dahomey, invaded and destroyed Alida, thus destroying the basis of the traditional concept of government. It therefore became incumbent upon Dahomey to bring the rest of the Aya states under a new form of authority. In 1727, Wida was conquered and by 1730 the Dahomeyan Revolution had been accomplished. No sooner had Dahomey attempted to fill the vacuum in the Aya states than it fell foul of the Oyo authorities. For two reasons, the Oyo could not stand passively by and watch Dahomey's expansion. First there was, as we have seen, the tributary relationship between Alida and Oyo, and naturally Oyo would not tamely submit to its rights being abrogated. Secondly, the Aya family of states was organized on patterns similar to the Yoruba family of states. The conquest of Alida therefore meant the overthrow of the old principles familiar to the Oyo, and it was a revolutionary move which must be checked if it was not to spread confusion. So the Oyo authorities invaded Dahomey 4 times between 1726 and 1730, ravaging the area and breaking the powers of resistance of the nascent kingdom of Dahomey. At the same time that the Oyo were showing their unmistakable dislike for the political implications of Ajayi's conquests, the 313 Europeans were reaching the conclusion that he would not be such a ready slave dealer as they had expected. They noticed that he forbade his subjects to trade in slaves, burned the European slaving houses and sought contact with Europeans other than the slave traders. They therefore developed a hostile attitude to him and decided to side with his enemies. The result was that although the Europeans and the Oyo never came to an agreement for a concerted action against Dahomey, each side put pressures on Ajayi simultaneously and forced him to do their will. In 1730 Ajayi agreed formally to Dahomey being a tributary state of Oyo and that a small part of the old Alida kingdom should be carved out into a new kingdom of Porto Novo, Ajayi. Furthermore, he agreed with the Europeans that he would protect those within his territory and not oppose the slave trade in the way he had hitherto done. But he also gained a few important concessions. He was left as master over the internal affairs of his kingdom and was allowed to retain his army, a concession which was not commonly granted to many tributary states of the Oyo Empire. In the same way, it was left to Ajayi and his successors on the throne of Dahomey to determine the positive policy that was to be taken about the slave trade in the future. In a way, the relations between Dahomey and Yoruba in the 19th century were governed by the way this very important treaty of 1730 worked out during the rest of the 18th century. Politically, for the rest of the century, Dahomey remained a tributary state within the Oyo Empire. The attempt made towards the end of the reign of Ajayi and the beginning of the reign of Tegbasu, between 1738 and 1748, to throw off the Oyo yoke seems to have resulted in very heavy punishment for Dahomey. After 1748, Dahomey did not again neglect to pay the annual tribute for the rest of the 18th century. Indeed, from 1740 onwards until the end of the century, the court of Dahomey increasingly imbibed both cultural and religious ideas from the Yoruba. But Dahomey was not completely happy with the situation. Gaha, the famous, or infamous, Basharan of Oyo must have kept a very strict control over Dahomey as he did over all the rest of the Oyo Empire. Elefun Abiodun, who was more conscious of his imperial rights than any of his immediate predecessors, and who knew how to exploit them to the full, maintained the control over Dahomey by diplomatic threats. It was made 814 quite plain to Dahomey that although it was allowed to keep its army in the 1730 treaty, Oyo regarded the Dahomeyan army as an agent that must be used mainly for Oyo interests, and expected to be consulted and its permission obtained before any military operations were independently undertaken by Dahomey. What may have irked Dahomey more than anything else were the petty restrictions which further emphasized that the prestige of its kings was very limited. For instance, Oyo periodically passed laws prohibiting the kings of Dahomey from using for their garments certain materials, regarded as only fit for the sovereign. The Elefun also regarded themselves as heirs to all the most important chiefs within Dahomey and would not tolerate any attempt to cheat them of this right. The record of the Oyo rule over Dahomey was, however, not all oppression. Indeed, it could be plausibly argued that Dahomey gained more than she lost. For example, Oyo shielded Dahomey from its estranged neighbors and therefore prevented its destruction when it was weak. Moreover, by preventing Dahomey from dissipating its energy in useless expansionist wars, Oyo gave Dahomey a period of peace at home during which the latter consolidated its internal organization. Dahomey was even able to borrow administrative ideas from Oyo. But the Dahomeyans did not always remember these. The net result left the Dahomeyans completely dissatisfied with the Oyo rule and nurtured in them an inveterate hatred for the Yoruba. They watched assiduously for an opportunity to throw off the hateful yoke of the Oyo oppressors. Economic depression. While the Dahomeyans were nursing their resentment against the Yoruba people, they were not feeling particularly happy about their economic situation at home. The slave trade, which became the basis of their economy from about 1740 onwards, only made the country superficially prosperous for a few years. From about the middle of the 18th century, the true implications of a slave economy started to manifest themselves, though the Dahomeyan kings did not fully appreciate the situation. The slave trade depended on external forces for its regular supply and demand. If the forces of supply or demand were not favorable, Dahomey's economy would suffer greatly. From the middle of the 18th century onwards, both the supply and demand conditions were 315. Unfavorable to Dahomey. The Oyo, who were the largest suppliers, decided to export their slaves through Porto Novo, the port of the Kingdom of Ajayi, a tributary state to Oyo, and the supply of slaves that should have gone to Dahomey from Oyo dwindled drastically. On the demand side, from the mid-18th century onwards, the European wars of that period not only restricted the number of ships that could be used in trade, since many of them were requisitioned for war purposes, they also made sailing on the seas hazardous because of seizures by combatants of enemy ships as prizes. European traders were therefore unwilling to risk their capital, and they often did not venture out while the wars lasted. The greatest blow came in 1807 when the British government abolished the slave trade and gradually persuaded other European powers to do the same, thus seriously reducing demand. The result of both the Oyo policy and European actions was an economic depression in Dahomey which started around 1750 and continued for another century. By the end of the 18th century, therefore, political subjugation and economic depression had combined to cause a widespread dissatisfaction among the Dahomeyans against their rulers. A Frenchman who visited Dahomey around that time rightly forecast that there would soon be a revolution. The first concrete sign of dissatisfaction came in 1797 when Aganglo was murdered and an unsuccessful attempt made to change the dynasty. For the next 20 years, conditions did not improve in Dahomey despite all the efforts made by Adandazan, Aganglo's young son and successor, 1797 to 1818. In 1818 therefore the clamour in Dahomey was still for political independence and economic improvement. On this crest of popular demand Gazo rose to power. With his organizing ability and the backing of de Souza, the richest Portuguese mulatto slave trader at Wita, Gazo overthrew Adandazan in 1818 to become king of Dahomey. For a few years afterwards he seems to have been engaged in overcoming the internal opposition to himself, notably from the Women's Army Corps which remained loyal to the deposed king. By 1821 the internal opposition would appear to have been dealt with and he was now ready to tackle the two most important problems which his subjects expected him to solve. Attempts to achieve these two national Dahomean objective 316 would inevitably bring conflict with the Yoruba. To achieve political independence, Gazo would have to fight the Oyo. To achieve economic viability he would have to find new raiding grounds if he was allowed to carry on the slave trade, or, if agricultural products became fashionable, he would have to secure an area climatically suitable for the growth of whatever products the Europeans demanded. Whichever economic product would eventually be needed, the country lying west and north of Dahomey was not attractive, being dry and naturally unproductive, and having been denuded of its population through the raiding of the previous century. It might be dangerous to raid within the country lying northeast of Dahomey, since that was the direction of the old Oyo Empire. Eastwards and southeastwards, however, in the direction of the Egbeto and the Egba kingdoms, Dahomey might secure the objects of its ambition. The breakup of the Oyo Empire. The political situation in the Yoruba country at the end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century made it increasingly feasible for Dahomey to realize its ambitions and solve its problems. From about 1796, trouble had started within the Oyo Empire which caused the administration to collapse and rendered Oyo without a king for a fair, though unspecified, length of time. The lack of central authority in Oyo and the insecurity to life and property consequent upon this, compelled the ordinary Oyo citizens to flee and seek safety in other Yoruba kingdoms, and encouraged the ruling classes to reduce little areas to order under their own authority. The collapse of such a strong empire as the Oyo, which occupied more than half of the total land area of the Yoruba country, was bound to have far-reaching effects on the rest of the Yoruba country. Before such consequences were completely worked out, however, another civil war, which was far more serious in its consequences on the Yoruba country, broke out. This was the Owa War which started in 1821 and went on until about 1828. The immediate cause of this war was a quarrel between two traders at Apomu over a few cowries worth of guinea pepper. But this could only have been the occasion, not a cause. The real causes of this war are not adequately explained by our sources. According to the Oyo version, Amaroro, the Oloa 317, attacked a number of Ife towns and villages on the instigation of Odgun, the Onikoyi, and Toyage of Ogbomasho, the Kakanfo, ostensibly to protect the Oyo from being taken captive and sold into slavery. In attacking these towns, however, Oloa Amaroro was contravening what appeared to have been a very important principle in the constitution that bound the Yoruba country together. This was that the territory of the Oni of Ife must never be attacked by any other Yoruba king. In 1793, Olufin Awal had run into trouble from which he never recovered when he attempted to attack Apomu, a market town within the Ife kingdom. It is therefore difficult to understand why Oloa Amaroro decided to repeat the same mistake. The most probable explanation may have been that among the people who ought to have been the jealous guardians of the Yoruba constitution, there was a feeling that the old constitution was no longer adequate. The result of Amaroro's action was unmistakably disastrous. It threw the whole of the Yoruba country into a series of civil wars. Ife invited Tijabu to join it to defend the traditional constitution, which the latter promptly did, particularly because many Ijebu traders allegedly suffered in the Owo attack. Also joining the Ifa against the Owo were a large number of the Oyo population who had been driven out of their homes initially because their king had acted against the same constitution. They were the more willing to fight because they no longer had a permanent abode and naturally wanted to secure one for themselves. The Oni ordered, with his traditional authority, that the Owo capital must be completely destroyed, and must never again be inhabited, thus giving it as prey to the allied armies. For 5 years, a siege was laid against the city of Owo. At first, the Owo people resisted bravely, but the longer the siege lasted, the more famished they became. Finally they submitted under great distress and were largely put to the sword. The survivors were pursued from one Owo town to another, first to Arunmua, then to Ogburi until all the large Owo towns were completely destroyed and the flourishing Owo kingdom reduced largely to farmlands. It is not clear whether Odgun the Onikoyi and Toyaj of Ogbomoso, who originally instigated Amororo, came to his aid. The chances were that they did not because they, too, had to face the consequences of Afongia's declaration of allegiance to the 318 Fulani Jihad, a declaration that came openly in 1824, 3 years after the siege of Owo had started. The end of the Owo War in about 1825 did not see the beginning of peace in the Yoruba country. The Egba kingdom, which had just become independent of Oyo towards the end of the 18th century, was attacked and its towns destroyed one after another. By 1828, the Egba kingdom had almost all been destroyed. The only important towns left were Ibadan, Ajayi, and Ilogun. The old constitution having thus been clearly shown to be no longer effective, it behoved the leaders of the country to seek alternative arrangements to ensure peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, the events of 1821 to 1828 appear to have been an unpremeditated revolution. There was no singly thought-out notion of what was to take the place of the old constitution. Each of the most powerful leaders therefore sought to make effective arrangements in their new towns. In Ibadan, where the Oyo elements eventually dominated the situation, a military aristocracy was established. In Ajayi, another Oyo center, military absolutism was established under Kuranmi. The remnants of the Egbo left their different places of refuge and settled at Abeokuta, where they eventually had a syncretic kind of constitution with little pieces of the new, held together by the notion of the British monarchical system which Egbo repatriates had brought from Sierra Leone. Ife, of course, tenaciously held to the view that the old ways were best, and in this it was backed by Ijebu. Most of the political history of the Yoruba country for the rest of the 19th century, with its disastrous wars, centered largely on which of the 4 constitutions was to rule the whole of the Yoruba country. None eventually succeeded in doing so, though Ibadan and its military aristocracy came nearest to it. Dahomey Egba rivalry. The first effect which the Yoruba Revolution of 1821-8 had on the relations between Dahomey and Yoruba was that it made it easy for Gizo, king of Dahomey, 1818-28, successfully to declare independence of the Oyo. The Dahomeyan tradition relates that Gizo picked only a small number of men and led them against a nearby Yoruba garrison which he easily mastered, thus making Dahomey independent of the Yoruba country. This statement is consistent with what is known of the events at that time. By 1822, 319, when the incident probably took place, the cream of the Oyo soldiers, as has been seen above, would have gone to the Owa War, and whatever Oyo army faced the Dahomeyans could only have been a skeleton force, with no hope of reinforcement from anywhere. The fact that the civil war continued unabated until 1828 rendered permanent this fluke of a victory by Dahomey, for the Oyo were fighting for greater stakes than to seek to punish Dahomey for its affront. Gizo thus achieved the first objective which had been expected of him when he ascended the throne. It remained for him to solve the economic problem which had been confronting his kingdom since the mid-18th century. This was to prove more difficult. For after the Yoruba Revolution, Abeokuta, the capital of the new Egba kingdom, was established in about 1830 in precisely the area towards which Dahomey would have liked to expand. This was naturally bound to cause fear and resentment in Dahomey. Would this new Yoruba town, in seeking to expand, not seek to conquer Dahomey as the Oyo had done a century before? Would it not bar Dahomey's own expansion eastwards and thus render the solution of its economic problems difficult? These political and economic considerations were basic in the relations between Dahomey and Abeokuta during the 19th century. With the establishment of Abeokuta, however, a new rival for the same area emerged. The Egba and the Egbedo were culturally related and both were for a time together under the rule of the Ilafin. However, they had not always agreed on vital issues. While the Egba successfully fought for their independence from Oyo in the late 18th century, the Egbedo remained loyal to the Ilafin to the very last. The destruction of the old Egba kingdom and their resettlement in Abeokuta brought them nearer to the Egbedo than hitherto. If therefore their new abode was to be safe, they would have to make sure that they controlled the Egbedo people, who were in any case not very strong. That, however, was not the only reason why they wanted the control of Egbedo. They needed a port of their own, the route to which it was vital for them to control, since, in the economic and political context of the early 19th century, possession of European firearms was essential to survival and these could be most easily had from the coast. Badagry appeared an easier place to attempt to control than Lagos, and the route to Badagry from Abeokuta passes through the Egbedo. 320. Country. For economic and political reasons therefore both Dahomey and Egba wanted the Egbedo kingdom. Finally there were differences in the reactions of the Dahomeans and the Egba to the civilizing missions of the Europeans. Dahomey resisted European infiltration. In 1797, Ogonglo was murdered partly on the suspicion that he was willing to embrace the Roman Catholic faith and thus change the state religion. Since then, all the kings of Dahomey had been wary about which European ideas to accept. Moreover, the fact that more and more European nations were gradually turning against the slave trade appeared to the Dahomeans as a plot against their national economy. They could not understand why the English, who throughout the 18th century were the foremost slave traders, suddenly turned against the trade and took the lead in persuading others against it. On the other hand, the Egba in their new abode at Abeokuta wholeheartedly accepted the Europeans and all that they stood for. They harbored them in their towns, protected them, gave them land to build their churches and permission to spread their ideas, and looked on them as a new benevolent force. Such differences in policy were bound sooner or later to lead to conflict between the two kingdoms. The Dahomeans under Gazo moved first. Having destroyed Atokpame, a small Yoruba kingdom now in the modern Togo Republic, they turned eastwards. In the mid-1830s Gazo's army attacked Rufurfu, apparently a big and flourishing Egbedo town, remembered today only in Yala, hunters, chants, as an elephant haunt. The unfortunate town was completely destroyed and plowed to the ground, and all its inhabitants who were not murdered were taken to Dahomey and resettled in a royal plantation renamed Lefulofo after the name of the destroyed town. So thoroughly was this destruction carried out that no one has yet been able precisely to identify the site of old Rufurfu. The Egbo probably did not come to the aid of Rufurfu mainly because they had not yet gained sufficient confidence. Certain of their leaders thought they should press on with territorial conquests while others thought they should consolidate each gain before venturing further. For a time the cautious party gained the upper hand. However, after the Egba conquest of Ada in 1842, AB 21, detachment of Egba soldiers was sent to Adu, an Egbedo town, which was thus besieged. There at Adu, the first open clash between the Egba and the Dahomeans occurred. About 1844, Gazo decided to relieve Adu on the pretext that it was part of the ajayi, Porto Novo, kingdom which had by then come under Dahomey. The relief force was allegedly led by Gazo himself. All the fears of Dahomey about the foundation of Abeokuta would seem to have been justified at this first encounter. For Dahomey had the worst of it. A few important items of the royal insignia of Dahomey, such as the royal umbrella, the royal stool and the royal war charms were seized by the Egba, and Gazo himself narrowly escaped capture. From then on, Dahomey decided, rather impudently, on a total destruction of Abeokuta under the pretext that it wanted to recover the royal emblems captured at Adu. The first Dahomeyan attack on Abeokuta occurred on March 3, 1851. A large army of about 16,000 men and women, the so-called Amazons, generally called our mothers in Dahomey, marched on the town from the direction of the Arrow Gate. Fortunately, the town walls were in a very good state of repair in that direction. As in 1844, the Dahomeyan army again had the worst of the engagement, despite their apparently sound military training and tactics. More than 3,000 of them were killed, a great many more were wounded and hundreds were taken captive. Thus humiliated a second time, Gazo was never again able to face Abeokuta before his death in 1858. His son and successor, Jelil, swore at his father's death that he would avenge the insult at Abeokuta and that he would not complete the full rites that would make him king of Dahomey until he had destroyed the town. After an abortive attempt in 1863, he finally attacked Abeokuta on the March 15, 1864. This Dahomeyan force was estimated at 10,000 strong. But even more than before, this army of invasion was heavily punished. Their total loss was estimated at about 4,500, almost half of the army that had set out. In this engagement, the Egba lost only 50 men, a clear indication of the superiority of the Egba over Dahomey. Indeed, this engagement not only put an end to any effective invasion of Abeokuta, it also well nigh broke the strength of the Dahomeyan army. Henceforth, Dahomey caused awe in the neighboring kingdoms mainly through bluffs and isolated acts of 322. Brutal savagery committed against small and unsuspecting villages. This Dahomeyan failure to subjugate Abeokuta meant that it never got control of the rich areas of the Yoruba hinterland as Gazo had hoped. To that extent, the economic problem which had been facing Dahomey remained unsolved. Fortunately for Dahomey, however, Abeokuta never grew powerful enough to threaten Dahomey's political existence by carrying the war to its territory. Even when the French invited the Egba authorities in 1891 to send a contingent to invade Dahomey in conjunction with their own forces in order to avenge past atrocities, the Egba refused. The Egba were able to ward off the Dahomeyan menace for many reasons. Among the most important was the help which the British government, through the representatives of the Church Missionary Society agents at Abeokuta, and the Lagos administration, gave to the Egba. In 1851, field pieces were provided for the Egba army. Trained army officers were sent to Abeokuta to advise on the repairs needed for the defenses and to train a few Sierra Leonean repatriates on how to mount and fire the field pieces that had been provided. Even in 1863, when relations between Abeokuta and the Lagos administration were not at their best, the Lagos administration was instructed by the British government to allow the Egba to import as many firearms as would be needed to ward off the menace. Help was also rendered by the Ishiga people. On the approach of the Dahomeyan army in 1851, the Ishiga declared themselves friends of the Dahomeyans, whom they advised on how best to take Abeokuta. They asked the Dahomeyans not to attack at night and told them that the Arrow Gate was the weakest point in the Abeokuta defense. These two pieces of advice were calculated to mislead the Dahomeyans and, by taking them, Dahomey lost all the advantages of a surprise attack, its most effective weapon, and attacked Abeokuta at its strongest point. A great deal of the credit must, however, go to the Egba themselves. On 2 out of the 3 occasions, between 1844 and 1864, they fought and conquered the Dahomeyans on their own, or with very little help. In 1851, when the menace was most dangerous, the discovery by the Egba soldiers that they were fighting against women greatly restored their morale and self-confidence and made them determine on total victory. On that occasion also, the Egba women, led by Madame Tinubu of Lagos fame, performed as 323. They had never done before. They kept their male soldiers regularly supplied with food and drinks, thus keeping them refreshed at the battle front. There was another important condition, created neither by the Europeans nor by the Egba, but by the general political situation within the Yoruba country, which helped in the Egba victory over the Dahomeans. On the three occasions between 1844 and 1864, when the Dahomeans had attacked Abeokuta, the Egba army had not been engaged in any other major war, and no major war had been going on in the rest of the Yoruba country. The result was that most, if not all, of the Egba able-bodied males were available for the defense of their town on only one front. The three consecutive defeats which the Dahomeans suffered at the hands of the Egba may make one wonder also whether the Dahomean army was as strong as its reputation portrayed. Probably a large element in the supposed strength was psychological rather than real. Even the number of the soldiers may have been exaggerated guesses. Dahomey and Ketu. The story of Dahomean relations with Ketu is different. For it must be remembered that the Egba and Egbedo were not the only Yoruba kingdoms which the Dahomeans attacked during the 19th century. Ketu was also attacked with much greater success than Abeokuta. The full details of the relations between Dahomey and Ketu are still to be traced in detail, but the outlines are already known through the studies of 18th century Dahomey that have been made, and the invaluable works of Douglas and Parinder. Between Ketu and Dahomey there does not seem to have been much political conflict until the last half of the 19th century. Indeed, for much of the 18th century, the impression created by the documents is that of amity between the two states. Dahomey respected Ketu because it was an ancient kingdom, and Ketu reciprocated because Dahomey was a brave little kingdom. In any case, while Oyo was able to keep Dahomey in effective check, it was unlikely that Dahomey would have attempted an attack on a respectable Yoruba kingdom. Conditions changed towards the end of the reign of Abiodun. Oyo grew progressively weaker. Dahomey's economic problem. 324. Which had started around the middle of the 18th century remained unsolved despite all attempts. The traditional slave raiding grounds on which Dahomey depended for its prosperity seemed to have been denuded of their population. It was therefore necessary to find new raiding grounds since the Dahomean authorities were convinced that only an increase in the export of slaves could solve their economic problems. Kapajala, the energetic king of Dahomey between 1774 and 1789, thought that the time was opportune to make Ketu the new Dahomean slave raiding ground. In 1788, he attacked Ajayi, a town within the kingdom of Ketu, but he was only partly successful though not discouraged. The following year, he mounted a formidable expedition against Ketu city itself, but his army was beaten off, apparently with great losses. Kapajala died immediately after the return of the army to Abomi, allegedly of smallpox. The Dahomean authorities, in declaring the results of the war, in fact only offered excuses for their lack of success. They said that although they won, their oracle had forbidden them to attack Ketu, that it had warned them that whenever they did so, their king would die of smallpox. This really was the Dahomean way of admitting that Ketu was for the time being too strong for Dahomey to attack. For almost 100 years after that, Dahomey made no other attempt on Ketu. Towards the end of the 19th century, Dahomey once again moved against Ketu. Between 1883 and 1886, Jelil, king of Dahomey, attacked it twice. The first attack of 1883 occurred when the bulk of the Ketu soldiers had gone to protect their farms against Ibadan raiders. They believed that Dahomey was too friendly with Ketu to attack it, but they were soon undeceived. The Dahomeans thought it was the most favorable opportunity to attack Ketu, and accordingly encircled the city in the early hours of one morning, having traveled all night to conceal their movements. The inhabitants were taken unawares, and, though they fought bravely, the town was taken. The Dahomean army collected booty and they withdrew before the arrival of the main Ketu army. On their arrival, they repaired the defenses of the town and took every precaution to prevent another surprise attack. In 1886, the Dahomean army again appeared in front of Ketu. 325. But this time the town was fully prepared. The Dahomeans, in their usual style, attempted to take Ketu by storm but were repulsed from the walls with very heavy losses. They therefore laid siege to the town, which finally surrendered because of the acute starvation of the besieged. It is significant to note that on these two occasions Dahomey took no steps to occupy Ketu effectively. Had it done so, it really would have offered no advantage, because at that time the slave trade had already stopped and Ketu is climatically as poor as Dahomey for agriculture. In explaining why Ketu fell, attention probably ought to be drawn to the isolation in which Ketu increasingly found itself, particularly since the civil wars had started in the Yoruba country in 1821. Moreover, although the age had shown the necessity of firearms and the importance of seaports in procuring them, Ketu remained completely shut off inland, and therefore unable to secure as much ammunition as either Dahomey or Abeokuta. Since Ketu had not befriended any of the power centers in the Yoruba country, it was unlikely that any of them would have come to its aid. Even if some freebooters had wanted to come, they probably would have found greater attraction in other directions. For the period of the Dahomeyan attacks on Ketu was the era of the Kiriji War, in which practically all the rest of the Yoruba country was involved. Conclusion. Thus the reputation of Dahomey as a menace to the Yoruba country was more widespread than real. It would be more accurate to say that throughout the whole of the 18th century the Yoruba of the Oyo Empire were a menace to Dahomey. In the 19th century, whenever the Dahomeyan army met a properly constituted Yoruba army in a planned battle, the Dahomeyan forces, more often than not, had the worst of it. Only against the isolated kingdom of Ketu were Dahomeyan arms successful. Nor is it accurate to say that the Dahomeyans were simply a bloodthirsty nation. They were fighting for political survival and economic self-sufficiency, which made them seek independence from Oyo and brought them into conflict with the Egba, the Egbedo, and the Ketu. They succeeded in retaining their independence for most of the 19th century, but although they 326 were victorious twice against Ketu, they were never able to take Abeokuta, a failure which rendered their economic gains in most of the Egbedo area insecure. 19 Sierra Leone and Liberia in the 19th century. Hope in LSEH New York NCH. Origins. The coastline now occupied by the states of Sierra Leone and Liberia was inhabited in the late 18th century by peoples who had long been in contact with Europeans, had traded with them for centuries and had worked out elaborate rules and customs to govern Afro-European relations. Among them, two settlements of similar origin were planted. Sierra Leone begun in 1787 with settlers from Britain, and Liberia begun in 1822 with settlers from the United States. Both were in part practical manifestations of a rising tide of humanitarianism in Europe and America, which was concerned to suppress the slave trade in Africa and replace it with legitimate commerce, and diffuse Christianity and civilization throughout the continent. Both began as attempts designed to rid the colonizing countries of unwanted groups of people of African descent. The foundation of the Sierra Leone colony. Lord Manfield's notable judicial decision in the Somerset case in 1772 that the status slavery was not recognized by English common law had emancipated hundreds of Negro slaves who had been used as household servants and retainers by the wealthy absentee West Indian sugar planters. But the emancipation of these Negroes had created a social problem. They were now, for the most part, uncared for and without a means of livelihood in an inhospitable climate. Their numbers were swelled by a further influx of frequently destitute refugees after the end of the American War of Independence, 1783. These distressed Negroes gave British humanitarians the opportunity to attempt to put into practice their conviction that Africa could be regenerated through the influence of commerce and Christianity. In 1786, they formed the St. George's Bay Company for the dual purpose of colonizing the black poor of England in West Africa, and of seeking to 328. Replace the slave trade by honorable commerce. On the recommendation of Henry Smeaton, an amateur botanist and speculator, who had previously visited West Africa, it was decided that the settlement should be founded near the Sierra Leone River. The British government gave its full support to the scheme of colonization. On 14 May 1787, The first settlers, including more than 300 Negroes, arrived on the coast and successfully negotiated for a site with the local Temne rulers. The present State House stands on the site. The settlement was called Granville Town in honor of the British humanitarian, Granville Sharp, one of the main supporters of the scheme, who had drawn up elaborate plans for the administration of the colony. He had optimistically envisaged self-government in a short time, so the settlers chose Richard Weaver, a man of African descent, as governor. Though the Temne had agreed to their settlement, quarrels broke out between them and the settlers, and a neighboring ruler, King Jimmy, burnt down the town and dispersed the settlers. In 1792, a new group of settlers arrived sent by the Sierra Leone Company, which had recently been formed in London. These were free Negroes from Nova Scotia who had been settled there after fighting on the side of the British during the American Revolution. In 1800, a group of some 500 Maroons were added to the colony. They had taken part in a revolt in Jamaica, had been transported to Nova Scotia but elected to emigrate to Sierra Leone. These New World Negroes, over 1,500 strong, constituted the original Creole element in the settlement, which they called Freetown. According to long-established usage, the Temne were accustomed to expect regular rents and other payments from the Europeans who settled among them. The colony government, however, refused to pay, maintaining that the Temne had made over full sovereignty to the settlers. This was indeed stipulated in the treaty they had signed, but the Temne rulers did not so understand it. Relations between the colony and Temne deteriorated. At last in 1801 a Temne army attacked Freetown. It was beaten off and the Temne were eventually driven out of the area. On January 1, 1808 Sierra Leone became a crown colony when the British government assumed direct control from the commercially unsuccessful Sierra Leone Company. In the previous year Britain had outlawed the slave trade, and Sierra Leone 329 became the center from which the suppression of the slave trade in West Africa was enforced. Indeed, from this time on, the great bulk of the population who joined the colony were liberated Africans. A liberated African department was established in Freetown to make arrangements for the settlement and welfare of the new arrivals. Broadly speaking, this was done by one of three methods: apprenticeship in various trades, enlistment in the army, and, perhaps most common of all, settlement under superintendents in rural villages, where the raising of livestock, cultivation of crops, and such skills as masonry and carpentry were taught. The foundation of Liberia. It is not surprising that the success of the Sierra Leone colony should have attracted the attention of those free American Negroes who wished to emigrate to Africa to escape the humiliation and discrimination they suffered in the United States. Although the American colonies had fought and won their independence from Britain in the name of liberty, freedom, and equality, they did not concede such inalienable rights to Negroes. By 1808, the slave trade had been prohibited within the United States. The northern states abolished slavery by 1804, while even in the South, manumission was widespread, and there were hopes that here, too, slavery would soon come to an end. However, from the late 18th century, the peculiar institution was given a fresh lease of life as a result of the invention of the cotton gin by Eli Whitney and the subsequent rapid spread of cotton plantations in response to the enormous demands of the British textile industry. But already a large free Negro community, forming 1/10 of the entire Negro population, had grown up. In 1800 there were 108,435 free Negroes which, mainly by natural increase, rose to 319,599 by 1830 and 488,070 by 1860. The southern slave states of the United States of America began to pass measures intended to facilitate the return of free Negroes to slavery, or drive them out, while the northern states, fearful of an influx, also passed proscriptive and discriminatory laws. In addition, there were many well-meaning Americans, among them President Thomas Jefferson, who, while they wished to see Negroes emancipated, nevertheless believed that the two races could not live on terms of equality in the United States. They therefore supported the idea of emancipation of Negroes with 330. Colonization in Africa. Paul Cuffey, a wealthy trader and shipowner from Massachusetts, was the first American colonizer in West Africa. He first visited Sierra Leone in 1811 and in 1815 returned with 38 Negro settlers. His example inspired the formation of the American Colonization Society, a private organization to send free Negroes to Africa. The society included both humanitarians and slaveholders' strange bedfellows. The humanitarians believed that such a colonization scheme would give American Negroes genuine freedom as well as making them agents of civilization in Africa, while the slaveholders were interested in getting rid of a group which posed a possible threat to the institution of slavery. The free Negroes soon realized this and most of them refused to cooperate with the society. Only about 15,000 of them ever migrated. The society wanted to cooperate with the British government and at first thought of settling its colonists in or close to Sierra Leone. But Sir Charles McCarthy, the governor of Sierra Leone, viewed the prospective American emigrants as competitors with British subjects and advised his government to discourage the society from planting its settlers close to Sierra Leone. The British government did not share Sir Charles's alarm and, accordingly, the first 88 emigrants, with 3 white officials, made their first base on the north shore of Sherbro Island, off the Sierra Leone coast. After 2 years of uncertainty, difficulty, death and disaster, the remaining emigrants finally obtained a permanent site on the Cape Messourda promontory and thus started what was later to be known as Liberia. Thus, although theoretically the purpose and goal of Liberia and Sierra Leone were the same, depots for liberated Africans and centers from which civilization in Africa might radiate, they were to develop as separate entities. The Liberians, like the Sierra Leoneans, faced the initial difficulties of attacks from local Africans but made comparatively good progress. The official leaders of the colony continued to be white men up to 1841. But among the earliest emigrants were some very outstanding Negroes, men like Daniel Coker, Lot Carey, Colin Teague, and Elijah Johnson. They were inspired by a sense of mission and destiny. They had gone to Africa, they felt, to lay the foundation of a new civilization and nation, which would reflect. 331. Credit on the Negro race. The most versatile of these early Negro leaders was Lot Carey, who played the roles of clergyman, doctor, militiaman, builder, and pioneer in agriculture. He also preached to the indigenous people and looked forward to the day when they and the immigrants would amalgamate as one Christian community. Unfortunately, Carey suffered an untimely death in an accident in 1828. Under the vigorous governorship of Jehudi Ashman, the territorial boundaries of Liberia were extended, new settlements planted and attempts made to stop the slave trade. In 1825, 2 new settlements, Caldwell and New Georgia, were planted on the St. Paul River, and this brought to an end the hitherto active slave trading in that area. For the same reason, Grand Bassa and other settlements were planted on the St. John River. American missions played an important role in the religious and educational life of Liberia. The lead was given by the Baptists, and this was followed by the Methodists, the Protestant Episcopal Church and the Catholics. All the early important secondary schools, Alexander High School, the College of West Africa, the Baptist Academy, and Mt. Vaughan High School, were denominational schools. Visitors to Liberia in the early 1830s were impressed by the enterprise and initiative of the American emigrants, and compared Sierra Leone unfavorably with the colony of American Negroes. Monrovia, the capital, had been modeled on Washington, D.C., and ambitiously laid out with wide streets. Churches, schools, and houses, mainly wooden frame on stone or brick foundations, had been erected. A few large warehouses attested to the commercial skill of the American emigrants. The first newspaper, the Liberia Herald, was founded in 1830, and remained for the next 25 years the only newspaper in West Africa. Some thriving coffee plantations and neat brick buildings could be seen along the St. Paul River. Politically, Liberia was under the direct control of the American Colonization Society, whose powers were exercised by its agents. But, of necessity, much responsibility devolved upon emigrant leaders. In 1828, the elective principle was introduced, only the agents and vice-agents were nominated by the society, all other officers were elected by universal adult male suffrage. In 1838, there was a further constitutional development. 332. Liberia was divided into two countries, Montserrado and Grand Bassa, which had local elective governing bodies. Provision was made for a national council consisting of 10 elected members, which together with the agent and vice-agent, constituted the government of the country. This new constitution was the first to stipulate that citizenship of Liberia should be confined to Africans. In 1841, J. Roberts, an able and experienced colonist, was appointed to succeed Thomas Buchanan, the last white agent of the society. The efforts of Liberia combined with those of the British cruisers had succeeded in almost completely destroying the slave trade along the Sierra Leone and Liberia coastline, and in its place was fast growing up a valuable trade in palm oil and camwood. But competition for this trade created disputes between the neighboring territories. For although Liberia had laid claims to more than 300 miles of coastline by the 1840s, much of it was not effectively colonist, and English and other European traders flouted the customs regulations of the colony by trading directly with the local Africans. Protests to the British government brought the reply that Liberia was not a sovereign state and that in setting up customs barriers it was assuming the prerogatives of one. It was to acquire the sovereign power necessary to deal with recalcitrant European traders that Liberian leaders sought and obtained independence from the American Colonization Society. The Constitution reaffirmed that only men of color could become citizens of Liberia. Circumstances had forced independence on Liberia, but it is doubtful whether in 1847 it constituted a viable political and economic unit. Its immigrant population was about 5,000 living in scattered settlements. It had been in the past dependent mainly on foreign philanthropy, and possessed very few assets and no currency of its own. Moreover, since 1837 the majority of emigrants had been slaves set free expressly on the condition that they emigrated, but many of these were old or in ill health and constituted a burden rather than an asset to Liberia. This helps partly to explain the high mortality rate in Liberia, and its slow progress despite a promising beginning. With the passing of the earliest emigrants, agriculture, which should have formed the basis of the Liberian economy, was neglected. The most enterprising Liberians turned to trading, which brought quick profits, however. 333. They spent these on foreign luxury goods rather than in developing the productive capacity of the country. Finally, the Liberian Constitution, which was modeled on that of the United States, contained a provision which was to keep the young nation in an unstable political condition. The President, the House of Representatives, and half the senators were to be elected every 2 years. And yet its independence had invested it with new significance which induced an increasing number of American Negroes, who were at this time suffering intense discrimination, to emigrate. Between 1848 and the outbreak of the American Civil War in April 1861, almost 6,000 American Negroes emigrated to Liberia, compared with less than 5,000 in the previous 30 years. To prepare itself for a steady flow of emigrants, Liberia in the 1850s undertook an unprecedented territorial expansion through a number of treaties made with neighboring African chiefs. In addition, Maryland, a colony to the south founded at Cape Palmas by the Maryland Colonization Society in 1834, was incorporated into Liberia in 1857. By 1860, Liberia claimed a coastline of 600 miles, but during the scramble for Africa she lost much of her legitimate territory to the British and French. From the late 1860s, when American Negroes, now emancipated, 1,863, hoped to gain equality in the United States, the number of emigrants to Liberia was reduced to a mere trickle. Developments in Sierra Leone. Liberia, then, had quickly outstripped its sister colony politically. Until 1863, Sierra Leone was ruled by a governor and 7 officials, all appointees of the British government. There was not the slightest semblance of democratic rule. It is true though that, partly as a result of the high mortality rate among Europeans, and partly because of the influence of humanitarians on British policy. There were a few professionally trained West Indian emigrants who were appointed to the highest official positions in the 1840s and 1850s. Nevertheless, Liberia's independence in 1847 had emphasized the political immaturity of Sierra Leone, and from the 1850s Sierra Leoneans began to clamor for some degree of political representation. Professionally trained West Indians, who had been attracted to Sierra Leone because of better economic opportunities there, were in the forefront of those calling for 334 political changes. In 1853, Mr. Lenegum, a lawyer, formed the Sierra Leone Committee of Correspondence to press for the constitutional privilege of representation. In 1855, William Drape started the first privately owned newspaper, The New Era, which directed its attacks against the old era, the dictatorial crown colony system. In the 1860s, William Rainey, another West Indian critic, a successful lawyer, dominated the Sierra Leone press and helped to awaken political consciousness. In 1863, the old council was divided into an executive and legislative branch, the latter to include a representative of the Sierra Leone community. John Ezediyo *, a successful businessman, was nominated to the Legislative Council as a result of an election held by the influential Sierra Leone Merchants Association. Other successful liberated Africans and Creoles were subsequently nominated as unofficial members of the council. The most famous was Sir Samuel Lewis, a brilliant lawyer who, when Freetown was constituted a municipality in 1893, was elected its first mayor. Nevertheless, they were only appointed members. Elections to the Legislative Council were not introduced until 1924. A direct influence from Liberia on Sierra Leone at this period was Dr. Edward Wilmot Blidden, a brilliant Liberian scholar, born in the West Indies. He often visited Freetown, indeed he died there in 1912, and expounded his views in the Freetown newspapers. Together with others like William Grant, a wealthy merchant, part proprietor of the newspaper, The Negro, 1871-4, and proprietor of the West African Reporter, 1874-84, James Johnson, a pastor of the CMS Church, and the Rev. Joseph Claudius May, principal of the Wesleyan Boys High School and proprietor of the Sierra Leone Weekly News, 1884-1922, he aroused some cultural nationalism. These men were critical of the obtrusive influence of Western culture and laid stress on the need to retain the positive aspects of traditional culture. Such teachings resulted in the founding of the Dress Reform Society in 1887, whose aim was to devise a loose-fitting national dress to replace the unhealthy and uncomfortable European mode of dress, as well as replacing European names by African ones. But this movement was not successful. Most Sierra Leoneans regarded the Western way of life as their ideal. The early cultural nationalists had also advocated the setting up of a West African university run by Negroes themselves, and an independent African church. There. 335. Demand for the former resulted in Fora Bay College, which was affiliated to Durham University in 1876. Education and society in Sierra Leone. Although Liberia was more politically advanced, it was Sierra Leone as a British colony which made the greater impact upon West African history. This was because education took firm roots earlier here than anywhere else in West Africa, and its educational institutions produced teachers, missionaries, clerks and civil servants for other parts of West Africa. In 1804 the CMS began to set up their own schools, which from 1808 received government financial assistance. In 1811 the Wesleyan Methodists began missionary and educational work. Through the Monito Real system, the more advanced African students helped to spread literacy. In 1827, the CMS established a training college for teachers and catechists at Fora Bay. In 1843, the Wesleyans started a similar institution at King Tom's Point. In the same year the Roman Catholics renewed their missionary and educational efforts. In 1845 the CMS established a secondary school for boys, and in 1849 a similar institution, the Annie Walsh Memorial School for girls. In 1874, a Wesleyan boys' high school was established. And finally, from 1876 university work could be done at Fourah Bay College. Not only did the products of Sierra Leone schools work in several parts of West Africa, but its schools attracted students from all English-speaking West Africa, including Liberia. Freetown became a prosperous community by the second half of the 19th century. Many Creoles did well in trade. Some of those educated at Freetown schools went to Britain for further studies and returned as doctors and lawyers. The first to qualify as doctors, in 1859, were James Africanus Horton and William Broughton Davies. Others became pastors and teachers and civil servants. As opportunities for trade were limited in Sierra Leone, many sought their fortunes along the coast. Liberated Africans, particularly those of Yoruba descent, returned to their homes in what is today the western region of Nigeria, but was then still under the government of its traditional rulers. These emigrant liberated Africans and Creoles brought with them the Christian religion and new ways they had learned in Sierra Leone. The most famous of them was Samuel Ajayi Crowther, the first student at Fourah Bay College, who was given charge of the Niger Mission. 336. By the CMS, and became a bishop in 1864. These Sierra Leone emigrants were to have an immense influence in West Africa, for they brought new ideas and aspirations to the peoples they settled among, and can be regarded as among the pioneers of African nationalism. Some went to Liberia too, for instance C.T. King, who became mayor of Monrovia. His son, educated at the Freetown Grammar School, was to become president of Liberia. Some Creoles also went inland to trade among the peoples there. But most preferred to go along the coast, to their own ancestral homelands. Hence, there was not much Christian preaching in the areas adjoining the colony, where the peoples tended to retain their own traditional religions. The most effective Christian mission in this area was not based on the colony but in the United States, the United Brethren in Christ, today the Evangelical United Brethren. This mission, established in the Sherbro country, gradually spread its influence among the Sherbro and Mende peoples. The most significant movements in the interior during the early and mid-19th century were the rise to predominance of the Temne and Mende peoples. At the beginning of the century the Temne were threatened on all sides. They had been driven from the Colony Peninsula. At Port Loko they were under the rule of Soso invaders. In the Rokal River area they were encroached on by the Loko, under the rule of a powerful chief, Gumbu Smart. Indeed a Mand Inca ruler boasted to the governor of the colony that he was proposing to sell all the Temne as slaves and so get rid of them all. But in 1815, under the leadership of Moriba Kindo they drove the Soso from Port Loko and regained control. Then a long Temne-Loko war was fought, until about 1841 when the Loko were finally defeated. The Temne were not, however, politically united, but remained under the rule of their many traditional rulers. The Mende penetration of the southern part of the country was largely by peaceful means. Small groups of Mende would move unobtrusively into Sherbro areas, ostensibly under the rule of Sherbro chiefs, but gradually becoming independent of them. There was a growing export trade from West Africa in the 19th century in palm oil and palm kernels, which were used in Europe to manufacture soap, lubricants, and synthetic foods. Hence, the oil-producing country of the southeast became 337. Economically important. Traders from the colony settled there to buy up produce, and the places where they congregated became important centers. Chiefs began fighting one another to get control of these trading centers, which provided them with trade goods, and with revenue from rents and customs duties. All through the 1870s and 1880s there was a succession of these trade wars. Among those who emerged successful from these wars was Madame Yoko, the widow of a Mende war chief, Gbanya, who, in alliance with the colony government, made herself the ruler of the largest chiefdom in the country. The era of European expansion. In the first 7 decades of the 19th century there was little expansion of direct European rule in West Africa. The few European colonies were confined to the coast. In Sierra Leone the government was ready to give responsible official posts to Creoles. The British Parliament by a resolution of 1865 proposed that British rule be gradually withdrawn from West Africa, and the inhabitants be encouraged to govern themselves. The European governments were also friendly to Liberia, as for example when the British presented the Liberian government with an armed sailing ship. But the European partition of Africa which began in the 1880s reversed this policy. The European powers were henceforth eager to grab what they could in Africa. Liberia was among the victims. The British took over the Galenas country at the mouth of the Mono and Moa rivers, which the Liberians maintained was theirs, and annexed it to Sierra Leone. At the eastern end of the Liberian coastline the French took the country beyond Cape Palmas and annexed it to the Ivory Coast. Indeed, that Liberia survived at all as an independent state was due to the mutual jealousy of the European powers and timely intervention on its behalf by the United States government. Nevertheless, boundaries were drawn in Europe to delimit the interior in such a way that the French became the predominant power and Liberia and Sierra Leone were restricted to small enclaves. A British protectorate was proclaimed in 1896 over the British sphere. This was done without consulting the rulers, many of whom did not realize that they had lost their sovereignty and were now under British rule. As British Treasury and Colonial Office. 338. Usage insisted that British territories must provide the revenue for their own services and not be a charge on British taxpayers. The governor of Sierra Leone, Sir Frederick Cardew, was told to raise revenue in the new protectorate, to pay for its administration. He therefore introduced a hut tax. The protectorate peoples could not see what right the British government had to make them pay tax for their homes, and early in 1898 some of the Temne rose against the British. They were led by Bure, a brilliant military organizer, who was able to hold out for many months, with ill-equipped forces, until finally forced to surrender. Bure's war set off a rising among the Mende, whose chiefs were also resentful at the loss of their power. The Mende War was organized secretly. Suddenly in April 1898, they rose and massacred all the aliens, Europeans and Creoles who were living among them. Hundreds were killed, including American and Creole missionaries, pastors and traders, and members of the frontier police, most of whom were recruited from among the indigenous peoples. No outstanding military leader emerged in this war to match Bure in the north, and the rising was quickly suppressed. Henceforth, until the coming of independence, the protectorate peoples had to accept British rule. As British rule was expanding all over Africa, official power and responsibility was increasingly left only to European officials. The Creoles, who had held high office earlier in the 19th century, were gradually removed and replaced by Europeans. By the early 20th century it became established that all important positions must be held by Europeans, and Africans, however well qualified, were confined to inferior positions. Liberian politics, 1860 to 1900. Liberia, encroached on at both ends, managed to preserve its independence. But strong indirect pressure was exerted against it. British firms which traded with the Kru coast and British shipping lines which relied on Kru labor registered incited the Kru people to throw off their allegiance to Liberia, and there was a long series of Kru wars. In 1871 the Liberian government, to provide revenue to finance development, raised a loan of £100,000 on the London Stock Exchange. The terms were very unfavourable. The loan was for 15 years at 7% interest, and the bankers retained £30,000 of the loan as discount and advanced £339. Interest. Much of the remaining loan money disappeared before it even reached the Liberian treasury, and the country was then saddled with the burden of having to pay annual interest on the loan to British bankers. Thus, instead of enriching the country, the loan impoverished it further. The United States government gave no financial assistance, though it was ready to intervene to prevent any European power annexing Liberia. Liberian society at this time tended to be centered on questions of the color of the skin. Following the American pattern, light-skinned Liberians formed the social elite, next came the educated blacks, then the liberated Africans, and finally the local Africans. The color question also assumed political significance. The Republican Party represented the interest of the powerful mulatto group, while the Whig Party was led by educated blacks. The Republican Party was founded by J. Roberts, one of the most influential men in Liberian history. Roberts, an octoroon and almost indistinguishable from white, was the society's agent from 1841, and was elected Liberia's first president, a position he held first for 8 years, and altogether for 12 years. Roberts was also appointed the first president of Liberia College, which was supported by 2 American boards of trustees, and was opened in 1862. Cultivated blacks like Edward W. Blitten, Alexander Crummell, Stephen Benson, and Edward J. Roy, objected to the concentration of power in the hands of mulattoes, to their social arrogance, and their presumption that they were best fitted to govern. From the 1870s, mainly through Blitten's influence, the American Colonization Society ensured that the few immigrants were black people only. Gradually the mulattoes either died out or were absorbed, and by the end of the century the color problem had ceased to be of importance. But the prejudices which these Liberian settlers had learned in the United States survived for a longer period in their new African home. Both groups, light and dark, tended more and more as the century wore on to despise and remain aloof from the peoples of the interior. The example of Lotcary and the preaching of Blitten were ignored, and only began to be remembered again in the 1940s under President Tubman. Conclusion. Sierra Leone and Liberia in the 19th century, then, were not 340 dissimilar. In both, immigrant peoples of African descent were planted among the African population of the coast. Both immigrant communities prospered at first and evolved their own distinctive culture. The Sierra Leone liberated Africans, Creoles, by their emigration along the coast, spread Christianity and new ideas, and thus fostered the nationalist movements that were ultimately to gain power. Liberia, as the only state in West Africa not under European rule, served as an inspiration to nationalists during the colonial period, as testified in the writings of Presidents Kwame Nkrumah and Nnamdi Azikiwe. But in both territories the immigrant communities tended during this period to remain aloof, even hostile, to the neighboring indigenous peoples. And both suffered from the expansion of the European powers in West Africa. In my earlier chapter, I pointed out that during the second half of the 18th century, the conquest and annexation of Fanti that was expected by all and sundry did not take place, and that, on the contrary, the Asante and Fanti teamed up against their common enemy, Wassa, on many occasions, while from 1777 to 1800, they remained in peaceful trading relations with each other. Indeed, apart from the invasion of Apollonia in 1785, no direct clash occurred between Asante and the southern states during the last 2 decades of the 18th century. However, within the very first decade of the 19th century, in 1806 in fact, the long-expected invasion of Fanti took place, and this was followed by 8 other clashes in 1811, 1814-16, 1823-4, 1826, 1863, 1869, 1873 and 1874 between Asante and the southern states. In 1820, 1844, and 1853, clashes were also avoided only at the very last minute. Before we go on to analyze the causes and consequences of these wars which form the dominant theme of the history of Ghana in the 19th century, some general observations should be made. In the first place, it is not true to contend, as some historians do, that it was in 1806 that the first Ashanti campaign in the coastal districts occurred and that the two powers which had never come into contact were now face to face, and the whole balance of power depended on the result. As we saw earlier, the Asante-Fanti clash and the reaction of the Europeans to it have perfectly respectable 18th century precedents. Secondly, it is true that on all but one single occasion, 1874, it was the Asante who invaded the southern or coastal districts. From the sheer frequency of these invasions, it is tempting to conclude that the Asante were aggressive, warlike, and bloodthirsty people, and many scholars and historians have indeed drawn that conclusion, hence the stereotype of the Asante that persists to this day. But is this conclusion really justifiable? It should be pointed out and emphasized that on many occasions these invasions were preceded by days, weeks, months, and at times even years of 342 negotiations, and that it was only when the Asante failed to achieve their demands through diplomatic channels that they resorted to arms. This was certainly the case in 1806, 1810, 1820, 1822, 1844 and 1863, as can be verified from Fuller, Claridge, or Ward. Most of the others were, as we shall see presently, punitive expeditions against rebellious subjects. Osei Bonsu, during whose reign most of these wars occurred, in fact told Dupuy that it was a maxim associated with the religion he professed, never to appeal to the sword while a path lay open for negotiation. It seems clear that this was true not only of him but also of his three successors, Osei Ya, 1824-38, Kwakuduai, 1838-1867, and Kofi Kari, 1867-74. It is time then that the stereotype of the aggressive, warlike, bloodthirsty Asante was relegated to the museum of discarded or outmoded theories. The third observation to be made about these wars is that 3 of the 7 clashes and 1 of the scares occurred, as has been pointed out, during the reign of Osei Bonsu, from 1801 to 1824, while the remaining 4 occurred over the long period between 1826 and 1880. Indeed, between 1827 and 1863, and this should be stressed since it tends to be forgotten, the Asante army never crossed the PRA. Not only were these wars concentrated in the reign of Osei Bonsu, but they were also different from those that followed them as far as the combatants were concerned. Up to 1824 the wars were essentially between the Asante and the Fanti states, and they resulted in the complete conquest of the latter states which had hitherto escaped the Asante yoke. The wars after 1824 were more or less an Anglo-Asante affair. Asante government. The frequency of these invasions on the part of the Asante presupposes stable and peaceful conditions at home. This, as has been recently demonstrated by Wilkes in his study of Asante government in the 19th century, was indeed true of Asante government in general and the Kumasi state or division in particular, for a great part of the 19th century. As I pointed out in my earlier chapter, there was instability at the center in Kumasi during the second half of the 18th century, caused often by a clash between the kings and the old aristocracy. Now, it is clear from Wilkes' study, and what I have written in this chapter is all based on this study, that one of the reasons for these conflicts was the 343 attempts being made by the kings to introduce constitutional reforms aimed at replacing hereditary posts or stools in the civil service by appointive ones. This was first attempted by Apokaware during the last 4 years of his reign. But his attempt precipitated a civil war between him and his elders, or ministers as we might call them today, which led to his defeat and exile from Kumasi. He was able to regain the throne later only with the help of the Amanhens of the other divisions or states. His successor, Kusi Abadam, did not dabble in constitutional reforms, but it is clear from the records, particularly the accounts of Bowditch and Dupuy, that Osei Kwadwo and his 2 successors, Osei Kwame and, above all, Osei Bonsu did. In fact, so radical were the changes introduced by Osei Kwadwo in the government of the Kumasi Oman that Wilkes has begun to talk of the Kwadwoan revolution in government. He and his successors either abolished the hereditary posts or stools altogether, replacing them by appointive ones, or created new stools or, as we would call them today, Ministries. Osei Kwadwo, for instance, created the Ankobia, which is more or less the Ministry of Home Affairs, and Osei Bonsu added 4 new stools or departments to this ministry during his reign. Osei Kwadwo also created the Gyaswa stool or Ministry of Finance with its sub-department the Sana in charge of the Great Chest or Bank and the Bata in charge of state trading. Thirdly, he began the process of converting the diplomatic service consisting of acumes or linguists from a hereditary into an appointive service, and this process was completed by Osei Bonsu. Osei Kwadwo also introduced changes in the provincial administration of the empire, imposing on the existing provincial structure of conquered states under an Asante chief or Adamfo, according to Wilkes, a network of Ashanti resident commissioners, hierarchically organized at regional and district levels. In 1776, Osei posted 3 district commissioners, Bokai, Ankara, and Ganza, to Accra to be responsible for the Dutch, English, and Danish trading quarters respectively, and all of them were subordinated to the regional commissioner resident in Akwapim. Another district commissioner was stationed in Akim, and it appears Osei Bonsu increased the number of these offices. He certainly stationed a regional commissioner in Abora, a district commissioner in Cape Coast, and another one in Elmina after his conquest of the Fanti states between 1806 and 1816. The final 344 change, which appears to have been effected mainly during the reign of Osei Bonsu, was the conversion of the King's Inner or Executive Council, referred to by different 19th century European observers as the Privy Council, the Senate, the Cabinet, the Kotoko Council, from a fixed council of permanent members into an ad hoc council to which the king invited his elders or ministers according to the case at issue. The rise of this new bureaucracy, whose membership was determined not by birth but by appointment by the king, meant a tremendous concentration of power in the hands of the king. And as Dupuy observed, this was in fact the case with Osei Bonsu. The king rules with unrivaled sway, he wrote, every king, chief, viceroy, or cavasier, being his absolute and unconditional vassal as tributaries or not, and most of them holding their governments by virtue of an appointment from the court. Bonnet made the same observation of the government in the 1870s. The kingdom of Ashanti, he wrote, is submissive to a despotic government. Each person from the greatest chief to the least slave, belongs body and possession to the king, and is at the mercy of his will and of his whims. But it must be emphasized that the Asantehene enjoyed these powers only in his capacity as the king or Omanhene of the Kumasi state or division. In his capacity as the head of the Asante Empire or Asantehene, he still remained primus inter pares, ruling with the advice of the Asantemen Council, consisting of the Amanes of the various divisions and states. Secondly, since continued retention of post or stool came to depend on efficiency, it appears that the Kumasi state in particular, and the provinces in general, came to be better run by the early decades of the 19th century. Here again we do have concrete evidence of the law and order established by the new bureaucracy from 2 independent sources, De Endels, the Dutch Director General of Elmina, and Dupuy, the British agent and consul for Asante. Law and order, wrote the former in 1816, is just as great in the Ashanti kingdom as with the Asiatic Eastern peoples. There thus exist no palavers between one town and another, and paniaring finds no place. And the latter stated in 1824, the ponderous power of Ashanti in lieu of contributing to the insecurity of life and property alone guarantees both to us, by its friendship, its interests, and the position it occupies in the rear of the maritime provinces. It seems then that in the 19th century, thanks to the 345 Kwadwoan and Bonsuan revolutions in government, the Asante hens enjoyed such power and stability at home as had not been known in the previous century. In contrast to this, following the end of the Asante threat, from the late 1770s onwards the Fanti states had become even more divided and independent of each other by the first decade of the 19th century than they were in the 18th century. Fanti disunity. While law and order were prevailing in Kumasi, there were constant reports of internecine wars among the Fanti states during the late 18th and the first decade of the 19th centuries. There were reports of wars between Cape Coast and Komenda in February 1789, between Anamabu and the Fanti in August 1791, between Cape Coast and Anamabu in April 1802 and between Komenda and Shama in July 1805. Paniaring was also rife while the activities of a group of priests, or brafos, had by the middle of the first decade rendered life in the Fanti towns exceedingly precarious. The only troublesome persons now, wrote Touraine, the governor in charge of the Cape Coast Castle in 1805, are the brafos. They are a common nuisance, they. 346. Lay wait the traders, take a part of the goods from every bundle they purchase. They come to the people's houses, they obtain everything they ask for gratis, and in reward of their hospitable reception, they plunder every individual, and such is the awe that natives are in of the brafos that they complain only in silence. Against this background let us analyze the causes and consequences of these Asante-Fanti British wars. These wars seem to me to be the outcome of three basic factors. The first was the determination of the Asante to gain and retain direct access to the coast, and to maintain the integrity and unity of their empire. The second was the determination of the Fanti to safeguard their independence and middlemen role in the trade between the coast and the interior. The third was the anxiety of the British to prevent the Asante from establishing political control over the coastal districts, particularly over the Fanti regions, to abolish the slave trade and promote legitimate trade and Western civilization on the one hand and, on the other, their ignorance of, or refusal to recognize and pay deference to, Asante law and custom. The wars seem clearly then to be the product of the economic, political, and social conditions in the Gold Coast in the 19th century. Let us examine each of these factors. The determination of the Asante to gain and maintain direct access to the coast meant to the Asante either an occupation of the coastal districts entirely, or an alliance with some of the coastal states. The Asante wanted this direct foothold on the coast for two main reasons. In the first place, commercially it was obvious to them that if they could gain direct access to the European forts on the coast, they would be able to obtain more for their goods than they were getting. But, while by 1800 they had got direct access to the coast in Apollonia and Accra via the Wassa and Akiem paths respectively, they were still being prevented by the Fanti from reaching the European forts at Anamabu, Cormontin, Cape Coast, and Morit. On the contrary, not only did the Fanti insist on the Asante trading with them in the inland markets of Mansu and Fozo, but often on the slightest provocation they even tried to cut them off from these markets and block the paths through Wassa. In 1780, there were reports from the Cape Coast Castle that though Asante traders were at Accra and Apollonia, they could not go to Cape Coast because the Fanti would not let them pass through their country. 9 years later, it was reported that the routes were closed, and again in 1800, the English governor informed the London Committee of the Company, the trading paths have for many months past been shut up, by a misunderstanding between the Fantis and Ashantis. This has occasioned a great stagnation of trade at Anamabu where there is much competition. There is absolutely no doubt that the Asante found the behavior of the Fanti increasingly exasperating, and it was the basic reason for the invasion of 1806. The second main reason why the Asante wanted to have direct access to the trading forts on the coast was political, to ensure a regular supply of arms and ammunition on which depended the very survival of their empire. This called for a firm alliance with some of the coastal peoples, in this case the Anlo and the Ga, and above all for a strong grip on Elmina. Indeed, since the Asante obtained these indispensable commodities mainly from the Dutch through Elmina, the link with Elmina became a question of life and death for the Asante throughout the 19th century. The Asante invasion of the coast in 1811 was clearly to relieve the Elmina and the Ga who had been besieged by the Fanti as a punishment for their help to the Asante in 1806-7. One of the reasons for the Asante march to the eastern districts in 1826 was to punish the Ga for abandoning their ancient alliance with them, and in the 1860s an Asante army was dispatched to assist the Anlo against the British. But particularly sacrosanct was the Asante hold on Elmina. Hence, while in all the negotiations with the British the Asante were prepared to give up their claim to the Fanti states, they never surrendered their claim to Elmina. In the negotiations, With Baudic, for instance, the Asantehene readily abandoned his claim to the Fanti states but insisted on his sovereignty over Elmina being recognized, and this was done, though not directly, in the third clause of the draft treaty. The Anglo-Asante peace talks of 1827 broke down because of the refusal of the Fanti to stop their attacks on Elmina, and the Asante's massive invasion of the coast in 1869 was simply to warn the Fanti Confederation to keep its hands off Elmina. A further main concern of the Asante, which involved them in the wars in question, was to maintain intact the empire they had inherited at the beginning of the 19th century. This naturally 348 involved the suppression of all rebellions and revolts and the punishment or disciplining of any vassal chief or subject who displayed a spirit of insubordination or disobedience. Unfortunately, as some of these states were to the south, any punitive action taken against them was bound to disrupt trade and commerce and therefore annoy or alarm the Europeans on the coast. In addition, most of these rebellious or insubordinate subjects and chiefs did not hesitate to seek refuge frequently, either with the coastal states or with the Europeans in their castles, and on several occasions, whatever the remote cause, it was the refusal of these states and peoples to hand over such fugitives that precipitated the Asante invasions. The first Asante invasion of the coast in the 19th century was, as is well known, occasioned by the spirit of insubordination displayed by Otibu and Apudi, the kings of Asin, coupled with the refusal of the Fanti to hand them over. Again, it was the refusal of the British governor to surrender two Asante fugitives for reasons to be discussed presently that precipitated the Asante invasion of 1863. It was for the suppression of the rebellions in Akim and Akwapim, and in Wassa and Denki Ira, that the invasions of 1814 and 1823 were launched. When, as a result of their defeat at Dodawa by the British and the Maclean Treaty of 1831, the Asante were compelled to surrender all their southern provinces Akim, Wassa, Denki Ira, Accra, Fanti, and Asin, it was obvious that no lasting peace could really be established between them and the British because they never reconciled themselves to this loss. On the contrary, they cast envious glances across the PRA and looked forward to the day when the lost provinces would be regained. As a result of the skillful diplomacy of Maclean and Hill between 1830 and 1852, this nostalgic feeling was suppressed, but after them it revived. It was obviously in the hope of winning back Asin that the Asantehene readily welcomed the intrigues of Otibu in 1852, an action which brought the Asante and the British face to face on the PRA in 1853 when only the last-minute recall of the Asante army by the Asantehene saved the day. But there is no doubt that the invasion of 1873 was for the rescue of Elmina as well as for the reconquest of the lost provinces. It is significant that in reply to the ultimatum given by Sir Garnet Wolseley, the commander of the British forces, in October 1873, the commander-in-chief of the Asante army, Amankwasha, wrote in his 349 inimitable style, "For what purpose I came here is that, Asin, Dankra, Akyem, Wassa. These four nations belong to the king of Ashanti, and they refused to serve the king, and they escaped away unto you, and when you deliver Asin, Dankra, Akyem, and Wassa unto me, I shall bring unto the king. There is no any quarrel with you." Sir Garnet of course refused this request and launched his counter-invasion. The second main factor underlying the unrest in the Gold Coast was the position of the Fanti vs Davis Asante. If the Fanti either had agreed to grant the Asante free access to the coast, or had been strong enough to resist the Asante invasions, or, after being conquered, had become docile subjects of the Asantehene, or even if their kings had had such control of their subjects as to be able to prevent them from abusing and insulting Asante traders, most of these wars would have been avoided. In view of the fact that they depended for their livelihood on their role as middlemen, it is natural to expect them not to have surrendered this position lightly. But realizing this, they might have united themselves to resist Asante attacks, or failing that, accepted defeat and political domination by the victors. As was indicated in Chapter 9, they were divided and at each other's throats even as late as the first decade of the 19th century, and proved no match at all for the Asante, so that in all their encounters with them in the 19th century they were routed. But while, as a result of their defeats between 1806 and 1814, they became de jure subjects of the Asantehene as he repeatedly impressed on the British, neither the Fanti nor the British would recognize this fact. In 1817, in reply to the Asantehene's claim that all the Fants are his slaves by conquest, and subsequently by acts of homage, presents and tribute, the governor of the Cape Coast Castle wrote to Hutchison, the British consul in Kumasi, "You will expressly state to the king, and in the most decided terms, that the Cape Coast people are not his slaves, nor have they ever been acknowledged as such, neither can they nor any of the natives residing under British protection be included in that most degrading title. Any interference on the part of the king in matters concerning the people residing under the protection of the forts cannot possibly be allowed." The Dupuy Treaty of 1820 was rejected out of hand by the governor and his council, nor was it ever ratified by the British government, because in the fifth clause the Asantehene's claim to sovereignty 350 over the whole of the Fanti country was conceded. The failure of the British to ratify this treaty certainly strained relations between the Asantehene on the one hand and the British and the Fanti on the other, and was at the bottom of the invasions of the coast in the 1820s. However, what further intensified the strain and often precipitated wars, was the fact that, besides refusing to accept their subordinate position, the Fanti did not treat the Asante who came to the coast to trade with any respect, but rather tended to heap abuses on, or attack them. The rude behavior of the people of Komenda to the Asantehene's envoys in 1819 following the arrival of news, later proved false, of the defeat of the Asante in Gyaman nearly led to war in 1820, the abuse of the Asantehene voiced by a policeman during an exchange with an Asante trader at Anamabu and his consequent execution, led to the first direct armed clash between the British and the Asante in 1824. Again in 1844, only the timely punishment of an Asan who attacked an Asante trading party and killed one of them, staved off another Asante invasion. It seems clear then that had the Fanti, Asan, and British recognized the sovereignty of the Asante over the coast, or even treated them with some dignity, some of the wars and scares of war would have been avoided. A third and very important factor underlying these wars was the presence of the British on the coast. But for their encouragement of the Fanti after 1823 and their physical intervention on the side of the coastal states, there is no doubt that the Asante would easily have established their sway over the whole of the coastal states and, for good or ill, Ghana today would be a monarchical kingdom ruled by the Asantehene. But neither the Company of Merchants nor later the British government would welcome the political domination of the coastal districts by the Asante for three main reasons. The first reason was precisely the same as the one given in the 18th century, namely, that if a single power dominated the entire coastal region it would be able to dictate the terms of trade and the European traders would be entirely at its mercy as they were in Dahomey. To this selfish 18th century consideration were now added two typically 19th century ones that were humanitarian. In the first place, the British considered the Asante as a barbarous slave-trading people, and their presence on the coast would therefore not only 351 thwart all efforts being made to promote Western education and Christianity, but would also lead to the revival of the slave trade. Secondly, they argued that peace and order were the necessary prerequisites for the promotion of education and legitimate trade, and that these could only be achieved if the Asante could be given such a Palmerstonian blow as would deter them from repeating their aggressions. Not only was their picture of the Asante a false one, but also, one imagines, the surest and most effective way of ensuring peace on the Gold Coast in the 19th century would have been for the British to have cooperated with the Asante. Yet it was for these reasons and not, it must be stressed, because of imperialistic considerations, that the British refused to recognize the Asante's perfectly legitimate claim to Fanti by right of conquest, and rejected Dupuy Treaty out of hand, while they readily ratified that of Maclean in which the Asantehene was made to renounce his claims to all his southern and coastal districts. In 1824, 1826 and 1853 they went further and actually raised an army to beat back Asante invasions, and ultimately did deliver the Palmerstonian blow in 1874. However, besides these primarily selfish considerations, there was one other factor which on two occasions precipitated war. This was ignorance of, or deliberate refusal to recognize, the validity of certain Asante laws, customs, and oaths on the part of the British. The execution of the policeman who abused the Asantehene was of course readily interpreted by the British as evidence of the barbarity, bloodthirstiness, and brutality of the Asante, whereas it was in fact perfectly legitimate according to Asante law and custom. The best instance of this kind of thing, however, was the Kwasi-Gyani episode leading to the Asante invasion of the coast in 1863. That invasion took place because the British governor, Richard Pine, refused to hand over a fugitive, Kwasi-Gyani, who had refused to surrender to the Asantehene a gold nugget which he had discovered. The governor refused first because though this was a criminal offence according to Asante law, it was not according to British law. Secondly, Pine could not believe that Gyani would be fairly tried, and if found guilty, will not lose a hair of his head even though the Asantehene's messengers were prepared to swear an oath to that effect. It seems quite obvious from the above analysis that the Asante coastal wars of the 19th century were not the outcome just 352 of sheer love of war and bloodshed on the part of the Asante or a clash of two imperialisms, British and Asante. For the most part the Asante were in fact simply trying to defend the empire that they had inherited from their forefathers at the beginning of that century, while the concern of the British was ostensibly to ensure peace and order, the necessary prerequisites for the promotion of legitimate trade and civilization, but at a deeper level the British sought to avoid the political domination of the coastal areas by the Asante. Effects of the wars. What then were the main effects of these wars on Asante, Fanti, and British? The first was the dismemberment of the Asante Empire. By the Maclean Treaty of 1831 and the Fomena Treaty of 1874, which followed the defeat of the Asante in 1826 and 1874 respectively, the Asante were compelled to give up forever their sovereignty over all their southern districts, Sfwi, Denkyira, Wassa, Asin, Fanti, Akim, Accra, and Kwahu. This explains why these districts today form part of the southern but not of the Asante region of Ghana. Secondly, the vassal states Ganja, Dagamba, Kratch, and Gyaman, which had been the main force holding provincial Asante together, took advantage of the destruction of Asante military power to assert their independence and were never reconquered. Thus by 1874, the Asante Empire had shrunk into the original core or metropolitan Asante, inextricably linked together by the Golden Stool, and the Brong Ahafo states. This empire continued to exist until a few years ago when the Brong Ahafo states were constituted into a separate region. Thus the Asante region today is coterminous with the original member states of the Union, unimpeachable evidence of the strength of the state-building devices of Osei Tutu and Okomfo Anaki, particularly that of the Golden Stool. Many historians Claridge, Robinson, and Gallagher, and more recently Kimball are of the opinion that after 1874 the British adopted a policy of non-interference in Asante affairs and left the Asantes to stew in their own juice. The British were not sorry to see the breakup and weakening of the Ashanti Kingdom, writes Kimball, but no further action was sanctioned for some years, either to encourage or prevent it. This view is totally wrong. The British did everything to encourage even members of the original 353 Union to break away, particularly Juaban and Adansai. In July 1874, for instance, they sent an official, Lees, to force the Asantehene to grant complete independence to the Juabenhene and presented him with a gold-plated stool for very obvious reasons. When news of an impending civil war between Juaban and Kumasi reached Accra in October 1875, the British sent Dr. Gouldsberry to Kumasi and Juaban to offer his offices as a mediator. This official was within 2 days' march of Juaban when he heard of the defeat of Juaban. It was this defeat which led to the mass migration of the Juaban to the southern districts and the founding of modern Koforidua or New Juaban. Indeed, British policy towards Asante after 1874 was clearly stated by the Governor of the Gold Coast in his dispatch to the Colonial Office in October 1875 to be that of breaking up of Ashanti into two or more tribes who would be independent of each other, thereby preventing Kumasi from establishing itself in its former power. It was clearly with this in view that Lees and Gouldsbury were sent to Asante, and the British pursued that policy throughout the 1870s and early 1880s, during which there were rebellions even of some of the original members of the Confederacy, Kokafua, Mampong, and Ansuda. However, it is evident from the recent work of Wilkes and Tordoff that the last of the 19th century rulers of Asante, Kwakadua III, or Prempeh, 1888–96, proved equal to the machinations of the British. Within 3 years of his accession to power, he was able, thanks to the magnetic force of the Golden Stool, to win back Kokafua, Mampong, and Ansuda, and to begin to negotiate with some success for the return of the Juaban, Adansai, and Kokafua who had emigrated into the colony. As Tordoff has concluded, though Prempeh had inherited a weak and divided kingdom, some measure of unity had been restored to it by 1891. It is not surprising that Prempeh firmly but politely rejected the offer of British protection in 1891. The period 1883 to 1895 clearly covered not the progressive decline and inevitable downfall of the Confederacy, as Kimball and other historians would have us believe, but rather its revival. Had Prempeh been given time, he would most probably have successfully retrieved the lost portions of Asante. But he was not. 5 years after his firm rejection of British protection, he was arrested and exiled, ultimately to the Seychelles, and, a further 5 years later, Asante was conquered and annexed by the British. 354. On the Fanti, the effect of these wars was, paradoxically enough, very beneficial since, as usual, they drew closer and closer together, ending with the formation of the Confederation in 1868. It should be pointed out that up to 1826 it was the fear of Asante conquest and a common hatred of Elmina which acted as the magnet pulling the Fanti states together. From 1826 to 1863, when, for all practical purposes, there was peace between them and the Asante, it was not unlikely that the Union would fall apart again. However, the work of Maclean between 1830 and 1847, and from the 1850s to the early 1860s, the increasing encroachment on the judicial powers of the Fanti chiefs, which led to a violent protest headed by King Agri of Cape Coast, who was exiled to Sierra Leone in 1867 as a consequence, and, in the late 1860s, the Anglo-Dutch exchange of forts. All three led to the retention of the Union and its steady development into a full-fledged confederation in 1868. By then it had a Confederate government under a king president, a Confederate army consisting of 3 wings left, center, and right capable of putting 15,000 men into the field, and a Confederate civil service. In August 1869, the Confederation boldly declared itself independent of the British, set up a Supreme Court at Mankesum and ordered a poll tax to meet the cost of administration. The whole movement reached its climax and maturity at a meeting at Mankesum in October 1871 at which a complete constitution of 47 articles was adopted. It had then become, in the words of Horton, the pivot of national unity, headed by intelligent men, to whom a great deal of the powers of the kings and chiefs are delegated and quite a force to be reckoned with. Certainly, had the British encouraged it or even left it alone, the Confederation might well have survived. But instead they arrested the leaders a month after this epoch-making meeting, on the absolutely untenable charge of treason, and imprisoned them. Though the leaders were released a month later on the instructions of the colonial secretary, the Federation never recovered from the blow, and within 2 years it had ceased to exist. On the British, the main effect of these wars was to establish a link between them and the southern states and peoples, which ended in the formal conversion of the latter into the British Crown colony of the Gold Coast in July 1874. It should be noted that, although official British policy until the 1860s remained one of 355. Non-interference in the affairs of the African states. The British officials on the spot ignored this, and in 1824 and 1826 actually took part in the wars on the side of the coastal states for reasons already outlined. When the British government officially withdrew from the coast in 1828 on the ground of the increasing cost of administration, it confidently hoped that British involvement in the affairs of the local states would also end, and, to ensure this, it specifically instructed the Committee of Merchants that took over to confine its jurisdiction only to the forts. Paradoxically enough, this period of merchant rule from 1828 to 1843 witnessed a deeper involvement of the British in the affairs of the states than ever before, this being the direct outcome of the work of George Maclean, who became the president and not the governor of the Council of Merchants in Cape Coast from 1830 to 1843. Deliberately ignoring his instructions, Maclean concluded a treaty with the Asante and actively interfered in the affairs of the southern states with a view to ensuring peace and order, the necessary prerequisites for the promotion of trade. The outcome of his work was not only the establishment of peace between the Asante and the coastal peoples from 1831 till the 1860s, and the booming of trade between 1830 and 1840, but, as the Select Committee of 1842 reported, the exercise of a very wholesome influence over a coast not much less than 150 miles in extent, and considerable distance inland, preventing within that range external slave trade, maintaining peace and security, exercising a useful though irregular jurisdiction of the neighboring tribes and mitigating some of their atrocious practices. However successful it was, Maclean's work was clearly irregular and illegal. It was mainly to allow for its legalization and continuation that the British government accepted the Select Committee's recommendation to assume direct administration of the Gold Coast forts from the merchants, appointed Commander Hill as governor in 1843 and Maclean as the judicial assessor. The work assigned to Hill was threefold: to put Maclean's work on a proper legal footing, to set up a new system of administration, and to continue the work of promoting Christianity and education. The bond. The first of the assignments that Hill tackled was that of jurisdiction, and it was the negotiations that he commenced with the 356 coastal chiefs soon after his arrival in Cape Coast that led to the conclusion of the now famous Bond of 1844 on March 6, the precise date that Ghana chose as her date for independence. The bond consists of only 3 short clauses. In the first clause, the signatory chiefs, 8 of them including those of Denki Ira Anamabu, Cape Coast, and Asin, undertook to acknowledge the power and jurisdiction that had hitherto been exercised on behalf of the Queen of England, and to declare that the first objects of law are the protection of individuals and property. In the second clause, they agreed to consider human sacrifice and other barbarous customs such as painearing as abominations and contrary to law. In the third and final clause, they agreed to allow murders, robberies, and other crimes and offences to be tried and inquired of before the Queen's judicial officers and the chiefs of the districts, moulding the customs of the country according to the general principles of British law. It is evident from these terms that the bond was primarily retrospective. It merely recognized, but did not create Maclean's work, and cannot therefore be considered as opening a new chapter, as Padmar contends. The sovereign power of the signatories, except over criminal offences, was fully recognized. Even the exercise of this limited jurisdiction by the British officials was to be founded, as the Colonial Secretary insisted in 1844, on the assent and concurrence of the sovereign power of the state within which it is exercised, and, as we shall see presently, the bond had absolutely nothing to do with the circumstances leading to the creation of the Crown Colony of the Gold Coast in 1874. Neither can it in any way be regarded as the Magna Carta of the Fanti. As Balmer maintains, it ended no despotism and conferred no rights on the Fanti. On the contrary, it deprived the Fanti chiefs of their sole right to exercise criminal jurisdiction, and should therefore be regarded as the very opposite of a Magna Carta. It would seem from the above that the importance of the bond in the history of Ghana has been grossly exaggerated. The exercise of this formally recognized jurisdiction continued as before as long as Maclean remained the judicial assessor. But after this death in 1847, and the appointment of a Chief Justice in 1850, cases began to be tried according to British law only, and to the total exclusion of the chiefs. This usurpation of the judicial powers of the chiefs, which reached its climax in the late 1850s when a single person acted as the Chief Justice and Judicial 357 Assessor, began a wave of protests led by King Ajayi of Cape Coast and Otibu of Asin. As we have seen, this was one of the important factors leading to the rise of the Fanti Confederation movement. Two things prevented further extension of British power and jurisdiction in the southern districts in the 1850s and 1860s, first, the increasing opposition of the chiefs, and second, the failure to raise sufficient revenue either through custom duties or direct taxation, in the form of the poll tax of 1852, to meet administration costs, which became increasingly heavy with the establishment of the Legislative Council in 1850. And this failure coupled with the Asante War of 1863-4 led to the setting up of the Select Committee of 1865, which recommended the eventual withdrawal of the British from all West Africa except probably Sierra Leone. Had the recommendations of the Select Committee of 1865 been enforced, and the Fanti Confederation received the blessing and support of the British officials on the spot, the British might well have reverted to the role they were playing at the beginning of the century. But the oft-quoted report of the Select Committee was actually not debated by Parliament until 1873, the Fanti Confederation movement was in fact killed by 1872 and, 2 years later, all the southern districts were converted into the British Crown colony of the Gold Coast. It is clear then that a fundamental change occurred in the policy of the British government towards the Gold Coast in the early 1870s, a change from one of withdrawal, or at least non-interference, to one of entrenchment. Three considerations account for this change. The first was financial. With the Anglo-Dutch exchange of forts and the consequent withdrawal of the Dutch from the Gold Coast in 1870, the British became hopeful of solving one of their principal problems, that of raising sufficient revenue from custom duties to meet the cost of administration. This hope did in fact materialize, for trade considerably revived after the departure of the Dutch, and between 1875 and 1880, the annual revenue derived from customs duties alone was £90,000 while the total expenditure on the country was £83,000. The second main reason was the change in British public opinion towards colonies, or as we might put it, the beginning of the rise of the new imperialism in Europe in general, and Britain in particular. It is interesting to note that one reason given by one of the top officials in the Colonial Office against implementing the 358 recommendations of the Select Committee, when they were being discussed in February 1873, was that in the present tone and temper of the British mind, no abandonment of territory would be permitted by Parliament or sanctioned by public opinion. Indeed, because of these two considerations, Kimberley, the colonial secretary, decided early in 1873 to convert the southern districts into a British moral protectorate. But before the letter in which this new policy was outlined could be dispatched to Accra, news of the Asante invasion of the coastal districts at the beginning of 1873 reached England. Anxious now to win respect for Britain and recognition of her as the paramount power on the coast, Kimberley abandoned his half-hearted measures, declared the war an imperial war and ordered a counter-invasion of Asante. The conquest of Asante put Britain in a strong position to do whatever she liked with the states of the Gold Coast, on the grounds that the sole guarantee against further Ashanti attack lay in a strong government on the coast and a strong defensive grouping of the coastal states under British protection, or, as one of the under-secretaries in the Colonial Office minutes, more succinctly, in April 1874, complete annexation or total abandonment are I fear the only alternatives. The former is too ghastly a scheme to contemplate, the latter too charming to be capable of execution. Lord Carnarvon, the new colonial secretary, decided on the very evil choice of annexation. In July 1874 therefore, a new charter was issued converting the southern states into the British Crown colony of the Gold Coast. It should be clear from this analysis then, that the establishment, and the time at which it was established, of a crown colony rather than a protectorate, were both the direct outcome of the Anglo-Asante War of 1873–4. 21. The growth of European influence in West Africa in the 19th century. J. E. Flint. It is one of the ironies of history that the slave trade period, during which European economic activities, if trading in men can be so termed, did incalculable damage to West African society, was also one in which direct European cultural or political influence was almost negligible. The centuries of European slave trading produced nothing more in the way of European political influence than a few French forts in the Senegal region, a British fort in the Gambia, and the British and Dutch forts built on sites rented from Africans in the Gold Coast. Conversely, the movement to abolish the slave trade, and the new economic relationship brought about by European demands for produce instead of slaves, created a situation in which European political and cultural influence, from its weak position in 1800, was almost totally dominant by 1900, though the pace of this growth was far from steady, or uniform in all areas. The first important victory of the anti-slavery movement, the ruling in 1772 by Chief Justice Mansfield that English law could not uphold slavery in England, led directly to the first positive attempt to create a new Afro-European relationship in the foundation of Sierra Leone in 1787 by private evangelical initiative. The new settlement began as a somewhat utopian attempt to translate into practice both the moral and economic implications of the anti-slavery philosophy. It was to be a community of free Negroes in which the slave trade would play no part, and by its agricultural and commercial success with legitimate products it would demonstrate to the surrounding African peoples and rulers that legitimate commerce was not only more righteous, but more profitable, than the slave trade. It has been seen that the Sierra Leone settlement ran into grave difficulties, and that much of the original idealism evaporated. Nevertheless, the Sierra Leone experiment made a permanent impact on the nature of the British presence in West Africa. With the passing of the 1807 Act which 360 made slave trading illegal for British subjects, the Royal Navy's West African Squadron, which had the task of enforcing the Act, became based on Freetown Harbour, and Sierra Leone was taken over from the Sierra Leone Company to become the first British Crown colony in West Africa. Its significance thereafter for British influence was of the utmost importance. Politically it became the centre and base for all British activity until the 1880s, its importance as a harbour, its historical connection with the anti-slavery impulse, and the fact that it became a centre of missionary educational activity, meant that Britain never contemplated its abandonment, as she did her other areas of influence. Culturally, the significance of Sierra Leone became even more profound, for it became a diffusion centre for the English language, the Protestant religion, British trade, and British ideas throughout West Africa. This arose from the landing of thousands of Africans at Freetown, liberated from slave ships by the Royal Navy. These people came from almost every section of the peoples of West Africa, the experience of capture, being sold on board a slave ship, liberation, and landing in Freetown, followed by the attempts at relief by the missionaries, was a shattering experience which could not fail to alter their attitudes to life. Torn from their families and homes, they were forced to develop just those qualities of individualism and self-help which missionaries at first believed would save Africa. Most of them became pro-British and pro-Christian, and many of them returned to their original homelands. The humanitarians thus succeeded in shifting the British centre of operations in West Africa. Hitherto, in the slave trade era, the Gold Coast forts, administered by the Chartered Company of African Merchants, had been the focus of British activity. With the emergence of Sierra Leone, the future of the British presence in the Gold Coast was seriously in doubt. The purpose of retaining a series of forts originally built to prosecute the slave trade, administered by a company historically implicated in the slave trade, was not at all clear in the new era of anti-slave trade policies. If a new and prosperous legitimate trade had rapidly emerged in the Gold Coast, the British attitude would have been firmer, but Gold Coast trade remained feeble, a small gold trade trickled on, but the palm oil resources of the Gold Coast were confined to a narrow belt of territory behind the coast, and not at all comparable to those of the Niger area. In addition to these considerations, 361. Britain had to adopt an attitude to the growing desire of the Asante to break the hold of the Fanti power on the coast and establish direct contact with Europeans. Here Britain vacillated. In the abstract it could be seen that there might be real advantages in expanding trade through Asante's northern contacts with the trade routes to the western Sudan. On the other hand, British officials on the Gold Coast feared that their influence would be much limited if a strong power like Asante established a firm and unified control of the coast. Meanwhile, the humanitarians, pressing home the idea that Sierra Leone should now be Britain's base, mounted attacks on the Company of African Merchants. In 1821 Parliament finally abolished the company for its failure to work effectively against the slave trade, and the Gold Coast forts were placed under the control of Governor M. Carthy of Sierra Leone. M. de Carthy resolved almost at once to break the Asante hold on the coast, and embarked upon the disastrous campaign which was to result in the defeat of the British forces and M. Carthy's own death in 1824. Though the Asante were defeated in 1826, such a disaster was bound to provoke further probing of the basic question as to whether the British presence in the Gold Coast served any purpose at all. The government decided by 1827 that it did not, and that Britain should withdraw. After opposition from traders on the Gold Coast, supported by the trinket manufacturers of Birmingham, a compromise was agreed whereby, in return for a small subsidy, the forts would be administered by a committee of merchants in London. It was this committee which appointed George Maclean as its representative on the coast, and it was Maclean, with very limited resources, who succeeded in making peace with Asante, and not only keeping alive but actually expanding British influence on the coast between 1830 and 1843. As far as the British government was concerned, it had withdrawn from the Gold Coast. During the years from 1800 to 1830, the French, from their base in Senegal, faced similar frustrations to those of the British in the Gold Coast. The basic problem faced by the French was similar, for as a result of the European peace settlement of 1815 they had abandoned the slave trade. Senegal therefore had to be furnished with a new economic base. The French did not, at first, look to legitimate commerce in the sense of trying to develop new and 362. Existing trade with Africans. Instead they followed the plan of keeping Senegalese labor in Senegal and setting it to work on plantations of new crops. At first it was even planned to introduce white settlers for this purpose, and in 1818 the French government sent out troop reinforcements, agricultural experts, and machinery to start the schemes. It was believed that white settlement and efficient farming would be observed and imitated by surrounding African chiefs, who would start their own plantations, and become a consuming class for French exports. When white settlement failed, the French persisted in their view that the economy should be developed through plantations, owned if necessary by half-castes or Africans. The new governor Roger arrived in Senegal in 1821 with instructions to develop Senegal as a producer of France's raw material needs, as a market for French exports, and as a center of French civilization. He, too, brought experts, and began a botanical garden to encourage the establishment of plantations around St. Louis, but had little more success than his predecessor. Almost the only result of all these efforts by 1830 was the annual export of about 20 tons of cotton. By 1840 the plantations policy was abandoned, and the French now turned their efforts to developing the commerce of the Senegal River with the Western Sudan, and in particular concentrated on the groundnut trade. Between 1800 and 1830, therefore, European influence had grown very slowly and with setbacks. Senegal, Sierra Leone, and the Gold Coast, precariously, were still the centers of interest and activity in West Africa. In the next 30 years a combination of factors began to push Europeans, especially the British, into the area of the Niger Delta. These were, 1. The rise of the palm oil trade, 2. Advances in European geographical knowledge of West Africa, and 3. a renewed surge of humanitarian interest. Let us look at each of these factors in turn. The palm oil trade resulted from economic developments in England, taking place in and near one of the centres of English slave trade shipping, Liverpool. South and west of Liverpool, in Cheshire, the English chemical industry was beginning to take shape, finding a basis in the production of soap in ever-increasing quantities. Soap had hitherto been a handmade article, a luxury item for the use of the rich. But with the Industrial Revolution and its urban grime and grease, a mass demand arose. Vegetable oils were needed in mass production, and palm oil was found to be the 363 ingredient which produced the best lather. At the same time, north of Liverpool, the Lancashire cotton factories were making greater demands for lubricating oil for their machines. It so happened that behind the great slave markets of the Niger Delta, now barred to Liverpool merchants by the Anti-Slave Trade Act of 1807, lay the great palm forests. The Liverpool merchants therefore moved into Brass, Bonny and Calabar, whose middlemen African traders gradually turned over from slave trading to palm oil to satisfy the demand. By the 1840s and 1850s the oil rivers, as they were now appropriately called, had become the largest and most lucrative center of West African trade, and the African coastal states controlled the transfer of oil from the Igbo and Ibibio interior to the Europeans. In this area at least a legitimate commerce had driven out the slave trade. The movement of geographical exploration by Europeans began out of straightforward curiosity in the Age of Enlightenment at the end of the 18th century. But it was natural that, once begun, exploration should also seek to serve the interests of commerce by listing commercial products and potential markets, and also that some explorers should be of the humanitarian bent, and expatiate upon the horrors of the internal slave trade. The effect of these explorations was to tempt both European commerce and humanitarians inland. Mungo Park on the Upper Niger, the Frenchman René Caillie in his journeys from Senegal to Timbuktu, Clapperton in Bornu and the Fulani Empire of northern Nigeria, all exposed a new Africa to European eyes and imagination. The Muslim Sudan seemed in every way more attractive to Europe, it was drier and therefore believed healthier, its people seemed more civilized because, outwardly, they seemed more like Europeans with their Central East monarchical states, standing armies, and systems of taxation. Their long flowing cotton robes surely presented another opportunity for Lancashire's cotton exporters. And above all there was the Niger, the fabulous river, the artery of West Africa, the highway to the interior. What millions of customers could be reached from its banks? Did God create this river for the penetration of the Christian gospel? Europeans at this time, especially the shipbuilding British, were indeed obsessed with rivers, for they were about to embark on the technical revolution of the steamship, a vessel independent of winds and currents which could ascend any river deep enough. Steamships were soon to open up all the 364 great rivers of the world, the Yangtze, Mississippi, Amazon, Danube, and Ganges, and the Niger would be no exception. In 1830 the final geographical problem of the Niger was dramatically solved when Richard Lander, by following the river's flow by canoe from Bussa to the sea, discovered that the river entered the sea at precisely the point of maximum European trade in West Africa, the oil rivers. At once the Niger assumed added significance, it could be used not only to tap the Muslim north, but also to cut behind the African middlemen of the oil rivers to trade directly with the Igbo producers of palm oil. Lander's discovery was seized upon by MacGregor Laird, a younger member of a famous shipbuilding family, who proceeded to build the world's first ocean-going iron steamship, in which he and Lander ascended the Niger in 1832-4. Their experience, however, was a catastrophe, for they had underestimated the effects of the mosquito. 1/3 of the Europeans involved died. Laird resolved not to return to the Niger until the health problem was solved. This setback would have drawn a temporary halt to Niger penetration had it not been for the third factor mentioned earlier, the renewed surge of humanitarian interest. Between 1807, when the British government took over the Sierra Leone colony, and 1838, The anti-slavery forces in British politics were unable to concentrate their attention on West Africa, for during this time they were engaged, first under Wilberforce, and then under their new leader Thomas Fowell Buxton, in the great political campaign to abolish slavery in British colonies, which centered on the West Indies question. In 1833 the Abolition Act was passed, but for the next 5 years the humanitarians attacked the system of apprenticeship in the West Indies whereby freed Negroes were bound to their ex-masters during a transitional period. Apprenticeship was abolished in 1838. Almost immediately Fowell Buxton swung the energies of the movement around to West Africa. Fowell Buxton's followers were appalled by the discovery that the Atlantic slave trade had in fact increased since Britain had begun her campaign against it in 1807. They therefore concluded that the policy of patrolling the West African coast with the naval squadron was a failure. A new policy must be found. In 1840, Buxton published his answer in a book entitled The African Slave Trade and Its Remedy. The remedy lay not in naval force, but in legitimate commerce, which by its inherent superiority would drive the slave. 365. Trade out by competition, so that even if the demand for slaves in America continued, Africans would no longer supply it, being intent on the greater profits to be made from legitimate commerce. The means to this salvation lay in the steamship and the Niger. Buxton proposed a great expedition to Lokaha, the strategic key to the Niger and Binya River systems. A model farm would be established to teach Africans new agricultural techniques. Treaties would be made in which local rulers would agree to abolish slave trading in return for guaranteed legitimate trade, and commerce would flow down to the sea. The humanitarians were at the peak of their influence, and the British government adopted the plan, despite the warnings of MacGregor Laird. In 1841 the largest expedition yet sent to West Africa ascended the Niger. It was an unmitigated disaster. All the Europeans went down with fever, and 48 of them died on the river. The failure was a very serious blow to humanitarian influence, exposing them to the charge of ignorance of local conditions. Fowell Buxton's health collapsed from the shock, and he died shortly afterwards, the last of the really powerful political figures to lead British humanitarian politics. Above all, the failure of the 1841 expedition reinforced the idea of West Africa as the white man's grave. In fact, British cultural influence from this time until the 1870s grew much more from the efforts of colored Englishmen, like T.B. Freeman, the Methodist missionary, whose mother was African, British West Indians, like those of the Presbyterian mission in Calabar, and liberated Africans from Sierra Leone, than it did from white effort. Samuel Ajayi Crowther, the first Anglican African bishop, decided to take holy orders directly as a result of his experiences on the Niger expedition and his feeling of horror at so many white men's deaths. From this decision eventually grew the Great Niger Mission. Similarly, liberated Africans played a considerable part, together with white missionaries, in involving the British in the politics of Yorubaland. British missionaries here were following the return of the Egba exiles from Sierra Leone to Abeokuta, Lagos, and Badagry in the late 1830s and the 1840s, and it was these developments, as well as pressure from British traders, which eventually produced British interference in the politics of Lagos in 1851 and culminated in the annexation of Lagos in 1861. Nevertheless, if the British seem to have retreated from interior 366 penetration in the 1840s, they did not retreat from the coasts. Indeed, they began to show some realization of the fact that British political influence was expanding. In 1843, after a parliamentary inquiry, the British government officially returned to the Gold Coast, taking back administration of the forts from the Committee of Merchants. As yet, however, they were unwilling to recognize that this was in any sense a colonial commitment. The undoubted extension of British power in a territory she did not claim was disguised by the curious legal fictions of the Foreign Jurisdiction Act of 1843, empowering the Crown to exercise power in a foreign country in as full a manner as if that country had been acquired by conquest or cession. The need for such powers to be passed legally to the British government lay behind the Bond of 1844.2 in 1850. There was a further expansion of British influence in the Gold Coast when Britain bought up the Danish forts on the coast. One may detect a similar assertiveness in the Niger area at about the same time. Here again the British shunned any direct colonial rule. Instead, the trader John Beecroft was made consul in 1849, and he was soon interfering in the politics not only of Lagos, but of Bonny and Calabar, in the interests of British palm oil traders. In the 1840s and 1850s the French were similarly expanding their influence, in some ways in a more spectacular fashion. Between 1837 and 1842 the French naval officer Boetwillaume made a series of voyages along the coast, calling at places where French traders had established themselves. At several of these trading posts he signed treaties with local African rulers, granting protectorates to France in the Gabon area, the Ivory Coast, and Mauritania. Most of these places did in fact become French colonies in the 1880s, although France did not maintain an unbroken authority. In Senegal a much more aggressive spirit began to manifest itself after 1850. This was the result of several factors. We have seen that the policy of trying to develop plantation agriculture in Senegal failed, and the French changed their policy to one of developing commerce with Africans. Just as the British had begun to look on the Niger as a highway to the Sudan, so the French, partly as a result of the work of their explorers, like René Caillie, began to form the plan of penetrating to the Muslim states of the western Sudan along the Senegal River, and from there building a 367 system of trade routes across to the upper Niger. These ambitions cut across existing African trade patterns, most of them controlled by powerful Muslim rulers, who naturally opposed such schemes. In addition, the interior trade was subject to numerous tolls and taxes, which the French found irksome. The basic cause, therefore, of French expansion in Senegal in the 1850s was desire to break into the interior trade routes, and destroy the commercial control of African rulers. But the new assertiveness of the French also owed something to personalities. The radical French Revolution of 1848 soon saw the emergence of Louis Napoleon, first as president, then in 1852 as emperor, anxious to restore to France something of the lost glory of Napoleon I. It was therefore possible for an energetic governor in Senegal to find some support for expansionist plans from the home government. As early as 1850 Governor Protet was given instructions to pursue an energetic policy, and to refuse the payment of trade tolls to inland states. The real forward thrust began in earnest, however, with the appointment of Governor Faidherbe, a military man with experience of the long Algerian campaigns, and a considerable understanding of Islam. Faidherbe resolved to achieve complete French domination of the Senegal River, to make the Senegal an artery for the commerce of the western Sudan, and to use Senegal as a base for expansion eastwards. Faidherbe governed Senegal from 1854 to 1861, and then again from 1863 to 1865. He began by creating a formidable French African army of Senegal, a significant development, for soon the Senegalese tirailleurs became a famous part of French military power. With this force Faidherbe then embarked upon a series of campaigns. The coastal region was effectively occupied both north and south of the Gambia River, and the new city of Dakar founded in 1857, whilst a series of campaigns lasting several years were fought in the interior. Here the main obstacle to the French was the Tukulor Empire of Al-Hajj Umar, centered at this time in Fouta-Djallon. In the long run both Faidherbe and Al-Hajj Umar wished to avoid a final trial of strength, and in 1860 they signed a treaty virtually delimiting their spheres of influence. Al-Hajj Umar abandoned the left bank of the Senegal and the Falem River basin to the French, thereby for all practical purposes shifting the center of his state eastwards to reform in the Sudan proper. By 1864, the French were in full control of the Senegal. 368. River. Missions were dispatched towards the Niger, the most important being that of the naval lieutenant Mage, instructed to survey the possibility of building a line of posts from Senegal to Bamako, on the Niger, and to visit Alhaji Umar's new center of power to arrange with him a mutual trade treaty whereby he agreed to channel trade down to the Senegal River. Despite all this military activity, the result was not to convert Senegal into a directly administered colony. The object was trade. Faidherbe left no permanent garrisons in the interior, nor did he attempt to levy any direct taxes. Faidherbe believed more in the effectiveness of a French cultural and economic impact than in close administration. To this end he devoted much attention to education, especially of the sons of chiefs, and the government began inspecting Muslim and Christian schools. A deliberate effort was also made to impress Africans with the glories of French culture by creating a dignified and well-planned city in St. Louis, with a library, museum, and many graceful stone buildings. Dakar was to be another such showplace. By the 1860s it seemed almost as if a scramble for West Africa was beginning. Faidherbe's campaigns led to increased activity by the French in the Rivières du Sud, i.e. what became French Guinea, which alarmed the British in Sierra Leone. Similarly, the French became worried for their trading interests by British moves in Lagos and the Niger. In the 1850s the shock of the disastrous British Niger expedition began to wear off. The British sent Barth, the greatest of all African explorers, across the Sahara to Sokoto and Bornu, and in 1854 W. B. Bakey, financed by Laird, led an expedition up the river Niger to try to link up with Barth. In this he failed, but the other results of Bakey's voyage were revolutionary, for, by administering regular doses of quinine to his crew, Bakey, himself a surgeon, ensured that every man came out alive. The health barrier for Europeans had begun to crack. Bakey's expedition also made a profit on trade, and this attracted a steady development of trade on the main Niger, particularly by firms from Glasgow, London, and Manchester, shut out from the oil rivers by monopolistic practices of the Liverpool traders and African middlemen, who naturally opposed the Niger traders, often by force, and naval expeditions began to accompany the annual trading ventures. Events in Lagos, however, did more to alarm the French. The 369 British intervention in 1852, deposing Kosciuszko, had led only to intrigue and instability in Lagos, whilst the British nominee rulers became more and more their puppets. Pressure from missionaries, traders, and Sierra Leoneans, together with the ambitions of local officials, led to the open annexation of Lagos as a new British colony in 1861. The French feared, with real justification, that British officials would expand along the lagoons to impose customs duties on French traders to support Lagos revenues. In retaliation and to prevent this, the French declared a protectorate over Porto Novo in 1863, and Cotonou in 1868, thus establishing claims to the coast of what became their colony of Dahomey. However, a scramble did not materialize. From 1863 both France and Britain began to retreat politically, and this had the effect of postponing partition for almost 20 years. The fact was that British and French local interests, missionaries, traders, and ambitious officials, seemed to have usurped metropolitan control, and both the French and British governments began to clamp down on their local representatives. The French abandoned their protectorate over Porto Novo in 1864, and the Cotonou Protectorate of 1868 was not enforced. Similarly, the British restrained further attempts by Lagos officials to expand the colony. The British attitude was conditioned by events in the Gold Coast. In 1863, the Asante invaded the south, and in two successive campaigns the British failed to defeat them. This humiliation was the signal for an attack on government policy by parliamentary critics of expansion in West Africa. The government was almost defeated on the issue, and forced to set up the Select Committee on West Africa, which reported in 1865. This famous document advocated no further extension of territory and the preparation of Africans at present under British rule for self-government, with a view to the withdrawal from all settlements, except Sierra Leone. The committee's basic attitude was that West African colonies involved Britain in useless responsibility, expense, and loss of life, The object of Britain's presence was trade, and it was shown in the oil rivers and the Niger that a lucrative trade could be pursued without recourse to colonial rule. Such a report from the British Parliament probably helped to convince the French that they, too, could afford to relax. If not, any French West African ambitions were shattered by the Prussian War of 1870, when Napoleon II's forces were rapidly routed by 370. The efficient Prussian army, the Bonapartist state collapsed, and civil war erupted in Paris. The political history of France from 1870 to 1879 was one of extreme uncertainty, in which, within the Third Republic, republicans, monarchists, of several factions, Bonapartists and socialists struggled to seize control of the regime. Overseas activity was out of the question in these conditions, and in any case French public opinion regarded the major French task as the recovery of the lost provinces of Alsace and Lorraine, seized by the Prussians in 1870. Colonial activity in Africa therefore seemed an almost treasonable diversion of effort. The 1870 war was the culmination of the process by which Prussia, under the skillful direction of Bismarck, had unified Germany, and the victory was the opportunity for the proclamation of a united German Reich. France was so utterly defeated that Germany could have seized all her colonies, and Bismarck was urged to do so by the towns of Bremen and Hamburg. These towns, which before the unification enjoyed separate status, were the centers of a growing German trade with West Africa. The Germans had begun trading in Sierra Leone in the 1830s, they had then moved into Liberia after it became independent. In the middle of the century the German firm of Oswald began an important and profitable trade by shipping cowrie shells from Zanzibar, where they were of little value, to Whydah for use as currency. In 1852 the firm moved to Lagos, where Germans were soon larger traders than the British. In 1869 Oswald sold their Lagos interests to the firm of Gazer and Witt, which became the main palm oil traders in Germany, setting up oil crushing plants throughout the Reich. German traders also established an important position in the Cameroons, where by 1874 they were the main competitor of the British. The century also saw important German missionary endeavors. German missionaries were significant in the Gold Coast, whilst in what became German Togoland the North German Missionary Society established itself after 1847, with the support of the commercial firm of Vitor, whose profits in Togo were used to support the mission. Despite these growing interests, Bismarck was not tempted by French colonies in Africa in 1870. He was basically opposed to the idea of German colonization. Germany had no navy to maintain contact with colonies, and Bismarck believed, like the British anti-colonials, that colonies were useless and expensive burdens on the 371 state. His reply to the plan to seize French colonies was, "I want no colonies. They are good only for providing offices. For us colonial enterprise would be just like the silks and sables of Polish noble families, who have no shirts." With France on her knees, and with Germany uninterested in political adventures in West Africa, Britain was thus free from 1870 to 1879 to try to implement the policy laid down in 1865 of commercial expansion without colonial expansion. It should be noted, however, that no withdrawal took place. When the Fanti, alarmed at the prospect of British withdrawal leaving them to the mercy of the Asante, tried to build a modern constitution for the state, they were treated by local British officials as traitors, and the plan ruined. Registered similarly, there were no moves to withdraw from Lagos, though Governor Glover was sacked in 1872 for his aggressive attitudes. On the other hand, no expansion took place, and on the Niger the mission of W. H. Simpson to Nup in 1871 was designed to secure British commercial expansion under the protectorate of the Etsu of Nup. More striking perhaps is the failure of the British to seize Asante during Wolseley's campaign, which captured Kumasi in 1874, instead an indemnity was extracted in gold and the army withdrew. The only positive result seems to have been the establishment of the Gold Coast Colony in 1874, the legal recognition of what had been the practice since 1844. From 1879, however, the British ceased to have things so conveniently free from foreign European intervention. In that year the French once more became active in West Africa, showing thereafter a vigor and determination much greater even than in the days of Faidherbe. It is important to understand this new development, for it set in train the whole process of partition of West Africa between Britain, France, and Germany, and throughout the next 20 years it was France which set the pace of partition. In 1879 the long years of uncertainty about the constitution in France came to an end with the deposition of the monarchist President MacMahon. The Republicans inherited the Republic. From this time the monarchist and Bonapartist forces ceased to be a threat to the state. Revenge and the recovery of Alsace and Lorraine were still the dream of patriotic Frenchmen, but such plans could not possibly be implemented then. Germany was much stronger than France, Bismarck's diplomacy had allied her. 372. To Austria in 1879, and would ally her to Russia in 1881, whilst France was isolated. But Germany would not oppose French colonial expansion. In fact Bismarck positively encouraged it, for in his opinion it would weaken France, divert her resources from Europe to Africa, and make any French war of revenge even less likely. France, he hoped, might even come to think of expansion in Africa as compensation for her losses in 1870. In this he was too optimistic, but some influential French politicians were beginning to think France should expand in Africa for quite other reasons. Some saw West Africa as a great military training ground, whilst black Frenchmen, created by France's civilizing mission, would swell French armies for the day of revenge against Germany. Others, like Jules Ferry, himself from Alsace, saw the contest with Germany as essentially economic. The unification of Germany had resulted in massive German industrial expansion, whilst German and British exports competed fiercely in world markets. French industry could not keep pace. France, thought Ferry, needed tropical colonies as sources of raw materials, where in addition colonial policy could create customs barriers in favor of French industry. Colonial policy is the daughter of industrial policy were his words. The first French moves in the scramble began in Central Africa, in response to King Leopold of the Belgians' activities in the Congo. Jules Ferry, at that time Minister of Education in France, feared for the security of French influence in the Gabon, and therefore dispatched in 1879, with Education Ministry funds, the explorer de Brazza to secure the north bank of the Congo to France. In West Africa the new imperialism was much more carefully thought out. It began by developing the ideas of Faidherbe that Senegal should be the base for expansion into the Sudan. In 1879 the French began building the first West African railway from Dakar to St. Louis. This move provoked considerable African resistance in Caire, through which the railway ran, which led to military campaigns and direct administration through nominated chiefs. In 1880 plans for extending this railway into the Sudan were set on foot. Gallieni was given the task of surveying the proposed line from St. Louis to the Niger and negotiating a French protectorate with Ahmed, the son of Al-Hajj Umar. In this Gallieni failed, being kept virtually a prisoner by Amadou for 10 months. This in turn unleashed a series of French campaigns. 373. Between 1880 and 1883 designed to establish a series of fortified posts from Medina on the Senegal to Bamako on the Niger. None of these moves from Senegal particularly worried the British, though there was concern for the frontiers and hinterland of Sierra Leone. They were much more dismayed by events on the lower Niger, where British trade predominated, and in the Congo region. In 1880 a French firm appeared to trade on the Niger in competition with the British United African Company, formed in 1879 by George Goldie as a monopolistic amalgam of all the British Niger traders. In 1881 another French firm joined in the Niger trade, and its chief agent was given consular status by the French, and began trying to make treaties with African rulers. The British consul in the oil rivers reported home that he feared the French might advance from the Gabon into the Cameroons, and then into Iboland, cutting behind the African coastal middlemen and the Liverpool traders to obtain direct access to the palm oil producing regions. A fierce trade war developed between French firms and Goldie's company, now renamed in more patriotic style the National African Company. The consul in the oil rivers demanded the creation of a British colony to include the Cameroons, and looked forward to building a Pleasant Hill station for himself in the Cameroons mountains, from which to administer the new colony. But the colonial office would have none of the plan, and the treasury refused to provide money enough even for the presents necessary to sweeten the chiefs into signing treaties. After months of delay the consul was at last provided with £5,000, and ordered to establish a protectorate, which he would administer under the Foreign Office. The British consul, after making treaties in the oil rivers, arrived in the Cameroons in 1884 to find himself forestalled, not by the French, but by Germany. In fact, Germany had declared protectorates over Togoland as well as the Cameroons registered. How is this extraordinary change of policy to be explained? It might be imagined that Bismarck had changed his ideas and was now a supporter of German colonization, but this was not the case. His motives were diplomatic. By this time Germany's international position was almost impregnable, for Austria, Russia and Italy had all linked themselves to Germany by alliances. Of the major European powers only England and France remained outside Bismarck's system. Bismarck hoped to attach England to 26. 374. Germany, especially after England occupied Egypt, a move much resented by France, in 1882. Bismarck believed that French opposition to Britain in Egypt would lead the British to give diplomatic concessions to Germany, and perhaps even cede the island of Heligoland registered to secure German support, but this did not happen. Bismarck's colonial adventures in 1884 were all directed against Britain. They were intended to appear as threats to the Gold Coast and Nigeria. The move could produce either of two results, both of which would satisfy Bismarck. The British might see reason and offer Germany concessions. On the other hand, the French might be tempted by a German offer of joint cooperation in the colonial field, and this cooperation in the end might lead to a growing amity between France and Germany and the healing of the wounds of 1870. This last aim was very optimistic, but it was seriously attempted. In the summer of 1884, Bismarck persuaded the French Premier Jules Ferry to join Germany in summoning a West African conference in Berlin. The object of the conference was to destroy British ambitions on the lower Niger and on the Congo, by setting up some form of international control. The conference met during the end of 1884 and the early months of 1885. The British had to abandon their Congo schemes, and by skillful diplomacy King Leopold emerged as virtual ruler of the Congo. On the Niger, however, Britain salvaged her position. Goldie succeeded in buying up the French traders on the eve of the conference so that the British could claim to be the sole European traders on the river, and by the time the Niger question came up for discussion, the French government, afraid that French public opinion would accuse them of pro-German sympathies, had drawn away from cooperation with Germany. In return for concessions from Britain, Bismarck steered the conference into recognizing British predominance on the lower Niger, and no international commission was set up. A Niger Navigation Act was passed, granting free navigation to all on the river, but in fact it never became effective. The German intervention was soon over. Germany founded no new colonies in West Africa after 1884. Indeed, Bismarck hoped that he would not need to have anything to do with either Togo or the Cameroons, for he planned to pass over their administration to German merchants working through a chartered company. This proved impossible to achieve. In the years which followed, European influence in the 19th century. 375. German officials rounded out the boundaries in the hinterlands of Togo and the Cameroons, and at times these activities alarmed both French and British, but in reality Germany had ceased to play a dominant role in the partition. The basic struggle reverted to what it had been before 1884, a struggle between France and Britain. Nevertheless, the effect of German intervention was to speed up the process and to create a feeling, particularly among the French, that greater speed was necessary now that there were three European powers involved instead of two. The British were less worried, upon reflection, by German colonization, for German colonies remained free trading, British traders continued to trade in them without suffering discrimination, whilst experiencing increasing difficulties in French areas. Britain, therefore, tried to hold her own after 1884 with the minimum of expense and responsibility. The oil rivers remained under Foreign Office rule, as the Niger Coast Protectorate after 1892. On the Niger, an even cheaper method of ruling at no cost to the taxpayer was found by granting a charter to Goldie's Company in 1886, after which it was, even more grandly, named the Royal Niger Company. The French reaction was more forthright. The military penetration of the region between Senegal and the Niger was intensified, so that by 1890 the French were involved in full-scale warfare against both Amadou of Sego and against the Empire of Samori. But in addition to this penetration from Senegal eastwards, the French now determined to establish bases on the coast farther south, and penetrate northwards from these. The French claims to Porto Novo were reasserted and the town was reoccupied in 1885. The posts at Assigny and Grand Bassam, which had been held unofficially by the French merchant Verdier since France withdrew in 1870, were reoccupied to become the basis of the future colony of the Ivory Coast. By 1887 the French were beginning to make preliminary moves designed to hem in the British-controlled areas as separated territories, whilst the hinterlands of all French West African colonies would be joined. In that year Binger set out from Bamako, making treaties behind the Gold Coast and in the hinterland of the Ivory Coast. Meanwhile King Jelil of Dahomey viewed growing French interest in the south of his kingdom with increasing distrust, and the French began preparations for the conquest of Dahomey proper. By 1890 they were 376. Thinking in terms of linking not only all their West African colonies, but of maintaining communications between these and French Equatorial Africa by securing Lake Chad, and even joining this vast edifice to Algeria across the Sahara. In 1889 France made two agreements with Britain. The first defined the frontiers between Senegal and the Gambia, whilst the second, in which the French probably sought to prevent any British interference in the coming struggle against Dahomey, defined a frontier between French and British spheres of influence west of Lagos up to the 9th parallel of latitude. In 18G0 the French made a further agreement with Britain in which they agreed to a frontier from Say on the Niger to Beroua on Lake Chad, which would be drawn in such a way as to comprise in the British sphere the territories of the Empire of Sokoto, despite the fact that neither France nor Britain had the slightest effective authority in these regions. Nevertheless the French had made a serious blunder, for they had agreed to these terms in the belief that the Royal Niger Company had really established effective claims in northern Nigeria, and might expand to the northern shore of Lake Chad, and into air, thus cutting possible future links between French West and Equatorial Africa, and Algeria. Shortly after the signature of the 1890 agreement, French explorers who had visited the Niger Company's territories were to show that its power in the Muslim north was non-existent, and its rule in the south more a commercial monopoly than a proper administration. This realization spurred the French on to even more intense efforts designed to hem in the British-controlled areas. The key to success here lay in Dahomey, which drove an effective wedge between the Gold Coast colony and the Lagos sphere of influence. Relations between France and Dahomey were openly hostile after 1890, and at the end of 1892 the French mounted a well-prepared military invasion. The capital of Abomey was occupied and King Bihanzin declared deposed, though he was not in fact captured until 1894, after further fighting. The whole coastline was annexed, and the interior declared a French protectorate. The conquest of Dahomey immediately alarmed the British in Lagos with the prospect that the French might move east into Yorubaland, where hitherto the colonial office had tended to resist the efforts of British governors to intervene in the Yoruba wars. After the Dahomey invasion, however, Governor Carter was authorized to parade through the interior Yoruba states in 1893, making treaties upon which the British claim to a protectorate rested. The French in reality were not much interested in Yorubaland. Instead they planned to use Dahomey as a base to swing northwestward into Mossi and Guernsey, behind the Gold Coast, and northeastwards into Borgu and onto the Niger below Say to challenge the Royal Niger Company. This latter move had an added attraction for the French. It might undo some of the harm, from their point of view, of the 1890 agreement, by moving into the Fulani Empire below the Seberuwa line. 1*. Moreover, these moves were to be more than paper claims or treaty-making expeditions. Instead, the French sent small parties of African troops under white officers to garrison important towns. This was intended to expose the hollowness of the Niger Company's claims, and to overrule any prior British treaty claims by effective occupation. From 1894 to 1898 the French proceeded to implement this plan both in the rear of the Gold Coast, in Borgu, and on the Great Bend of the Niger. The British reply was at first feeble. The Gold Coast government sent George Ecom Ferguson, a remarkable African geographer, explorer, and surveyor, into the northern territories behind Asante, where he made protectorate treaties with Dagomba in 1892, and with Dagardi Mamprusi and Mossi in 1894, but the French denied Ferguson's qualifications for such activities because he was an African, even though he was a fully qualified surveyor and an established British civil servant. The real point, however, was that Ferguson's work was not followed by effective occupation. The Royal Niger Company tried to protect Borgu by sending Lugard to make treaties with Bussa, Niki, and Kayama in 1894-5, but he too had insufficient forces to attempt any real administrative control. When the French under Decoux arrived in 1895 they occupied Borguin towns with soldiers. In 1895 a conservative government was returned to power in Britain with Joseph Chamberlain as colonial secretary. Chamberlain was an imperialist determined to place colonial questions in the forefront of political life. Almost immediately he began to organize a more forceful resistance to French pressure in West Africa. Lugard was appointed to create a British African army to resist French claims to effective occupation. This was the genesis of the West African Frontier Force. In 1897 Lugard arrived at 378 Jebba on the Niger and began moving troops into Borgu. The result was a crisis in Anglo-French relations which came near to the brink of war. By this time Chamberlain had also supervised forceful measures in the Gold Coast. An aggressive policy against Asante was begun in 1895, culminating in the deposition of King Premp in 1896, followed by a deliberate policy of attempting to shatter the Asante Confederation, although the British disclaimed annexation of Asante until Igor. The Niger crisis of 1897-8 was the culminating point of the scramble for West Africa. Though Chamberlain was prepared for war on this issue, neither the Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, nor the French, were prepared to abandon negotiation. In 1898 an Anglo-French agreement was signed settling all outstanding issues in West Africa and defining the frontiers of the British colonies and protectorates. Borgu was divided, with Niki going to France and Bussa to Britain, and France was granted navigation rights on the Niger on the tacit understanding that the Niger Company's monopoly would soon end. The French secured rather more gains in the rear of the Gold Coast. By 1900 all West Africa, with the exception of Liberia, had been parcelled out among the European powers. Throughout the scramble France seemed to be the more aggressive force, and the map of 1900, with the vast territories of France stretching from Senegal to beyond Lake Chad and from Algeria to the Gabon, seemed to show that her energy had won her the lion's share, with the British and German colonies circumscribed and separated. In the longer view, however, much of this French success was illusory. The British had followed a commercial strategy, at first supporting, then protecting, and with Chamberlain after 1895, outstripping areas of British trading predominance. The French, on the other hand, had followed a geographical strategy. They had been excited by meandering rivers on vast maps. In the end it was the British who secured the most populous and economically productive areas. 22 The colonial phase in French West Africa. Joet Barisict. 1. The Pertot of direct rule. French-speaking West Africa is generally a blank in the knowledge of its English-speaking neighbors. There are, however, many traditional ties which bridge the colonial frontiers, for there are Hausa in both Nigeria and Niger, Yu in Ghana and Togo, Malinke in Sierra Leone and Guinea, and Wolof in Gambia and Senegal. There are also commercial and religious ties which cut across boundaries, and Hausa traders from Nigeria can be found in all the states of West Africa. Large numbers of Mossi migrate each year from the Upper Volta to Ghana to find jobs, and Muslim pilgrims continue to use the roads which have led them through Chad to Mecca for many centuries. Newspaper and radio reports now pay increasing attention to what is happening in neighboring states, and the study of French in the secondary schools of Commonwealth countries is rapidly increasing. The growth of the French colonial empire. Until the late 17th century, French colonial enterprise was limited to the establishment of a few points of departure in Canada, the West Indies, Guyana, Madagascar, Senegal, and the east coast of India. By the middle of the 18th century, Canada and the West Indies had received large numbers of French settlers, while 675,000 African slaves worked in the sugar, tobacco, and coffee plantations of the French West Indies. But as a result of the 18th century wars with England, France lost both Canada and her rights in India to England, and by 1815 she retained only small remnants of her colonial empire, Martinique and Guadeloupe in the West Indies, the wilderness of French Guyana, a few former slave stations in Senegal, the Indian Ocean island of Réunion, and 5 small trading stations in India. The growth of the Second French colonial empire during the 19th century was not the result of a continuous policy of expansion. In 1830 Algiers was occupied by the French to prevent Barbary pirate attacks on Mediterranean shipping, and the gradual occupation of the interior paved the way for French settlers, who arrived in substantial numbers for trade and farming. In the 1850s and 1860s, the Second Empire under Napoleon ITI developed an active policy of military expansion which led to the extension of French control in Algeria and Senegal and the occupation of parts of Indochina. The defeat of France by Germany in 1870, however, marked a temporary halt in colonial activity, and only after the Third French Republic was safely established did the French embark on their greatest period of colonial expansion, from 1880 to 1920. Under Jules Ferry, the leader of the colonialist faction in France, Tunisia was invaded in 1881 and a protectorate was established. In other areas, local military officers, traders, and explorers took the initiative in spreading French authority. The interior of West Africa was occupied from Senegal to the Niger, and French coastal trading posts provided bases for exploration of the interior of the Ivory Coast and Guinea. Then, after the Treaty of Berlin in 1885 declared that effective occupation was necessary to support territorial claims, the French unified their possessions in West and Equatorial Africa. After subduing Amadou and Samorit in the Sudan and Upper Guinea, and conquering the Kingdom of Dahomey, the main French effort ended with 3 expeditions from Algeria, Senegal, and the Congo to Lake Chad, where Rabat was defeated in 1900. Competition with Germany led to still further French acquisitions. In 1912, the French declared a protectorate over the Sultanate of Morocco, and after World War I, France was given mandates over most of the German colonies of Cameroon and Togo, so that by 1920 the Second Colonial Empire in Africa was complete. France and her colonies were not as rich or as powerful as Britain and hers, and even in West Africa it was rapidly apparent that the French had acquired territories which had poorer resources and were more difficult to develop and to govern than those of the British. At the same time, the French were divided on their colonial aims and methods of administration in much the same way that they were divided on questions of government in France itself, and this division brought to the colonies conflicting 382 philosophies and partisan politics totally foreign to British colonial experience. French native policy, assimilation and association. The first colonial empire of the 17th and 18th centuries was treated by the monarchy as a political and economic unit. Since France had no strong representative institutions like the British Parliament, French colonists were given no legislative councils of their own but were considered simply as overseas subjects of the king. The loss of the major colonies and the French Revolution did not entirely upset these arrangements. The rights of man declared during the Revolution were regarded as applicable to all men in all nations, Slavery was abolished and citizenship proclaimed not only for France but for all her colonial subjects. It is true that the abolition of slavery and the extension of citizenship were revoked by Napoleon, but the same assumptions of universal equality were present in his code of civil law, applicable to all Frenchmen and to the colonies, and in his strongly centralist administrative system, which was intended to remove local inequalities by imposing uniformity. From these beginnings developed the theory that the mission of France overseas was that of assimilating colonial subjects to the culture and civilization of France, which were assumed to be the best in the world. In educating her colonial subjects, France would reveal to them the rational advantages of the French code of laws, French administration, and French culture, and once a man had absorbed all this, he was fully qualified to be a French citizen, indeed a Frenchman. The doctrine of assimilation, which fitted the republican ideals of liberty, fraternity, and equality, was strongest whenever the republican forces in France were dominant over the forces of monarchy and empire. Thus, after the Revolution of 1848, the Second Republic abolished slavery and gave to the old colonies Martinique, Guadeloupe, Guyana, Réunion, and Senegal not merely citizenship but also representation in the French National Assembly. The right of political representation was suppressed during the Second Empire of Napoleon III, but after 1870 the Third Republic revived the policy of assimilation and parliamentary representation for the old colonies, and went further by creating in these colonies representative local government. 383. Institutions similar to those in France. Thus by the 1880s, when rapid colonial expansion began, the official colonial doctrine in France was that of assimilation. But already the attempt to spread French culture and create Frenchmen outside the small old colonies with their long French traditions had begun to create problems. During the period of expansion under Napoleon III, military officers in Algeria, Indochina, and Senegal encountered strong traditional states and cultures which were not readily adaptable to French concepts of civilization. Faced with the problem of governing these areas with a few inexperienced men, military governors made use of traditional rulers in much the way that Lugard later did in northern Nigeria. Then in the 1880s, when the official motive for colonial expansion was the need for markets for French industry and the desire to match British and German expansion, the policy of assimilation came under heavy attack. Not only was it difficult to envisage the extension of citizenship and political rights to large numbers of Africans and Asians who were described in France as primitive and exotic, but the philosophical assumptions which supported the policy of assimilation were also crumbling. The doctrine of evolution, for instance, emphasized differences among the races of man and denied that education could overcome racial and social variations. There was also a new interest in cultures and societies outside Europe and an insistence by scholars that these societies and their institutions be respected. Gradually, however, the idea took root that Europeans were racially superior and that only by centuries of slow evolution under European direction could Africans and Asians reach European levels of civilization. This latter view of the colonies suited French merchants and French colonial settlers who saw colonies as business enterprises to be operated intelligently for French profit and who found the assimilation of native peoples an unnecessary distraction of scarce resources and a potential source of competition. Finally, the French looked at the systems of indirect rule practiced by the British in India and the Dutch in the East Indies and found them both less expensive to operate and more profitable. Thus the policy of cultural and political assimilation found opponents among colonial governors, scholars, and colonial economic interest groups, and by 1905 assimilation was no longer the official policy of the French Ministry of Colonies. 384. Assimilation was replaced by a policy of association, which emphasized variations in the geography and state of social development of each colony and allowed for the evolution along their own lines of native groups whose willing cooperation would be sought. As far as possible, the French administration would use traditional institutions to encourage economic development. Accordingly, when the French moved into new areas such as Tunisia and Morocco, with strong traditional institutions, these were kept intact under a system of protectorates. In other areas, however, particularly in tropical Africa where the traditional rulers had either opposed the arrival of the French or did not appear to be sufficiently strong to be of use to the administration. The French made little use of the policy of association but maintained instead a strongly centralist administration. Assimilation in practice, the old towns of Senegal. Because of their long connection with France, which preceded by 2 centuries the establishment of other French colonies in West Africa, the coastal trading towns of Senegal held a special political and administrative position which was not extended to the territories occupied by the French during the 19th century. St. Louis, at the mouth of the Senegal River, was established as a French trading fort in 1659, but although the French traded extensively in the interior for a long period, they annexed only St. Louis and the small island of Gorée further south. By the end of the 18th century St. Louis, with a population of 7,000, had a European colony of 600, the largest on the west coast of Africa, as well as a large assimilated mulatto population. It was this group of Europeans and mulattoes which sent its grievances to Paris on the eve of the French Revolution of 1789, asking for an end to the monopoly of trade by large French companies and the abolition of slavery. The revolution heeded these grievances and citizenship was extended to all residents of St. Louis and Gorée, including Africans. During the 19th century the status of the residents of the old towns, which were increased to 4 with the establishment of Dakar and Rufisque on the mainland near Gorée, fluctuated with the changing regimes in France. In 1819 an attempt was made to start a French agricultural settlement near St. Louis but this failed and by 1859 the French had reached a clear decision. 385. That colonization in Senegal was impracticable. Under the harsh but able regime of Governor Louis Faidherbe from 1854 to 1861 and 1863 to 1865, the French holdings in Senegal were consolidated by military action. Believing firmly in equality but not in assimilation, Faidherbe used cooperating Muslim chiefs in his administration, promoted the export of groundnuts, and developed an extensive education program. Then, with the restoration of Republican government in 1871, the old towns were given the benefits of another effort at political assimilation. The right to elect a deputy to the French National Assembly, which had been granted briefly from 1848 to 1852 and 1871 to 1875, was restored to the citizens of the old towns in 1879. The towns themselves were organized as French municipalities with elected councils and mayors after 1872 and an elected general council, or legislative council, modeled on those of French departmental councils but with broader powers, was created in 1879. Thereafter, whenever the policy of assimilation was under attack, the citizenship and political rights granted to Africans of the old towns were also attacked, especially by governors who found the elected councils an obstacle to their local policies and budgets. The fact that African citizens of the old towns exercised political rights while preserving their traditional legal status under customary law was considered a dangerous inconsistency since it bestowed the privileges of citizenship without the legal obligations of the French Civil Code. From 1890 on, as a much harsher system of law and administration was developed in France's new African territories, the privileges of the old towns were frequently in danger of being removed, and the extension of citizenship and political rights was refused to new residents of the towns and to descendants of earlier citizens. However, during the First World War, when France was badly in need of African troops, Blaise Diagne, the first African to be elected to the French Parliament from the old towns, promised to aid recruitment in Africa in exchange for a law which reaffirmed the right of citizenship for all persons born in the old towns and for their descendants. Thus until 1946, when citizenship and political representation were extended to the inhabitants of all French colonies, the Senegalese of the old towns maintained a special status and special privileges not shared by other French Africans. The privileges of the old towns were not extended to the interior of Senegal, though the 386 chiefs of the interior were given representation on the territory's General Council, renamed the Colonial Council, after 1921, and their consistent support for the administration was used to neutralize opposition from the citizens of the old towns. Nonetheless, the old towns retained a relationship of superiority towards the interior which was even more exaggerated than that in Sierra Leone between the Creole-dominated colony and the Protectorate. The administration of French West Africa. To understand why French West Africa was organized as a strongly centralist federation of territories while British West Africa was a decentralist group of territories each with its own independent administration, it is necessary to know the history of the period during which the French occupied the interior. Apart from Senegal, where their trading monopoly had been long established, the French traded at various points along the West African coast from the 17th century onwards, usually in competition with the British, Dutch and Portuguese. During the 1840s, a series of treaties on the coasts of what are now Guinea, the Ivory Coast, Dahomey and Gabon were negotiated with local chiefs, and French forts or naval stations were established to support French traders in these areas. The coastal colonies eventually grew around these bases. Penetration of the interior was begun along the Senegal River early in the 19th century, but only under Faidherbe in the 1860s was there a serious attempt to extend French control and administration, usually through the cooperation of traditional chiefs. When the French embarked again on a policy of expansion in the 1880s, they not only consolidated their claims along the coasts in which they held trading interests, but also began more aggressive penetration of the interior, led on by exaggerated estimates of economic riches and by fear of the extension of British interests. In the upper Niger and Fouta-Djallon, however, they encountered the strong Muslim states of Amadou, Samora, and the Foul Beys, of the Fouta-Djallon. Between 1889 and 1893, extensive military activity brought the defeat of Samora and Amadou, as well as Bihanzin of Dahomey. Thereafter the French advanced rapidly down the Niger to occupy the Sudanic belt. This cut off the expansion of each of the British territories, and France's hold over a unified 387. West African Empire was confirmed by the General Anglo-French Boundaries Agreement of 1808. The Ivory Coast, Guinea, and Dahomey were created as separate colonies in 1893, and Sudan in 1904, but the interior regions of the Sudan, Niger, and Mauritania remained under military control until after the First World War, when the colonies of Niger, Mauritania and Upper Volta were created. During the earlier period, conflict developed between civilian governors on the coast, who were eager to improve trade and to balance their territorial budgets, and military officers in the Sudan who were concerned to subjugate and pacify their territory no matter what the expense. In seeking an economic means of coordinating the administration of its new territories, the French government followed the model it had used in Indochina by creating a government general in 1895 under the governor of Senegal, to organize both military and political activity. Then, after African military resistance was broken, the need for financial and customs coordination led to the formation in 1904 of a much stronger, and more independent, government general of French West Africa based at Dakar. The period of rapid colonial expansion from 1880 to IG-10 in West Africa and elsewhere had favored decisions and active control by the men who were on the spot in the new colonies. But once the preoccupations of officials turned from military expansion to budgets and the development of trade, there was a return to the tradition of a strongly centralist administration, with important decisions taken only in Paris or by the government general. In France itself, the central bureaucracy at Paris had grown up concurrently with the powers of the king, and it continued after the revolution to exercise very broad powers, opposing the spread of administrative power to local governments. The same degree of centralization was now applied to the colonies. Although the French National Assembly could pass laws for the colonies if it chose to, most colonial legislation was left to decrees issued by the Ministry of Colonies. In French West Africa, the Governor-General, as the chief executive agent of the French government, was in charge of applying the decrees issued from Paris. Only he could correspond with the Ministry of Colonies, and he maintained a large centralist staff at Dakar to coordinate and supervise the administration of the 8 territories. 2 The governor of each territory could act only within the framework of decisions reached. 388. At Paris and Dakar, but he, too, had a large staff with strong powers, so that the commandant de cercle and chef de subdivision, equivalent to the resident and district officer, were restricted by a large body of laws and regulations sent down through the hierarchy of administration. In fact, however, poor communications left most of these officials with considerable powers of discretion. All this was in sharp contrast to the situation in British West Africa, where each territory developed its own legislation and policies without tight conformity imposed by a government general or by the colonial office. Like the British colonies, French West Africa slowly developed a set of advisory councils to the Governor-General, the governors, and even to the residents and district officers. And as in the British colonies, a certain degree of popular representation was provided for after 1925 in the election of delegates to the governors' councils by the European traders and by a limited African electorate. But unlike the legislative councils in British colonies and the General Council in Senegal, these advisory councils had no real power, and their elected members seldom created difficulties for the administration. The position of the chief and local government. Perhaps the most striking difference between the colonial policies of Britain and France in West Africa lay in the positions given to chiefs and to local government. Officially, the French policy of association resembled that of indirect rule in allowing for a flexible administration adapted to local circumstances and aimed at the slow evolution and modernization of traditional institutions. During the period of penetration, particularly under able governors such as Faidherbe in Senegal, this flexibility was used in the administration of areas in which cooperative traditional authorities could be found. But the French tradition of centralist administration was reinforced by traditional French distrust of strong local government stemming from those days when feudal lords defied the king, and from the later period in which monarchist regions of France defied the revolutionary government. As a result, the policy of association was seldom applied, and chiefs, no matter how powerful or how cooperative, tended to find their powers sharply reduced while those of the French administration expanded. In effect, the victory of centralization over local. 389. Traditional institutions was a victory for the old policy of assimilation, and it was supported by Republican administrators who felt that they were destroying traditional monarchy and feudalism. An example of what happened in many places can be found in the history of Porto Novo. Their King Tafa signed a treaty in 1883 by which he accepted French protection in exchange for French control of customs duties on the export of palm oil and import of alcohol, firearms, and textiles. French protection meant that Tafa was protected against local rivals to his throne and against the kingdom of Dahomey and other enemies, but it also meant that the French administration based at Porto Novo gradually absorbed many of his powers when it found that they were not effectively or efficiently exercised. His taxes were replaced by French taxes, his courts were superseded by French courts except on minor customary affairs, his prison was closed, his militia was disbanded, and the size of his kingdom was reduced by division into cantons, districts, headed by local chiefs responsible directly to the French administration rather than to him. On Tafa's death in 1908, the protectorate was conveniently forgotten, and one of his sons, chosen by the French for his mildness and cooperation, was given the title of superior chief rather than that of king. The example of Porto Novo is not entirely typical, since it was a coastal town on which the impact of European trade and institutions was much stronger than in the more isolated regions of the interior. The Foul Beys of the Foudijalon, the emperor of the Mossi in Upper Volta, and some of the Muslim chiefs in the interior of Senegal, Sudan, Niger, and Mauritania kept much of their traditional authority, especially in matters of religion. But in other areas the French either removed or ignored altogether the traditional authorities and imposed direct administration by French district officers. Because of the frequently disastrous economic effects of the disruption of traditional society, there were occasional efforts by governors general and governors to reinstate the authority of the chiefs, but these attempts at reform came too late to salvage traditional authority and were usually opposed by the district officers who had responsibility for working with the chiefs. The effective chiefs were in fact the residents and the district officers, and their relationship with African traditional authorities. 26. 390. Was the key to the essential difference between British and French colonial rule. Under the system of indirect rule in northern Nigeria, the British colonial officer was an advisor to the chief or emir, encouraging the development and modernization of local self-government through traditional political and legal institutions. The administration of taxation and justice was reformed, but the position of the chief was reinforced, and where there were no traditional chiefs, as in eastern Nigeria, the British eventually discovered and re-established traditional democratic local government councils. In French West Africa, the chief was entirely subordinate to the district officer and served as his agent for certain well-defined jobs, such as the collection of taxes and recruitment of labor. The area in which he served was an administrative canton which did not necessarily follow traditional political boundaries, and he did not head a local government administration but merely sat on a council of chiefs which met once or twice a year to advise the district officer. Finally, whereas the British attempted in most cases to respect traditional methods of selecting chiefs, the French paid less attention to legitimacy than to administrative efficiency and frequently named chiefs who were foreign to the area they administered, but who had gained the confidence of French officials while serving as interpreters or in the French army. Thus French colonial officials visiting Kano were startled to find that the resident called on the emir in his palace and had learned Hausa in order to consult directly with him. The British desired a relationship of mutual confidence and respect. By contrast, the Alaketu, traditional ruler of the Yoruba district of Ketu in Dahomey, was expected to wait upon the commandant de cercle at Ketu to receive his orders as a subordinate through an interpreter. Political and administrative power lay almost completely in the hands of the commandant who, despite the volumes of regulations and detailed instructions which filled his office, had very wide local discretion unhampered by the need to cooperate with and encourage native authorities or local government councils. Much therefore depended on the training and character of French colonial officials. The 19th-century governors and military officers who had occasionally used the cooperation of traditional chiefs were usually the products of aristocratic or well-established bourgeois families. But the 20th-century colonial officials were. The colonial phase in French West Africa, ajayi, drawn from all social classes, had been exposed to the rationalist republican education of the French lycées and to the intensive and competitive university training of the colonial school at Paris, and were above all professional men preoccupied both with efficiency and with the spread of French civilization. Hence they had little patience with African traditions, and they tended to reinforce many of the old precepts of the doctrine of assimilation. Conclusion. In order to understand the organization and aims of French colonial rule in West Africa, it is necessary to know something of the political and social history of France and something of early French colonial practices in other areas. The Frenchmen who arrived in West Africa usually came equipped with clear ideas of human society and political organization which they attempted to apply to the solution of economic, social, and administrative problems. Without an understanding of these ideas, it is difficult to see why the French behaved as they did and why Africans who grew up under French colonial rule see the world in a different fashion from those who grew up in neighboring British colonies. The French were always more concerned than the British to justify and rationalize colonial rule in theoretical terms, and the concepts which they developed, both assimilation and association, were generous and altruistic. In practice, however, French colonial rule in West Africa was frequently far from generous or altruistic and tended to be more authoritarian than British rule, which was more directly and openly interested in development and trade than in the spread of British ideas and British culture. 21. Economic and social developments. The policies of assimilation and association which dominated colonial administration and native policy in French West Africa also shaped colonial economic and social developments. But many changes resulted merely from the fact of colonial rule, and were not necessarily the result of any given policy. The traditional village economy and the social system which supported it were disrupted merely by the imposition of peace and the extension of new systems of communication, not to mention the replacement of chiefs as authorities, the imposition of taxes and forced labor, the 392 introduction of French currency and manufactured goods, and the attractions of growing cities. All of these changes fitted in with a policy of strict assimilation, since they tended to break up traditional economy and society in favor of the implantation of French models, but they also followed inevitably the imposition of an alien administration, particularly one with a much higher degree of articulation and specialization. Although these social and economic changes in traditional society were important and widespread, they are not discussed in detail here, but are assumed as the background to the specific patterns of economic and social development which emerged in French West Africa during the colonial period, especially in so far as these differed from patterns of development in British West Africa. Economic policy and development before the Second World War. The French colonial theory of assimilation, which we have examined in its political and administrative forms, found even stronger expression in the theory and practice of economic relations between France and her colonies. Assimilation in the economic sense meant subservience to the greater interests of the French Empire. Just as local areas of France were not conceived as having a political or economic life of their own, the colonies, too, were seen as arms of a body whose brains were located at Paris. As arms, the colonies had no function except to serve the body as a whole and could have no separate existence. In practice, economic assimilation meant that all important economic and financial decisions were made at Paris within the framework of French interests, that colonial resources were exploited fully for French interests, and that colonial markets were reserved for French manufacturers and merchants, no matter how adversely all this might affect the interests and development of the colonies themselves. With only slight variation, this was the basic French approach to colonial economic policy from the time of the First Colonial Empire until after the Second World War. The First Colonial Empire was built around what was known as the Colonial Pact, the French equivalent of British mercantilism. No colony was to engage in any foreign trade, and all colonial products were to be sent to France by French transport, in return. 393. Colonial products were slightly favored in the French market. The essence of the system was monopoly and exclusion, since the only justification for the existence of colonies was their economic benefit to France. Even after the French Revolution, no other policy was envisaged until the 1860s, when France itself adopted a free trade policy, in line with the prevailing economic theory of the period. For a few years the old colonies controlled their own tariffs and were able to import from and export to countries other than France, but after a French economic crisis in 1882, free trade was ended and replaced by a system of high tariffs which remained in effect until France entered the European Common Market in the 1950s. The Colonial Pact was thus effectively revived under the new name of tariff assimilation, by which the tariffs protecting French industry were extended to the colonies, effectively forcing them to buy French products at artificially high prices and to sell colonial products to France, often at prices below those of the world market. In response to this situation and to the fact that after 1900 each colony was forced to be financially self-supporting, colonial officials attempted to develop colonial industry, but French manufacturing interests opposed the competition that this might create for them and prevented colonial industries from exporting their products to France. This, then, was the situation at the time that French West Africa was organized as a colonial federation in 1904. In fact, one of the considerations in creating a federation was to meet the requirement of financial self-sufficiency by making import and export duties on trade in the coastal territories pay for the pacification and administration of the unproductive interior. Local finances were, however, insufficient to maintain the program of railway and port building which was necessary to open up the interior and increase trade, so several loans were made by the French government to the federation in its early years. Railway and port construction was the only form of economic development that was readily accepted at this time, and it had to be justified as necessary not only to the trade which itself justified the existence of the colony, but also to the spread of French military and administrative control of the interior. In the 1880s, St. Louis and its important Senegal River commerce were linked to the port of Dakar by the first railway in West 2304 Africa, and the rapid growth of groundnut production and commerce along the new railway line encouraged railway building elsewhere. The attempt to connect the upper Niger River with the sea led to the construction of a railway connecting the Senegal River with the Niger and, by 1923, a line connecting this railway directly to Dakar. The resultant Dakar-Niger Railway with its side lines to productive areas in the interior of Senegal, is still the most important rail network in French-speaking Africa. 3 other rail systems were built to link the coast with the Niger River, and each created a separate economic area based on the ports of Conakry in Guinea, Abidjan in the Ivory Coast, and Cotonou in Dahomey. Only the Guinea line succeeded in reaching the Niger, but each railway opened up new areas to export production and new markets for imports. Each system was begun by 1900 and was largely completed shortly after the First World War, but subsequent projects to connect the 4 railway systems and to link them to a proposed trans-Saharan railway to Algeria were never carried out. The failure to develop any integrated communications and transport system for French West Africa had important repercussions on later political and economic developments. During the First World War, the colonies made an important economic contribution to the French war effort, and after the war there was growing recognition of the fact that the colonies could increase their contribution to French prosperity only if they were given a stronger base for economic development. Those who proposed a broad program of colonial development also recommended that the colonies be given greater economic autonomy to match the financial self-sufficiency which had been imposed upon them, but the tendency to ever-increasing centralist control from Paris and the short-sighted interests of French manufacturers eager to maintain their protected markets in the colonies prevented such development programs from being adopted. Thus there was nothing equivalent to Britain's colonial development and welfare funds which were begun in 1929. The only significant economic change during the period between the First and Second World Wars was the introduction of new crops for export. Before the First World War the main exports from French West Africa were groundnuts from Senegal, which provided over half the value of exports in 1913 and almost as much in 1938, and palm oil from Dahomey. Between the wars, coffee and cocoa were introduced too. 395. The Ivory Coast threw a few French planters and they spread rapidly among African planters. Similarly, in Guinea, bananas became an export product, primarily through the efforts of European-owned plantations. Apart from production for export, the French undertook a few major pilot projects in the development of the rural economy, and the administration created obligatory district cooperatives to enforce savings for local agricultural improvements. The weak economic position of France during the 1920s and the worldwide depression of the 1930s helped to prevent any broad improvement of the economic situation in French West Africa. By 1939, on the eve of the Second World War, relatively little improvement had been made in the traditional economic structure. The railway system, a few roads, and the development of groundnut, coffee, and cocoa production were the only important forms of development which 50 years of colonial rule had given French West Africa. The interior territories were still isolated from modern economic life, as were many areas in the coastal territories. Industry was limited to small beginnings at Dakar, and education and health facilities were rare outside a few major ports and other large towns. The pattern of economic development since the Second World War. The period of the Second World War was an exceptionally difficult one for Africans in French West Africa. After the fall of France to the Germans in 1940, the colonial administration supported the puppet government of Vichy until 1943, when Allied occupation of North Africa forced the administration to surrender control of West Africa to men loyal to General de Gaulle. It was cut off from France by an Allied blockade and so was unable to maintain the trade on which it lived. Difficult conditions continued until after the war. French West Africa was expected to produce heavily for export in order both to help rebuild liberated France and to earn sterling and dollars for France through exports to the Allies. Meanwhile, France itself could not supply equipment or funds to aid this effort. The result was that under both Vichy and de Gaulle, French West Africa relied on heavy taxes, forced labor, and harsh discipline to improve production, and large numbers of Africans migrated to escape French rule and enjoy the relative prosperity. 396. Of neighboring British territories. Migration for similar reasons had taken place at various times since 1900, but it was vastly increased during the war, especially from the Ivory Coast and Upper Volta to the Gold Coast. After the Second World War, a new and more liberal form of assimilation was adopted by France in both its political and economic ties with its remaining colonies, now mainly in Africa. Economically, this meant that the reconstruction of the French economy was to include colonial development, for which substantial funds would be made available, but that control would remain in Paris and France's legitimate economic interests would continue to be protected through tariffs and the suppression of competitive industry. The real change was that France, by diverting some of the Marshall Plan aid she received from the United States, was able to furnish much larger funds for colonial development than before the war. Partially because of this investment and partially because of world demand for certain export crops, there was rapid economic development during the 10 years from 1947 to 1957. Coffee production tripled, making the Ivory Coast the world's third largest producer. Cocoa and groundnut production doubled, secondary industry and mining were seriously begun, electricity consumption, road building, and the number of automobiles and lorries increased tenfold, education and health facilities were also vastly increased. The most marked development took place in the construction of major transport and communications facilities, roads, ports, airports, bridges and telecommunications received well over half of French government investment. Yet in 1957, 80% of the population was still engaged in a subsistence economy, and the 20% that had entered the modern exchange economy was almost entirely limited to agricultural export production, 70% of it being concentrated on the three major crops, coffee, cocoa, and groundnuts. In many respects the economy of French West Africa was comparable to that of Nigeria, though both were far behind Ghana, and statistics for economic development in the French areas tended to give a misleading impression since there was a much larger number of Europeans involved than in British West Africa, 90,000 as against 15,000 in Nigeria, and under 10,000 in Ghana. The important difference, however, lay in the fact that the development of Ghana and Nigeria was based on 397 internal resources, while that of French West Africa was heavily dependent on French money, French manpower, and protected French markets. Each of these forms of dependence deserves extended comment. Most development projects were financed with French grants under a plan for French West Africa which was an adjunct of the development plan for France. Planning was centralized at Paris and most projects were laid out there with no participation by Africans. The colonial development funds, known as FIDES*, were generous and totaled during the 10 years after the war 4 times the amount given to British colonies by post-war colonial development and welfare funds. But the concentration of FIDES investment on what is termed infrastructure, roads, ports, airports, bridges and communications facilities was so designed as to improve existing colonial production rather than to diversify it by adding new agricultural crops or aiding new industries. The investment of the funds also favored the big colonial commercial, banking and transport companies, which reaped large profits during this period, and it benefited primarily the coastal towns, already far richer than the agricultural interior. It should be noted that, in addition to investment through FIDES, France paid for all defense and police forces, the judiciary, and part of the administration in French West Africa, as well as for all scientific research and 2/3 of the cost of education and health development. The territorial budgets themselves were largely devoted to covering the major costs of administration, which was overstaffed in comparison with that in British colonies. The overstaffing and high salaries of the colonial administration have left an expensive and top-heavy administration as a burden on the budgets of the new states. The staffing of the administration and private firms was almost exclusively French,
and not only were very few Africans admitted to managerial positions, but there were many Frenchmen and French wives serving in low-level posts, e.g. bank clerks and salesmen, for which there were many qualified Africans available. Since the French colonies were still considered part of France for many purposes, there were few restrictions on the migration of unskilled Frenchmen to the colonies. As a result, there was very little Africanization before 1957 and hence very little development of African administrative and managerial skills. This meant that 398. When African political leaders were elected to ministerial positions in 1957 and began to fill top political offices, there were very few trained Africans between them and the common man, and consequently a long continued dependence on French technical and administrative personnel was necessary after independence. Finally, much of the rapid economic growth of French West Africa was dependent on the tariff and quota protection given to its export products in France. France's own high tariffs and the continued policy of tariff assimilation in the colonies meant that 70% of French West Africa's exports went to France and 70% of its imports came from France. The restrictions imposed on buying and selling at world market prices meant that the French colonies paid higher prices for imported goods and had a much higher cost of living than British territories, but also received a higher protected price for the sale of their products in France. French manufacturers received the benefit, and French consumers paid high prices for relatively low-grade Ivory Coast coffee and cocoa, while low-price British, American and Japanese goods were excluded from French West Africa, and better quality, low-priced coffee, cocoa, ground nuts and bananas from other areas were kept off the French market. These artificially created conditions were particularly important for Senegal's ground nuts and Guinea's bananas, which could not have competed at world market prices. As already indicated, both before and after the Second World War, development was concentrated in the coastal territories at the expense of those in the interior. Because of the absence of interior links between the railroad systems and because coastal shipping monopolies made the industrial products of Dakar even more expensive than those of France at Abidjan and other ports, French West Africa tended to break down into two major economic systems and two minor ones based on the four ports. Dakar served Senegal, Mauritania, and the Sudan, Abidjan served the Ivory Coast and Upper Volta, Conakry served Guinea alone, and Cotonou served Dahomey and Niger. The commerce of Dakar and Abidjan led Senegal and the Ivory Coast to outstrip by far the economic and social development of the other territories, with Guinea third behind them. Under the federal finance arrangements, the duties collected on imports and exports at Dakar and Abidjan were used to finance both the government general and 399. The poorer territories. But while Dakar received the benefit of many government general expenditures and was generally favored by federal arrangements, the Ivory Coast, richest territory of all, saw itself as the cow being milked to pay for the government general and the poorer territories with little benefit to itself. This was a major consideration in the determination of Ivory Coast leaders to break up the federation at the time self-government and independence were achieved. The dependence of each of the French West African territories on French aid in the form of money, men, and markets had its political impact in other ways. It made African leaders hesitant to demand independence or to choose it when it was offered in 1958 under conditions which implied a retaliatory removal of French support. For Guinea, which chose independence in 1958, the immediate loss of French aid and personnel made its economic beginnings extremely difficult. For the others, who chose to wait for a negotiated independence in 1960, associate membership in the European Common Market has assured them of continued development aid and protected markets, though on a reduced scale. Urbanization. The rapid growth of cities during and after the Second World War was a phenomenon common throughout Africa, and most towns in French West Africa doubled their populations during the decade after 1945. Dakar, which had grown steadily from 25,000 inhabitants in 1G, to 132,000 in 1945, had 231,000 by 1955. Abidjan, with only 10,000 people as late as 1931, had 46,000 in 1945 and 128,000 in 1955. The same spectacular rate of growth was also true for Cotonou and in the interior, Bamako, Niamey, Bobo-Dioulasso, and Ouagadougou, as well as for secondary centers in the Ivory Coast and Senegal. All of these towns were situated on railroads and flourished both from the development of commerce and from the growth of the administration with their accompaniment of building industries, transport facilities, and other activities which require an increase in the urban labor force. Most of the people who moved to the cities came from the surrounding territory, but there were also long-range migrants such as the Mossi of Upper Volta who moved south to the cocoa. 4.00 Plantations and docks of the Ivory Coast and the Gold Coast. They migrated in order to share in the rising wages, and to escape from the authority of district officers and chiefs to the comparative freedom of the city. Large areas on the outskirts of the established cities were soon covered with temporary housing, but the administration raised haphazard new quarters at the end of the war and redesigned them according to rigid plans with straight, neat streets and compounds all of equal size. Thus the Medina at Dakar, and Triacheville across the harbor from Abidjan were carefully laid out in square blocks, in striking contrast to the newer districts of Lagos and Accra. Though officially segregation was non-existent in French colonies, the development of separate European and African quarters was similar to that in British West Africa. The economic growth of the cities was based not so much on production, since colonial industry remained very small, as on the exchange of goods and their consumption. Most imports into West Africa were destined for the cities. Equally important as their economic functions was their social role. For the young men and the families who moved to the cities, contact with Europeans changed tastes and habits in everything from religious practices to food, dress, and leisure activities, and city dwelling also introduced or encouraged drinking, prostitution, and crime. Traditional kinship ties remained strong, particularly as a means of finding jobs or support for the new arrivals, but new forms of association, ranging from small savings clubs to multi-purpose tribal unions, reshaped traditional ties for city purposes. In fact, the growth of cities fostered the growth of tribalism by throwing together hitherto separated peoples who began to compete with each other for jobs and prestige and, eventually, for political power. Since the cities were the main centers for education and employment of the educated elite, as well as for political awareness, they became the centers of activity for nationalist movements and political parties. The new cities, then, were the primary focus for economic, social, and political development during the colonial period, particularly after the Second World War. This was true in British territories as well, but in French West Africa, where administration and commerce centered almost exclusively on the territorial capitals and traditional institutions and local government outside. 401. Them had been destroyed. The cities had almost a monopoly of development and their social, economic, and political importance was thus even greater. Education. Since education was the means by which those who supported the policy of assimilation hoped to reach their objectives, it could be expected that the education system designed for French West Africa would stress the development of an educated class of Africans who were fully assimilated to French culture. This in fact was the case, though there were modifications imposed by administrative needs and local conditions. Those Africans who did receive a full education during any period in the 20th century tended, in any event, to be much more thoroughly French in their interests and outlook than would seem proper to even the most Anglicized of English-speaking Africans. Education in the 19th century was largely the work of Roman Catholic missions, which were particularly active in Senegal and southern Dahomey. As a result of mission efforts, these two territories produced a fairly sizable educated elite who filled positions open to Africans in the administration and in private enterprise, not only in their own territories, but throughout French Africa. Government-sponsored schools were begun under Faidherbe in Senegal, as part of his effort to win the confidence of the anti-mission Muslim population. Beginning with a school for the sons of chiefs, whom he hoped to persuade to support the French, the government school system spread rapidly in each new colony.
The separate territorial organizations were combined by the government general into a uniform school system in 1903, and at the same time aid to mission schools was cut off following the separation of church and state in France. The official hierarchy of schools aimed at providing African-run village primary schools, which would feed regional primary schools as a preparation for entry to 3-year territorial secondary schools. The latter schools trained recruits for subordinate posts in the administration, but the best students were sent on to the École William Ponty, a teacher training college at Dakar with a 3-year medical course, which provided the highest education available to most Africans before the Second World War. Most of the political leaders of the post-war period attended Ponty, where they formed 402 close personal ties and the basis for an old boy elite network which spanned the Federation. The educational system was a compromise between the assimilationist aim of forming a highly selected elite who could be considered Frenchmen, and that of filling the short-term needs of the administration. Mass education was to be provided by the primary schools, where only instruction in the French language was permitted, and government and private firms would be provided with necessary clerical and primary teaching assistance by the products of the advanced primary schools and territorial secondary schools. But those who arrived at Ponty, though their places were limited to the number of middle-level posts which the administration needed to fill, were in fact given a very substantial dose of French secondary education with uncompromisingly high standards. For a few Africans, particularly those from the old towns of Senegal who qualified as citizens, there was access to the Lycée Faidherbe at Dakar, which provided the usual French secondary training in arts and sciences for French students in the colonies and prepared them for entrance to French universities. These, and the few students sent by wealthy parents or missionaries to lycée and university in France, formed a small group who were completely assimilated to French culture and who considered themselves Frenchmen. Several of these men, such as Lamine Guy, who became a lawyer and participated in pre-war politics in Senegal, and Leopold Sédar Senghor, the first African to pass the rigorous examinations for certification as a lycée professor, were recognized in France for their high achievements within the French system. Nonetheless, Senghor was one of those who began before the Second World War to react against French cultural assimilation and to assert the value of negritude and African culture. In similar fashion, Ponty graduates in the Ivory Coast and Guinea developed an interest in African history and instigated a vigorous revival of traditional theater and dancing. After the Second World War, with the grant of citizenship to all inhabitants of French colonies, there was an effort to integrate the educational system in West Africa with that in France by complete assimilation. During the first years, while educational facilities in Africa were expanding rapidly, territorial scholarships were made available for bright students to study in French schools, lycées, and universities. By the late 1950s, shortly before Independence 403, an increasing number of university graduates was becoming available for the first time, and at the same time new lycées in West Africa were beginning to produce their first graduates. In 1953, an institute for higher education at Dakar was given university status within the French university system, and since independence a new university has opened at Abidjan, while large numbers of Africans are still enrolled in French universities. The educational system since the Second World War has thus been parallel to that of France. 6 years of primary school, taught entirely in French with a curriculum basically the same as that in France, leads to the examination for a Certificate of Primary Studies, CEP, which is usually passed by 1/3 of the candidates registered and which is the prerequisite for almost all salaried positions. Only 1/4 of those who obtain their CEP are admitted to the 6-year secondary school or lycée with its traditional French curriculum. There are examinations at the end of the 3rd year, the brevet, at the end of the 6th year, the first baccalaureate, and after an additional 7th year, the second baccalaureate. Only a very small percentage of those who enter secondary school arrive at and pass the second BAC and are eligible to enter university. The numbers are so small that only in 1 or 2 states is there more than one full lycée. By comparison with the system in British West Africa, which never attempted to duplicate exactly the British educational system,
that of French West Africa provided at the secondary level a much more rigorous training, requiring a very high level of competence in the French language. The competence required to pass the baccalaureates was and is considerably higher than that required for school certificate and advanced level examinations in British West Africa. On the other hand, the British territories have always been far ahead of the French in providing primary and secondary education for large numbers of children, and the number of university graduates has always been substantially higher. Whereas education in French West Africa aimed at the selection of a highly trained French model elite, education in British Africa, provided by both mission and state schools, and with much larger numbers of wealthy families able to pay for higher education, was more concerned with a wider spread of education. 23. The colonial phase in British West Africa. 2. The period of direct rule. WRER. F. Ward. There are difficulties in teaching the history of colonial rule at the present time. The very word colonial rouses strong emotions. There is a very natural tendency in newly independent African countries to blame colonialism for their difficulties, and to see in neocolonialism an obstacle in the way of further advance. There is also a tendency to oversimplify the policy of the colonial power, in this case Britain. The British government is viewed as having been a group of determined and far-sighted planners, with the consequence that everything that happened in Africa is regarded as the result of deliberate policy decisions in London. The truth is very different, and far less simple. The British people's ignorance of Africa was and is profound, and even governments have not always been well informed. There were very few members of Parliament who had any personal knowledge of Africa, and a debate on colonial affairs was commonly held in a House of Commons of perhaps 1/5 of the total membership. The Secretary of State for the colonies seldom received much guidance from Parliament on African affairs and so had to frame his policy in the light of the advice he received from other quarters, from small groups of members of Parliament, from chambers of commerce and other business organizations, from missionary and other humanitarian societies, and from outstanding governors like Luggard, Clifford, or Gug Sibberg. The permanent officials in the colonial office also exercised an influence over policy, but the policy of the day was the result of the minister's balancing of the advice he received from many different sources, and the balance would shift from one month to the next. There are many examples of vacillation caused by yielding to a new pressure. In 1828, for example, the British government tried to abandon the Gold Coast, and nearly 60 years later it would. 27. 406. Have been willing to abandon the Niger Delta, but on both occasions, commercial interests forced it to give up the idea. Similarly, in 1887, the government in London forced the Gold Coast authorities to adopt a more positive policy towards Asante, and this was largely because the Manchester businessmen protested at the decline in trade. On the other hand, we have the striking example of the influence of the Anti-Slavery Society, which compelled the British government in 1807 to prohibit what was an extremely lucrative trade, and even forced the Treasury to pay for a naval patrol to enforce the prohibition on British and foreign slavers alike. It was under the influence of the missionary societies that the government later prohibited domestic slavery in British territory, and from 1874 onwards made treaties with so many African chiefs for the ending of human sacrifice. Then again, the local colonial government often made mistakes through sheer ignorance, as when Sir Frederick Hodgson provoked the Yagasantewaa War in the Gold Coast by demanding to have the golden stool brought out for him to sit on. And sometimes the government in London found itself in a difficulty which was not of its own making, as when Johnston deported Haja of Pabo, or when the European cocoa buying firms made their pool agreement in 1937. On such occasions the government had to improvise a policy to get out of the difficulty as best it could. Examples such as these should make us wary of such phrases as the British or British interests. The roots of the system. The colonial system came into being because a number of people in Western Europe, holding certain ideas in matters of religion, social policy, politics, and economics, came into contact with African peoples holding different ideas and living under a different system. To understand the colonial system,
we should have some awareness of ideas prevailing in Western Europe, and of the circumstances which brought Europeans and Africans into contact. Let us take first their economic ideas. Britain was a commercial country, which for centuries had been trying to sell its products all over the world. The British firmly believed that trade was a good thing for both buyer and seller, and they had learned from the economist Adam Smith, 1723-90, that governments should not try to direct or control trade. Every man, they thought, was the 407 best judge of his own interests, and he should be left free to act as he thought best for himself. If he did make a mistake, he would learn by experience not to make that mistake again. This extreme doctrine was in full force when the British founded Freetown, and for long afterwards. Gradually it was seen that it led to horrible absurdities, such as child labor in English factories, and must be modified, but all through the 19th century the idea lingered in Britain that government interference in economic matters should be kept to a minimum. This was one reason why, in Africa as well as in England, education was left so long entirely in the hands of the churches, and also, why governments were so slow in trying to do anything to control international trade and world market prices. Britain was experiencing an industrial revolution. Science and technology were advancing fast, machinery was beginning to increase production and communications were being improved. People were starting to think differently about the nature of civilization. Technology seemed more and more important, and other aspects of civilization less so. Western society was individualistic and competitive, a man was expected to make his own way in the world. Families, of course, cared for their children and tried to give them a good start in life, and a man who had succeeded in his career would be regarded as heartless if he did not help his brothers and sisters. But there was nothing in Western Europe like the African extended family with its close network of obligation. Christianity, as expressed in the practice of the Christian churches, contributed to the colonial system. When Christians decided that the slave trade was evil, influential groups of them, in one country after another, persuaded their national governments to stop it. Denmark in 1792 and Britain in 1807 were the first. But it was harder to stop the trade than to start it. After more than 50 years of naval patrolling, Britain decided that she could not completely stop the trade without annexing the island of Lagos, which she did in 1861. Christian missionaries also found certain African practices which they objected to and which they sought to have stamped out. They had to take Africa as they found it and in so doing frequently misunderstood what they found. In the circumstances of the time, some sort of colonial system may have been inevitable, though it is possible to imagine several improvements in the colonial system which actually came into being. 408. The beginnings. Freetown was established, even before the British government decided to prohibit the slave trade, as a settlement for freed slaves. For the first few years, these were Negroes who had been living in England. A judgment of the English courts in 1772 had established that no man could be a slave in England. After 1807, the population of the colony was greatly increased by the settlement of Africans taken from slave ships by British cruisers on the high seas. It is interesting to note that it was not at first intended as a colony but as an independent state under the name Province of Freedom. The Province of Freedom was unlucky, it had a misunderstanding with its landlord, King Jimmy, and he destroyed it. It had to be refounded as a company's colony in 1791, and as a crown colony in 1808, as a colony because the settlers needed strong backing, and as a crown colony because the company could no longer afford to keep it going. Here we see how one step leads to another. The first settlers are reinforced by the Nova Scotians and the Maroons, by sending them to Africa. Someone in Britain, Granville Sharp, or Clarkson, or the company, has incurred a responsibility, and you cannot drop people in Africa and leave them to their fate. Then the misunderstandings begin, the settlers and their governors make treaties with their landlords, which they interpret in the light of their European ideas, not understanding that Africans have a different understanding of the relationship between landlord and stranger.
So in the end, the British government has reluctantly to assume direct responsibility, the more so as Freetown Harbour is the best harbour on the whole coast, the only possible naval base for the anti-slavery patrol, and the place to which captured slave ships must be brought and where the International Commission must sit to judge them. A somewhat similar gradual process can be seen at work on the Gold Coast. In the days of the company there had been a similar misunderstanding of the relationship between landlord and stranger. The long settlements of the Europeans at Elmina and Cape Coast and the other forts brought about responsibilities. After the Asante invasion of 1806, the Fanti people looked to the Europeans to protect them against the Asante. The short experiment of direct colonial rule from 1821 to 1828 was a failure, and 409. The British government wished to abandon the Gold Coast altogether. But the traders refused to go, and the Fanti did not want them to go, and as a compromise the government agreed to subsidize a company government. There followed the work of George Maclean, and after that, events moved swiftly. Resumption of Crown control in 1843, the Bond of 1844, the Poll Tax Assembly of 1852, and then the great opportunity which the British government missed, the Fanti Confederation. After Wolseley's defeat of the Asante in 1874, the government in London had to find some way of avoiding a repetition of the misfortunes of the last 20 years. It rejected the idea of using the Fanti Confederation, and so was forced to make what it called the very evil choice between annexing the country up to the Pra River, and abandoning the Gold Coast altogether. It seems pretty clear that the government would have preferred to abandon the country altogether, but felt that this was not practical politics. And so the annexation, which was described in April as too ghastly a scheme to contemplate, was proclaimed in July. When we move eastward to Nigeria, we have Professor Dyke to show us how trade and politics intermingled in the Niger Delta. Here there was a valuable trade, and it was natural that Africans and Europeans alike should have wanted to make as much profit out of it as they could. The Europeans naturally wanted to buy direct from the producers so as to keep down the price of the oil by competition. The African coastal chiefs just as naturally were determined to keep the handling of the oil in their own hands so as to make a middleman's profit. Meanwhile, other forces were at work. As soon as the true mouth of the Niger was discovered, the missionaries wanted to use it as a road to the interior of Africa. The government, too, full of the hope that the interior might be healthier than the Delta country, had its scheme for planting a commercial settlement at Lokaha, but the experiment was a disaster. Travelers and missionaries like Mary Kingsley and Mary Slessor were at work, describing life in Nigeria as they saw it, and trying to remedy some of the evils it contained. There is a pathetic passage in Chinua Achebe's novel, Things Fall Apart, describing how a group of women coming home from the farm in the evening hear the wail of an infant that has been exposed by its mother to die in the bush. The British people were, and still are, very ignorant of African life and the ideas which 410 lie behind it, but it was a genuinely kindly feeling which led them to think it their duty to stop the human suffering contained in such practices as human sacrifice and the exposure of twins. Similarly, the British public was horrified when it read Barth's descriptions of the trans-Saharan slave trade as he saw it, with masses of skeletons heaped up near the oases in the desert. Thus there were other forces at work leading towards colonial rule, besides the obvious cause of imperialistic international rivalry. We shall make a mistake if we label the Africans and Europeans of those days as simply nationalists or colonialists. They were human beings, with imperfect knowledge, trying to understand each other and to do the best in difficult circumstances. There is a Chui proverb in Ghana which comes to mind over such negotiations as theirs: Minim san kakakai. After it is all over, we say, if only I had known. But of course imperialism existed as well. There was the colorful career of Sir George Goldie, with his Royal Niger Company, a man with much the same outlook as Cecil Rhodes in South Africa. Open up the country, push the trade, hoist the flag, philanthropy is good, especially if it pays 5% dividends.
And all the half-formed and contradictory policies of British governments were resolved when Bismarck, much against his own will, decided that Germany must enter the race and obtain a place in the sun. It was in 1884 that the enterprising German empire builder Karl Peters made his first treatise in Tanganyika and convinced Bismarck that his work there must be followed up. In 1884 Bismarck summoned a conference of the powers to Berlin, which resulted in the treaty called the Berlin Act. Under this act, any European country which could show that it had a predominant interest in any African region would be accepted by the others as the administering power in that region, but it had to make its administration a reality. The British government would gladly have allowed France and Germany to divide eastern Nigeria between them, but again the missionary and commercial interests combined to protest, and the government gave way. Goldie, the businessman, and Hewitt, the British consul on the spot, persuaded the British government to claim the Niger coast and the lower Niger as a British sphere of influence. And it followed, of course, from the act that spheres of influence had to be converted into protectorates. 411. Luggard forms the bridge between the old humanitarianism and the new imperialism. His career in Nyasaland and Uganda, before he came to Nigeria, had been devoted to putting down the Arab slave trade and stopping civil war between Catholics and Protestants among the Baganda. In Nigeria he was given the job of conquering the north, primarily with the purpose of stopping the slave trade across the desert. It might be said that for northern Nigeria, the colonial period began with the Fulani conquest. What Uzuman Dan Fodio had started as a holy war developed into a war for power and dominion, and the upshot was that the greater part of northern Nigeria was organized into a series of Fulani emirates, which systematically raided their pagan neighbors and exported large numbers of slaves across the desert. The 3 years campaign which Luggard fought over the great spaces of the north against the Fulani emirs, who were not supported by their Hausa-speaking subjects, was part of the old humanitarian tradition that runs from Granville Sharp through Wilberforce and Livingstone. But Luggard's conquest of the north was also welcome to Chamberlain, the British colonial secretary, because he saw in it a means of forestalling the French advance from the west. Luggard's race against the French to plant boundary posts along Nigeria's western border was part of the new imperialistic world. Problems of the new colonial governments. By 1903, the 4 British West Africa territories had settled down under British rule within their existing frontiers, except for the adjustments which have recently been made with respect to Togo and the Cameroons. Over most of this area, the colonial system lasted almost exactly 60 years, 2 generations, a very short time. There may easily be old men still living in Kano or Sokoto who can remember the days before Luggard came. During this short period of 60 years there occurred 3 disasters. First, there was the 1914 war, which caused Britain to concentrate all her energy on fighting Germany. After the war there were about 10 years of recovery and development, and then came the economic depression from about 1929 to 1937, world market prices slumped and government revenues fell. In West Africa there followed a short period of prosperity when rearmament in Europe brought a large demand for tin and manganese and diamonds. 412. And then, in 1939, came the Second World War, which brought sharp changes, shortages, and inflation. It also stimulated African nationalism. Ghana, for example, achieved its independence in 9 years from the date of the 1948 riots. Apart from these 2 wars and the economic depression, the new colonial governments faced enormous difficulties. Africa was an unhealthy country. Dr. Agri used to say that the malarial mosquito was West Africa's best friend, because it saved West Africa from European settlement. Hardly anything was known about the natural resources of the country, except for the palm oil of Nigeria, the gold of the Gold Coast, and small quantities of cocoa, pepper, and other tropical crops. Transport and communications were difficult. The rivers had sandbars and rapids. The tsetse fly made animal transport impossible in the forest region, and everything had to be carried from the coast in headloads. Benz and Daimler invented the modern type of internal combustion engine in 1885, the year of the Berlin Act, but it was another 30 years before Henry Ford invented the mass production system. Railways were badly needed, but railways are slow and expensive to construct. It took 3 years to build the first Gold Coast line, the 40 miles from Sekondi as far as Tarkwa, and nearly 4 years to build the first Nigerian line from Lagos as far as Ibadan. West Africa badly needed capital, but in those days there were no international agencies to help. All finance was private, and it was rare for British public money to be used. Additionally, there were hundreds of different languages and great differences in customs, all contributing to the difficulty of lack of staff. There were not nearly enough British officers to provide all the senior posts that were needed even in the administration, much less to do all the technical work that was needed in health, education, forestry, public works, and so on, nor were there more than a handful of Africans with any useful amount of education. The new colonial governments had everything to do at once, and very little resources to do anything with. British administrative policy. The policy which the British adopted was that of indirect rule, first introduced on a large scale by Lugard in northern Nigeria. Indirect rule had a tradition behind it. Large parts of India were left to the rule of the Indian princes, and Lugard had served in 413 Uganda, where it would indeed have been difficult to take over the powers of the Kabaka of Buganda. One audacious official in Uganda did suggest doing so, but he received no sympathy from his superiors. Indirect rule was a system familiar in Africa. The great African rulers of old, like Mansa Musa or Sunni Ali, had to rule their vast empires through the local chiefs, and the Asante, for example, used a similar system in governing their conquered provinces. It was a system well suited to northern Nigeria, where distances were large, and there was a well-established system of government with laws and law courts and a financial administration based on Islamic law. Lugard introduced the system of indirect rule partly because it suited the country and partly because he had no choice in the matter. He had no choice because he had only a tiny handful of administrative officers to cover this huge country, and no prospect of ever getting enough to make direct government possible. Lugard's scheme had two parts. One was to rule Africa through its natural rulers, the native administrations. He hoped that the British would not often need to issue orders, most of the routine would go on unchanged. But if they did have to issue an order, he hoped that it would be possible to explain the necessity to the African chief, and persuade him to issue the order as his own, going through the customary procedure of consultations. The second part of Lugard's scheme was to educate and develop the native administration into efficient organs of modern local government. Here we see that Lugard and the British were facing a problem which did not concern Mansa Musa or Sunni Ali. Those rulers did not try to change the system of government or to introduce new ideas. All they had to do was to see that the provinces served them faithfully, paying their taxes and contributing their quota of armed men. But the British had to make changes, to abolish slavery and the slave trade, to prohibit some of the brutal punishments sanctioned by the emir's criminal courts, and to open up the country with large-scale commerce and thus introduce the native administrations to all the ideas of the modern world. Lugard's scheme did not explicitly provide for the development of national government. The British hoped that national feeling would grow up from below, as it had done in Britain itself. They 414 knew that their West African territories were artificial creations with arbitrary frontiers, and with many different traditions of government. They did not think any good would come of setting up national assemblies in order to stimulate national feeling. It would be better, they thought, to allow national feeling to lead naturally to the development of a national assembly. They hoped that the chiefs and their councillors would become accustomed to handling local affairs in a modern and efficient way, that they would then form some sort of regional councils to handle regional affairs, and that finally the regional councils would appoint representatives to a central legislature and executive. This neat scheme did not succeed. Both national feeling and national governments came into being in very different ways. The first difficulty was that indirect rule had been devised to suit a region, the House of Fulani part of northern Nigeria, where there were large well-established native administrations already in existence. It needed a good deal of adaptation to regions with a different system, such as the clan system of the Igbo. The second difficulty was that outside the Hausa-speaking area, where many of Lugard's men learned to speak Hausa well, very few British officials learned enough of any African language to be able to dispense with an interpreter, and it was a long time before any serious anthropological study was done, so the system of indirect rule did not in fact get adapted. The British were so full of the idea that there must be a chief and his council in every district, that if they could not find chiefs they tended to try and appoint them. One important cause of the Aba riots of 1929–30 in eastern Nigeria was that certain individuals tried to exert authority which the British had given them but which the people did not recognize. The third difficulty was that chiefs and their councils, naturally enough, took much more interest in matters they understood than in matters which were new and unfamiliar. A district commissioner in the Gold Coast had no difficulty in persuading chiefs and their councils to make lorry roads, for they could all see that lorries meant trade, and trade meant money. But he found it almost impossible to persuade them to set aside forest reserves, for they could not understand the reason for forest conservation. Why waste good land on growing bush when it might grow cocoa? Consequently, the second part of Lugard's program, the education of chiefs and councillors in modern ideas, needed long and patient and 415 skillful effort. Many British officers had not the patience and skill required. After 2 or 3 failures, they declared that it was hopeless to expect African elders to understand modern ideas, and they gave up trying. It was not always their fault, there were not enough of them, and they were moved about far too much from one district to another and were overwhelmed with paperwork. But the fact remains that for one reason or another, this essential part of Lugard's program was not strenuously applied. We might have expected that the setback would have led the British to insist on a stiff program of education. But although the churches and the commercial firms needed education, and the government in London regarded education as one of the main benefits which British rule should bring to Africa, most British officers in the field distrusted education. We have to remember that popular education was still a new thing in Britain, and although local authority primary schools were common in the 1890s, there were no local authority secondary schools until after 1902. In distrusting the spread of education in Africa, most British officers were merely following the tradition in which they had been brought up at home. They took it for granted that subsistence agriculture would continue to be the main occupation of the people, and indirect rule the system of administration. They saw that educated Africans nearly always left the farm and the village and sought clerical employment in the town. Governors and senior officers criticized the education department for not producing Africans equipped with sound ideas on hygiene, nutrition, and agriculture, and content also to stay on the land and obey their natural rulers. In making this criticism, they showed themselves singularly ignorant of human nature. When A.G. Fraser of Achimota visited Nigeria in 1927 to report on Nigerian education, he was very scathing in his comments. He said, "It may be urged in excuse that our administration in Nigeria is yet young. It might be aged and decrepit judged by the pace at which its education moves." And he once bitterly criticized the Gold Coast government because at its then rate of progress it would be 300 years before it got all its children into primary school. Achimota had to face bitter opposition for the first 10 years or so, not from governors or the Secretariat or the Colonial Office, but from the rank and file of the British in the Gold Coast. Education was regarded merely as one of the spending departments, very few. 416. Administrators could see that education was an investment, like railways or geological surveys. This failure by the British to develop an effective system of general education brought about a new difficulty in their policy of indirect rule. There grew up in the big towns on the coast a group of educated men, Blitton, Sarba, Casely Hayford, and others, who saw that the process of developing traditional authorities into national governments was bound to be very slow, and who were unwilling to wait. In the 1860s, the Fanti Confederation in the Gold Coast had been drawn up by traditional authorities and by the educated Fanti, working together in complete agreement. In 1897,
When the Gold Coast Aborigines Rights Protection Society was founded, chiefs and educated men still worked together, and in fact, the society claimed to speak for the whole body of Gold Coast chiefs. But in 1917, disagreements appeared over Casely Hayford's National Congress of British West Africa, and a group of members took the strong step of cabling London to say that the Congress deputation there had no authority to speak for the Gold Coast chiefs. This split between the chiefs and educated leaders was the turning point in the history of indirect rule. From that moment it was certain that although indirect rule might perhaps lead to good local government, it would not lead to national government. The split was widened by the Gold Coast Constitution of 1925, in which Sir Gordon Gug-Siberg set up provincial councils, and brought representatives of the provincial councils to sit on the Legislative Council at Accra. Sir Arthur Richards in Nigeria had the same idea of linking regional councils to the Central Legislative Council. These enlightened governors knew that it was not constitutionally possible for a chief to study a bill and use his own discretion on it. They knew that he was the mouthpiece of his people, and must have time to consult them. But they hoped that the program of legislation would be so small that all the bills could be circulated to members of the Legislative Council in time for this necessary consultation to take place. Such expectations, however, did not meet the situation where an amendment to a bill was moved during a debate, nor did they envisage the prospect that as West Africa developed, the legislative program would grow until such leisurely consultations became impossible. 417. The development of nationalism. All this description of British administrative policy implies a good deal of criticism. Luggard had produced a good policy, but a policy which required skill and patience to work. Too often the skill and patience were not there. It needed a well-planned and steadfast educational system, but education was too often regarded with suspicion. It needed men with a sound knowledge of the different African languages and customs, but it was not until the 1920s that any serious anthropological study was done and any attempt was made at a centrally planned educational policy. The British behaved characteristically. They were usually hard-working and often genuinely devoted to the people they served, but they distrusted policy and preferred to muddle through, and nearly all of them felt much more at home with farmers and illiterate village elders than with educated Africans. On the other hand, the British did realize that nationalism was bound to develop, and that independence was bound to come. When I joined the British Colonial Service in 1924, the fashionable slogan was trusteeship. I was told that West Africa was not yet ready for self-government, but that it would be one day, and my job was to bring that day nearer. When Sir Charles Arden Clarke made his last personal speech on Ghana's Independence Day in 1957, he recalled how when he joined the Nigerian Administrative Service as a cadet, his resident told him the same. We were all expected to work ourselves out of a job, though I will not claim that all of us realized it, or that all of those who did realize it approved of the idea. This is another case in which generalizations are dangerous. One group of men lay down a policy, another group have to carry it out. The African leaders both of the present generation and their predecessors, the Bliddens, Carrs, Casely Hayfords, and Sekias merit close attention. Most of these men worked through the legislative councils which the British established, the youngest being the Nigerian legislature of 1922. The great weakness of the legislative councils was that the British did not trust the African members with responsibility. Until 1946 there was an official majority in all four legislative councils, and Africans never numbered more than one-third of the whole membership. Moreover, many of the Africans were nominated, not elected. The colonial governments. 418. Took up the position, this is what we propose to do. If you have any comments, we shall be glad to listen to them. It was natural that the African members of the councils should regard themselves as an opposition. British officials often complained that African speeches were too full of merely destructive criticism. But a parliamentary opposition which has no prospect whatever of gaining power is almost bound to develop in that way. The British governors and secretaries of state might have done better to begin much earlier the process of gradually transferring power to African hands, on the principle that one cannot learn to swim on dry land, and one can only learn to take responsibility by taking it and seeing the consequences. Africans, of course, always suspected the governments of wanting somehow to get hold of the land. The suspicion was not justified, but is understandable enough in view of the Gold Coast Lands Bill of 1897 and the Kenya Crown Lands Ordinance of 1902. The Lands Bill agitation brought about the formation of the Aborigines Society, and the Society's proposals in 1920 would have provided British West Africa with something like a federal legislature, in which half the members would have been elected, and which would have controlled revenue and expenditure, and hence, policy as well. This early attempt at Pan-Africanism having failed, African national movements had to be built up again in the countries separately. In Nigeria they tended to be built up on ethnic feeling, in Sierra Leone on the rivalry between colony and protectorate, in the Gold Coast, very little ethnic feeling was involved, but Asante and the North played little part. The nationalist movements worried the British authorities. It was not that they objected to nationalism, which indeed they regarded as natural and inevitable. But this seemed to them the wrong kind of nationalism, it was coming from the educated townsmen, not from the chiefs. It was part of the British creed that the chiefs alone were the true spokesmen of their people. The British district officer tended to distrust the agitators from the towns as being unrepresentative of the people. Many of the people in his district had never heard of the agitator, and to most of them, what he was talking about was quite incomprehensible. The British clung to the idea of indirect rule very long. As recently as 1948, the government in London protested against the Watson Commission's proposal that a more 419 modern type of local government authority should be set up. They thought in London that the people would prefer to see the native authorities developed. The 1939 war and its social and economic consequences enormously stimulated the development of national feeling. After the war, the British had clearly lost their struggle to maintain a steady and balanced development, in which economic progress, developments in education and health and other social services, and constitutional advances, should all move together. The people were demanding two things above all: more education, and more political self-government. In the last days of the war, the Gold Coast Education Department carried out a survey of the existing schools, so as to be able to plan a great expansion of teacher training. But the survey was largely a failure, because new schools were being established every week, and, long before the inspectors had gone round the country, the figures in the first districts they visited were hopelessly out of date. It was the same in constitutional matters. The Burns Constitution of 1946 in the Gold Coast was greeted with enthusiasm everywhere, but 2 years later the Watson Commission was clearly right in saying that it was already inadequate. The British showed imagination and foresight in the 10-year development plans which they financed through the Colonial Development and Welfare Acts of 1945 and later. These plans provided West Africa with schools, universities, hospitals, roads and airfields, geological surveys, and, most important of all, trained African staff, which Africa could not have provided from its own resources. If only this had been possible 40 years earlier. The pace of post-war development was faster than even the more far-sighted officials had anticipated. The Gold Coast riots of 1948 were the decisive event which made the British government realize that it had lost control of West Africa's constitutional advance, that the independence, which everyone knew was coming sooner than anyone had expected. Britain regarded the Gold Coast as a model colony. It was the richest, the best educated, the first to have an elected majority in the legislature, and the most completely organized as regards native authorities. The riots were therefore a tremendous shock to British confidence. If this sort of thing could happen in the Gold Coast, they could see no future for the colonial government in any 420 African territory. From that time onwards, the Colonial Office set itself to equip the African territories as fast as it could for independence, trusting in African good sense not to demand self-government before there was a bare minimum of equipment and trained staff. One could wish that this sense of urgency,
like the Colonial Development and Welfare Acts, had come about 40 years earlier. In granting constitutional advances, the British followed a definite pattern. All territories had had African members in their legislatures before the war, but in a minority. The first step forward was to place one or two African unofficial members on the governor's executive council. This happened in Nigeria, the Gold Coast and Sierra Leone in 1942 and 1943. This gave Africans a chance to discuss proposals in the executive council before they reached the legislature, but since the Africans were individuals, not members of any party, and, like all other members of the executive council, were sworn to secrecy, it did not really mean very much. The next step was to overturn the official majority in the Legislative Council, and replace it not merely by a majority of unofficial members, but by a majority of elected members. This step was taken in Nigeria and the Gold Coast in 1946, in Sierra Leone in 1951, in the Gambia in 1954. It was an important step, for it recognized that the legislatures must be developed so as to express the views of the people. But by itself it was quite inadequate, for policy continued to be laid down by the governor and his officers, and the enlarged and representative legislature had no means whatever of making the governor and his officers take heed of its criticisms. Over the years a sort of constitutional convention had grown up by which the government nearly always yielded to a solid body of opposition. Thus, the Gold Coast government made several attempts between the wars to introduce an income tax, but never pressed the point when it found the African members solidly opposed, although its official majority in the Legislative Council would have enabled it to do so. But this was not enough. It was clearly necessary to make the executive directly responsible to the legislature. The governor's executive council was a body of senior officers, to whom 2 or 3 unofficial African members had recently been added. It was a collection of individuals, responsible for 421 advising the governor, but the governor was not bound to follow the advice he received, even if his executive council were solidly against him. The ultimate responsibility was his. The minutes of the council contain the recurring phrase, "His Excellency concurred, and ordered accordingly." The order was made by His Excellency, not by the Executive Council, but normally British practical common sense caused His Excellency to concur with the advice he received, and made provision for what should happen if he did not. This primitive council had to be transformed into a cabinet, responsible to the legislature. The government in London was so used to the idea of a two-party system, with rival party leaders competing for the votes of the electors, that it felt uneasy when faced with one triumphant party, like the CPP in Ghana, which had secured an overwhelming majority of the seats open to free election. In the 1951 Constitution, not only did the government provide that half the legislature in the Gold Coast should be elected by State Council, but made the executive still responsible to the governor, not to the legislature. The executive indeed was transformed. It consisted of 11 members of the legislature, 3 of them British officials and the others Africans chosen by Dr. Nkrumah from the members of his own party. In the Nigerian constitution of the same year, 1951, the executive consisted of 18 ministers, 6 official and 12 unofficial. They were chosen by the governor, but the names were submitted to the legislature for approval, and it was open for the legislature to refuse its approval to any unofficial member but not to an official. The Executive Council was fully transformed into a cabinet in 1954 in the Gold Coast, in 1957 in Nigeria, in 1958 in Sierra Leone, in 1963 in the Gambia. The ex officio ministers were removed. All ministers were chosen by the Prime Minister from the members of his party in the legislature. The Prime Minister could dismiss any of his colleagues, and if the cabinet as a whole lost the confidence of the legislature, it would have to resign. There were other constitutional changes from time to time, increases in the size of the legislature, the replacement of indirect election by direct, the establishment of a federal system in Nigeria. But these are unimportant compared with the essential points of an elected majority in the legislature and a cabinet which is 28. 422. Entirely drawn from the elected members of the legislature and is completely responsible to it. When this stage had been reached, the only barrier to complete independence was the governor's reserved powers. The governor was given these powers to be used in an emergency. They were to be used only if the governor found it necessary in the interests of public order, public faith, or good government. If an elected government proposed to ease its financial difficulties by having the salaries and pensions of all civil servants, it would be contrary to public faith, for these men and women had joined the service trusting in government promises that they would be paid at certain rates. If a government's policy had the effect of setting one section of the community against another, public order might be endangered, and if in its ignorance a government took a step that would be quite disastrous, for example, abolishing all forest reserves so as to make the land available for farming, the governor's powers might be called into action in the interests of good government. The governor's reserved powers were large, and if they had been used brutally, they could have made self-government a mockery. If the legislature seemed likely to reject an important bill, the finance bill, for example, the governor could send it a message that the bill was important under one or other of these three heads of public order, public faith, and good government, and after this, he could declare the bill to be law, even though the legislature had refused to pass it. On the other hand, if a bill was needed under one or other of these three heads, and no member of the legislature was prepared to introduce it, the governor could require the speaker to introduce it by a given date, and he could then pass it on his own authority. Of course, there were strict conditions laid down to prevent the governor from using his reserved powers brutally. In particular, he had to report to London every case in which he had used them, together with any written protest he had received from a minister or a member of the legislature. No governor to my knowledge used his reserved powers. They were nevertheless a limitation on a country's independence, and they had to go. They were removed in Ghana in 1957, in Nigeria in 1960, in Sierra Leone in 1961. 423. 1. Economic and Social Development CRECE Ratcat BN. Dependent economy. The West African economies during the colonial period were dependent economies. This is not a political term. The best work on the economic history of New Zealand is entitled The Instability of a Dependent Economy, and much the same description would apply to such countries as Argentina, which have for long enjoyed complete political independence. Moreover, West Africa was dependent before the colonial period and has not ceased to be dependent now. The term is a semi-technical one, implying that the country's fortunes are bound up with the export of a small number of primary products, the price of which is determined much more by events elsewhere, by changes in demand or in the supply from other countries, than by any action or decision of the country itself. Only in the case of cocoa does West Africa supply a substantial proportion of the total world output of a commodity, and even in this case it is proving very difficult for the West African governments, even by concerted action, to alter the price which the world market is prepared to pay. For countries in this position, the whole course of economic development and to a large extent political development also is profoundly influenced by changes in the market prices of their products. It is not difficult, for example, to imagine how much more smoothly the first years of independence would have gone if they had not coincided with a sharp decline in the prices paid for West Africa's exports, along with those of most other primary products. It is thus necessary to be familiar with the outlines of price movements, which provide a convenient framework for the study of West African economic history during the last 100 years. Up to the 1870s, the prices of most commodities were slowly rising, after which there set in a period of decline which lasted almost to the end of the century. The decline in the price of palm oil, however, had begun earlier, in the 1850s, though it was not until the 1870s that it became severe. From about 1896 until 1920, prices were on the whole rising, slowly at first but very rapidly during the First World War and for 2 years afterwards. 424. By contrast, the interwar period, from 1920 onwards, was one of falling prices. In this period, moreover, the changes were exceptionally violent. There was a sharp slump in 1921, followed by a few years of partial recovery, and then by an even more disastrous fall in the years 1930-3. In the mid-1930s there was again a partial recovery which, however, was giving way to renewed depression in 1938-9, when the Second World War intervened. From 1939 to 1955 there was a period of rapidly rising prices, with particularly sharp advances in the later years of the war, and again in the early 1950s. 1955 marks the beginning of a new era of depressed prices, in which we are still living. The European Scramble. The period of falling commodity prices which occupies roughly the last quarter of the 19th century coincides closely with the intensified European pressures and conflicts known as the Scramble, and with similar activity elsewhere in the world, and it is generally assumed that there is some connection between these phenomena. That there were powerful economic forces behind the conquest of Africa is not in doubt. There is controversy over the relative strength of these forces compared with humanitarian, strategic, and purely political, or prestige, motives, but this controversy is least acute in relation to West Africa. Here there was a substantial existing trade and reasonable prospects of increasing it, whereas the region was of little or no importance for imperial strategy, and the missionary influence, though not unimportant, was clearly secondary to that of the traders. But what exactly was the economic objective? It can hardly have been the quest for raw materials, for political advance took place at a time when raw materials in general, and the chief West African materials in particular, were already cheap and becoming steadily cheaper. It was certainly not to increase the supply of palm oil that the British pushed troops and officials into the hinterland of the West African coast. On the contrary, they were finding it difficult to absorb the palm oil that the existing trading system was producing. There is another side to this, however. While the British economy as a whole might be content with the commodity situation at this time, falling prices were most unwelcome to those British and other traders whose fortunes were bound up with West Africa. 425. Since profit margins were growing less, it became all the more important for each trader or group of traders to secure a commanding position, if possible a monopoly, in this increasingly difficult branch of commerce. The same was true of the African middlemen, and the period was one of sharpening conflict, not only between British and Africans but also within each racial group. Schism in Bani and intensified intercity warfare among the Yoruba reflect the developing crisis in the West African economy, as do the guerrilla warfare on the Niger and the deepening feud between the Liverpool merchants and the interlopers. All parties sought monopoly as a cure for their troubles. Hence the merger of the Niger trading firms which Goldie engineered in 1879. But monopoly was difficult to sustain, either against African or against European rivals, without political backing, and so there was by the early 1880s growing pressure on the British, and French, governments to intervene on behalf of their nationals. But the West African trade was of very minor importance to the British economy, and the firms which engaged in it were of negligible influence. Their difficulties would not by themselves have given the British government sufficient reason to reverse its long-standing policy of minimum political and administrative interference in West African affairs. However, if Britain did not need increased supplies of materials and foodstuffs at this time, she did need new markets. From the mid-70s, British exports were increasing much more slowly than before, and there was growing depression in the great export industries which had been the main prop of her prosperity. The attraction of West Africa as a potential market for British manufactures was undoubtedly great, and it was this consideration which led much more important and powerful groups than the West African merchants to look with favor on political expansion in this, and other, regions. The prospects were often exaggerated. It was not going to be so easy as some thought to convert the peoples of the Western Sudan from indigenous to Lancashire cloth, but that is beside the point. Another powerful consideration was the prevailing low return on capital in Britain, which made the owners of capital more eager than usual to open up new fields of investment. For this, political intervention was a necessary first step. Trade might precede the flag, but railways could only follow it. 426. Thus in the 1880s the desire of British merchants to extend their range of operations in West Africa and to exclude competitors chimed with the growing anxiety of the British government to stake a claim for British exporters and for British capital. The change in policy was very gradual, and for a time, as Dr. Flint shows in Chapter 21, the government had to fall back on the compromise device of the chartered company in the Niger Valley, where there was the greatest concentration of existing British interests and where the prospects of development seemed brightest. Thus in 1886 Goldie's National African Company obtained its desire, a royal charter which enabled it to exercise administrative powers and so, in effect, to establish a monopoly of the trade which found its way to the sea by way of the Niger. Not till the last years of the century was the government and public opinion sufficiently convinced of the economic value of West Africa to take over direct responsibility for the administration of northern Nigeria, to undertake the final conquest both of the Fulani Emirates and of Asante, and even to spend money on the development of the territory's resources. The Royal Niger Company, it should be explained, had administered only the actual trade routes, and had undertaken no real development. Even now the British government's approach was hesitant. Colonial administration meant expense. If the British taxpayer was asked to bear the cost, his representatives would certainly grumble and might refuse. If the cost was to be met by local taxation there would be grumbles from the British traders and from the people, and the latter might do more than grumble. The Colonial Office had burned its fingers badly as long ago as the 1850s, when it had tried to introduce direct taxation on the Gold Coast, for it burned them even worse in 1896, when it tried to levy a hut tax in Sierra Leone registered. Thus there was strong support for the proposition advanced by the merchants, who found an effective spokeswoman in Mary Kingsley, that government should be left to them, and should be limited to the measures needed to protect trade. This view was not in the end accepted, but the new administrations did everything possible to keep expenses to a level which could be paid for by light customs duties, which, it was hoped, the people would not notice and would therefore not resent. In northern Nigeria the Fulani administration was left as far as possible intact, the existing system of taxation being merely 427. Regularized and made more comprehensive. Indirect rule later became a philosophy, but in its beginnings it was primarily an economy device. By similar methods the imposition of direct taxation was delayed in southwestern Nigeria until 1917-18, in southeastern Nigeria until 1928, and was avoided altogether in the Gold Coast, where customs revenues were sufficiently buoyant to maintain almost the whole cost of such governmental services as it was thought necessary to introduce. Development of cash crops. Even a skeleton administration, however, could not be established and maintained without some expenditure, and the conquest provided the conquerors with a new motive for promoting the economic development of the territories. Incomes had to be created in order that they might be taxed, indirectly if not directly. Moreover, the conquest coincided with a marked change in the market situation. Raw materials were again in demand, and Britain's new estates, as the colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain, described them, thus acquired a value which they had not possessed before. Lancashire cotton manufacturers now began to worry more about the price of raw cotton than about the sale of cloth, and formed the British Cotton Growing Association in 1902 to promote cultivation within the empire, special attention being paid to West Africa. The great soap manufacturing firm of Lever Brothers also began to take an interest in the sources of its materials, and entered the West African market in 1906. By then it had become apparent that, if there were to be any serious agricultural development for export, a major assault would have to be made on the problem of high transport costs, which had always been the greatest obstacle to Africa's progress. For this purpose the imperial government was, since the late 1890s, willing to relax its doctrine of colonial self-sufficiency in financial matters, and to advance money for railway building. Construction began from Freetown in 1896, from Sekondi in 1898 and from Lagos in the same year. Progress was hardly rapid.
Kano was not linked to the sea until 1912, Enugu till 1916. The link between southeastern and northern Nigeria was not affected until 1926. Though Kumasi was reached from Sekondi in 1903, it did not acquire a connection with Accra until 20 years later. Large areas, particularly in Nigeria, remained without. 428. Any effective railway service, and lateral communications, as distinct from links with the sea, were very few. Nevertheless, it could be said that, during the period of high prices and bright prospects which lasted from 1896 to 1920, most of the potentially productive areas were bound by thin steel threads to the coast and to the world economy. To supplement the rail system and to facilitate administration, a considerable effort was also devoted to road construction, which became a major preoccupation of the district administrators, for some of them almost an obsession. The effects of even this modest investment in transport, coupled with the imposition of the British peace, were spectacular. Between 1900 and 1913 the exports from the Gold Coast multiplied in value about 5 times, those from Sierra Leone about 4 times, those from Nigeria about 3.5 times, while imports rose in similar proportion. It is to be noted that, whereas British interests provided the stimulus for this development and British administration created the necessary conditions, the reaction of Africans to their new economic opportunities was swift and efficient. Except in the mining sector, where external capital and technology was now applied to the gold workings of Asante and the tin deposits of the Jos Plateau, actual production for export was directed almost entirely by Africans. The capitalist plantation system gained hardly any footing in West Africa, partly because the authorities were unwilling to disturb the indigenous land tenure system or to risk the political complications which would be involved in the introduction of European landowners, but mainly because it was unnecessary. African farmers were willing to do the job on their own, and could do it much more cheaply. Even the choice of crop reflected African judgment more than British wishes. Cotton production, on which the British government placed most emphasis, made disappointing progress, but in the savannah zone the output of ground nuts, which were better suited to most of the local soils, increased dramatically, and in certain of the forest areas development relied on an entirely new crop, the introduction and expansion of which was a wholly African initiative. As late as 1890, cocoa was not mentioned among the products which the Gold Coast government was hoping to develop. But by ergo too it had become a major export, and by 1915 the principal export from the territory. Introduced in 1892, it was taken up with enthusiasm by African farmers, many of whom migrated into the 429 cocoa-bearing areas and acquired land there as a business investment. The establishment of this crop in western Nigeria was largely the work of a small group of African entrepreneurs, who were, significantly, also leaders of the African Church. The success of African agricultural enterprise was owed to a number of favorable factors, in addition to the rising world prices which provided an incentive, and the new transport system which made possible the export of bulky products. Land, to begin with, was abundant. So also was labor, for it is clear that the traditional economic system by no means absorbed the full potential energies of the population, especially of the young males. The reason, of course, was not the alleged laziness of the African race, but the absence of an adequate market for produce over and above the needs of local subsistence. Further, the crops which were suited for export were also suited to the peasant economy, they fitted well into the traditional pattern of subsistence agriculture, and they did not require elaborate processing on the spot. In this respect, cocoa, ground nuts, and palm oil differ from such products as tea, sugar and sisal, for which it is necessary, or at any rate more economic, to organize cultivation in units large enough to feed an expensive processing factory. Essential to this development was an efficient marketing system, providing both for the collection of the agricultural produce and the distribution of the imported goods which were the incentive for production.
This was supplied by an adaptation and extension of the arrangements which had been developed to cater for the palm oil trade, and before that for the trade in slaves. Merchant firms based on the ports and in the main centers of communication dealt with the ultimate producers and consumers through a chain of middlemen, mostly Africans, to whom they advanced credit. The system has been much criticized, yet probably was the most effective and economical way of extending commerce under West African conditions. What laid it open to serious objection was the tendency for the bulk of the trade to fall into the hands of a few large firms, who obtained a commanding position in the West African economies, and who from time to time made agreements amongst themselves to the detriment of their customers. This monopolistic tendency, however, did not reach its fullest development until the interwar period, and will be discussed later. Another feature of this period was the evolution of the monetary 430 system. Money was by no means a novelty in West African trade, but the currencies and standards of value hitherto in use, cowrie shells, manillas, iron bars, cases of gin, were no longer adequate for commerce on the scale which had now developed. They were now supplemented by British coins, but the most important innovation was the setting up of the West African Currency Board in 1912. The system then adopted was what is known as the 100% sterling exchange standard, and its effect was, briefly, that the purchasing power of West African residents was determined absolutely by the territory's earnings from exports. This prevented inflation, and so made West Africa more attractive to foreign investors, but it also made the economies still more dependent and, in the opinion of some economists, had an unduly depressing effect on internal development. The interwar years. For a short time after the war, commodity prices rocketed to unprecedented levels, and both the imperial government and private capitalists showed even keener interest in West Africa as a source of supply. This was indeed the period when economic imperialism manifested itself in its crudest form. There was a good deal of wild talk about using the colonies to make Britain self-sufficient and to pay off her war debts. At the same time, it was a constructive period, one in which funds were more than usually available for investment in the colonies. Ambitious plans for railway construction, for example, were now projected, and some of these came to fruition in the early 20s. But with the breaking of the boom in the summer of 1920, this metropolitan interest, for better or worse, faded away, and for the rest of the interwar period West Africa, with the rest of the colonial empire, was largely left to her own devices. This was the heyday of the district officer and the anthropologist, and of the doctrine of indirect rule, which had come to mean, among other things, the protection of African society from the unduly sudden impact of Western economic forces. It was fashionable in these years to say that Africans should be allowed to develop along their own lines, partly because no one in these years had any urgent interest in developing them along any other lines. The pace of economic change thus became very slow. There had been a big rise in production for export between 1918 and 1925, but after that, for 431 several years, the volume of exports remained almost static. The West African countries had now, it seemed, completed the adjustment to the opportunities created by peace and railways. No new opportunities now presented themselves, and a condition closely resembling stagnation seemed to have become established. However, by the 1920s government revenues had reached a level at which it was possible for the authorities, without calling on London for help and without departing from the strict orthodoxy of balanced budgets, to embark on some modest development expenditure, chiefly in the fields of education and communications. Most progress, naturally, was made in the Gold Coast, already by far the richest of the British territories in West Africa, but the activities linked with the name of Sir Gordon Gugseberg were only the most conspicuous manifestations of a trend which was visible throughout West Africa. In 1930, however, even these modest advances came to an abrupt halt as West Africa, along with all other primary producing countries, was struck down by the world slump. Prices of most of its exports were halved, or more than halved. All incomes fell sharply, and government incomes not least. The slump was especially disastrous for these countries, inasmuch as a large part of their expenditure was fixed in money terms by contractual obligations. To construct their railways, the West African governments had borrowed heavily in London, and they had borrowed at a time when interest rates, like other prices, were much higher than they had now become. A much larger volume of exports was now required to pay interest on the debt and the pensions of retired officials, and in 1936 these two items accounted for about 30% of Nigeria's budget. It is not surprising that, on the one hand, Nigeria's export surplus, curiously known as a favorable balance of trade, became very large in the 1930s, or, on the other, that in the last year before the Second World War public expenditures on development and welfare amounted to little more than £2 million in a country with a population of 25 to 30 million people. One of the most striking features of the interwar period was the concentration of external commerce in the hands of a very few firms. The number of firms engaged in the export or import trade, or both, declined from 104 in 1921 to 84 in 1936, but these figures tell only a part of the story. Most of 432 the firms were small and short-lived. Only 14 had survived throughout the period, and at the outbreak of the Second World War roughly two-thirds of the trade of West Africa as a whole was handled by 7 large firms. One of these, moreover, the United Africa Company, overshadowed all the rest, having in its hands something like 40% both of exports and of imports. The history of the United Africa Company is rather complicated. One of its parents was the Niger Company, which had continued to operate as a private concern after it had surrendered its royal charter in 1900, and which in 1929 united under the name of UAC with the African and Eastern Trade Corporation, itself the result of an earlier merger of several smaller firms. About the same time, the great British soap firm, Lever Brothers, which had bought the Niger Company in 1920, formed a link with the great Dutch margarine combine of Van den Berg and Jurgens. Thus a very large part of West African trade passed under the control of a single firm, which was itself merely a subsidiary of one of the greatest business concerns in the world. The reasons for this concentration are fairly simple. The overhead costs of European trading activities in West Africa were high, and the small firm was thus at a disadvantage. The risks were also great, especially in the interwar period, when small businesses were repeatedly ruined by sudden fluctuations in prices. Under these conditions only a firm with large reserves could hope to survive and prosper. Concentration stopped short of full monopoly, though in many localities the African traders had only one customer and creditor to deal with. But the share of UAC in the total trade was so large that it was in a position to influence, though not to determine, the prices paid and received, even when it was not in collusion with its competitors. When the principal firms were in agreement, however, as was fairly often the case, conditions of true monopoly prevailed. It was not easy to sustain such monopoly arrangements for long, and the history of West African trade is one of alternation between periods of agreement and periods of what the firms called cutthroat competition, when some of them found it more advantageous to operate on their own. From time to time outsiders were able to force their way into the closed circle of trade. There was, for instance, the successful invasion of the Kano groundnut trade by the Levantine merchant, Mr. Raka, in the late 1930s, and the dramatic rise of 433. The Greek businessman, A.G. Leventis, who during and after the Second World War was able to challenge UAC on almost equal terms. African producers, moreover, were not completely at the mercy of the European firms, and on occasion met combination with combination, the most famous incident of this kind being the hold-up of cocoa in the Gold Coast in 1938. Along with this tendency to monopoly there went, almost certainly, a decline in African participation in the external commerce of West Africa. In the late 19th century a fair number of African merchants in Lagos and elsewhere were operating quite large-scale businesses, dealing direct with Liverpool and London. By the end of the interwar period such people were very few, and the share of the external trade which they handled was at most 5%. One reason for this decline was that African traders shared in the growing difficulties of small firms in this period, regardless of race. Though often highly successful as individualists, Africans had failed, no doubt for reasons bound up with their social system, to develop strong, continuing organizations comparable with the large European company. Another reason was probably that the few Africans who possessed capital now found it safer and more profitable to invest it in land, especially urban land, or the education of their children than in commercial enterprises. But the virtual exclusion of Africans from the external trade sector must also be seen as part of a more general process, which had begun about 18 ago and had been intensified after the First World War, and which is also visible in their exclusion from the higher ranks of the public service and the church hierarchies. There is here an apparent paradox. At the lower levels of the Western or modern sector of the economy, African participation had increased enormously since the 19th century. There were far more clerks and others doing English work, far more farmers producing for the world market. But at the higher levels African participation had actually declined. An important and unfortunate consequence of the great slump of the 1930s was the retreat from the principles of non-discrimination which had hitherto, on the whole, governed British commercial policy towards her West African dependencies. The United Kingdom had always been the largest single customer of the British West African countries, and the largest single supplier of 4.34 their imports. Hitherto, however, this British commercial predominance had been the natural result of informal and customary links, not of overt discrimination. British firms naturally ordered their supplies by preference from Britain, and sent their purchases thither. British administrations naturally procured their own requirements from British sources. But there had been nothing to prevent foreign firms from operating in these territories, nor had any fiscal measures been taken to divert trade into British channels. One exception must be made to this statement. Between 1918 and 1921 palm kernels and tin were diverted from the continental to the British market by means of differential export duties. This measure, designed for the benefit of the owners of processing plants in Britain rather than for British consumers, was contrary to the liberal principles which still governed British policy, and the duties on palm kernels were dropped after parliamentary protests, though the duties on tin remained. But a far more serious departure from free trade occurred in 1934. Japanese cloth and other manufactures, far cheaper than the British products, had now begun to invade the West African market, to the detriment of the Lancashire manufacturing towns, where there was already massive unemployment. This time, liberal principles were not strong enough to resist temptation, and the West African consumer was not allowed to enjoy the benefit of cheaper clothing. The Japanese goods were somewhat inferior, but the difference in quality was much less than the difference in price. Ordinances were now passed by all four colonial legislatures imposing discriminatory duties on Japanese goods. The economic change which had occurred between the conquest and the outbreak of the Second World War was limited in kind and in quantity. Peace and railways had had the effect of extending the market, so enabling West Africans to make fuller use of their one comparative advantage, the ability to produce commodities which were scarce or unobtainable in the rich temperate zone countries. To the natural products which had been exported in pre-colonial times there had been added a number of cultivated crops, most of them already known and used in the traditional economies but now produced in much larger quantities for sale abroad. From the gross returns thus obtained, large deductions had to be made. Peace and railways had to be paid for in taxes, the profits of the indispensable commercial. 435. Intermediaries absorbed a further substantial proportion. The net gain consisted partly in an increased supply of manufactured goods, partly in public services such as health and education. Neither type of gain could yet be called large. The average cash expenditure of peasants in a prosperous cocoa-growing village of the Gold Coast was less than £10 per family per annum, and the incomes of farmers in the palm and groundnut areas were certainly much less than this. The small scope of public expenditure on social services has already been indicated.
It is unlikely that Western-type education was yet touching 10% of West Africa's children, and secondary education was the privilege of a small fraction of 1%. Outside the big centers of population, medical services, except of the most rudimentary kind, were rarely available. Nevertheless, it is probable, though figures are wholly lacking, that population was growing, mainly as a result of the control established over the worst kinds of epidemic disease. The export of primary products, on which these gains depended, had been grafted onto the traditional economic systems without destroying or seriously modifying them. These systems were not, in the true sense of the term, subsistence economies, for there had always been a considerable amount of local and even quite long-distance exchange within West Africa, and large numbers of people had made at least part of their living by specialization in a craft or trade. Some of these industries, such as iron smelting, succumbed to the competition of imported products, but others showed a remarkable vitality. Indeed, peace and railways stimulated internal as well as external exchange. Palm oil flowed north from the forest zone as well as south to the seaports, and meat walked in from the savannas. On the other hand, subsistence economics still prevailed insofar as the great majority of West Africans continued to grow most of their own food. The techniques of agriculture, moreover, had hardly changed at all, and productivity accordingly remained very low. Social organization, similarly, was little altered. In a few areas, such as Asante and parts of Iboland, where land had become a scarce factor, modern forms of lease and sale had begun to emerge, but in general the traditional patterns of tenure remained intact. Wage labor was the exception rather than the rule, and few even of the urban workers had cut their ties with their homeland. Thus West 436. African societies had avoided the violent dislocations which had occurred in settler Africa, but the price of this was an economic system lacking in flexibility and condemned to inefficiency. Until recently the colonial authorities had taken the traditional economy for granted. They had assumed that a moderate amount of production for export could be added to the production of foodstuffs, and that the old system could continue to function without special attention. In the 1930s, however, this complacency gave way to anxiety and even alarm. Problems of nutrition came into the foreground. It was at this time that the Chui language contributed the word kwashiorkor to the vocabulary of medical science. It also dawned on the experts that population growth and production for export were placing a serious strain upon Africa's basic capital, the land. Books began to be written about the dying continent. Though there was not in West Africa the spectacular soil erosion that could be seen in parts of East and South Africa, there was evidence enough of serious deterioration. The desert was said to be encroaching on the frontiers of northern Nigeria, and there was particular anxiety about the pressure on the already poor soils of eastern Nigeria. The one asset of this area was the palm oil, which tolerated the adverse conditions better than other plants, and gave the inhabitants cash with which to supplement their food supplies. But in the 1930s the oil palm was in serious danger from the competition of large plantations, in Indonesia especially, which had the threefold advantage of producing more fruit per acre, more oil per ton of fruit and less free fatty acid per gallon of oil. Last phase of colonial rule. These anxieties were temporarily swept aside by the Second World War, which, though it created obvious short-term difficulties, inaugurated a new period of prosperity for West Africa. The last phase of colonial rule, which ended, in fact if not in form, in the early 1950s, was distinguished by three main features. First, a rapid rise in the price of West African exports. Secondly, the awareness of the British government that the end of colonial rule was imminent and that much more determined efforts would have to be made to equip the territories with the economic framework of independent states. Thirdly, a much more active intervention of government in economic life. The first two factors combined to 437. Bring about a big increase in external investment, both public and private, in West Africa. Some of this investment, particularly in large-scale agriculture, was ill-conceived and almost wholly wasteful, being stimulated more by the critical food situation in Britain in the late 1940s than by the needs of West Africa. Though the most spectacular misinvestment in Africa at this time was the East African groundnut scheme, there were lesser examples of much the same kind of error in West Africa, such as the ill-planned Niger agricultural project, and the absurd plan for the mass production of eggs in the Gambia. The problems of agricultural reconstruction were not to be so easily solved. On the other hand, much was done that was genuinely useful, particularly in the strengthening of the economic infrastructure. Motor roads were built, schools were multiplied and universities were inaugurated, electricity and water supplies were vastly extended, towns took on a new look. In addition, there were the first feeble beginnings of industrialization. Factories for the production of textiles, cement, tobacco, beer, soft drinks, and the like either made their first appearance or were greatly enlarged. To some extent this was the result of conscious government policy, but mainly it represented the response of private entrepreneurs to the new economic situation. The main obstacle to the growth of manufacturing had been the lack of effective demand. The people of West Africa had been too poor to buy enough of any one commodity to warrant the expense of factory construction. The new prosperity of the 1950s partially removed this obstacle. The growth of governmental intervention in economic affairs was the result partly of the Second World War, which made controls inevitable, and partly of ideological change in Britain. One of its principal manifestations was the public corporation, an institution taken over from semi-socialist Britain and applied without much thought to the very different political and social context of West Africa. Most spectacular of these corporations were the marketing boards, which came into being during the Second World War and attained a commanding position in the economic and political life of West Africa in the post-war period. The sales of most West African commodities were now channeled through central organizations, which paid a fixed price to the farmers and organized the distribution of the products in the overseas markets. This system arose for three distinct reasons. 29. 438. First, there were the special circumstances of the war period, when West Africa's products were sold by bulk contract to the British government. There was the popular dissatisfaction with the existing marketing system. The inquiry into the cocoa hold-up had elicited bitter complaints both against the middlemen and against the monopolistic commercial firms. Finally, there was the desire to save West Africa from the disastrous effects of price fluctuations in the world market. The idea was that producers should be paid less than the market prices when these were high, and that the funds thus accumulated should be used to subsidize the farmers in times of low world prices, so that their incomes would be kept relatively stable. But things did not work out quite as had been intended. The big firms were not curbed, on the contrary, as privileged agents of the marketing boards their position was more strongly entrenched than before. Nor was price stabilization actually effected. Instead of falling shortly after the war, as everyone had expected, world prices continued to rise for another decade. But the farmers continued to be paid much less than the market price, with the result that huge surpluses piled up in the hands of the boards. Moreover, by the early 1G50s it had become clear that most of the money would never be returned to the producers, at any rate directly. For the marketing board system had acquired a new function, as a simple instrument of taxation. When prices did at last fall, the accumulated funds had mostly been spent in other ways, and little was available to support the farmers' incomes. European liberals who protested against this development, which they regarded as unfair exploitation of the agricultural population, were surprised to find that the nationalists, when they came to effective power, did nothing to alter the system. The marketing boards had become one of the main props of the public finances and pillars of the state. More serious still was the criticism that for nearly 10 years the marketing surpluses were neither returned to the farmers nor spent on development, but were for the most part hoarded in London, with the result that the poor West African countries were actually lending money, on balance, to Britain. The political changes of the early 1950s altered this situation. Little of the money was ever returned to the farmers, but the funds were now rapidly spent, much of them on genuine development schemes, but some of them, as subsequent inquiries were to show in 439. Western Nigeria, in less justifiable ways. Indeed, it may be said that between them the late colonial regimes and the new national governments failed to make full use of the opportunities presented by the sudden access of wealth to West Africa in the post-war period. First there was too little expenditure and then there was too much, so that very soon after independence the new states faced a bleak future, with falling prices, depleted treasuries, and much less new productive capital than they might have had. As a reassessment of the historiography of the period ajayi, thsyge for the teacher of African history, there is no lack of books on the history of the colonial period in West Africa. The real problem is that most existing books assume that Africans were largely inert and contributed to their own history hardly anything worth recording. They take as West African history in this period what the British, or the French for that matter, thought and said and did in the countries they ruled. Such books depict a politically decadent, socially disorganized and morally depraved subject people, pacified by a philanthropic British nation which guided them with fatherly patience and tender care to nationhood. Even the movements for independence tend to be presented as largely the maturing of a political program which the British had planned from the onset of colonial rule. Some African nationalist zealots, and their often equally misguided paternalistic sympathizers from abroad, have in reaction tended to think that African history even in the colonial period should deal solely with the thoughts and sayings and doings of Africans. Knowledge, however, is not advanced by opposing cliché to cliché and distortion to distortion. A comprehensive conception of the history of these territories in the colonial period must embody the two views sketched above, and the history of the Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, or Nigeria under British rule must therefore synthesize the interaction of the British and the indigenous peoples concerned. One key to understanding the attitude of the textbooks is to realize that many of them were written by British people who 440 were defending an established system that was increasingly under fire. There was a time in Western Europe when expansion overseas was considered one of the most impressive expressions of a nation's genius, and colonization of weaker peoples was regarded as a legitimate means of meeting certain national needs. British poets and historians extolled the process, colonialism, which made it possible to spread the influence of the Anglo-Saxon race all over the globe, while those who had a philosophical turn of mind regarded the colonization of the technologically weaker peoples by the technologically stronger as the working out of Darwin's theory of evolution exuberantly distorted as the survival of the fittest. But what was fashionable yesterday has become unfashionable today. Colonialism has, of late, been subjected to invective and accusation by socialists and nationalists, and the former colonialists have taken up the pen in their own defense. Many former colonial officers chose to write histories of the colonies in which they served. They claimed that Britain came to West Africa on a philanthropic mission which, beginning with the abolition of the slave trade, progressed to the crusade against slavery, human sacrifice, and other obnoxious practices which existed amongst the people, that Britain's acquisition of political control over a number of African peoples was painfully forced on her partly by the discovery that such a step was necessary for the satisfactory accomplishment of her mission and partly by the rivalry of the French and the Germans. A number of the popular works which tell the story of Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria in the colonial period must thus be viewed as a defense of British doings in West Africa. As Dr. Dyke has said, in the period of colonial rule, much of what work was undertaken, in the study of Africa, was directed to justify the colonial policies of the metropolitan countries. Against this view, it may be contended that Britain came to West Africa and to other parts of the continent primarily to serve her own selfish interests. The Industrial Revolution had by the 19th century created in Britain a great need for markets and raw materials, part of which could only be satisfied through the colonization of Africa. Thus the abolition of the slave trade was not only, or even mainly, a triumph for British moral scruples but a reflection of Britain's changing economic needs. Britain had discovered that it would pay better to leave Africans in Africa to 441. provide new markets for British goods and produce raw materials for British industries than to transport them to America and the West Indies. This point of view may be no more than a partial explanation of the reasons behind British occupation of parts of Africa, but it serves as a corrective to the theory that the colonization of Africa was undertaken primarily to show the light to benighted Africans. The colonization of Africa was no doubt the result of a multiplicity of causes, not all of equal weight. It will probably be found, however, that the most important single factor was the quest for markets and raw materials. The Industrial Revolution not only created the desire for European occupation of Africa, it also made it possible by placing at the disposal of the colonial powers a superior technology. As soon as it is accepted that the British did not come to West Africa as political or social reformers, the wars which they fought with Africans in the process of imposing their rule change character and acquire a new significance. Among the more famous wars were, the Biburet War in Sierra Leone, 1898, which resulted in British military conquest of the peoples of the Sierra Leone hinterland, the Anglo-Asante Wars, particularly those of 1874, 1896 and 1901, which dominated the 19th century history of the former Gold Coast or modern Ghana, the expeditions against Tijabu, 1892, Brass, 1895, Ilorin and Beta, 1897, Benin, 1897, Arokaku, 1901-2, and Northern Nigeria, 1900-4, which marked the different stages in British conquest of what later became Nigeria. These wars, caused by African resistance to British penetration, are generally contemptuously termed pacificatory expeditions in the older books, and the Africans who led the resistance are portrayed variously as wrong-headed and obscurantist slave dealers, or addicts to human sacrifice and cannibalism who tried to obstruct British torchbearers of civilization. On the other hand, we can see in these resistance movements some of the earliest manifestations of the nationalist resentment of alien rule by the various groups concerned. Some people even in recent times have written as if African nationalism were mainly the result of Western education and the reading by the elite of the nationalist literature and political philosophy of Western Europe. But indeed, African nationalism, defined as the African's desire to have his own cultural identity, is older than European colonization of Africa, though it needed that event before it. 442. Could express itself in a form which the Western European could understand. To understand the full import of these wars of resistance, one should regard them as a stage in the clash of cultures which is the central theme of African history in the colonial period. Long before the British came, the various ethnic groups in present-day Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria had evolved specific cultural systems which were realistic adjustments to the various environments and which embodied particular solutions to the problems of human existence. In the 3 centuries which had elapsed between Europe's establishment of the first commercial contacts with West Africa and the opening of the 19th century, there had also grown up patterns of trade and political relationships between the Africans and Europeans which the former had come to regard as forming part of their heritage. There was, for instance, the Atlantic slave trade, which provided the Africans with a source of easy wealth as well as with a means of getting rid of criminals and other undesirables. Secondly, there were commercial relationships in which indigenous coastal groups became the main channel through which African goods from the interior passed into European hands, and European goods passed into the interior. In this period, too, especially along the Nigerian coast where Europeans had no forts, the indigenous chiefs and prince-sealings not only enjoyed political independence but were able to offer protection and justice to the visiting European trader. The European penetration of West Africa in the 19th century meant therefore, for many African groups, an unwarranted interference by the white men with a system which had hitherto enjoyed their support or acceptance. It is therefore not surprising if bewildered African chiefs and their people resisted the British campaign against the slave trade, and the new economic doctrine that European traders and primary producers in the interior should be encouraged to conduct direct commercial transactions,
as well as the equally new political doctrine that African affairs were better managed under a political relationship known as British protectorates. Indeed, men like King Haja of Pabo, who died in the process of fighting against this attempt to subvert the old order, were some of the earliest martyrs of the nationalist movement in British West Africa, and the wars which the British 443 fought to impose their new ways were nothing short of wars of aggression. In the light of the above, it is also necessary to question those descriptions of African states which offered opposition to British penetration as decadent and morally bankrupt tribal organizations. Asante emerges from some of the old-type textbooks as the untamed barbarian polity par excellence which lived and died by war, Oyo as a putrefying ramshackle empire racked by the selfish ambitions and slave-raiding activities of its provincial rulers, Benin as the city of blood whose ruler was a demon in human form, and the Fulani as a corrupt and inept oligarchy whose empire was saved from impending collapse by the advent of the British. The sources from which such books were written consist mostly of reports made by Christian missionaries, traders, European administrators, travelers, or explorers. Most Christian missionaries saw everything unchristian as evil and so could not imagine that the Muslim and so-called pagan empires of the Western Sudan and the Forest Belt embodied any cultural achievements or ideas which could be other than inferior to their own Christian heritage. In writing reports home, they had to attribute their modest success to the fact that they were working in a very difficult environment. The trader, too, was more often than not exasperated by the resistance of African princes to his economic imperialism. He thus circulated such reports about African princes as would win him the sympathy of his fellow nationals and emphasize to the British government the necessity for stepping in to re-establish law and order in the interest of trade and civilization. The European administrative officer in Africa had elements of the politician. Where he failed to advance the interests of his country by the cheap methods of tact and diplomacy, he had to explain his failure to the home government or face charges of incompetence or even risk withdrawal from the colonial service. It can thus be understood that the reports of colonial servants were no more objective than those of traders and missionaries. Similarly, the traveler came to Africa to satisfy the urge not only of scientific discovery but also of curiosity. Hence a description of the course of a river or the inhabitants of a region was often spiced with sensational stories about hideous customs and barbarous polities. Being themselves converts to the doctrine that Britain brought 444 light and civilization to West Africa, the writers of colonial history books accepted these reports uncritically. The result is the familiar story of European occupation of Africa taking place at a time when empires were falling or on the verge of total collapse and the future of the African generally was in grave danger. It may be true that parts of what later became British West Africa were, at the time of the British advent, being rocked by wars and rumors of wars, and that a number of the more ancient empires like Oyo and Benin were facing a period of crisis and decline. However, one cannot, on the strength of this, conclude that had the British not come when they did, these empires would inevitably have been dismembered, or that if they had fallen, this would have been the end of civilization in these areas. Empires and kingdoms are, in a sense, comparable to individual human beings who may at one time enjoy robust health and at others suffer from serious illness which may or may not lead to death. Also, a sore on a man's hand or foot does not always signify a total breakdown of his body mechanism. Thus there is no way by which a visitor to an empire that is in a state of depression, or where one of its many provinces is in the throes of civil war or external invasion, can know whether the empire is on the verge of total collapse or not. If Europe had been colonized during the Second World War by a set of people from outer space, by now their historians would be propounding the theory that at the time of that colonization European political systems were on the verge of total collapse. The lesson of the political history of the Western Sudan is that if one empire fell, another rose. There is nothing to show that, if the Oyo Empire had disintegrated and the British had not come, another pan-Yoruba state would not have risen on its ashes. After British rule had been imposed by the use of force or the threat of it, there remained the question of consolidation through the establishment of a system of administration under the control of British officers. The policy adopted by the British in local government is that popularly known as indirect rule.
Under it, we are told, Britain sought to govern her subject peoples in West Africa through their traditional institutions and authorities. The aim of the policy, it is maintained, was to set on its legs a native government, capable someday of taking over the whole administration. Many claims have been made for this system. Among 445. These are that indirect rule is a system of ruling an African people through their traditional institutions, that it was decided on as a means of sheltering the African from the disintegrating influences of Western culture and of helping him to retain his own cultural identity, and that indirect rule was a success. The culture of any people, in Africa or elsewhere, is an organic whole. In the colonial situation which, above all else, involved a loss of sovereignty, one cannot tamper with an institution or practice that evolved naturally in that culture without distorting or hampering other institutions or practices which make up the organic whole known as the people's culture. The exponents of indirect rule seem to have conceived of the culture of each African people as a loose collection of practices and institutions from which they could withdraw those institutions and practices of which they did not approve while retaining unimpaired those of which they did approve. The justification of a chieftaincy or a council of elders among some African peoples lay, among other things, in its ability to enforce conformity to those practices sanctioned by traditional law and custom. The practices could include the veneration of ancestors, human sacrifice, the killing of twins, witch hunting, the settlement of certain classes of cases by means of ordeals and so on. If the traditional authority failed in its functions, it lost its raison d'etre and was replaced. To take over such a chieftaincy and to associate it with a campaign against these established practices, as was generally the case under colonial rule, was the surest and quickest means of divesting it of its validity in indigenous eyes. Paradoxically, those who insist that an essential feature of indirect rule is that the institution used is indigenous to those governed also often accept that such an institution must be purged of practices such as those mentioned above, repugnant to British ideas and natural justice. Christian missions, too, were sometimes called in to subvert the people's indigenous religion, which in fact formed the main basis of all that was traditional to them. It was not that African institutions were static and incapable of absorbing change. Change brought about in a system by those who evolved it and who know its purposes and modes of working can be regarded as a natural evolution that does not disturb the system, and may take place over such a long period of time that it passes virtually unnoticed. But change in the institutions of a 446. Subject people brought about by colonial masters can hardly pass unnoticed by the people, or without changing the ethos and modus operandi of the institutions in question. It has been said that indirect rule was designed to prevent the disintegration of indigenous societies, but this presupposes that of all the different aspects of African cultural achievement only the political aspect was capable of protecting African society from disintegration. One would have thought that the first step in preventing a society from losing its identity under colonial rule should have been the preservation of its religious system. The fact is that the British were forced by circumstances to adopt a particular system of government and later set up philosophical justifications for the policy. Lack of sufficient staff, poor communications, and the desire for economy in administration, it is these rather than any other considerations which account for the adoption of the indirect rule policy. Even Sir George Taubman Goldie, never overbothered by the welfare of Africans, strongly advocated the adoption of the same policy. He realized that the European trader in Africa needed minimum involvement in the government of the people. The claim, then, that indirect rule was adopted to protect African societies is a subtle form of the more general claim that Europe's mission in Africa was philanthropic. Similarly, those who maintain that indirect rule as a system of government was very successful can only be judged to right from the point of view of British administrators. To a colonial power, a system of government is successful if it is cheap and leads to very few revolts. But this is an entirely negative aim. A system of government should be designed positively to advance a people materially, morally, and intellectually. By this criterion, it is not so easy to proclaim that the system of indirect rule was an unqualified success. So far the accounts of the system have been written by its defenders, and they are based on the political memoranda, diaries, and the pious hopes of the men who worked it. A history of indirect rule based on a detailed investigation of how those who were administered under it felt and saw the system still remains to be written. It would certainly be relevant to compare the relative preparedness for independence of those regions where indirect rule is thought to have succeeded most with that of regions where the system is said to have failed. Another important theme in the history of British West Africa 44.7 is the nationalist movements. A common impression conveyed has been that the agitation against British rule was found only among the Western-educated African elite who, being detribalist, did not in any way represent the desires and aspirations of the overwhelming majority of the people. Recent inquiry, however, has shown that this is far from true. In the first place, the wars of resistance, considered above, were not an elite movement, but rather the reaction of the peoples and their traditional rulers to what they considered was a threat to their cherished way of life. Even after the establishment of British rule, the masses did not submit to alien rule. On many occasions when they felt that the things which they still held dear were threatened, they registered their protest, with or without the leadership of the elite. One example can be described here. Because of their doctrine that each colony or protectorate must, as far as possible, be self-supporting, the British seized every opportunity that offered itself to introduce direct taxation in their African territories. With perhaps the exception of Gambia, Britain's West African territories offered serious resistance to this policy. In the Gold Coast, in 1852, an attempt was made under the so-called poll tax ordinance to impose a tax of 1 shilling on each man, woman, and child who lived under British protection. The resistance evoked by the attempt to collect the tax was so widespread that the ordinance was first allowed to go into abeyance and then abolished in 1866. In 1895, the British planned to levy a house and land tax in the colony of Lagos but were forced to abandon the scheme by the hostile reception which the people gave to the proposal. The imposition of hut tax on Sierra Leoneans in 1896 led to bloodshed. Later still, the introduction of direct taxation into eastern Nigeria in 1928 was one of the major causes of the famous Women's Riot of 1929-30, in which scores of women were either killed or wounded by rifle and machine gun fire. Investigations carried out in Sierra Leone and eastern Nigeria have shown that the people's resistance to direct taxation derived not mainly from an unwillingness to part with meager savings, but primarily from the deep-rooted belief of the masses that the imposition and collection of the tax implied an assertion by the British of proprietary rights to the things taxed. It should not be thought that the masses, except on such occasions as the British offered them specific provocations, were 448. Generally indifferent to what was going on around them under the colonial regime. Researches carried out in at least one of the affected areas have shown that people generally neglected the native courts and similar institutions which were designed to bring British rule home to them. Also, many regarded the Christian missions as agents of British rule, or at any rate as foreign institutions peddling an alien and perhaps inferior philosophy of God. The present writer remembers how his grandmother, even as late as the 1940s, used to ridicule her Christian neighbors about their kind of God who would one day die of hunger since his devotees were too selfish to sacrifice to him. There were also cases of old men who, because they associated coffins with the new ways, warned their children against being put into coffins when they died. There were people who, when pressed to send some of their children to school, sent their slaves instead. A group of Eza elders in the early 30s of the century told an administrative officer that a boy learnt more from the farm than from the schools. These rejections of the new ways implied a continued belief or a reassertion of faith in the traditional culture. They were in fact manifestations of what might be called cultural nationalism. This is also one of the explanations for that very interesting phenomenon known as the African Church movement, which led to the breakaway of sizable numbers of those who had been converted by the Christian missions. The people involved in this movement were, among other things, concerned to assert first the ability of the African to work out his own spiritual salvation without European leadership, and, secondly, that there were aspects of the African cultural heritage which could and should be incorporated into the new religion. On the other hand, there were people among the masses who thought that the strength of the white man derived from the new ways which he brought with him, and in consequence sent their children to school to acquire some of the white man's tricks. It was this group that raised the latter-day elite leaders of the nationalist movement. Both those who stayed away from the new ways and those who embraced them rendered great services to the movement for independence in British West Africa. It was largely owing to the efforts of the one that indigenous culture and traditions did not completely disappear before the onslaught of the new ways. The other group acquired the techniques of party. 449. Organization and political propaganda from the Western world which proved invaluable in the fight for national freedom. It is true that the masses were not generally as vociferous as the educated elite in this movement, but this is not to say that they were uninterested in what became of their inherited way of life, or in the fact that under the colonial regime they had lost the right to order their own lives in their own way. It is important to emphasize that the division between the new, Western educated, elite on the one hand, and the traditional elite and the people on the other hand was not as complete as the British would have one believe. The tradition of cooperation between chiefs and educated elements was quite strong in the history of Ghana. This is illustrated in the story of the Fanti Confederation related elsewhere, and it occurred again in 1897 when the colonial government, in an attempt to stop what it called the reckless granting of land concessions by the chiefs to aliens, introduced a lands bill in the Gold Coast Legislative Council which sought to vest the control of public lands in the Crown. Both the educated elements and the chiefs viewed the measure with great suspicion and argued that there was no such thing as public or waste land since under traditional law there was no land without an owner. In their own interest the two groups formed the Gold Coast Aborigines Rights Protection Society at Cape Coast which succeeded in securing the withdrawal of the unpopular measure. Agitations against British land policy in Lagos and southern Nigeria, especially against the proposal in certain quarters in 1912 that the northern Nigerian land law should be extended to the southern provinces, also provided the two groups in the areas concerned with opportunities to cooperate. It has been suggested that much of the popularity of a man like Herbert Macaulay derived from his ability to find many points of contact between the educated elements on the one hand, and the traditional leaders and the masses on the other, especially on the land question and the rights of the House of Dosumu. But it was not in the interests of the colonial power that these two groups should cooperate, hence the differences between the two groups were always being emphasized. In fact, indirect rule which excluded the elite from participation in local government nearly succeeded in estranging the two groups from each other. In conclusion, it is only to be expected that if there is disagree. 4.50. Meant over what brought Britain to West Africa, there should also be disagreement over what benefits accrued to West Africa from British rule. On the one hand there is the view that it was British rule that launched Gambia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, and Nigeria into the orbit of modern history by bringing them into contact with the achievements of Western Europe in technology, education and government. According to this view, Britain achieved, or at least laid the foundations for achieving, the object of her civilizing mission. On the other hand there is the view which grudgingly concedes that colonialism has brought technological progress to the colonist peoples, but which maintains that it is incidental that Africans have benefited from this, that Britain has merely used the colonial period to make the countries concerned a sure market for Western European goods, that the railways, roads, telephones and telegraphs which Britain built in her West African territories were designed to create ideal conditions for the uninterrupted flow of a trade which had hitherto always been balanced in her favor. Western education, the cinema, and so on have also been regarded as subtle means of converting Africans into ready consumers of European goods. For instance, it is argued, the paper, ink and pen used by the educated man as well as the book he reads come from Europe or allied countries. By reading books written in Europe by Europeans, the educated African develops a taste for other types of European products. These two contrasting attitudes should at least be kept in view, for they show that British colonization of parts of West Africa meant for the subject peoples the dawn of a new era of history. And no period of history can be for any group of people one of only gains or losses. 24 Nationalist movements in West Africa, t. Commonwealth countries KWJ Post. As teachers, whether in universities or in secondary schools, we are continually faced by two basic sets of problems, those related to the content of our teaching, and those related to its form. For students, it is possible to concentrate primarily upon the subject matter in hand. Absorption is the prime concern, and skill at regurgitating the material is of lesser importance, provided the demands of examiners can be satisfied at the appropriate times. As teachers, however, we find that not only knowledge but also our ability to explain and convince, to make our account of events vivid and yet truthful, is of great importance. In fact, the form in which a subject is taught is perhaps of greater significance to us as professional teachers than the content, in the sense, that is, that almost anyone of reasonable intelligence can learn the necessary facts. Our problem is to repeat them to someone else in a way which appears consistent and meaningful. This section, then, will be concerned with both sets of problems, the problem of what to teach, and also how to teach it. The content of our teaching. The first basic question, then, is this: what is it about the nationalist movements in Commonwealth West Africa which we wish to teach? As a preliminary to this, it would be as well to say something about the term nationalist movement itself. Although this has passed into general usage in an African context, it is in fact a misleading term. As used in the classical European sense, related to, say, Ireland, Poland or Germany in the 19th century, it implies a unity of language and culture, and often a tradition of former political unity, existing prior to the attempt to free the people in question from foreign rule and to reunite them politically if, like the Poles or the Germans, they had become disunited in the meantime. In Africa, however, we are frequently told that one of the basic problems facing the new states after independence is to 452. Create a feeling of national unity, and the most cursory survey of Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and even the tiny Gambia reveals their wide internal differences of language and culture, while in none of these cases was there an overall political unity in the pre-colonial period. African nationalist movements, then, campaigned not in the name of an already existing unity, but rather for the right to be free politically, to try to create one. It is this distinctive quality which led Lord Hailey to suggest that Africanism would be a better term to use than nationalism in this particular context, and although this may be unacceptable because it seems to make Africa too much of a special case, nevertheless it is probably as well to remember that the descriptive phrase independence movements may ideally be preferable to the one used in our title. The use of the term independence movement, however, still implies the need to discuss the question: independence from what or whom, a nationalist movement against what or whom. These movements must be seen in terms of action, reaction, and interaction. Action in the sense that we are dealing with a period of very rapid economic, social, and political change; reaction in the sense that opposition to alien elements, i.e. colonial rule, is involved; and interaction in the sense that developments in one colonial territory affected those in another, and they were all affected by developments outside Africa itself. It is a complex situation, then, which must be reduced to some sort of order and set out with clarity in our teaching. How best may this be done? It may be suggested that it might be best to seek some fairly simple starting point, one grasped easily enough to make further deductions from it readily understandable, and yet not so simple that it becomes an oversimplification which distorts our whole picture when developed further. Such a starting point could be the principle that any organization to be effective needs a leadership to direct it and followers to put into effect the decisions of the leaders. This principle was, of course, true of the modern independence movements in Commonwealth West Africa. Indeed, the significant point in their development came when potential leaders united with a large enough following to put effective pressure on the British government. One essential task in our teaching, then, is to show how this situation came about, roughly in the middle and late 1940s. 453. The colonial period. We are usually accustomed to view the period of colonial rule as something rigid, imposed from the outside, therefore alien and unacceptable to Africans. All this is no doubt true,
but from the point of view of the development of independence movements it must also be remembered that the effect of this alien imposition was to set in train a process of rapid economic and social change within African society itself. The weakening of traditional authority, either by removing the chief's governmental powers, as often under the French, or by the British use of chiefs, where they existed, in systems of indirect rule, and by the attack on old beliefs and their priests by the Christian missionaries, the introduction of cash crop cultivation for the European market, the imposition of taxation, the importation of a much wider range of consumer goods, the laying down of a communications network of railways and telegraphs and later of all-weather roads, the growth of old towns and the founding of new ones, the opening of government and mission schools, all these together had a profound effect upon African society. Taken all in all, what we may say is that new opportunities to enhance their social position and thus their prestige were provided for a relatively small number of Africans. Just as Haja of Pabo even before colonial rule was imposed was able to use his skill in the palm oil trade to rise from slave to king, so the changes introduced by colonial rule gave chances to earn new wealth, to get the new education, to become eminent and influential as a trader or lawyer, contractor or teacher. This is not to imply, however, that such opportunities were unlimited. For one thing, the number of Africans given access to the new opportunities was very small indeed, and they were very unevenly distributed. The coastal towns like Calabar, Lagos, Accra, Cape Coast, Freetown, and Bathurst were especially favored here. In general terms, Christians were much better placed than Muslims, and particularly in the field of education. Secondly, we have to remind ourselves that we are dealing now with the colonial period, and with a system of alien rule which inevitably meant frustration for any African who did succeed in taking advantage of new opportunities to advance himself. Thus, administratively, the local district commissioner, however new and 454 callow, however stupid and ill-informed, ultimately could always impose his will upon an African, however senior and experienced. The youngest European officer could earn more than the most senior African clerk. Economically, though Africans might be active in trade, transport, and contracting, they knew always that the overall control of the economy rested with the expatriate trading companies and banks, and that their own personal positions depended upon the willingness of such institutions to grant them credit. Politically, for the whole of the period up to the end of the Second World War, it was quite obvious that Britain had no intention of giving power in any real sense to Africans. The most that was done was to create a few seats in the various legislative councils which would be filled by Africans from the coastal towns, elected on a very narrow franchise. The effect of all this was to create a group of potential leaders for an independence movement, leaders because they had risen socially far enough to command respect among their own people, potential because it was not until the 1940s that they really began to show their interest in independence, as opposed to securing much more limited concessions from the colonial rulers. Or to put it another way, the first generation of the new African elite was concerned to improve its position within the colonial system, the second sought to change the whole system into another which would make them the masters instead of the British. Here, perhaps, we have the difference between Herbert Macaulay and Nnamdi Azikiwe, or between two generations of Casely Hayfords. A further difference between the organizations formed by one generation and those of the next, between the Aborigines Rights Protection Society of 1897, for instance, and the United Gold Coast Convention of 1947, still more the Convention People's Party of 2 years later, was their attitude to mass membership. This brings us to the second component part of our organizational focus, the followers, as opposed to the leaders. The leaders of the early organizations were not concerned to recruit mass followings, and in particular made little effort to penetrate the hinterland behind the coastal towns. Their aim was to bargain with the colonial office to secure better terms for themselves rather than to force it to listen to radical demands because of the threat of mass action. At most, a mass meeting in one of the coastal towns was all they needed, not a permanent organizational network. 455.
capable of mobilizing activity in many different parts of the country. Already before the Second World War, however, we can see changes, both in the nature of the leaders and of their followers. By the late 1930s, significantly named new organizations had begun to be formed: the Nigerian Youth Movement, Dr. Dankwa's conferences in the Gold Coast, the West African Youth League of Ita. Wallace Johnson, all of them showing by the emphasis on youth in their titles the consciousness of a shift to a new generation of leaders. Efforts were also made by them to recruit members on a wider basis, both geographically and socially, than before. Economic and social change had gone further and spread more widely, consequently a greater range of people were becoming aware of the colonial situation and its frustrations. Thus the late 1930s saw events of great significance in the Gold Coast and the western provinces of Nigeria, when the cocoa farmers, convinced that they were being cheated by the expatriate companies which monopolized the export of their produce, combined to hold back their harvest and refuse to sell it except at an increased price. The Second World War. This was, of course, just on the eve of the Second World War. The effect of that cataclysm, in West Africa, as in the rest of the colonial world, was greatly to strengthen the growth of independence movements. It may be said, taking our image from chemistry, that it had a catalytic effect, speeding up two processes, one of them the development of a new, more radical leadership, the other the emergence of a large group of potential followers for such leaders. Thus the potential leaders could not fail to be impressed by the lesson of Britain's defeat early in the war at the hands of both Germany and Japan. Suddenly their opponent must have seemed far less formidable. Much could be made, too, of the propaganda of the Allies during the war. Britain, the USA, and the rest claimed to be fighting for freedom, for the right of all peoples to choose the form of government under which they should live. Yet when pressed, the British government made it plain that this did not include colonial peoples, although they were being called upon to make great efforts to support the Allied conduct of the war. 456. The conduct of the war by the Allies had more tangible effects on the West African countries than merely to introduce them to new ideas. The production of arms and other war supplies greatly increased the demand for colonial raw materials, putting more money in the pockets of the producers, but at the same time working together with the shortage of consumer goods to produce inflation. At the same time the wages of urban workers remained low, failing to rise as rapidly as prices, while the urban population was growing in numbers, as more people moved from the bush to the towns, hoping to get jobs in the new factories which were being built in small numbers to produce the unobtainable consumer goods. The new jobs were never as numerous as the people who came to look for them, and unemployment grew, despite another source of jobs created by the influx of Allied servicemen. Perhaps the most important contribution of the servicemen was to help to destroy the myth of white superiority, carefully fostered by the insulation of Europeans from too much contact with Africans in the reservation system. The tendency of servicemen to display natural human weaknesses, and the fact that some of them were even socialists or communists, opposed to the colonial system, made their contacts with West Africans educationally significant in more ways than one. Lastly, it must not be forgotten that a considerable number of West Africans served in the British forces during the war, some 65,000 from the Gold Coast, for instance. The effect of this experience must have been great, giving them the chance to travel to other countries and to see their European counterparts at close quarters. Although the role of the ex-servicemen after they return to civilian life is a matter for further research, like so many other aspects of this subject, some of them certainly were among the most militant members of the independence movements after the war, and all of them were an important source of new ideas. In the immediate post-war period, then, a more militant leadership with a potential mass following appeared, at least in Nigeria and the Gold Coast. The potentiality existed for the putting of far more pressure upon the British administration than before. Moreover, the Second World War had also had an important effect upon Britain itself. The colonial power was now far more receptive to such pressure. The new Labour government, 457, had realized that some measure of colonial reform was essential,
and was gradually facing up to the fact that the devolution of political power to Africans must be begun, the secret now being to ensure that African leaders basically sympathetic to the British point of view should inherit this power. There was a sense, then, in which the post-war British government, be it Labour or Conservative, was from the beginning anxious to respond to the demands of the independence movements. It is at this point that differences between the various countries of Commonwealth West Africa began to be more significant than the similarities. From the mid-1940s they began increasingly to take different paths to independence. Thus in the Gold Coast the decisive factor was the emergence in July 1949 of a militant and radical independence movement, the Convention People's Party, led by Kwame Nkrumah, which replaced the UGCC and its moderate, more respectable leaders. Having won the 1951 elections, the CPP was then able to retain power as it was gradually handed over by the British, and to beat off the challenge presented by the National Liberation Movement and other opposition parties in the period 1954-7. By doing this, the British government was left with no choice but to accept it as the only possible heir to complete political power when independence came in March 1957. Nigeria presents a very different picture. Here the modern independence movement, the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, led by Nnamdi Azikiwe, got off the ground earlier, in 1944, but was neither so militant in its demands nor so well organized as the CPP. The decisive factor in Nigeria seems to have been the early emergence, in 1948-51, of regional rivalries and of parties expressing them. As a result, the period 1951-8 became a period of the adjustment of interests between three major parties, between the north and the two southern regions taken together, and between the majority and minority ethnic groups in each region, the first and second of these adjustments resulting in the adoption of a fully federalist constitution in 1954. These internal divisions enabled the Colonial Office to retain the initiative much more effectively than in Ghana, and also ensured that the federal government, which emerged after the 1959 election and led Nigeria into independence in October 1960, represented an uneasy coalition of very disparate interests. 458. Sierra Leone and the Gambia present a rather similar picture to the last, the decisive factor in their progression to independence being internal divisions, and also their lack of economic and social development compared with the two larger territories. In Sierra Leone, rivalry between the colony and the protectorate delayed constitutional change in the period 1945-51. However, the difference in population between the two meant that any party which gained the support of the protectorate and kept it would be the party which led the country to independence. The Sierra Leone People's Party, emerging in the election of 1951, was able to do this, weathering the storms of economic crisis, strikes, anti-chief riots and a split in its own ranks in the period 1955-8, and consolidating its position from then until independence in April 1961. The Gambia was also distinguished politically by rivalry between colony and protectorate, and it was not until the end of 1962 that a party, the Progressive People's Party, emerged which was really able to control the majority of votes in the all-important hinterland. For the next 3 years the most important issue was to be whether or not the Gambia would actually become independent itself, or would enter into some sort of union with Senegal. This did not become immediately practicable, however, and in February 1965 the last of the British possessions in West Africa became independent. Teaching problems and suggestions. The subject has now been discussed in the general terms of content and the specific terms of what points would seem to be essential to our pupils' understanding of the development of the independence movements in Commonwealth West Africa. We must now consider this part of the syllabus in terms of how to teach it. It is with some diffidence that a university teacher should proffer advice to those who teach in schools and teacher training colleges, since our job is far easier than theirs. Moreover, what studies there are must often, and inevitably, suffer from bias. However open-minded the British or other expatriate writer, he is bound to view social change and its political effects in certain ways, to have a view of society and the political process which does not derive from African experience. Similarly,
Any African writer is likely to be committed to a view A59 of the independence movement, which may not take a full account of the complexities of the colonial situation in its last years. Bias, too, is a menace in both teacher and pupils. In the former it is a problem because, remembering the colonial period well and possibly having been involved in the independence movement, the teacher is likely to show a much greater personal commitment than usual, while the pupils may not have participated in the events personally, but doubtless have absorbed some of the prejudices of their parents. Perhaps the most difficult of our problems in teaching the history of these very recent events is our awareness of our responsibility to present governments representing parties which developed as independence movements and often containing men especially active during this last phase of the colonial period. We have already mentioned the way in which emphasis is now laid upon the creation of a sense of national unity, which will transcend tribe and region. It is obvious that one of the most important single elements in creating this awareness, probably the most important, is education. There must inevitably, then, be great pressure, directly or indirectly, upon the teacher to take a certain point of view, yet what if he is an Asante and feels that the national liberation movement was not entirely wrong in its demands, or a Tiv in northern Nigeria who would like to see the establishment of a middle belt state? It is frankly beyond my power to answer this question, but it is one of which we all have the responsibility to be aware. Amidst all these pitfalls, what hope is there that this part of the syllabus can be taught properly? Properly here being in such a way as to give the pupil a reasonably intelligible and balanced picture of how his country came to attain independence, and how its recent history in this respect compares with that of similar countries. It can be done, but it will provide the severest test of the abilities of the teacher, who, having mastered his own bias and keeping that of his pupils in control, must seek to arouse their imagination sufficiently to transcend the lack of materials, while at the same time teaching them much which we might normally regard as within the provinces of sociology and political science, rather than history. In this situation, it would seem that much attention will have to be paid to creating one's own material, that is, supplementing inadequate published material with local. 460. Projects of one sort or another. For one thing, my experience, and that of others working in similar fields, would suggest that many more newspapers and pamphlets of the independence movement period have survived than might normally be expected, and people who have these stored away in cupboards and boxes somewhere might very well be prepared to give them to a local school. Similarly, there are many men and women to be found, who, while no longer active themselves in politics, may have been very active in the immediate post-war period. Records made of their life stories, and particularly of their experiences in the early days of the independence movements, would prove invaluable guides to an understanding of people's motives at this time. It may also be possible to persuade some of the more eminent people who were leaders at that time to come and give talks in the schools. In understanding the social change which produced the leaders and their followers, much can probably be made of local projects, asking pupils to find out what social changes occurred in their area in the colonial period, what cash crops were introduced, when roads were built, who built the first upstairs house, when the first bicycle was brought into the area, when the missionaries arrived and who they were, and many other questions. After all, people are in fact alive who know all these things, and, in my experience, it is possible to find them out. Similarly, it should be possible to discover when the first branches of the modern political parties were established in a particular area, and by whom. With any luck that person will still be living in the area and available to give a talk to the class. Once again, of course, there are problems here. Reference has already been made to the uneven nature of economic and social change in the colonial period, to the fact that some areas witnessed far greater changes than others. Some teachers will be fortunate in the location of their schools in this respect, others not so fortunate. However, to continue raising obvious objections of this kind seems pointless at this stage. There is probably not one positive statement in this section, concerning either the subject matter discussed or the ways in which it is presented, which cannot be challenged, or at best heavily qualified.
All that can be done is to accept the challenge that this very stimulating topic presents. 12. The French territories. J.A. Ballard. The period between the end of the Second World War and 1960 saw a rapid transfer of power from Britain and France to their remaining colonies, first in Asia, then in Africa. For the British colonies, the path of self-government was well established by the older dominions in the Commonwealth, and self-government and independence were objectives accepted on all sides. The political problems were primarily those of working out constitutional provisions and timetables. For the French, on the other hand, decolonization was a painful process. Not only were there no precedents for the transfer of real administrative and political power to the colonies, but the whole tradition of centralization and assimilation made Frenchmen feel that their colonies were essentially part of France. The Indochinese and North Africans who refused assimilation on French terms won their independence only after protracted warfare. For French West and Equatorial Africa, however, the goal was never entirely clear for Frenchmen or for African leaders. The steps towards self-government and independence were taken largely because of the situation in other colonies and unstable political conditions in France. In fact, it is difficult to claim that there was a sense of national identity at the territorial or federal level. Assimilation had done its work, and African political leaders were unsure whether they wanted to be Frenchmen or independent Africans. The reforms of 1945-6. Apart from political activity concerned with elections to the special institutions of the old towns in Senegal, politics before 1945 in French West Africa was very limited in scope. In isolated areas there were occasionally revolts against French rule by particular ethnic groups, but these were quickly stamped out by military action. There was more subtle opposition to colonial rule in the activities of religious groups, both Islamic sects and syncretist ones which broke away from Christian missions. These were closely watched by the administration and, in the case of Islam, there were systematic efforts to persuade religious leaders of the 462 value of French rule. Those who were so persuaded, particularly the influential marabouts of Senegal, were given advantages similar to those given to traditional chiefs who cooperated with the administration. For the educated elite, however, there was very little opportunity for the expression of political protest. A few young Africans, supported by a few wealthy African traders, produced monthly newspapers in Senegal and Dahomey and in Paris, where they were aided by the Communist Party and other anti-colonial groups. But political associations and parties were banned until 1946 and, since educated Africans depended almost entirely upon the administration, they risked its displeasure by participating openly in political activity. To ensure that no serious political opposition developed, colonial officials had available to them the powers of the indigenat under which they could without judicial process impose fines or short jail sentences on anyone who refused to obey an order from an official or a chief, who left his administrative district without authorization, or who broke any of a long list of regulations. At the end of the Second World War, it was apparent that Africans would have a voice for the first time in the shaping of policy, but the African elite was uncertain what policy to pursue. The citizenship and political rights of the old towns of Senegal had always stood as an ideal for the colonial subjects of the other territories, since they conferred most of the privileges associated with French citizenship. On the other hand, there was a strong desire to break the authoritarian grip of the over-centralist colonial administration and to have a certain measure of self-government in the colonies. In a sense, these two desires revived the old conflict between assimilation and association, thereby creating rival objectives which confused the discussion of proposed reforms. In January 1943, during the war, a conference of colonial governors met under General de Gaulle at Brazzaville to define post-war colonial policy, and adopted a number of recommendations for social reform, including the progressive elimination of the indigenat and forced labor. Concerning politics and administration, the conference emphatically denied the possibility of future self-government, but suggested administrative decentralization and moderate political assimilation, with representation for the colonies at the French Constituent Assembly which was to be
called at the end of the war to frame a new constitution for France and her empire. Following the terms of this last recommendation, French West African citizens, mostly Europeans outside Senegal, and subjects separately elected deputies to the National Constituent Assembly in October 1945. The temper of the assembly was liberal and it enacted a number of colonial reforms and drew up a constitution which suited the hopes of the African deputies. Citizenship was granted to all inhabitants of the colonies and forced labor was abolished, while the Ministry of Colonies decreed the end of the indigenate. The constitution itself was ambiguous, but appeared to give each colony the right to choose whether it wanted autonomy or membership in the empire, now renamed the French Union. This constitution was rejected by a majority of the voters of France for reasons other than its colonial provisions, and a second constituent assembly was elected in June 1946 which was less liberal than its predecessor. The European planters and traders in the colonies and the colonial trading interests in France attempted to repeal the reforms and constitutional proposals of the First Constituent Assembly, and, in response, the African deputies organized to defend their interests and threatened to withhold their small but important block of votes from other legislative proposals if they did not win renewal of the reforms. In the end, citizenship was preserved and other social reforms were maintained, but the constitution approved by the French people in October 1946 left no possibility of autonomy within or outside the French Union. The colonies were given a small number of representatives in the French National Assembly, in the Senate and in the Assembly of the French Union, and each overseas territory including each of those in West Africa was given a territorial assembly with limited powers similar to those of the old colonial council in Senegal. The total effect of these changes was not so great as might appear on the surface. Effective legislative power remained with the Ministry of Colonies, rather than with Parliament, the National Assembly and Senate, and at the Ministry the voice of European interests in the colonies was much louder than that of African deputies. Parliament could legislate for the colonies if it wished, but during the Fourth Republic, 1946–58, the absence of a coherent parliamentary majority and the resultant instability of 464. The French government meant that only non-controversial legislation had a good chance of obtaining passage. Furthermore, colonial reforms never seriously occupied the attention of the parliamentary majority. The traditional centralist colonial regime had been liberalist, but it was still very much intact. As for the impact of the reforms within West Africa, the end of forced labor and the indigenate removed much of the legal basis for arbitrary administrative measures, but in practice these latter were only slowly removed, and the grant of citizenship proved to be largely illusory in providing equality with Frenchmen. The distinction between citizen and subject was preserved through the distinction between those who were subject to French law and those who preserved their traditional legal status, a distinction which had never been enforced in the case of the citizens of the old towns of Senegal. Representation in the territorial assemblies was given separately to citizens of French status and to citizens of local status, and discrimination in military obligations, hospital services, and civil service cadres was maintained in force. The development of political parties, 1945–56. Immediately after the war, political study groups and small trade unions sprang up in most of the major towns in French West Africa, organized among the young educated Africans by French teachers and officials and affiliated with the French Communist and Socialist parties. These were the parties in France which were most concerned about colonial reform. Through a few of their members in the colonial administration they provided invaluable training in political organization and strategy for the new African political leaders and their supporters. The elections for the constituent assemblies provided the first occasion for open political activity among Africans, and the study groups gave to their candidates a base for electoral organization among a small electorate confined primarily to the educated elite and leading chiefs. Once elected, the African deputies at Paris worked together as a group but found that their influence was increased by affiliation with the major French parties in the constituent assemblies. The threat to colonial reform at the Second Constituent Assembly led the African deputies to issue a manifesto decrying the stand of conservative French colonial interests and calling for 465
a gathering of all African political organizations at Bamako to consolidate African efforts to obtain further equality and autonomy. Delegates from study groups, trade unions, elite associations, and nascent political parties in each territory met at Bamako in October 1946 to announce their support for the positions taken by the African deputies at the Constituent Assembly and to organize an interterritorial party, the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA. The RDA could at this point have grouped together all the developing political forces in French West Africa, but the Socialist Minister of Colonies feared that the French Communist Party would capture control of the Bamako Congress, and so he threw the entire weight of the colonial administration against the holding of the Congress. Several of the deputies who had signed the manifesto, but who were affiliated to the Socialist Party, were persuaded not to attend the Congress, and since this included the two deputies of Senegal, Lamine Gueye and Léopold Sédar Senghor, the important territory of Senegal was cut off from the new party. The deputies of Sudan, Guinea, and Dahomey were also persuaded not to join the party, and this left Houphouët-Boigny of the Ivory Coast as the outstanding leader of the RDA. In elections to the new French National Assembly in November 1946, the RDA succeeded in electing several deputies, and the following month it won seats in many of the territorial assemblies, but obtained a strong majority only in the Ivory Coast. At Paris, the party allied itself to the French Communist Party, the only one which supported its demands for further colonial reform and for genuine implementation of the reforms of 1946 by the colonial administration. The Communist Party, however, was entering a long period of complete alienation from other French parties as the Cold War between Russia and the West developed. As a result, the RDA leaders and their followers were harassed by the administration and accused of being subversive and anti-French. The RDA was modeled on the French Communist Party, and its strength as a party lay in mass organization in the cities and the rural areas, and in its use of labor unions, tribal unions, women's organizations, cooperatives, and other associations which widened its support and spread its ideas. In areas where the party enjoyed strong support, its leaders were followed unquestioningly. 466. And this threatened to undermine the authority of the administration. By 1949, when anti-communist feeling was strongest among French politicians, colonial officials began to use all the powers at their disposal to weaken and eliminate the RDA. The party was strongest in the Ivory Coast, where it had been well organized and had the financial support of wealthy African cocoa and coffee growers, and here the political struggle between the party and the administration became especially tense during 1949. Early in 1950, a long series of incidents culminated in the shooting of several Africans at Dimbokro, an attempted arrest of Houphouët-Boigny, and a ban on RDA meetings in all territories. During the sittings of a parliamentary investigating commission, the Ivory Coast was calmed, and Houphouët-Boigny and other RDA deputies began to seek a quieter and more effective means of preserving their party and gaining their objectives. Through negotiations at Paris, they agreed to drop their affiliation with the Communist Party and won in exchange the removal of the governor of the Ivory Coast and of a few other strongly partisan officials. Nonetheless, the RDA continued to be distrusted and opposed by the colonial administration, and, in the elections to the National Assembly in 1951, falsification in several territories resulted in only Houphouët-Boigny and two other RDA deputies being re-elected. Thereafter, the party's leaders were preoccupied with the task of rehabilitating the party's name in the eyes of French politicians and colonial officials, and they sought to collaborate with administrative programs wherever these seemed to be genuinely in the interest of Africans. The policy of collaboration worked well in the Ivory Coast, where RDA leaders and local European planters and traders worked together to persuade the French government to subsidize the sale of coffee and cocoa on the French market. In other territories, such as Cameroon and Niger, the RDA leaders were active in labor unions which were closely linked with the communist-supported French Labor Union, and their refusal to support the new RDA policy of collaboration led to their expulsion from the party and, in the case of Cameroon, to guerrilla warfare against the administration and other African political groups. In Guinea and Sudan, where the RDA had been ardently opposed by the administration, party leaders such as
467. Sikau Turi and Matabokita found that the territorial administration was not willing to accept collaboration. They remained loyal to the RDA but had to reorganize on a militant mass basis in order to prove their strength and win recognition. No other party developed on an interterritorial scale to compete with the RDA, but the African deputies who refused to join the party joined instead the socialists or other French parties at the National Assembly in order to obtain support for their petitions and complaints to the Ministry of Colonies. The outstanding deputies among these were Lamine Gueye and Leopold Sédar Senghor. Lamine Gueye had long been associated with the Socialist Party in pre-war politics in the old towns of Senegal and was the respected doyen of African political spokesmen during the constituent assemblies. Senghor, a brilliant young lycée professor, was at first the protégé of Lamine Gueye but became the spokesman for the interior of Senegal against the citizens of the old towns and broke from Lamine Gueye and the socialists to found his own territorial party. By careful attention to organization, he succeeded by 1951 in defeating Lamine Gueye and his supporters, who included the socialist-controlled government general. At Paris, Senghor joined with most of the non-RDA deputies in 1948 to form a parliamentary party, the Independance d'Outre-mer, I.0.M, or Overseas Independence, which allied itself with a moderate French party. The IOM, apart from Senghor's mass-organized party in Senegal, was simply a collection of local political elites which received the support of the administration against the RDA, and never succeeded in setting up an interterritorial organization. Because of the I.O.M's collaboration with the administration, however, its supporters were able to win election to the National Assembly in 1951 and one of its leaders was given a minor cabinet post in several short-lived French governments. The period from 1947 to 1956 was, then, essentially one of fierce, though largely nonviolent, conflict with the administration followed by compromise. Neither strategy obtained any major political reforms for the colonies before 1956, but political leaders developed their abilities and organizations first in the major territories of Senegal and Ivory Coast, and later in Sudan and Guinea, and were ready for the period of rapid institutional change which followed. 468. The Road to Independence, 1956–60. The aims of the RDA and the IOM were not different on essential matters. Both groups sought increased powers for the territorial assemblies and more effective democracy overseas, without real autonomy or full self-government. At the same time they insisted on assimilation to, or equality with, the political and social advantages of Frenchmen. Since, however, all major political forces in French West Africa were more willing to collaborate with the administration than to enter into open rebellion to achieve these ends, French concern with colonial affairs tended to concentrate on the more troublesome areas of Indochina and North Africa. By 1954, when France was forced to accept compromises which meant full autonomy for Indochina, Morocco, and then Tunisia, there was a realization on the part of French. 469. Politicians that political concessions would have to be made in West and Equatorial Africa in order to contain the growth of political awareness and demands. The only major pieces of legislative reform since 1946 had been the enactment of equality of salaries for Europeans and Africans serving the administration, and the passage of a liberal labor code which was obtained only under the pressure of a general strike throughout French West Africa. Then in 1955, at the end of the Fourth Republic's Second Parliament, after several years of delay by the Senate, a law was passed providing for elected municipal councils in most important African towns. This was the first important political reform since 1946. In January 1956 a new National Assembly was elected, and in West Africa the patient work of organization and collaboration by the RDA was rewarded by the neutrality of the administration, which allowed the return of their candidates to most of the seats available, primarily at the expense of the IOM deputies. The new government placed in power by the new assembly was committed to colonial reforms, and Houphouët-Boigny was given a cabinet post to help frame new legislation. In June 1956 a Loi Cotter, outline law, was passed by the Assembly giving exceptional powers to the government to frame political reforms for West Africa and, at the same time, extending universal suffrage to the area. Under the Leucadre, a series of decrees were put forth by the French government early in 1957 which stretched the October 1946 constitution to its limits. A limited form of self-government was given to each territory, under which the territorial assemblies could elect ministers who would serve under the governor as an executive council. The considerable degree of legislative autonomy given each territory was achieved largely at the expense of the government general, whose federal powers and budget were strictly curtailed in line with the demands of Houphouët-Boigny and the Ivory Coast. The new reforms were put into effect after the Territorial Assembly elections of March 1957, in which the RDA confirmed its control of the Ivory Coast, Guinea, and Sudan, and its strong position in Upper Volta. The party was, however, subjected to new strains by the demands of the Guinea and Sudan branches for a larger measure of independence within the framework of a continuing West African Federation. Meanwhile, Senghor and other 31. 470. Former I.0.M. leaders adopted a more radical line in favor of greater independence in federation. An attempt was made to bring together all African political parties to work for these aims and, when the RDA refused to compromise its position of strength, all the others allied themselves under Senghor's leadership as the Parti de Regroupement Africain, PRA. The conflict over federation and independence was thrown into clear focus by the peaceful revolution in France which brought de Gaulle to power in May 1958. After long negotiations, de Gaulle agreed that his Fifth Republic constitution should provide for a French community vaguely similar to the British Commonwealth but thoroughly dominated by France, and that the voters of each territory should be allowed to choose independence by voting against the new constitution in a referendum. De Gaulle made it clear, however, that any territory which chose independence would immediately lose all French financial and technical assistance, and under this threat most political leaders were persuaded to support membership in the community. Youth and labor leaders favored immediate independence at any cost, but only in Guinea did the political leaders of a well-organized party order a no in the referendum. When the referendum was held in September 1958, Guinea voted for independence and de Gaulle immediately withdrew all French personnel, and much equipment, and refused diplomatic recognition to the new state. The other territories accepted de Gaulle's constitution. In November each of the territorial assemblies chose the status of autonomous republics within the French community, and during the following months political leaders in each territory drew up constitutions shaped around the parliamentary system. The issues of independence and federation were, however, still alive. Senegal and Sudan, in order to have sufficient strength to confront the power of France within the community, attempted to persuade the other territories to form a federal republic. The smaller territories, however, were placed under heavy pressure by France and the Ivory Coast to avoid federation, so that Senegal and Sudan alone joined together as the Mali Federation. The Ivory Coast, to counter the influence of the Mali Federation, persuaded Upper Volta, Niger, and Dahomey to join with it in a very loose confederation called the Conseil de l'Entente, financed 471 by the Ivory Coast. Mauritania, which had always stood apart from French West African politics, joined neither group. The new community held power over foreign affairs, defense and various common services. Its most active institution was the Executive Council composed of de Gaulle, several French cabinet members, and the prime ministers of each of the new autonomous republics, 6 from former French West Africa, 4 from former French Equatorial Africa, and those of Cameroon and Madagascar. Guinea and Togo did not join. At the end of the community's first year of existence, 1959, the Mali Federation demanded full independence within the community, with each republic to be given full control over its own foreign defense and economic policies. Rather than lose all French influence by a total break, de Gaulle conceded the possibility of independence without the loss of French financial and technical aid, and during 1960 each of the new republics negotiated independence and aid agreements with France.
During the period from 1956 to 1960, parties based on a mass organization developed during the period of opposition to the administration, took control of several new governments. This was true of the territorial RDA branches in the Ivory Coast, Sudan, and Guinea, and of Senghor's party in Senegal. In the other states, no parties had succeeded in organizing mass support on a territorial scale, and political rivalries developed primarily on ethnic grounds. By 1960, however, each of the prime ministers holding office, whether they headed a mass party as did Sékou Touré and Modibo Keïta, or merely had the support of an alliance of ethnic group spokesmen, like Hubert Mega of Dahomey and Hamani Diary of Niger, had eliminated political opposition by incorporating it into the government or by arresting and exiling opposition leaders. One-party systems became the accepted arrangement in each of the states of former French West Africa. At the same time, the transfer of effective political power from Paris to the territories led to the breakdown of the interterritorial RDA, whose leadership had been concentrated at Paris. The argument over maintaining the federation caused a split between Houphouët-Boigny and his strongest lieutenants in other territories, and each new territorial government became preoccupied with the consolidation of its own power at home rather than with the maintenance of interterritorial links. 472. The rapid constitutional changes which led from full colonial rule without self-government in 1956 to independence in 1960, were not achieved without a certain amount of dislocation. Because of the French administrative and legal traditions of centralization and uniformity, reforms were applied to all territories at the same time, with no adaptation to local circumstances. And since decisions were made almost exclusively at Paris, only the spokesmen of the strongest territories and parties had a chance to make their views heard. Federation, which would have provided a strong state capable of negotiating with France from a position of power, and avoided the extreme economic dependence of the Balkanized small states on France, was lost in the race for autonomy and independence. Finally, minority rights and democratic procedures were lost when political leaders holding office, no matter how tenuously, were allowed after the referendum to draw up constitutions and election laws to suit their own purposes. Developments since 1960. The achievement of independence ended the short life of the French community, which had been primarily a means of maintaining French control over foreign and defense policy. But the common experience of French colonial rule and continued dependence on French financial assistance led the new states to seek another framework for common services and joint negotiation with France. This framework was developed as the Union Africaine et Malgache, UAM, African and Malagasy Union, during 1960 and 1961. The UAM grouped together all the members of the community except France and Mali, formerly Sudan, which separated from Senegal when the Mali Federation was dissolved in August 1960. Apart from frequent meetings of the presidents of the UAM states, the activity of the organization was primarily that of its economic branch, the OAMCE. The UAM states each became associate members of the European Common Market in 1961 and began to share in the Common Market's development funds and its protected market. After the formation of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, other states, particularly Guinea, challenged the need for maintaining the existence of the UAM, and in 1965 it was redesigned as a purely economic organization, the Organisation Commune. 473. Africaine et Malgache, OCAM, the African and Malagasy Common Organization. The two states which remained outside the UAM, Guinea and Mali, took a strong position against continued close ties with France and on relations with the former colonial powers. They joined also with Ghana and other states of the Casablanca Group to seek immediate African political unity. The UAM states, on the other hand, took a more conservative position on African unity and on continued relationship with France. There were, however, differences of opinion within the UAM group, and the old established rivalry between Senegal and the Ivory Coast and their respective leaders, Senghor and Houphouët-Boigny, remained in force. Conclusion. The differences between British and French colonial objectives and political institutions were clearly reflected in the differences in aims and organization of the political movements which developed in British and French West Africa. The goals of self-government and independence were not clear for French African leaders until 1956, and the types of political parties which they led were unlike those in British West Africa in several important respects. Social conditions in Africa contributed to this difference. Apart from the old towns of Senegal, there were few French West Africans with sufficient education and sophistication and financial support to organize political activity before the Second World War, and French colonial regulations forbade the creation of political organizations. By contrast, there were large numbers of African lawyers and journalists in the major towns of British West Africa who were supported by other Africans who had become wealthy through trade and cocoa growing. They also competed actively for election to legislative councils and organized trade unions, protest movements, and political parties long before the Second World War. In addition, the larger numbers of European traders and planters in French colonies meant that there were active European political groups who obtained separate representation in the territorial assemblies and in the early constituent assemblies. Nothing comparable to this, or to the French communist and socialist initiative in organizing. 474. Political study groups and labor unions among the African elite existed in British colonies. The most important differences stemmed from the centralization of colonial politics and administration at Paris and from the presence of African representatives in the French Parliament. Since political parties were first organized around the election of deputies to the constituent assemblies in 1945 and 1946, it was to be expected that victorious candidates would become party leaders. In fact, the special privileges, mobility, and high salary of the deputies, as well as the political sophistication and influence which they gained from their experience in Parliament, gave them a very special status and set them apart from and above other political figures. Those that took their work and their parties seriously developed a commanding political position in Africa and, eventually, at Paris. For British Africans there was no comparable position of territory-wide political power until the institution of self-government provided the post of Prime Minister. In addition, the strength of local government and local politics in British colonies meant that the task of national integration under a single leader was not nearly so simple as in former French territories. The other side of the political link between France and the colonies was the intrusion of colonial officials in African politics. Since African votes at the National Assembly were considered important by French parties, and since high-ranking colonial posts were assigned on a political basis, governors and governors-general who owed their appointments to Socialist Party support in France had no scruples about falsifying elections or electoral conditions in order to assure the election of African deputies allied with the Socialist Party. 25 Trends and Tasks in the Independent States of West Africa. James O'Connell. The West African social scene is complex. Elements from tradition mingle with elements from modernity, a multitude of different peoples or ethnic groups, some of them highly organized, live side by side with one another in varying degrees of cooperation and competition, and a great gamut of interests and objectives makes an appeal to the energies of individuals and communities. The greater part of the lives of most persons is still lived within traditional structures, extended family, clan, and tribal or ethnic links. Subsistence agriculture and even modernizing groups in the towns organize themselves along social lines that long antedate the new towns or the new sectors of old towns. But more and more new attitudes towards human needs, cosmological explanation, and social achievement, new machines and methods of technology, and new forms of organization are spreading to individuals and groups and bringing them into the tempo of change. Those forms of social organization that increasingly mobilize the energies of individuals within West African communities are the new states. To these political communities or states principally falls the responsibility of welding the diverse energies of the traditional ethnic communities or nations into a social whole whose parts function coordinately, sustaining the progress of social welfare and the economic growth that underpins it, and maintaining links with other politically organized groups involved in similar commitments.
Around the three main tasks of the state's national unity, socio-economic progress, and foreign relations we can best describe what is going on within them and between them. Nation building. The new states owe their boundaries to the mixed accident and design of colonial occupation. Though the occupying powers did 476. Not draw up colonial boundaries with complete arbitrariness, they inevitably included within the same administrative units or quasi-states a number of peoples who had never previously been politically joined together and who differed in history, social structures, and language. The years of unified administration, a single public service, a common set of legal and financial institutions, a uniform system of formal education, and an incipient mobility of labor began to develop a sense of common belonging among the various ethnic groups of each colonial quasi-state. This sense of belonging was deepened as the emerging elites struggled with the metropolitan governments and their local officials to gain independence. But in no case was the colonial system of administration unified and extensive enough in men and resources to make for a system that brought the various peoples within it closely together. In some cases, notably Nigeria, the colonial administration itself was so far from being unified that its cleavages passed over into the independent successor state. And in every case the struggle to become independent cost so little sacrifice and was so soon over, that the gain for a national consciousness was relatively small. The strongest link between the various communities of the new countries is the continuing administrative apparatus of the public service that the nationalist leaders took over from the colonial authorities. It is through the public service also that the new rulers, like the old, set out to achieve their general modernizing purposes. Some political leaderships, notably the Guinean and the Malian, have emphasized more than others the central and dominant role of the state structures. They have also endeavored to galvanize the public service by using the political party that controls the government in conjunction with the civil service to impart a sense of direction to the energies of their people and to mobilize them. Kwame Nkrumah has made a similar effort in Ghana, but with a less direct attempt at general mobilization and with more reliance on a British-trained, largely non-political, civil service. Other countries, Nigeria for example, have made little or no attempt to mobilize their peoples but have used a public service that continues the tradition of the former colonial service to draw up public or mixed projects, and otherwise have done little more than coordinate the efforts of individuals and various groups as they develop their own enterprise. But whether highly organized through the state administrative apparatus or little organized, the traditional ethnic groups within each country have retained their own strong individuality. Not the least aspect of this sense of individuality has been the feeling that they are not adequately represented in government except by individuals who belong to their particular community. In one way or another, nearly all the countries have had to come to terms with such sentiment. The Ivory Coast has officially abolished tribalism, down to facial markings, but in practice its one-party legislature is constructed along lines of ethnic arithmetic. President Nkrumah has held on to Krobo Idasi to maintain a link with the Asante, who are still somewhat alienated from his regime. Nigeria has sought to balance the distribution of power among its communities through a federal system and tacit agreements on regional security. Where a government has not felt itself strong enough to integrate a group, it has sedulously kept them out of power. Thus, in Niger, a Hausa majority that was outmaneuvered in the pre-independence struggle for power has been kept from any possibility of using its numbers to gain control of the government. The deep problem that continues to be posed for most of the countries is that political action tends to follow lines of ethnic cleavage. But the unity of the state is jeopardized when political and social divisions coincide. Nigeria, in particular, has recently paid the price of having failed to solve this problem by having a severe crisis over the location of power within the country. Given the plural ethnic composition of the West African countries, the best socio-political description to apply to them is multinational states. Each of the ethnic groups with its history, set of common traditions, language, and sense of social identity meets the requirements normally laid down for a group to be considered a nation. The English in the multinational state that is the United Kingdom do not meet these requirements any better than the Igbos in Nigeria or the Asante in Ghana. What, however, the term nation does is to indicate a cultural identity.
The basic political unit is the state within which efforts towards promoting social welfare, maintaining law and order and carrying on relations with other similarly organized political groups are institutionalized. Only time, trust, and cooperation can develop a loyalty to the state that overcomes the centrifugal tendencies of the 478 nations within it. Yet it would be a mistake to envisage political unity or national unity on the level of the state as distinct from that on the level of the particular nations within the state as the engendering of a monolithic form of loyalty. Several reasons lie behind and support the acceptance of a certain diversity within the political unity. The African nations have not yet had time to grow together within one state with the kind of exclusivism that welded Bretons, Burgundians, and Provengals together with the French state as it became a nation. Culture in Africa has meaning within the nation, not within the state, and the various African nations through contemporary communication media as well as through the transport facilities of technology are too aware of what they hold in common to accept that differences should solidify between them through recently established political structures. In this context, if the state is to achieve its purposes, it has to do so by respecting the individuality of each nation within it and integrating its various nations in a united effort. The most common attempt to construct the unity of the West African state and to join political energies has been through the single party and the presidential system. Nigeria and Sierra Leone apart, the other countries have become one-party states. What this system has meant in practice is that the members of the political class, all those actively engaged in politics, have closed ranks and united to control political, social, and economic development. The fewness in number of the intelligentsia and the absence of varied or complex structures in the modernizing sectors have helped this process. It has had the merit of preventing the splintering of the energies of the elites, and it has saved money from being spent on competitive party campaigning. But it renders difficult the offering of alternatives for political leadership and has led some governments to restrict liberty excessively by the arbitrary use of detention laws and interference with the judiciary. Yet it is probably true that in most of these countries in their present stage of development a built-in and institutionalist opposition would be impossible. Political attitudes persist from traditional structures where opposition was equated with disobedience and disruptive behavior. Moreover, opposition groups themselves are far from having the long patience of a Swedish opposition and have shown little reluctance to make the most of non-constitutional possibilities of vaulting into power. The various single parties try to organize on the level of the communities within their country's village, town, clan, and claim to consult the communities before important decisions affecting them are taken. This consultative process has been used more effectively in Guinea and Mali than elsewhere. But even in Guinea and Mali it has seldom gone beyond consultation on strictly local issues and on plans for community development. Nonetheless, it has had the merit of developing the sense of belonging to the state among the local communities. The decisions that affect the whole country are taken in the top echelons of the parties and legally channeled through the governments and the legislatures. The final seal of the one-party systems has been their presidentialism. Some, like Guinea, have tended to emphasize the party and its collective leadership, but even in those countries Sékou Touré and Modibo Keïta are much more than a primus inter pares. There is no doubt about the personal autocracy of President Houphouët-Boigny and President Kwame Nkrumah, both of whom have eliminated most of those who collaborated with them in the nationalist struggle and who formed part of their first cabinets. Neither a presidential nor a single-party system has been evolved in Nigeria. The country has proved too diverse in its ethnic constitution and physically too large to be spanned politically by any single man. Its major peoples have evolved their own political parties, which might best be described as parties of communal integration. If the members of the present political classes are to retain power in the West African states, they have to go on maintaining a balance between the nations that make up each state and ensure that the major groups possess the sentiment of being represented in the government. But they must also produce the socio-economic achievement that the socially mobilized citizens of each country now expect. The latter task may test them most in the long run. And it is time now to consider it. Socio-economic growth. The West African states are poor if judged by the standards of the economically developed countries of the Western world,
Guinea has a national income per head that is approximately £20, Nigeria is better off with £30, and only Ghana reaches as high as £480. £60. Before colonization, although certain areas like the oil rivers of the Niger Delta traded extensively with other parts of the world, and though there were various levels of trade between different West African peoples and some across the Sahara to North Africa, the economies were dominantly subsistence agricultural economies. The colonial era brought peace with it, stimulated certain forms of agricultural export and furnished both the demonstration effect and the large-scale outside contacts that accelerated the modernizing process among the peoples. In this connection, the Creoles of Freetown who found their way around extensive areas of the British-ruled territories must be given much credit as the African brokers of new ideas, technological processes, and social structures. But for a long time the colonial administrations did little more than seek to maintain law and order, collect enough taxes to pay for the administration that the territories required, and make it possible for the trading companies, which were mainly owned by nationals of the colonial powers, to carry on their export-import activities. But as time went on, both the export trade and the internal trade of the territories expanded. Administration itself became more complex and developed, and money was available to hire more men and put up more buildings. The field officers were being buttressed and organized from central secretariats. All the time African clerical skills were increasing. Both the administration and the trading firms needed clerks. In the French territories the government took the initiative in providing them, and in the British territories the missionary bodies pioneered education. Inevitably the schools were geared to the literacy and numeracy that the economy demanded. Alongside the rapidly growing numbers of Africans who were clerks and teachers was a small but important number who had received a professional training. It was these men, clerks, teachers and others, who were to take over rule from the colonial officials. And they found themselves in charge of economies that were import-export dominated in their modernizing sectors and that were little developed industrially. During the last years of the colonial regimes, as education developed among Africans, pressure was put on the colonial governments to extend to educated Africans the welfare facilities that had been provided for the expatriate officials, and finally to develop welfare facilities generally. Much of this development was 481. Made possible by the high commodity prices that had prevailed during the Second World War, and again as a result of the boom in prices caused by the Korean War. Though in the latter part of the 1950s, when the countries were already moving towards independence, reserves were being drawn on to pay for welfare, especially educational development, there was general optimism that a relatively fast rate of economic growth could be maintained, at least in the more well-to-do countries like Ghana, the Ivory Coast and Nigeria, and also in Senegal and the Sudan. The colonial administrations had drawn up what were the beginnings of economic plans. When the nationalist leaders took over the functions of government, they were deeply committed to expanding welfare schemes and promoting economic growth. The new rulers took up vigorous attitudes towards economic development and integrated them into a socialist ideology. Several reasons explain the socialist approach of the African political leaders. 1. Most of the French-speaking leaders were trained by or had come under the influence of Marxist and socialist groups, and even the English-speaking leaders, if they had been less exposed to Marxist influences, owed a great deal to the ideology of the British Labour Party. 2. Private enterprise had been most visible in the form of the foreign trading companies. Most African leaders were emotionally opposed to these companies. They also had little appreciation of the skills that were needed to run trading companies and of the importance of the outside contacts that those companies possessed. It was no accident that one of the first acts of the Guinean government was to substitute a government trading company for the French companies. It must also be said that the state-owned trading company proved commercially incompetent. Even Ghana has had little real success with a nationalist trading concern. 3. Whatever the ideological reasoning, in the last resort only the governments have the capacity on a considerable scale to accumulate capital, direct resources, and mobilize skills. African private entrepreneurs are not yet available in considerable numbers.
there is a distinct limit to the sectors of the economy and the kinds of enterprise that foreign private capital will invest in. There is no alternative to government initiative and a heavily socializing approach if the countries are to have a chance of fast economic growth. The post-war colonial governments had themselves recognized the necessity of this. 482. Initiative. They had channeled their aid from the metropolitan countries into the public sector and had concentrated a great part of their resources on building up the infrastructures of the territories. Governmental planning of the economy has laid a heavy burden of responsibility on the post-colonial public services. These services have had to move in the last years of colonial rule as well as in the first years of independence from a dominantly politico-legal administration to an administrative effort that is strongly geared to socio-economic objectives. They have had to make this changeover while they Africanized their personnel and allowed young administrators to gain experience on the job. Moreover, the political leaders realized only belatedly how much more thinly spread and less effective the colonial administrative structures were than they had looked. They overcommitted, too quickly, their own public services to tasks which they were incapable of coping with adequately because of their small numbers, shortage of offices and equipment, lack of specialized skills and an imbalance deriving from personnel with a literary type education. Yet it is true that in many ways the new services showed a collective devotion that surpassed the efforts of the colonial days and brought a sense of perspective to the priorities of planning which only independence and African responsibility could have made possible. Apart from the inherent difficulties of their tasks, the civil servants have had their work made more difficult for them in many countries by the absence of effective political leadership that could stimulate them, evaluate their advice, and translate administrative decisions into terms that the people generally could understand and follow. They have also had to put up with political interference in their work and with a disregard for merit in recruitment into the service and promotion within it. Such interference and disregard, where it took place, considerably damaged morale and took the edge from the keenness of the public services. The public servants themselves had inherited the salary structure of their colonial predecessors, and this inheritance has been a heavy burden on the economies of the poorer countries like Dahomey. Where the lack of political leadership of high caliber in certain countries took away the stimulus from civil service endeavor, the civil servants could still fall back on their 483. Own relatively high salaries, good housing, and health care, and remain insulated from the sense of urgency that might more easily have been felt among them if they had shared more fully the lot of the masses of their countrymen. If economic development is to take place primarily through the public sector, there is need for some form of planning. With varying degrees of seriousness and thoroughness the different governments have had teams of economists and other experts concerned with development draw up plans. These plans are meant to guide financial investment, the use of resources and the marshalling of skills over a period of years. The plans of several of the French-speaking countries, notably the Senegalese plan, have made efforts to build the implementation of the planning into the social structures of the country by using teachers and other opinion leaders for organizing cooperatives and agricultural extension. 484. Work in the countryside. The Ghanaian and Nigerian plans have tended rather to be lists of projects, industrial and agricultural, that the governments intend to put their own resources into and suggestions for the direction of private enterprise. However, development in all the countries has been much more piecemeal and less coordinated than the plans envisaged. Several reasons lie behind this. 1. Not enough knowledge of the economies is available, especially precise statistical data, to provide a basis for genuinely coordinated planning. And even if planning could be better coordinated theoretically than it has been, continual problems would arise from divergences in the practical implementation. 2. The fall in world commodity prices has taken away much of the flexibility that the African countries had in the raising of capital through taxation and the levies on marketing boards. Foreign aid and investment have not been large enough to make a great difference in the general development of the economies, though they have been important in certain strategic projects such as the Volta Dam in Ghana and the development of the aluminium deposits in Guinea. 3. Seldom have the political leaders been willing to accept the self-discipline that would curb their own self-interest, desire for prestige and powers of patronage to accord with scientific planning. It might be said that without exception, though not all in the same degree, the political leaders have carried over pre-technological social attitudes into the running of the administrative structures that they control. They have not manifested that understanding of the timing of decisions which an endeavor to reach an economic take-off requires. They have thought in terms of particular communities rather than in terms of overall national interest, and they have conspired to make money in disregard of the norms of public integrity. Too many have seen the possession of power as an end in itself and have given little serious thought to the uses of power. 4. The greatest single lack in the implementing of plans has been the lack of manpower skills. This lack raises the question of education. In Nigeria and Ghana, and also in the Ivory Coast, nationalism took on its most concrete social welfare expression through a demand for education. The nationalists saw education both as a means of enhancing the dignity of the masses of their people through greater knowledge, and as an instrument for producing the skills that would permit them to take over the running of. 485. Government from colonial officials. The buoyant commodity prices of the 1950s encouraged the newly formed governments to press still further ahead with education schemes, especially elementary education, which the colonial regimes had begun to speed up after 1945. Secondary and technical education were proportionately less well invested in. But university education through the students sent abroad and the new universities established in the West African countries themselves, was considerably, if unevenly from the viewpoint of the spread of skills, invested in. Together with the temperament of the peoples, it is the educational development of the countries that impedes the reproduction of a Latin American situation in West Africa. People have far too much ambition, are far too aware of developmental possibilities and much too willing to make sacrifices to educate their children to allow a small political and administrative elite to corner existing development. In a sense, primary education in Ghana, Nigeria, and the Ivory Coast has pushed too far ahead of economic growth and employment openings. The same may soon hold true of other forms of education, though, despite all the expenditure, certain skills may still be lacking owing to poor manpower planning. But the pressures on politicians from school leavers will leave the former in the near future with little alternative to a genuine commitment to industrial expansion and agricultural improvement. This commitment is a real gain, though it derives from an unbalanced rather than a balanced approach to economic growth. However, there is the immediate danger that the existing leaderships will be unable to provide the economic achievement, the social welfare benefits and the upward mobility of educated individuals that are being generally promised and sought. The consequence may be periods of social disruption such as Dahomey has already experienced, or an even sharper veering to the left than the Guinean or Malian experiences have revealed, and an attempt to control stringently social activities in the name of state mobilization of all energies for immediate economic progress. Since the Second World War, the British and the French, the former through the colonial development and welfare schemes, CD&W, and the latter through the Fonds d'investissement pour le développement économique et social, FIDES, have provided funds for investment of some significance. French investment was much heavier than British and helped to make France. 32. 486. The country which gave the highest percentage of its national income in non-military aid to the underdeveloped world. Ghana and Nigeria, especially the former, received considerable American aid and investment with the coming of independence. Guinea and Mali as well as Ghana turned to the Soviet bloc for help. Though a fair share of aid has been forthcoming, it has been beset to some extent by technical problems. Guinea tried hard to diversify her trade after the break with France. Like all former French territories, Guinean trade was closely linked with that of France because France, much more than Britain, had sealed off the economies of her colonies from outside competition. France had made special arrangements for the marketing of commodities from her colonies and had provided a system of guaranteed quotas and supported prices. Since the former French countries, except Guinea, have now become associated members of the European Economic Community, they have privileged access to the European markets of the six. The EEC has also guaranteed foreign aid to replace what the French were giving.
The French no longer have sole access to their former African markets, but they still benefit from the already established lines of trade communication. Ghana and Nigeria originally refused to join the common market. Nigeria is now seeking a special form of associate status, having apparently become fearful of the long-term effects on her trade of exclusion from an area, or at least discrimination against her within it, to which she exports almost as much as to the British market. By and large, the West African countries have received less foreign aid than they might reasonably have hoped for. One explanation of the shortfall in aid is that the governments have been slow to prepare pre-planning surveys, have feasibility studies done and get projects worked into a shape that would attract investment. The slowness itself has for the most part been due to a shortage of available skills, but it is also due to the lack of a sense of urgency about technological matters among literary trained administrators. Another explanation of the shortfall is that after a brief period of world limelight, the African countries have not appeared to offer advantages to either side in the Cold War. The Russians and the Americans, though the latter were bedeviled by involvement in the Congo, have evidently reached a tacit agreement not to compete with one another in Africa. Moreover, 487. The growing consensus among the great powers to devalue the General Assembly of the United Nations underlines their intention to play down their previous willingness to court the independent countries. However, the single greatest explanation of the failure to increase foreign aid is one that concerns not only the African countries but all developing countries. The developed nations are not yet ready to curb to any real degree their own rising standards of living for the sake of the poorer peoples of the world. In large part, the endeavor to cope with this failure must be left to those groups within the developed countries who are willing to awaken consciences to the needs of the developing areas. In part, too, it may depend on what kind of role the developing countries themselves manage to play on the international scene. This brings us to the foreign relations of the West African states. But these relations involve far more issues, and more complex ones, than foreign aid alone. International relations. Apart from Liberia, which has enjoyed a kind of Latin American status with the United States ever since it was founded by freed slaves in the 19th century, the West African countries have only lately come to independence. Ghana led the way in March 1957, and Dr. Nkrumah lost no chance of using that priority in time to press his views on foreign and pan-African policy while his neighbors were sloughing the trammels of colonial rule. He urged neutralism in world politics and unity on a continental level between the independent African countries. By and large, his views struck responsive chords among African intellectuals. But African governments concerned with the economic possibilities of politics and uneasy about the problems of political merging have shown themselves less enthusiastic. For all the differences between them, the African countries south of the Sahara, and the West African countries especially, share a great deal of common culture. Cesar's and Senghor's insistence on negritude and Nkrumah's on African personality have tried to give political and social formulation to the sense of common culture. It is this sense of a common culture that has nourished the desire of the African intelligentsia for various pan-African solutions, a desire that haunts them much as the memory of Charlemagne's empire haunted the medieval German intelligentsia. 488. The African countries also share a common experience of Western colonization. Though it can easily be argued that colonization speeded the process of modernization in Africa and that time will show how its benefits outweighed its drawbacks, it did injure the self-esteem of the colonist peoples. The strength of resentment against the colonial period is still no small factor in West African countries' foreign policies. It has lain behind the unwillingness of Ghana and Guinea to join the European Economic Community, and it was built into the bitterness with which Nigeria broke off diplomatic relations with France after the French atom tests in the Sahara. Added to this sentiment of resentment, there is a feeling of inferiority that not only the conquest but the technological superiority of the conquerors inculcated. And it is deepened by an understanding that Western countries have had a strange and warped image of Africa, Africans, and people of African descent, an image that many educated Africans half believed themselves. Hence, foreign policy is at once more simple and more complex in operation than in developed countries. Less than in the latter does it concern itself with security and trade.
but more than in the latter has it concerned itself with prestige and the projecting of an image of effectiveness that would redeem the distortions of the past. Much Pan-African foreign policy activity has centered around a series of conferences that began with the All-Africa People's Conference held at Accra in December 1958. The series reached its climax with the Addis Ababa Conference of May 1963 that set up the Organization of African Unity. In between there had been conferences that gave their names to different groupings of countries: Brazzaville, Casablanca, Monrovia. The Brazzaville group was made up of the former French West and Equatorial African territories, except Guinea and Mali, but including the Malagasy Republic. The countries of this group wanted to maintain friendly relations with France. They argued that they had historic links with French culture and that they were doing their best to make the most of French trade and aid. By and large, these countries supported conservative social policies at home and pro-Western policies abroad. The Casablanca powers Ghana, Mali, Guinea, Morocco, Egypt, the Sudan were much more neutralist in their approach to foreign policy. Some among them, Ghana, Guinea, and Mali, had sought economic aid and 489 technical cooperation from both Russia and China as well as from other members of the Communist bloc. They claimed to be strongly socialist at home. And in their African policy they took a stronger and more emotional Pan-African stand than did the Brazzaville group earlier or the Monrovia group later. At one stage Ghana and Guinea announced a union of the two countries, and a little later it was announced that Mali was joining the union. But little happened in practice except that Ghana gave a £10 million loan to Guinea. The Monrovia group took shape when Nigeria and Liberia joined with the Brazzaville group to form a moderate bloc, and at the same time to try to lay the foundations of united action with the Casablanca powers. The Brazzaville group had already been cooperating with one another within an incipient economic union that ran one of the few profitable international airlines in the world. Under Nigerian prodding especially, this functionalist approach to unity was emphasized. This approach gained ground as the more ideologically conceived approaches proved impracticable and as other issues, Ghana and Guinea openly took different sides after the murder of Olympio in Togo, split the unity of the blocs. On the eve of the Lagos Conference in January 1962, Nigeria tried to make a gesture to the more radical states, and one also toward conciliating Nigerian radicals, by abrogating the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact. When, finally, all the independent African countries got together at Addis Ababa in 1963, the spade work had been done to ground aspirations towards unity in reality. Though the Charter of the Organization of African Unity shows signs of the tension between those who wanted to emphasize the ideal of political unity and those who wanted to emphasize the sovereignty of the individual states, in practice a fair share of amity was achieved and an agreement to take a common line at the United Nations and elsewhere on African problems. However, the difficulty of even this much common action has been emphasized by the Congo problem, where the members of the OAU have been utterly unable to agree. In the United Nations organization, the West African countries have been part of the Afro-Asian bloc. They have also tended to lobby and vote as part of a general bloc of the developing countries. An indication of their strength has been the tone and timing of several UN declarations against South Africa and the caution 490 that they were able to impose on the British government over Rhodesian independence. The American and British decisions to place embargoes on shipments of arms from their countries to South Africa also undeniably owes something to African activity in the UN. But lately this source of strength has diminished. The great powers have become less impressed by the voting powers of the General Assembly, and the Russians have become frankly hostile to it in its present form. For all the unity that might have appeared possible in West Africa, very few real attempts have been made to reach any. This holds true even of economic decisions that might readily have secured agreement among two or more countries if there had been consultation. The Dahomean government cooperated with the French in Operation Hirondelle, which set out directly to compete with existing transport facilities in Nigeria. Nigeria made no attempt to consult Chad in constructing the Borno Railway extension. Guinea has built a match factory with a capacity much beyond the Guinean market and yet sought no agreement with 491. Other countries. The one serious attempt at political unity, the joining together of Senegal and the Sudan in the Federation of Mali, lasted a mere 2 months and then disintegrated under the strain of personal rivalries, different political and social policies, conflicting economic interests and a general unwillingness to remain patient through the slow and complex processes of adjustment between two differently administered former French colonial units. What, then, have been the general reasons behind the failure to construct some form of unity in a relatively homogeneous region? First, there are political differences between the governments. Ghana, Guinea, and Mali propound political and social views that are more strongly socialist than those of countries like the Ivory Coast and Nigeria, which lay more emphasis on both indigenous private enterprise and on foreign private investment. These differences overflow into foreign policy, not least into a support for different groups in the Congolese Civil War. However, a similarity in ideology in itself is little guarantee of unity, as the union, existing nowhere except on paper, between Ghana, Guinea, and Mali goes to show. But, second, there are many other factors that militate against unity. The economies of the West African countries tend to be competitive rather than complementary. The differing colonial experiences have left a deep division in official languages, forms of technology, currencies, and cultural attitudes and interests among the elites, and there are problems that arise from scattered populations, immense physical distances and poor, former metropolitan-oriented, communications. Beneath the political, economic, and physical obstacles to unity lie the will to power and the desire to survive of the political classes. The former French Federation fragmented initially because Houphouët-Boigny and the Ivory Coast cooperated with the divisive efforts of the French against the Federation, as the Ivory Coast did not want to bear what it considered a disproportionate amount of the cost of federation. It would be more difficult still at this stage to face the social and economic problems of linking the countries together in new forms of unity. The resulting strains might bring some of the governments down, and they are not willing to run the risk. Moreover, it is not at all clear who the statesmen are who might emerge with the greatest influence within merged structures. Some of those securely in the saddle in 492. Their present units do not care to accept the possibility of relative demotion. Yet if the economic development of West Africa is to make progress faster than at present, there will have to be agreements on aspects of a division of labor and on the siding of different industries that cannot prove viable within the markets of single countries. It may well be that the only solution lies with forms of foreign aid that are given in a multi-country form, that buttress unity schemes and enable particular countries to cope with the adjustment to new and larger structures. At the moment the danger is that too many schemes are going ahead within individual countries that may render future cooperation difficult, and that suggest that some countries are trying to jump the gun of cooperation and get in first with their industries. Finally, if rapid economic growth requires some form of regional unity in economic decision-making, such unity inevitably involves the development of political structures that straddle the existing countries. Conclusion. These three trends and tasks of the West African countries are intimately linked with one another. Economic progress depends on trust and unity within the individual countries, otherwise political talent and time are likely to be dissipated in a struggle for power. But the possibility of reasonable sharing between the various nations that make up each state depends on the achievement of a reasonable rate of economic growth. West African unity, and in some general form, African unity, may be important to establish African self-respect and buttress the sense of identity that the individual states can offer their members only in an inadequate measure. And regional schemes of economic cooperation and the inevitably linked political agreements are needed to make economic growth and interdependence possible. It would be too much to hold that the trends are quite clear or that the tasks will prove easy. But the existing governments and their peoples are involved in both trends and tasks. The survival of the governments and the fortunes of the peoples depend on how successfully the problems are faced up to.